Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. One day, a gate leading to another world appeared on Earth. It was a huge gate with patterns of diamonds painted in like a chessboard, surrounded by a red magical aura, and had a timer counting down. There were 3 seconds left on the timer. The red aura timer has expired and time is up. A huge monster with a terrifying mouth and sharp fangs appeared. This monster with horns on its head and thick protective armor, like a shell, howled over the ground on which lay a bunch of human corpses. These were the monsters that came out of the gate. They were found to be immune to guns and bombs. A huge flying monster with blue feathers, similar to an eagle, cut through the airspace and knocked down planes. Also, a huge hybrid monster appeared near the building, which had several heads with a crocodile snout with a mixture of tentacles like an octopus. These were creatures of the underworld. There was also a terrifying monster with 3 heads, similar to a wolf, from which red energy emanated, which was heading towards a yellow glowing door in the air. This monster wolf saw this door in front of him and stopped. There was only one known counter company that was able to get through the testing door. It was a yellow translucent door with a pattern of 5 stars. A young blonde guy in a suit came out of the door, put his hand on his chest and lowered his head. This was the chosen one. The guy looked ahead with his predatory gaze. He raised his hand into the air with his gun, which glowed with a bright light. These were the players. The blonde player descended to the ground along with a beam of light energy, ending up right behind the huge wolf monster. It was a bunch of players, each with their own unique abilities and weapons. They appeared at the same moment all over the world when the gates suddenly appeared. One by one, they defeated all the creatures in the underworld. The people and civilians were both relaxed and scared at the same time. A huge magic board eventually hung in the sky above the city. Everyone starts looking at the sky because it was the same countdown as at the gate. Residents of the city looked at what was happening in horror, raising their heads to the sky. Humanity felt that when the timer reached 0, the world would end. There was only 1 second left on the timer. When the timer ran out, the entire sky over the city was gloomy and foggy. The same players appeared, standing in beautiful white suits. The blonde guy put his hand to the collar and told people to rest. These guys called themselves the Celestial Clock, and they were going to put an end to what was happening. The fate of the world was entrusted to the players. They became heroes that everyone admired. A huge monster with eyes glowing yellow, looking like a dragon, looked into the distance. These were the monsters of the underworld. The players failed. A huge dragon monster flew over the city, where all the people were running in panic in different directions and asking for help. When a huge dragon monster flew with its mouth open between residential buildings, the silhouette of a man in a blue cloak appeared on the balcony. He was a young guy in a dark cloak, from whom multicolored energy emanated. It was Subaru, also famous and one of the players, who greeted everyone. He opened his hood to reveal his confident face with slightly furrowed brows as he pointed his other hand towards the monster. He said that would be enough. A group of people ran in panic and turned back, looking at the Subaru. The man in the vest said it was a Subaru and came to them to help. A woman with short hair saw the Subaru and smiled at the person who came to them. The guy in the white jacket looked up, smiled and blushed slightly. The guy in the white sweater said it was a Subaru. Someone from the crowd shouted that they were now saved. Subaru wondered if there was something that made him different from other players, because it wasn't copper, silver, or gold. Doors of different colors appeared in the air, lined up in a row. Subaru thought that he was the only one who received the power from the rainbow door. Subaru stood on the railing in a fighting pose, with one hand pulled back and a bright red sword began to appear in it. Among the crowd, the grandmother sat down on her knees and shed a tear, folding her palms. Grandma said that Subaru always sheds blood for them and fights for their lives. Subaru bounced off the railing with his foot. Subaru flashed through the air with lightning speed and hit the monster with all its power. Subaru landed on the ground and the monster in the air exploded from one of his blows. The crowd of people were shocked by what they saw. They did not understand how Subaru was able to kill the monster in one blow. The crowd of people began to laugh and raise their hands in the air. Subaru was a little confused. Someone in the crowd shouted that it was great and that it was expected from Subaru. Subaru sighed heavily with an indifferent look. The little boy held his mother's hand and pointed his finger at the Subaru. The little boy told his mom that the Subaru was very cool. Subaru was confused and stood with a serious face. Afterwards, Subaru smiled sweetly and widely, blushing slightly and his eyes sparkling with joy. Subaru raised his hand up and fired a red beam from it. Subaru thought they were players. Subaru would rise up and wave at the little boy below with his other hand, smiling widely and blushing slightly. Subaru's eyes glowed with a rainbow light and a red aura emanated from him. Subaru continued to argue that they are like defenders of humanity. Subaru looked straight ahead with a serious face and his eyes shimmered with a rainbow color. Subaru said they kept closing the gate. Subaru stood sideways and slung his red sword over his shoulder, a rainbow aura emanating from Subaru. Subaru added that this was their way of raising their level. Subaru climbed to the roof of the building, and a girl with black hair and a red streak sat down on one knee in front of him. Subaru looked at the girl and the guys behind her in long white capes with a pattern on their backs. Subaru thought that they should do this to stop the destruction of the world. The girl with black hair and a red streak closed her eyes and opened her mouth slightly. The girl with black hair and a red streak said Subaru did a great job. The guy with the piercing smiled widely and bared his teeth. The guy with the headband calmly looked at Subaru and smiled slightly. The guy with the piercing said it looked like Subaru was very popular. Subaru asked to stop this. Subaru smiled awkwardly and looked to the side, raising his hand. Subaru said that not long ago he was treated like an insect. Subaru sadly lowered his eyes. Subaru recalled standing in a green suit and looking disappointed. Subaru was covered in bruises and looked down somewhere with a sad look. Subaru looked at the guys and looked very serious. Subaru told the guys to get through it all together. Subaru looked at the smiling guys, and behind them there was a huge red door. Subaru thought the days were filled with new, life-threatening situations. A beautiful rainbow door appeared. Subaru added that it all started when he walked through the rainbow door. The bloody gaze of the dark-haired Subaru looked ahead in horror. This guy was sitting on the floor, and in front of him was a door the color of a rainbow, on which a hieroglyph in the form of 5 stars was drawn. Subaru realized that now a door appeared before his eyes that could change his life. Subaru's face looked terrible, all bruised and bloody as he tried to reach out to the door, sighing. His worn hand finally touched the golden door handle. Angry guys in dark clothes stared ahead with furious eyes and bared teeth, one of whom was wearing a cap and a blue shirt, and the other with blue hair and a sweater with a spider web pattern. The guy with blue hair pointed his finger forward and noticed for his comrade that the beaten guy was about to enter that same rainbow door. The guy in the cap used his magic, which surrounded his hand with a bright flame of fire, and told the beaten guy not to joke with them. The guy in the cap with a bloodthirsty thought was going to finish off the wounded guy. The beaten Subaru knew that this was the second time he had gone through something like this. The wounded and battered Subaru, whose teeth were also knocked out, was burning in the fire and doubled over in pain. A battered Subaru in a green tracksuit, half of his legs burned off, crawled towards the rainbow door and grabbed the door handle. His face looked like something out of a horror movie, and he was screaming from the hopelessness of the situation. Surrounding yourself with a red aura. He realized that now he would not allow that mistake to happen twice. Subaru, despite all the pain and his deplorable condition, did not lose heart and continued to look forward with confidence and anger when he was at the rainbow door. With his wounded hand, he still opened the rainbow door in white light, and its bright white rays of light leaked out of it. The guy felt that this time the door would be his. Subaru in a green suit, which was already torn from fights and fights, looked into the space of the door. Those same hooligans behind shouted after the exhausted guy who couldn't even stand. They called him a scoundrel and a miserable worm. The bloody guy bared his teeth, which were already knocked out, and through the pain continued to resist the circumstances, frowning his eyes. The guy knew that he would not give this door to anyone, even at the cost of his own life. Exhausted, Subaru wanted the door back, and that was all he had to get. 2 young guys, one of whom was blonde and sat on the sofa, and the other dark-haired was kneeling behind the sofa, looked at the TV on which the news was broadcast. They announced on TV that today the country's first gold player, Hirosaka Renji, appeared in their studio in Japan. A blonde guy in a black suit with a malicious grin on TV greeted the audience and the entire audience. It was the golden player, Hirosaka. With great admiration, the dark-haired guy with glasses looked at the TV and opened his mouth from the emotions overwhelming him. His name was Ariake Subaru, who was 15 years old at the time. Subaru approached his little brother, saying that Hirosaka was on TV and he thought it was cool. The blonde guy bared his teeth and looked forward with a displeased grin, resting his cheek on his hand. It was Subaru's younger brother, Ariake Taiga, who was 13 years old at that time. The dissatisfied Taiga replied to his brother that he was very noisy. However, Subaru still stood its ground. Subaru stood over the couch and looked puzzled at his disgruntled brother, who frowned. Subaru asked his brother if everything was okay and reminded him that he was an older brother. Taiga was taken aback by telling him that they were not blood brothers, so he advised him not to act as if he were his own older brother. Subaru looked sadly at his brother, who said something rather offensive to him. On TV they showed a brown monster with a beak-shaped mouth and several small yellow eyes, which was destroying everything around it. According to the news, the incident with the opening of the otherworldly gate involving Mr. Hirosaka occurred last day. However, since the otherworldly gate was found in an empty apartment, it was discovered too late. It was reported that the released creatures caused a disaster that killed 13 people. Hirosaka on TV closed his eyes and became sad upon hearing and confirming the news. The TV showed the very apartment in which the red otherworldly gate with a reverse timer was discovered. As was known, the gates of the otherworld were sealed by creatures from within, from there, and conventional weapons were ineffective against them. A countdown is displayed until the gate is finally opened. There were 3 seconds left on the red energy timer. When the number stops at 0, the gate opens and ferocious creatures from that world emerge from it. The timer ran out and everything was at 0. While on air, Hirasaka raised his finger and noted important information, causing the presenter to look at him with slightly widened eyes. Hirasaka said that there was only one way to prevent this. He noticed that they were the players selected for the summoning doors, and they had to enter them before the set time expired and crush the otherworldly creatures. Hirasaka closed his eyes and became sad. He said yesterday's disposal was a sudden and tragic incident. Hirasaka remembered how he defeated that brown huge monster by stabbing him with his huge and glowing sword. The presenter noted that Mr. Hirasaka saved them all by taming the creature that snuck into their world. She added that he did it with one blow. Despite the enormous size of the enemy, it was a spectacular sight. However, Hirasaka still looked upset, sighing slightly in his seat in the television studio. He was sad that he did not have time to prevent the incident and there were a large number of casualties. The presenter in a pink shirt exclaimed and tried to inspire the public hero, because if not for him, there would have been even more victims. She looked at Hirasaka with admiration and a smile on her face. She added that all citizens considered him a hero. Hirasaka continued to look at the camera with a sad grin and closed eyes. He warned the people, telling them that to prevent such a disaster from happening again, they must immediately inform him that the gate had been discovered. Hirasaka opened his eyes and looked at the audience directly through the screen with a confident gaze. He said that people like him, players, will be able to protect people from otherworldly creatures, even at the cost of their lives. Little Subaru watched the broadcast with admiration, making his eyes practically sparkle. Subaru thought that Hirasaka was definitely a real hero because he protects people at the risk of his own life. He said out loud that he thought these players were tough guys. 5 years ago, red magical energy hovered in the air in the form of small blocks. The huge and terrible gate with bars was surrounded by bright red energy and illuminated by the flames of torches. Suddenly, otherworldly gates began to appear all over the world. A huge bunch of different and ferocious monsters attacked the soldiers with a gun. There were hostile creatures coming from the gate, and ordinary human weapons in the form of machine guns were useless, causing people to lose hope. But one day they conquered the otherworldly gates. It was the same Hirasaka who stood in a suit against the backdrop of blazing flames and held his huge and glowing sword in his hands, surrounded by other players whose silhouettes could be traced behind. This was done by the chosen one who entered the door of challenge, which appeared simultaneously with the gate. In other words, this was done by the player. Among the doors there are gold, silver, and bronze depending on the rank. 3 silhouettes of players appeared against the background of each type of door according to rank, from weakest to strongest. Among them, the highest rank was gold, whose player's power was an order of magnitude higher than the others. By protecting the population, in return a gold rank player receives high status, honor, and also a huge amount of money. Hirasaka stood near a huge pile of money with his sword and looked ahead contemptuously against the backdrop of the cheering guys. Such a player was considered impeccable, in other words, an example to follow. The news anchor addressed her valued guest. She asked what kind of person a person should be to become such a player. Hirasaka put his hand to his chest and glanced at the presenter. He said that being at the call door taught them that they had to choose the person whose soul sparkle was the strongest. Taiga continued to monitor the broadcast, slightly tilting his head and sitting on the sofa. He was amused by Hirasaka's words that there must be brilliance in the soul, and he himself did not look like such a person. With a malicious grin, Taiga looked at his brother and wanted to address him. However, at the same moment, his face looked frightened and frowning. Subaru looked forward at the light with a curious gaze. A gold rank door appeared directly into their home. It was the best door that appeared right before their eyes. Subaru looked with admiration at the gold-colored call door. Subaru continued to watch at this moment at Hirasaka, who was shown on TV. He thought that if he also walked through that door, he too would become a player. Subaru, sitting on the floor, touched the golden door and was about to open it. His hand was already holding the handle. Suddenly Taiga flies up to the golden door and pushes his older brother aside. The Subaru was thrown violently to the side and fell to the floor with dissatisfaction. Opening one eye slightly, he looked at Taiga and asked what was the matter. Subaru watched as Taiga held onto the golden door handle. Baring his eyes and throwing a malicious grin towards Subaru, Taiga apologized to his brother with irony. He stared bloodthirstily at the Subaru and said that the door would be his. Subaru rushed to run towards Taiga and extended his hand to stop Taiga. With his hand outstretched, he walked towards the golden door, which was already closed to Subaru. 3 years later, a huge platform with white buildings. The edge of the rope was sewn together like a spider's web. There was rope tied all around in the form of a web. The body of a half-dead and half-naked Subaru hung on a web that was tied up. Subaru is 18 years old. A heavy stone was flying towards Subaru at high speed. Subaru, having been hit by a stone, grimaced in pain and closed his eyes, sighing slightly. 3 guys with malicious grins made fun of the immobilized Subaru and laughed. They used Subaru's body as a target, throwing rocks at it and supposedly scoring points based on a certain part of the body, just like in a game. 3 guys, led by a guy in a spider-web sweater and blue hair, stood nearby and watched the hanging body of Subaru. They tried to hit him in the head, since in their fictional game this would be worth 10 points. Subaru, sweating, was horrified by the hopelessness of his situation and looked pityingly at the guys with tears. The guy with blue hair raised his hand to his face as behind him the guy with purple curls chuckled at the situation. The guy in the sweater told Subaru to at least try to dodge the rock. The guy in the shirt grinned because Subaru simply lacked evasion skill. The guy with blue hair with a malicious grin raised his hand, which had a stone in it, and was about to throw it at Subaru's body. Subaru was being bullied again and another person noticed. The one with blue hair who was about to throw a stone turned to the side, and next to him stood a guy in a white shirt with his mouth open. A matured Taiga arrived in a white shirt and a yellow t-shirt, accompanied by a petite girl who hugged him. Taiga furrowed his eyebrows and looked ahead disdainfully. That day, Subaru's younger brother, who had once knocked off his golden door, returned alive. The exhausted Subaru's face looked sad and upset. That very day, a bloodied Taiga walked out of the golden door. With a malicious grin, the young Taiga cast his sharp gaze towards the Subaru sitting on the floor. That day, Taiga became the youngest player in Japan. Taiga looked with contempt at the Subaru hanging in the web and called the sight pathetic. Subaru peeked out from under his long bangs with a sad and tear-stained face. The 3 guys who bullied Subaru were bronze class players. Taiga looked at Subaru through frowned eyebrows with irony and a grin. He said he was sick of being called his little brother, even though they weren't related by blood. Subaru peeked out from under his bangs sadly and looked down at his little brother dejectedly. Taiga walked up to the bronze class players and extended his hand to take the stone from them. He picked up this stone. His hand at the same moment lit up with a bright flame. This was his skill. Above the building where all the guys were, a huge stream of bright light energy was emitted. The bronze players scrunched their faces and closed their eyes from the cloud of dust that arose from the energy. Subaru's face also looked lost against the background of the cloud of rising dust. Taiga got into a fighting pose and used his golden hand skill, raising his golden armored hand into the air above his head. 3 bronze class guys stood next to each other indignantly and tried to defend themselves from the blazing fire that surrounded them. The guys were shocked and horrified by what was happening. The purple-haired guy realized that this technique was similar to the killing technique of the Hirasaka golden sword. Immobilized and tied up, Subaru contorted his face from his hopelessness and continued to be sad. Joyful and delighted with his strength, Taiga swung his golden hand and flew forward. With his powerful swing, he threw the stone at a very high speed, so that even everything around was on fire and surrounded by Taiga energy. The stone was flying at incredible speed. The stone flew past Subaru's bound body with powerful energy. The stone tore part of the web and flew far into the sky, sparkling like a star. He flew so far that a new star appeared in the sky, which sparkled brightly. Bronze-level players stood nearby and were surprised at what happened with open mouths and amazed faces. The guy with red hair noticed that after such a throw, a bunch of clouds instantly scattered. The blue-haired guy frowned slightly and bared his teeth, noticing that gold-rank players were simply monsters. Subaru wet his pants out of fear, and they got wet in front of everyone. An exhausted and thin Subaru was hanging on the web with wet pants, his head down, and the guys noticed it. Taiga knitted his eyebrows and raised his head up. He then lowered his head and grinned mischievously. Taiga grabbed his girlfriend in a hug and went about his business, waving to the guys. He told the bronze-rank guys that they could do whatever they wanted to Subaru, even kill him. All 3 guys were instantly puzzled and looked at each other. Subaru was already tired of hanging on the web and was dripping with sweat and drool because his head was lowered. All 3 guys sarcastically raised their heads and smiled on their faces, wondering what they would do with Subaru's body. The guys passing by, a guy and a girl, turned to the ongoing bullying of Subaru and were going to take a picture of it. Subaru's naked body was lying on the ground and all his belongings were scattered on the ground. The guys passing by realized that this was the guy who was constantly being bullied. This time he also suffered from the player. They noticed that Subaru and his brother were completely opposite personalities. Exhausted, Subaru lay on the ground and barely sighed. The girl from the outside noticed that she would have already killed herself in his place. A huge 2-story house with lights on. News was heard that spoke of otherworldly gates. On TV, the leading guy in a black suit was pointing to a map of the city where the incidents took place. The presenter said that all the gates, which originated in Kodo, Tsujanami and Shinagawa, were destroyed. Taiga raised his hand with an arrogant look and walked past the audience in a black terry jacket. The presenter announced that gold-rank player Taiga prevented 4 incidents with otherworldly gates. In honor of such events, a bottle of champagne was opened. Taiga sat at a large table with his parents and celebrated his victory and success. Taiga's father, holding a bottle of alcohol in his hands, was very happy with the success of his son, behind whom there was no limit of pride. Taiga's brown-haired mom raised her glass of sparkling champagne into the air. She noticed that Taiga was still just studying, but was already providing for his parents because he looked like a real son supporting his family. Taiga's mother noticed that her blood flowed in him and she was very happy about the birth of her son. Mom turned her glass towards Taiga's father, who looked away and looked unhappy. Taiga's mother noticed that their son was different from the worthless boy he made with his mistress. Taiga's father simply snorted in response. At the same time, Subaru's father, he knitted his eyebrows and grinned contemptuously. Next to the huge and large Taiga house there was a small hut that looked like a garage. Taiga's father called his other son an astonishing mistake of nature. The battered Subaru sat in his closet at the table and wrote his homework. Taiga raised the bottle to his face and noticed that there was no water there. He noticed that the bottle was empty. Taiga was dressed in a white robe and, holding a wad of money in his hands, headed towards the balcony. Subaru, with fear in his eyes, glanced to the side when he was called out, calling him a worm. Subaru came out of his wooden closet and called back. The arrogant Taiga stuck his hand with the money out the window and looked arrogantly towards the Subaru. He ordered Subaru to go and buy a soda, which he had already run out of, and also added that he should not mix up the brands. Frightened, Subaru stood near the closet door with fear in his eyes and looked at Taiga. He said that he still needed to do his homework, but Taiga immediately stopped Subaru, saying that this was a lame reason. Arrogantly, Taiga looked at his older brother and put the bill to his head. Taiga said that the Subaru belongs to him for the rest of his life, and now he will live in a bug cage. Taiga crumpled the bill into a ball with his hand. He then threw it at Subaru's face, who only managed to touch his cheek and close his eyes. Taiga noted that Subaru should not even think about running away somewhere. Purple bag with a bunch of soda bottles. Subaru was very upset about what was happening. Subaru walked with this package from the store along the night alley. He thought to himself that with such a standard of living, he would not have too many free years. Subaru thought with horror that this is what his life looks like. He remembered Taiga's contemptuous look. With his eyes widening, Subaru continued to think in horror about his position in society. Subaru pondered Taiga's words that the rest of Subaru's life belonged to Taiga. Subaru continued to be terrified of his possible future and his gaze was very downcast. He imagined what would happen in 10 years. His exhausted and weak body lay in the garage and took refuge from the sultry heat. He understood that he would die from the heat in the summer and from the cold in the winter in this bug cage. This time his body was covered with wooden plywood and he tried to keep warm in the severe frost. He imagined himself working as a housewife and doing all the household chores around the house, such as mowing the lawn, mopping the floors, and washing clothes. He thought he would work until he passed out and listened to his parents scold him for being too useless. He would continue to be treated like a pathetic worm. His hand grabbed the door frame and he was about to look out. Subaru imagined himself old, gray, and with acne. He will still obey the arrogant Taiga and bow at his feet so he can go get a soda again. Even if he was old and experienced, he would still look up to people. Waking up to reality, his face looked worried and downcast from his possible future. Subaru realized that he did not want such a life for himself. Subaru threw the soda pack on the ground and grabbed his head in panic and hysterics. It hurt him why such events only happened to him. He thought about if only he could go back. The same day when he sat at the golden door and practically opened it. He would not let anyone near that golden shining door. Subaru held his face in horror and bared his teeth in pain and lack of understanding of what to do next. He felt that it would be better to die than to live such a life. The same 3 bronze-ranked hooligans approached him from behind, one of whom was wearing a blue shirt and holding his sword in his hands. They ironically greeted Subaru, calling him a bug. With fear, Subaru turned back and recognized the same bully in the cap who had mocked him. The bully with red hair said ironically that it was an unexpected meeting that was unfortunate for Subaru. He said that they were terribly tired after the showdown at the gate. The bronze-ranked bully stared forward, teeth bared, his face covered in blood. He told Subaru to imagine that the thing from the gate touched his face and left scars, noting that the bronze rank was very painful. The bully in the cap took out his dagger and pointed it towards Subaru's face, who looked terrified. The bully ironically asked Subaru to go on a date with him so he could let off some steam. Subaru suddenly stood up and began to run in the opposite direction. The bullies watched with a grin as Subaru tried to run as fast as he could, knowing that he was unlikely to succeed. The guy in the blue shirt and cap put his hand on his belt and laughed at the fact that Subaru was trying to escape. The guy with the dagger put his hand to his head and bared his teeth, because his head hurt very much and it was difficult to endure. The other guy in the orange hoodie turned to his friend. He asked if he should go to the hospital first. With a bloody face, he looked at the fleeing Subaru and bared his teeth ironically. He suggested that his guys first deal with Subaru, and they had consent from his younger brother Taiga. Subaru, in his green suit, ran as fast as he could, without looking back and in terror. The hooligans caught up with him in an instant and ran next to him, making fun of him with their grimaces. The red-haired guy held his hands to his face and said that Subaru faces inevitable death. A guy in an orange sweater ran next to him and shouted for Subaru to try harder. The angry guy in the cap waved his blade in the air. The blade caught Subaru's back and cut him, causing Subaru to immediately clutch his face in pain and sigh. Subaru realized that he was now cut. 3 bronze rank hooligans ran alongside with grins and looked bloodthirsty at their prey. Subaru understood that the hooligans were going to kill him. He didn't want such a fate for himself. Subaru was attacked from behind with a sharp blade, and he screamed in pain because everything was covered in blood. Subaru understood that just recently he was thinking about dying. The wounded Subaru tried to escape from these villains, holding his wounded hand. Subaru didn't want to get killed. Subaru's face looked very pitiful. He showed his teeth and cried, realizing that his situation was very pathetic and he had no choice. The guy in the cap ran alongside Subaru and grabbed his hand, saying that the place would be suitable. Right as he walked, the guy in the cap pushed the wounded body into a narrow space where Subaru was lying on the ground and trying to cover his face. Subaru lay facing the wall, supporting himself on one arm. Subaru turned back and was horrified that the hooligans were nearby, who cut his hand and more. The guys of the bronze rank bloodthirstily and sarcastically stood over Subaru and were preparing to mock him further. Subaru's face is hit with a punch, causing his face to scrunch up. Subaru raised his wounded arm, clearly defending himself from the blows, and tried to stop the bullies. Before he could finish his words, a strong kick from a guy in an orange jacket lands in his face. Subaru covered himself from the blows with both hands and tearfully asked that they stop beating him. Subaru plunged into his thoughts and understood that he could die and he was in a lot of pain. He wanted to die and not suffer. A beaten and bloody Subaru lay practically unconscious on the cold ground. The hooligans themselves were a little surprised at what they did to Subaru. With a malicious grin, a guy in a cap stood behind a frowning guy in an orange jacket. He will offer to finish off Subaru and use his skill. Sticking his tongue out of his mouth, he raised his hand and it lit up with a bright flame. This was the explosive red rose skill. The half-dead Subaru lay on the cold concrete and was mocked by the guys who decided to finish it off. Subaru begged the guys to save him. The guy in the cap smiled bloodthirstily and waved his hand, from which a bright fiery light burned. He said it was time to put an end to the killing of the bug. Red energy blocks appeared in the air. The guy in the orange jacket looked with displeasure at the incomprehensible things happening. A bronze door appeared right in the place of the guy in the orange sweater, causing the guy in the cap to stand in shock with his hand raised. The beaten Subaru, through his bruises and wounds on his face, also noticed the sudden appearance of a door. The guy in the cap lowered his hand slightly and his face looked astonished. The guy in the cap tried to call his friend Kunisaki away. The bronze door simply cut the guy's body in half. All the guys looked at the bloody bronze door that killed the guy in the orange jacket. The scarred face of the guy with red hair looked puzzled. A guy with long blue hair looked out of his bangs in horror. They watched as a bronze door appeared and cut their friend in half. The bronze magic door with 5 stars was covered in drops of blood. Subaru found the strength to stand up and take a better look at the bronze door. The bronze door began to crack and bright rays of light were visible from it. Suddenly, it turned into a silver door with 5 stars. The guy with blue hair bared his teeth and looked at what was happening in panic as he saw a silver door. At the same instant, this door became golden and shone brightly at the guys. With anger and rage, the guy with red hair frowned and saw the golden door. Subaru, all beaten up, bruised and swollen, kept his gaze on the door. Subaru braced himself with both hands and looked at the golden door in front of him, the handle of which was turned specifically towards him. The golden door looked very beautiful and emitted radiant energy. Subaru looked out from under his bangs with admiration. The golden door began to crack again, clearly regenerating into another level. Suddenly it turned into a rainbow door. Subaru was clearly perplexed by what was happening with a wry grimace on his face. It was a rainbow door. The angry guy with a bloody face bared his teeth and looked at the rainbow door. He didn't understand where this color came from because there was nothing better than a golden door. A guy in a black sweater with a spider web pattern standing next to him said that if necessary, they would enter through this door. Subaru thought it would be good to go back. The rainbow door emitted even more light and energy. The bronze level guys realized that there was no handle on the door, but they realized that the handle was on the other side, on the Subaru side. The 2 hooligans realized with horror that the door could only be opened by Subaru, whom they considered a worm. The guy in the cap clearly intended not to let the Subaru through the door and was preparing his insidious plan. This time for sure, Subaru reached out his hand to the door handle and was about to open it. He felt that this time he should definitely open the door. The all-beaten and bloody Subaru looked at the rainbow door as if it was the last chance in his life. The bronze level bullies looked at Subaru with rage and anger and realized that he was about to enter. The fierce guy in the cap opened his mouth and shouted that Subaru was not joking just now. Subaru, with the last of his strength, kept his head up and looked at the door. The guy in the cap shouted that he was going to kill Subaru. This very moment happened to Subaru for the second time. He recalled the very day when the golden door first appeared in front of him in that room. He felt that that mistake could not be allowed to repeat itself. The angry guy in the cap waved his hands and directed a stream of fire directly at Subaru. Subaru's body flew forward from such an explosion. The attack was so violent that Subaru's leg was torn off. From such pain, the bloody Subaru began to howl into the air. He recalled the moment when his thin body hung on a spider's web and was mocked. As he fell from the web and lay on the ground around his scattered belongings, he recalled Taiga's despicable and arrogant grimace. Everyone considered him a pathetic worm. Subaru found the strength and became angry, frowning, clearly not going to miss his chance. He understood that this time the door would be his. The bronze-level hooligans were watching too fiercely. They called him different names and curses. A bloody, legless Subaru crawled through that rainbow door. He was not going to give up this door and was ready to fight for it at any cost, even at the cost of his life. The rainbow door was almost closed. A moment later, it slammed shut and the entrance was closed to other people. Subaru remembered how at that very moment at the golden door his little brother pushed him away. This time he was going to reclaim his true purpose. A huge golden fist waved in the air. It was power. Taiga was sitting next to his girlfriend and drinking red wine. It was status. Hirasaka was shown on TV. It was an honor. A bunch of banknotes lay in a stack. It was money. This was everything Subaru should have achieved. The exhausted Subaru barely crawled into this space and lay there exhausted. Exhausted and wounded, Subaru lay on the ground, leaning against it with his eyes closed. He had to regain everything that had been lost. Above the Subaru's body, a blue rectangular window glowed in a rainbow-colored space. A notification came out. Welcome Ariake Subaru. Subaru was already lying exhausted and did not move, resting his head on his wounded arm. A purple hairy leg appeared in front of his head. This was a hairy leg with claws, which was located right next to the head of the immobilized Subaru. A notification came out. Let's start the Rainbow Challenge. In front of the Subaru stood a purple monster with sharp teeth and a torn cape in the shape of a potato sack, which seemed to be a hologram. This monster smiled maliciously, opening his terrifying mouth full of teeth. This monster grabbed the head of Subaru, who was already lying unconscious with his eyes closed. From that day the history of Subaru began. Subaru was lying on his stomach, face to the floor, and a monster in a brown long t-shirt approached him. The monster brought his finger with a long and sharp nail to Subaru's head. The monster sharply stuck his finger into Subaru's head. The monster sat with his finger stuck into Subaru's head and white lightning appeared from Subaru. A notification has appeared. System update. Damage in the body is regenerated. Myopia eliminated. The monster showed his teeth and a smile and continued to hold his finger in Subaru's head. A notification has appeared. 7 seconds until the legs are completely regenerated. 6, 5. The red heart suddenly began to beat. A notification has appeared. The heart and lungs returned to life. Subaru suddenly opened his eyes. Subaru, doubled over in pain, screamed at the top of his lungs, small tears appearing in his eyes. Subaru came to his senses and looked straight ahead in shock. In front of the shocked Subaru, the rainbow interference monster sat and smiled widely, baring his teeth. Subaru sharply backed away in fear and screamed. The monster stood up, turned around and walked somewhere to the side. Subaru turned his head from side to side and looked around. The monster approached his throne. Subaru remembered what happened to him and how he crawled into the rainbow door. Subaru realized what was behind the rainbow door and thought that this was really what the room behind the door looked like. The monster sat down on the throne and bared his teeth in displeasure, resting his head on his hand. Hirasaka was sitting at a table in the studio. A girl in a pink shirt was sitting next to him. The girl asked Hirasaka what was behind the door. Hirasaka smiled slightly and looked at her. Hirasaka said that everything in his space is made of gold and the place looks like a medieval castle and added that it appears to be the owner's residence. The girl looked at Hirasaka in surprise, asking what the owner meant. A knight, shrouded in golden armor and with a golden, brightly glowing sword, stood in the middle of the hall. Hirasaka said that behind every door there is an owner of space and the future player will have to meet him and accept the challenge. Subaru sat on his knees on the white floor, behind him was a rainbow door, and in front of Subaru's face sat a monster on a throne. Subaru noticed that he couldn't see anything except the monster. The monster sat on the throne, grinning displeasingly and throwing one leg onto the throne, and resting his head on his hand. Subaru thought that this was its owner. Subaru nervously bared his teeth and widened his eyes, bringing his fingers to his lips. Subaru thought about what would happen. Hirasaka looked straight ahead somewhere with a serious look. Hirasaka said that its owner was a knight in golden armor. The knight in golden armor emitted a bright yellow light. A knight in golden armor held a huge golden sword in one hand and a golden shield in the other. Hirasaka stood in front of the knight, holding his hand with the sword to the side. Hirasaka said that the knight recognized him after stabbing him with his sword and then he received some of his power. Hirasaka closed his eyes and smiled slightly as a huge golden sword appeared in his hand. Hirasaka added that he received some of the power in the form of this sword. Subaru looked down with an uncomprehending gaze. Subaru thought that the challenge was giving the owner one blow. Subaru looked at the monster in confusion. Subaru thought he should hit the monster. Subaru sat on his knees in the endless emptiness on the white floor, and in front of him sat the monster on his throne. Subaru remarked that he needed to hit what was obviously a monster. The monster sighed heavily and dissatisfied. Subaru smiled fearfully and looked intently at the monster. The monster turned to Subaru. Subaru did not expect the monster to speak to him. Fear and panic were visible on his face. Subaru didn't understand how he could talk. The monster scratched the back of his head with his finger. The monster asked Subaru how long he would sit, since his body should have been completely healed by now, and sarcastically said that Subaru was also brain damaged. Subaru looked confused and said he thought his brain was fine. Subaru thought the monster was very good at talking. The monster sat on the throne and raised one hand. Subaru hesitated and did not understand what to do. The monster told Subaru not to hesitate and get down to business and quickly accept his challenge, adding that he told him to strike him and he would grant power to Subaru. Subaru was very scared by what was happening. Subaru asked monster who he was. Subaru spread his arms to the side in confusion, standing in front of the monster. Subaru said he had only heard of gold, silver and bronze doors, never rainbow ones. The monster bared its teeth and shouted to Subaru why he cared. The monster waved his hand towards Subaru and a powerful blow flashed next to him, cutting through the air. Subaru sat on his knees and covered his head with his hands. A powerful explosion occurred next to Subaru and clouds of smoke rose. The entire space was covered in clouds of smoke and dust. Subaru, overcome with fear, bared his teeth and widened his eyes, and clouds of smoke rose up around Subaru. Subaru turned behind himself and fearfully stared into space. Subaru thought it couldn't hit him. The monster hit the throne with his fingers. The monster suddenly became angry and leaned slightly towards Subaru, resting his hands on the throne. The monster told Subaru to do something and added that he wanted to finish with him and go to sleep. Subaru's hair flew to the side, and he closed his eyes, baring his teeth from such a cry. Subaru was shaking with fear. His legs did not obey him and he continued to sit on his knees. Subaru said he couldn't stand because his legs were shaking. The monster leaned towards Subaru in surprise and did not expect such an answer. The monster grabbed his head with his hand and lowered it slightly. The monster didn't understand why. Out of everyone, they chose Subaru and said that nothing could be done about it. The monster bared his teeth in displeasure and waved his palm down. A red weapon appeared in front of Subaru. Subaru got scared and leaned back sharply. Subaru looked up in shock. Multiple red weapons hovered above the Subaru. Subaru panicked and started screaming in fear. The monster bared its teeth and was very unhappy. Various types of weapons were stuck into the floor. Subaru sat clutching his head in a circle of guns. The monster extended his hand, pointing at the weapon and emitting a rainbow aura. The monster told Subaru if he was scared to use this weapon, and if it didn't work there, to look for another place, and added that he should just turn around and leave. The rainbow door shone slightly behind Subaru. Subaru continued to hold his head in his hands and looked somewhere at the floor. Subaru opened his mouth slightly and opened his eyes wide. Subaru was thinking about whether to hit him. The monster bared its teeth and crossed its legs, a bright rainbow aura emanating from it. Subaru turned to the door with tears in his eyes. Subaru thought about returning to his old life. Subaru stared at the rainbow door. Subaru began to slowly rise, his legs continuing to shake. Subaru slowly tried to move his legs towards the door. The monster smiled, bared his teeth and put his hand to his chin. Subaru walked to the door and fell to his knees in front of it, grabbing the handle. The monster asked Subaru if he was serious. Subaru looked at the door in horror, his mouth parted. The monster told Subaru if he didn't want power, he wouldn't have opened the door. Subaru thought that the monster was right, but he was scared and the monster would not understand this, nor would anyone else with power. Subaru held the door handle with his hand. The monster bared its teeth in displeasure and told Subaru how pathetic it all was. Subaru continued to hold on to the door handle. Subaru didn't understand what to do. Subaru recalled being treated like a worm. Taiga looked to the side with pity and his eye glowed yellow and turned to Subaru, calling him a worm. The three guys looked straight ahead mockingly and addressed Subaru, calling him a worm. Scary faces with black eyes and a wide smile looked mockingly down at the horrified Subaru, calling him a worm. The monster sat with his legs crossed and his arms slightly crossed. The monster told Subaru that if he wants, then let him live, continuing to crawl on all fours. Subaru bared his teeth and cried. Subaru raised his gaze, with tears in his eyes, and looked straight ahead. The monster said that at the same time, Subaru saw his reflection in the door, where he was old and gray. The monster continued that he would bear the burden of responsibility for his choices. A gray-haired and wrinkled Subaru was reflected in the door with a frightened look. Subaru bared his teeth, tears and snot streaming down his face. Subaru hid his reflection, covering it. The monster leaned forward slightly, baring its teeth. Subaru asked to stop this. Subaru stood with one hand resting on the door. Subaru continued to ask the monster to stop. Subaru began hitting the door with his hand and shouted to stop this already. Subaru turned his head slightly and looked at the monster. Subaru said it was so easy for all of them to say that. The monster smiled joyfully and widely. Subaru turned to the monster, clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Subaru asked that when you have power, you can do whatever you want and call others pathetic. The monster grimaced with a smile, turned his head slightly to the side and laughed maliciously. The monster happily opened his mouth in a smile and shouted to Subaru that, of course, you can do all this. Subaru continued to cry and opened his mouth wide. Subaru shouted at the monster to stop messing with him. Subaru recalled how he lay on the ground, covering himself with his hands. Subaru said that when he gets beaten, it hurts. Subaru recalled how he was lying on the ground naked with his belongings scattered around him. Subaru said that when he is not treated like a person, it also hurts and added that this should be a given. Subaru closed his eyes, raised his head up and raised his hands. Subaru shouted why no one understood this. The monster continued to laugh, opening its mouth wide and baring its teeth. The monster said Subaru has gone crazy. Subaru opened his eyes and looked towards the monster with all his anger. Subaru told him to shut up and called him a monster. The Subaru moved sharply towards the monster. The monster covered his mouth and looked at Subaru in surprise. Subaru clenched his fist and swung it, approaching the monster. Subaru turned to monster. Subaru was about to hit the monster and looked at him with rage. Subaru told the monster to give him power. The monster bared its sharp teeth in a wide smile. Subaru hit the monster right in his face. Subaru looked at the monster with a blank look. White lightning emanates from the face of the dissatisfied monster of steel. Subaru was surprised that he hit him. The monster stood up from his throne and smiled. Subaru continued to hold his hand in a fist. The monster told Subaru he could whenever he wanted. The monster happily clapped his hands on Subaru's shoulders. The monster said that it was amazing and added that it was a blow caused by hatred and that he had never seen such fury in his eyes. The monster put his hand on Subaru's shoulder. The monster said the Subaru suited him. The monster grabbed Subaru by the shoulders and grabbed his shoulder with its teeth. Subaru winced in pain, his mouth wide open and his eyes wide. The monster continued to stand, clinging to Subaru's shoulder with its teeth, a red aura emanating from them. Red lightning began to appear on Subaru's face. Subaru screamed in pain. Subaru thought that the monster would still kill him, and why did he even tell him otherwise? Subaru opened his mouth wide, his face covered in red lightning. Subaru added since the monster intends to do this. Subaru suddenly sank his teeth into the monster's shoulder. Subaru thought that then he would get the power himself. The monster did not expect such actions in his direction. Subaru continued to stand there, clinging tightly to the monster's shoulder with his teeth. The monster said that Subaru was very entertaining and added that he would serve him. Subaru didn't let go of his teeth. He was surprised by what he heard. The monster and Subaru stood with their teeth clinging to each other's shoulders, a bright rainbow light emanating from them. The Subaru is covered in rainbow lightning. Subaru rolled his eyes and unhooked himself from the monster, backing away, the monster smiling broadly looking at Subaru. A system notification has appeared. Call completion confirmed. Subaru lay unconscious, with his mouth wide open and his eyes rolled back, rainbow lightning emanating from him. A system notification has appeared, restoring the player's body. The monster opened his mouth in a slight smile and said that they would see each other again with Subaru. Subaru was still lying unconscious and rainbow lightning was emanating from him. The monster told Subaru that he was asking who he was. The monster smiled widely and said Vanquish. The monster spread his arms to the side, glowing with a rainbow light, and said that his name was Vanquish. Vanquish said the Subaru was awesome. Vanquish laughed joyfully and slowly dissolved into thin air, releasing rainbow dust from itself. Vanquish almost disappeared, only his hand with sharp claws was visible. A system notification has appeared. End the call. Subaru has become a player. Current level is 1. Vampire, true ancestor. Vanquish abilities accepted. Subaru opened his eyes, he looked tired. Subaru repeated the Vanquish name. A system notification has appeared. Acquiring a skill. Blood manipulation level 1. Rainbow skill bonus. Purchasing additional bonuses. Steps before the eyes level 1. Hatred of brightness level 1. Usurpation of blood level 1. Subaru's eyes turned rainbow. A system notification has appeared. The empty world of challenge ceases to exist. Subaru lay on the ground and looked up in bewilderment. Subaru didn't understand what was happening. A system notification has appeared. Player, leave the room within 30 seconds. A huge crack appeared in the ground. The Subaru was still lying on the ground. Subaru noticed that the surface was deteriorating. The surface behind the rainbow door had practically disappeared. Subaru said he still couldn't move. In front of the lying Subaru, the door began to fall into the void. Subaru extended his hand towards the door. The surface collapsed under Subaru, and he began to fall into a black void. Subaru fell in an unknown emptiness and darkness. A faint light emanated from it. The rainbow door began to break into fragments. The two boys watched as the rainbow door was destroyed. The guy in the cap said the door collapsed. The other guy with blue hair was surprised. The guy in the cap and the guy with blue hair were angry about what was happening. The guy with blue hair said that if the door disappeared like that, then Subaru failed the call and died. The guy in the cap bared his teeth and frowned. The guy in the cap said it was the worst thing that could happen. The rainbow door almost disappeared. The guy in the cap grabbed his head with his hand and the guy with blue hair sadly looked somewhere to the side. The guy in the cap and the guy with blue hair turned to the door and were surprised. A Subaru flew out of the small rainbow space. The guy in the cap bared his teeth. The guy with blue hair opened his mouth wide and his eyes wide. Subaru stood with his eyes wide open, rainbow shards from the door flying around him. The guy in the cap and the guy with blue hair didn't expect to see a Subaru, they were surprised. The guy in the cap frowned and showed his teeth. Subaru sat down slightly and threw his arms to the side, smiling slightly. Rainbow shards were flying around the Subaru. Some of the guys said that Subaru is now a player. Subaru looked at the guys. Subaru's eyes became rainbow. The two hooligans, looking at Subaru with angry eyes, loudly shouted his name. The guy with the confused black hair was sitting on his knees and gave them a surprised and confused look when one of the bullies asked if he had become a player too. Lowering his eyes and looking at one point, Subaru tried to understand what was happening. Having risen, he stood opposite two guys with weapons and put his hand on his chest. He remembered that he had just received power from Vanquish. A sword strike appeared in front of his face. The guy with red hair lunged forward and swung at Subaru, but he managed to move his body back. Stopping, the bully clenched his teeth tightly and bared his teeth. Subaru raised his hands up as the guy with red hair pointed the blade of his blade at him. He asked him to stop, but the bully rudely asked him to shut up and asked how he dared to enter that door. Clenching his palms, Subaru looked at him with a scared look, asking what he meant. At that moment, he thought that that door was definitely intended for him. Looking at him with a look of hatred, the guy with red hair swung his sword again, saying that Subaru must die. Gritting his teeth, Subaru pulled back. His dark eyes widened in fear. A moment later, the irises of his eyes began to shine with all the colors of the rainbow. He watched the bully's blow in slow motion. Glancing at the sword that passed on the side of his head, Subaru tried to understand what it was. He thought that he could see literally everything. The bully swung his sword again. Subaru crouched down and the blade passed over him. The guy with red hair looked at him with a surprised look. Bent over, Subaru looked at his offender, realizing that he was seeing everything in slow motion. Gripping the handle tightly, the bully clenched his teeth and struck again. Subaru thought that this guy is also a player. Without much persistence, he dodged his sword. He thought that his offender must be many times faster than ordinary people. He saw all his movements in advance, thinking that every path of the sword was clearly outlined. Subaru dodged all of the bully's lightning attacks, thinking that he could calmly see them all. The guy with gray hair with bangs over one eye watched the fight with his mouth wide open. He asked in surprise, "What is happening now?" Gritting his teeth tightly, the red-haired bully cursed loudly and swung his sword again. He looked straight at Subaru, who was dodging his attacks with an emotionless face. A moment later, the black-haired guy grabbed his hand. Stopping the flow of blows, Subaru, looking at the offender, loudly asked him to stop. Looking at the guy, the bully swore and clenched his teeth in anger. He glanced down. He looked at Subaru and saw that his whole body was shaking with fear. The bully grinned widely, showing his teeth. Subaru looked at him when the offender called out to him. Scrunching his face in anger, the guy with red hair asked in a low voice who he was grabbing by the hand. Pulling back, Subaru let go of his hand and, looking at the bully with frightened eyes, asked for forgiveness in a stuttering voice. The offender sharply moved his leg forward. Swinging, he hit Subaru in the stomach with all his might. Raising his fist over him, the bully opened his mouth wide and shouted that he was a weakling. Gritting his teeth, the black-haired guy moved to the side, and the bully's blow hit the wall. His fist sparkled orange and he hit the guy in the face who was trying to escape. Grabbing his bruised cheek, Subaru loudly shouted that he was in pain. Touching his face, he looked down and was surprised that there was not a scratch. His eyes widened in surprise, and the system window was reflected in them. 2 bars of HP and MP appeared in front of him, and the system notified that the HP indicator represented his vitality, and now it was filled at 155 out of 173. The guy looked at the blue hologram with surprise on his face. The system warned that if the indicator was at 0, he would not be able to fight, so he needed to try to hold out without taking damage. He wondered if this was a player's guide. Subaru looked at the status of his HP and MP. What was happening before his eyes changed? A map of the area appeared in the corner, an arrow with the distance to people and marks above the heads of the hooligans. He realized that this was an area that only the player could see. He looked at the red-haired bully's clenched fist. Touching his bruised face, Subaru smiled, thinking that now it was clear to him why he did not feel pain after this blow. He realized that now he had truly become a player.
The guy with red hair looked at him with clenched teeth and thought about whether the effect of his blow was really zero.
Frowning, he turned to his comrade, who was pointing his finger at Subaru with shocked eyes. He told Sawatari that he thought that the guy now also sees the menu and fights with it. The guy with gray hair froze with his index finger stuck out when Sawatari came to silence him. The bully recalled how in the morning they mocked a guy chained with a web.
He noted in a rude voice that Subaru peed in his pants this morning, and everything remains the same.
Sawatari activated his skill called Red Rose. Opening his mouth, he roared loudly, and a fireball appeared in his palm. Swinging it, he sharply launched it at the Subaru. When the fireball approached him, the guy realized that this was the skill of a bully. He watched as the fire got closer and closer to him. Sawatari watched as a moment later there was a huge explosion. Illuminated by the light of his own flame, he grinned, noting that the guy was finished. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Acrid smoke began to rise into the air. Among him stood Subaru with clenched teeth, who put his hands forward, covering his body. He narrowed his eyes and rubbed the abrasions on his face, noting that it stung badly. He thought that after this attack he would definitely die. He looked at the HP bar, which had dropped to 121 units. He made a mental note that his health had dropped significantly and he couldn't take too many hits. Having lowered his hands, Sawatari looked at him with a stunned look and tightly clenched teeth, noting that this simply could not happen. He thought that the effect of his red rose would cause the car to shatter into pieces. The bully looked at the guy, who, covering his eyes, was rubbing his bruises. Sawatari was thinking that if Subaru can withstand such blows, then what is his damage level? The guy with gray hair glanced at his friend and called him by name. He asked if his friend thought it would be better if they left now. He added that Subaru entered that strange door, and they don't know if it's stronger and cooler than gold. Sawatari clenched his teeth tightly as the veins on his forehead began to bulge. He swore loudly at his friend, telling him to use his brains. The guy with red hair looked at Subaru, which kept touching him with its abrasions. He said loudly that now is his time, and if that guy's level increases, they will definitely not be able to handle him. Looking at Subaru with a look of hatred, Sawatari grabbed his sword again. He stated that they had to stop him, and then his first day as a player would be his last. Subaru looked at how Sawatari, holding his sword in front of him, was talking with his comrade. He thought that they were planning something now. Rubbing his head, he glanced to the side. The guy thought that now he should still have a chance to escape. Suddenly, dark ropes were directed towards him. Subaru looked at the bullies in surprise as the ropes wrapped tightly around his body. Trying to get out of them, Subaru remembered that in a similar way he was chained to the wall in the morning. He thought that these were the same threads. Leaning forward, the gray-haired bully touched his hands to the ground, activating his skill, and ashen threads began to emanate from his fingertips. Gritting his teeth, Subaru jerked in different directions. However, he realized that these threads cannot be easily broken. Holding the sword tightly in his hands, Sawatari took off and ran towards the immobilized guy. With his mouth wide open, he shouted loudly that he was going to die. Subaru, who was still trying to free himself, looked at the bully approaching him. He thought that his affairs were bad and suddenly remembered that he, too, should have some kind of skill. Looking at the offender with frightened eyes, he mentally said the activation of the skill. He clenched his teeth when the sharp sword was already very close to him and thought that he didn't know how to use his skill at all. He heard the sound of a blow and subsequently blood gushing out. At this moment, Subaru had his eyes closed and something red was sticking out of his head. He opened his eyes and looked at it. The guy was surprised to see how the bully's sword was held in the air by two bloody blades. Subaru had numerous bloody blades protruding from his body, one of which pierced Sawatari's stomach. With his mouth wide open, the bully began coughing up blood. The space behind the Subaru began to glow red, and a clawed purple hand emerged from it. The voice said that his skill was blood manipulation. Turning back, Subaru loudly asked, "Is this Vanquish?" While Sawatari froze in pain, the guy turned towards the voice. Vanquish noted that he was very troublesome and said that he would just show him how to use his skill once. Subaru looked at the bully's cap, which was strung on one of his blades. Vanquish said that blood manipulation controls her condition for 10 seconds and she has now turned into blades. Subaru rose from the floor, looking at the blades on his body in surprise. Vanquish said that next time he should choose the blood condition himself. As the blade was pulled out of Sawatari's stomach, blood gushed out from his wound in all directions. The blades began to dissolve and drop drops of blood onto the ground. Vanquish asked if this is really great. He said that now Subaru can use all its hatred. Saying the name Vanquish, the guy looked in surprise in the direction from which the voice came. A moment later, the tip of a sword appeared right next to his cornea. Subaru suddenly moved his head to the side, and Sawatari's attack missed. The furious-faced bully lunged again and swore loudly at the guy, calling him a worm. Running back, Subaru looked at him with frightened eyes, surprised that this guy still continued to climb on him. He indignantly asked why he continues to do this. Sawatari started coughing up blood again and then ordered the worm to shut up. With a frantic face, he continued to cough up blood, and the veins on his forehead and cheeks began to bulge. He shouted that Subaru intercepted the door, and it was also his fault that Kunisaki died. He shouted that he was responsible for his death. Confusion appeared on Subaru's face, and one of his eyes glowed with a rainbow. He asked what he was talking about, noting that it was Kunisaki who wanted to kill him. Sawatari pointed his finger at the guy and started laughing loudly. He said loudly that it was he who had to die, noting that no one would notice his disappearance from this world, and this would not be a loss for anyone. Subaru looked at Sawatari with a gloomy face, who pointed his finger at him and said that no one needed him. He looked down and furrowed his brows, and after a moment he closed his eyes. The guy with glowing eyes of different colors looked angrily at the offender and clenched his teeth tightly when the words of Vanquish were heard in his head that he should use all his hatred. Subaru shouted, telling the bully to stop talking all this nonsense. After a moment, it began to glow brightly with all the colors of the rainbow. With a loud cry, Sawatari swung his sword and lunged towards the guy. Subaru, clenching his teeth tightly, pointed his fist at the bully. The blade was rapidly approaching him. Subaru continued to swing with a furious face. Hitting the sword with his fist, he broke its blade into pieces. While Sawatari looked at his weapon in confusion, Subaru lunged forward again. With his fist, he quickly hit his opponent right in the face. The guy with red hair began to fall, and Subaru clenched his other hand into a fist. Clenching his teeth, he glowed with a rainbow light and looked at his offender with a face full of hatred. When he hit him with one blow, Sawatari's body hit the surface and flew upward. While unconscious, the hooligan combed the wall of the building with his body. From the shockwave, his body continued to rapidly fly upward. Sawatari had already climbed almost to the roof of the building. Raising his head high, the guy with gray hair and cobwebs on his t-shirt looked at the body of his friend. He looked at Sawatari in fear as he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Gritting his teeth and trembling with fear, he looked at Subaru. The guy stood with a gloomy face, clenching his hand in a fist, and rainbow light sparkled around his body. The gray-haired bully looked at his comrade, who had several teeth knocked out and blood oozing all over his face. He knelt down in front of him and looked at his face with scared eyes, thinking about how Subaru could do this with one punch. Subaru took a few steps towards them. The guy with gray hair perked up and turned his head in his direction. Standing up, he silently watched as the Subaru slowly approached them. Activating the ashen threads, the bully wrapped Sawatari's body with one hand and launched them towards the street with the other. Subaru stopped after noticing something. He saw a star fall out of the pocket of the limp Sawatari, who was being dragged by his comrade. The guy with gray hair clenched his teeth tightly and pulled on his threads. A couple of moments later, Subaru saw the two of them disappear into the street. He watched their escape with intent eyes. The rainbow glow began to evaporate, and surprise appeared on the guy's face. He asked if they just ran away. A guy with gray hair quickly moved along the street, holding his friend's body with threads. He was shocked by the force of the guy's blow, because he was still only at the first level. Subaru looked at the fleeing guys, and the silhouette of Vanquish was visible in its shadow. The guy with gray hair wondered what kind of monster gave Ariake Subaru such power. A rainbow sparkled in the eyes of the black-haired guy. Exhaling, he dropped to his knees. He asked if it was finally over. Raising his hand and clenching it into a fist, Subaru noted that he had won. Hanging his head, the guy grinned. After a moment, he turned around, noting that it was good, however. He looked at the star lying on the ground. Not far from her, he noticed a hole in the wall. Also in the dark alley, Kunisaki's severed body was still lying lengthwise. Looking at all this, the guy asked what he should do about it now. It's early morning. Several policemen looked at the body with surprised eyes, and one of them took photographs. 3 men stood in the alley of a dead body. The policeman said the body was cut in half, noting that it was most likely not done by a person. The second one agreed with him and then asked, surely this couldn't be an otherworldly monster. The men perked up and glanced back when they heard the voice. He told them not to worry about it. There was the sound of footsteps as a man entered the alley. Hirasaka Renji, dressed in a black business suit, approached the police. He said he quickly looked around and found no signs of an otherworldly creature in the area. The blonde smiled softly as the police greeted him happily. The guy perked up when the men asked him to come over and look at something. They handed him an index card with Kunisaki's photo on it. Renji noted out loud that this was the bronze player Kunisaki Shoutaru. He stared at the card through the cloth and thought that the criminal must have a status higher than the silver one in order to calmly cut the bronze player. While he was looking at the index card, a voice was heard in his head that his soul was trembling, but not his. The guy raised his bright eyes. A huge silhouette of a huge knight in golden armor appeared next to him. He asked Ludwig if it was him. Lowering his head, Renji handed his ID to the policeman. He said that in any case the criminal must be caught. He said fellow players should not fight among themselves. The blonde's face frowned, and many black and red gates appeared in his head. He said that they have a common mission and they must destroy as many gates as possible. Renji raised his head up. He said that until that moment, in the blue sky there was a holographic countdown screen that showed 21 hours, 48 minutes, and 18 seconds. The blonde noted that they must make it before this ominous celestial clock stops at 0. At this moment, the last indicator on the clock decreased. A shadow fell on Taiga's gloomy face. With his hands in his shorts pockets, he stood in the aisle of an empty Subaru shack. He thought that it was already morning and the guy was still not there, which was very strange. Taking out his mobile phone, he looked at the screen, thinking that he also did not read messages online. The blonde's eyes widened sharply in surprise. He saw a news story published 2 hours ago with the headline "Killing bronze players by another player." He looked at the glowing screen, wondering what kind of player killed the other. The guy froze, and his eyes widened in surprise. He saw a photo of Kunisaki on the news and recognized the guy. He realized that this was a guy from the company that mocked Subaru. Taiga's light eyebrows frowned. He remembered the past when a golden gate appeared next to his brother and thought that it was unlikely that it was him. Taiga's eyes glowed with a bright yellow light. He clenched his hand into a fist, which also began to glow brightly. From one of his blows, the entire closet in which Subaru lived fell into pieces. He clenched his teeth tightly, standing with his fist outstretched. His furious gaze blazed with a bright yellow flame, and the guy thought about how Subaru couldn't become a player. Shinagawa City Players Association Headquarters. This is the official organization that manages awakened players and gates in Japan. Entering the building, Subaru saw a large light fountain with many people around it. He thought that it was very cool here. The guy walked on, looking around. He thought that all these people around him were players. Approaching the window for registering new members, he saw in front of him a broadly smiling girl with pink hair in an emerald uniform. She loudly congratulated him on waking up and offered to register. Lowering his eyes and holding his elbow, Subaru agreed with her. In Japan, it is illegal to allow players who are not members of the organization near the gate, and this is due to the fact that leveling up can only happen within the gate. In this regard, to become stronger, you need to be a member of the organization. He also saw an ad with a photo of Kunisaki about the murder of the bronze player. He thought that what happened yesterday was a real murder. He noted that the investigation of this matter will be the task of the players themselves, and there is a high probability that the gold rank will be involved in this. The guy grimaced and his face contorted in horror as he imagined his brother smiling madly. He thought that if it was Taiga, he would definitely kill him. Subaru thought that he needed to conquer as many gates as possible in order to be as prepared as possible for this. He looked detachedly at the girl, who was actively gesturing with her hands in white gloves. She said that she would now explain everything to him in order. The girl informed him, saying that he should remember 3 main points. 1. Capturing the gate increases the level. 2. The more stars on the outside, the higher the difficulty level. 3. Once captured, the remaining stars can be converted into money. Subaru listened to her carefully, thinking that now he understands how it's done. The guy put a star on the counter. He asked if he could convert this star into money now. He remembered how yesterday it fell out of his offender's pocket. Pursing his lips into a thin stripe, Subaru looked to the side, thinking that now he had no money at all, and he urgently needed to transfer the star. Lowering her face close to the star, the girl looked at it with crazy eyes. In a low voice she apologized and asked where the guy got her. Subaru recoiled in fear, looking at the floor, but connected the fingers of his hands to each other. He said that he only became a player yesterday, and after that he immediately saw the gate and decided to fight. The girl replied that an unregistered player who breaks into the gate faces a penalty of 5 years of forced labor or a fine of 1 million yen. The guy exclaimed, "Is it really 5 years of work?" Pulling back from the counter, he began to tremble and look down with frightened eyes. He thought that it was careless on his part, but he did not know that such a crime was considered so serious. Insurmountable fear was visible in the guy's eyes, and he was thinking about what he should do now. There was a police station in a large tall building. One of the employees looked up with surprise on his face. In front of him, he saw Resurrecting Taiga wearing round sunglasses and a black fur coat. Looking at him, the man smiled. He was thinking about how there were only 3 people in Japan who had the status of a gold player. The man asked the guy if he could help him with anything. He tensed when the blonde said that he came here about yesterday's murder. Taiga asked who should I contact regarding evidence and witnesses. Taking off his sunglasses, the blonde grinned. He said he needed to confirm something. The bright sun shone on the headquarters of the Players Association. Subaru received 1 million yen. Looking at the screen of his phone, the guy was shocked by such a huge amount. Eventually, he was able to transfer the money. Looking at the frightened Subaru, the girl with pink hair grabbed the counter. She reiterated that, in fact, the seizure of gates by unregistered users is a criminal offense. Smiling widely, the girl showed her fingers okay. She happily said that this time she could make an exception. Clasping his hands together, Subaru looked at her with emotionless eyes, but with a smile on his face. He loudly thanked the office employee, at the same time thinking that it was very dangerous. Looking at his phone, he thought he needed to know the exchange rate. 1 star 1 million yen, 2 stars 3 million yen, 3 stars 10 million yen, 4 stars 30 million yen, 5 stars 100 million yen. Subaru wondered if players could really make a lot of money there. Holding the phone in his hands, he closed his eyes, thinking that for now he could only dream about this. He thought that he would have to risk his life. Raising his head, he said that if he immediately went in search of the gate, then, freezing, the guy thought. He saw a hairdresser and a clothing store in front of him. Subaru looked at the clothing store first, and then he turned his gaze to the hairdresser. Raising his hand, he looked at his tattered tracksuit. Gritting his teeth into stripes, he confidently headed into the premises. There he was met by a smiling hairdresser and a friendly female consultant. The million in Subaru's account quickly dropped to 875,000 yen. The consultant and hairdresser sweetly said goodbye to him, thanking him for the purchase. Looking at his phone, a happy Subaru with a new haircut walked in trousers and a blue shirt. Walking around the building, he passed many boutiques and clothing stores. Coffee in a paper cup was placed on the table in front of him, and the waiter apologized for the wait. Throwing his head back, Subaru closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He thought that he really liked him today. He thought that today he was able to buy his own clothes and get his hair cut at the barber for the first time in his life. Taking a glass of coffee, he leaned back in his chair and stretched his legs. The guy thought that it was also his first time in the cafe in his life. With a smile on his face, he raised his glass and took a sip of his caramel macchiato. He thought it was very tasty, and he had not drunk such sweet drinks for a long time. Rubbing his eyes, Subaru wiped away the tears that had formed. He thought it was so delicious that it even brought tears to his eyes. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy looked down. He looked up and looked at what was happening in front of him. He was sitting in a bright, high room, behind the large glass of which there were other shops and establishments. All the bullying he had suffered in his life flashed through the guy's head in pictures, from his parents, from his brother, from bullies at school. Smiling slightly, he looked at his glass of coffee and thought that now for the first time in his life he felt freedom. Hanging his head, Subaru clutched his drink glass with both hands. He thought that as soon as he finished drinking, he would immediately go in search of the gate, and after capturing it, he would come for a new drink. The guy frowned, and confidence appeared in his eyes. He thought that now he too had become a player. Subaru froze, and his face sharply distorted in fear when an embittered Taiga loomed next to him behind the glass, his aura burning with a yellow flame around him. "I look at my brother," the blonde smiled a crazy smile and greeted him. A bead of sweat rolled down Subaru's face and his eyes filled with horror as he turned his gaze to his brother after he called him a worm. Looking through the glass at the blonde with fear on his face, he thought that Taiga had found him. He tried to understand why he came here. Subaru thought the best thing for him to do now would be to escape. The blonde sharply extended his hand forward, and under his pressure the glass began to crack. He reached his hand towards Subaru, who pulled back. Screaming loudly, Taiga lunged forward, breaking even more of the glass wall. Gritting his teeth and with hatred and fear in his eyes, Subaru turned around and looked at his brother when he grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. The big guy pulled him towards him. With a crazy smile on his face, he pulled the Subaru through the debris. With his brother in his hand, Taiga ran to the exit of the shopping center. Swinging, he threw the Subaru, and the guy stumbled forward at great speed, hitting passing cars. Flying through the parking lot, the guy loudly coughed up blood, and behind him walked a woman with a child in a stroller. When he turned around and saw them, his face was distorted with fear. The woman, seeing a man flying towards her, screamed loudly. The baby in her stroller also started crying loudly. Looking ahead of himself, Subaru clenched his teeth tightly. Stretching both hands forward, he used his skill. Looking at this, Taiga was taken aback. Thanks to the manipulation of blood, long bloody threads shot out from the guy's hands. First, he grabbed one of the cars parked in the parking lot. Then the guy tried to grab another one. Thus, he was able to wrap several machines with his threads. Thanks to the manipulation, his speed slowed down near a woman with a child. He thought that thanks to the fact that the blood turned into ropes, he was able to slow down. A guy wrapped in bloody threads stood next to a woman who was hugging her child, and tears appeared in his eyes. The woman closed her eyes in fear and began to cry quietly. She grabbed the child and, throwing the stroller, ran away when Subaru turned to her and loudly asked her to get out of here as soon as possible. Baring his teeth, he stood up, and his threads disintegrated and took on a liquid form. Realizing the situation he was in, Subaru cursed loudly to himself. He looked at Taiga, who was slowly walking towards him, burning with a large yellow flame. The blonde called his brother's name in a low voice. Frowning his brows, he put on a smile and said that he couldn't believe that Subaru had actually become a player. Subaru's face was stained with blood, and, clenching his teeth, the guy looked at his brother with a dissatisfied and slightly frightened look. He thought that being only at the first level, he would already have to fight with the gold player. He thought that he still couldn't believe that Taiga had found him. With anger on his face, the blonde bared his teeth and was once again enveloped in a yellow aura. In a rough voice, he told Subaru that he would kill him. Subaru, in response, also clenched his teeth tightly, and his eyes lit up with a rainbow light. He thought that now, stretching his lips into a thin stripe, the guy furrowed his eyebrows and a multicolored aura sparkled around him. He firmly thought that there was only one thing left for him. Standing in a traffic jam, many cars honked loudly. The woman sitting behind the wheel frowned, not noticing the people running past her. She asked herself what this stupid traffic jam was, noting that they weren't moving at all. Noticing people, the woman looked out of her car window and turned to the man. She asked what happened there ahead. The man loudly replied that Resurrecting Taiga had rebelled. A woman with a frightened face asked if this was the same golden player. The man replied that it would be better for her to leave her car and run away. Subaru and Taiga stood opposite each other, colored by their energies. And at that moment the man shouted that soon everything here would be upside down. The blonde looked at his brother with a smirk on his face, and Subaru clenched his teeth tightly. Baring his teeth, Taiga gave the guy a surprised look when he addressed him. Looking at his brother from under his brows, Subaru asked how he knew about the location. Showing his teeth, the blonde chuckled quietly. The guy made a sharp lunge forward and pointed his fist towards Subaru, but he managed to dodge. Taiga told him that he had to figure it out himself. Subaru jumped back, finding himself at some distance from his brother. Looking at him, the guy frowned and bared his teeth. He thought that he probably found it using the GPS navigator on his phone, and that it was very reckless of him to turn on his phone to transfer money. Taiga asked what does this even mean. He used his golden glove skill, and the right side of his face and hand were dressed in golden armor. The blonde grinned and told his brother that now he would die anyway. Subaru's eyes widened in surprise and fear. He thought it was very sudden. The guy's eyes glowed rainbow colored and he frowned. Then he closed his eyes. Mentally, he turned to Vanquish, who had always been there for him. He asked if he had a chance of success. Vanquish, who was behind the guy, grinned, revealing sharp teeth. He said that blood manipulation is a skill with which a guy can turn MP into his own blood and manipulate it at will. He added that if a guy is caught up in the moment, using force, he will drain his stats in the blink of an eye. Subaru's HP was filled at 132 out of 173, and MP at 119 out of 131. Subaru stood with his eyes closed, engulfed in rainbow energy. He said that no matter what, he needed to stay alive. He opened his eyes, from which came a rainbow light, and said that this is now the only thing worth thinking about. The guy grinned, and an icon with his indicators appeared next to him. Resurrecting Subaru, Vampire LV1, HP 132 173rd, MP 119 131st, Physical Strength 36, Health 29, Speed 36, Sensitivity 31, Luck 35. Opposite him stood Taiga with a satisfied smile and engulfed in yellow flames, and next to him were his stats. Resurrecting Taiga, Golden Knight LV23, HP 562 over 562, MP 220 over 220, Physical Strength 153, Health 122, Speed 120, Sensitivity 128, Luck 101. Leaning back slightly, the blonde swung his armored arm and shouted that the guy was going to fly away. With a crazed smile on his face, he slashed ahead of him, using a golden punch skill. The blonde's attack flew towards Subaru. He frowned and looked at her with a confident look. Moments later, Taiga watched a huge explosion. He grinned as ash and small pieces of asphalt flew past him. Suddenly the guy froze, and his eyes widened in surprise. He cast a shocked glance at his brother, who flew above him on bloody threads. Turning around, the blonde tried to understand something behind the threads. As Subaru flew by, he thought about the guy with gray hair and cobwebs. He thought he was lucky to see that guy's skill. He thought that it was time for him to use the same thing, but only through blood manipulation. Taiga appeared behind the flying guy. Turning around, he saw his brother raising his fist again with a frown on his face and saying that it was too late. Looking at the blonde, Subaru clenches his teeth tightly. When Taiga is already close, Subaru extends his left hand to the side and a bloody thread begins to come out of it. Pulling himself up on it, he manages to avoid a powerful blow from his brother. Subaru lands on the ground, and at this time Taiga hits the asphalt with his fist, and it begins to crumble and fly off in huge pieces. The guy was surprised by the power of his brother and thought that it was very close. He thought that from one blow he would have fallen dead. Rising from the ground, Taiga glanced at his brother. He wondered if his skill was just drawing blood from his hands. He thought that it turns out that he can move freely, grabbing objects, and is that really all? Opening his mouth, he shouted loudly that this was all nonsense. Taking off from his place, the mystery ran towards his brother. He thought that now he should quickly shoot him down and finally end this. Subaru stood with a frown on his face as a bloody mist began to appear around him. He He cast an angry look at his brother, and the fog began to cover his face. Mystery stopped abruptly when he saw a bloody smoke screen in front of him. Standing in the smoke, he began to look around in surprise. He wondered if this was some other skill of his brother. Suddenly, burning with rainbow flames, Subaru appeared behind him, swinging his fist. The guy's evil eyes glowed in different colors. He thought he needed to remember the words to Vanquish. Memories of how his brother pushed him away from the golden door and subsequently used the resulting power to mock him flashed before his eyes. Raising his fist and clenching his teeth tightly, Subaru thought that he needed to use all his hatred. When Taiga turned around, Subaru punched him in the chest. At this moment, the blonde's eyes widened in surprise, and Subaru looked at him with a confident look. At that moment, the guy grimaced, feeling a sharp pain in his hand because all his fingers were broken. Grabbing his wounded arm, he screamed loudly in pain. He remembered his battle with the bullies yesterday and thought that he was able to kill Sawatari with one blow, but this does not work at all on Taiga. His HP scale dropped to 129/173. The blonde waved his armored hand, running his fingers over his brother's stomach. He said the guy had hit rock bottom. The Subaru was thrown back, and with fear in his eyes he looked at the open wound from which blood began to flow. His HP scale decreased by another 20 units. Standing opposite Taiga, he grabbed his stomach and blood gushed forward in a large fountain. His HP dropped sharply to 12 out of 173. His eyes were filled with shock and horror. Showing all his teeth, the blonde smiled widely. With a smile on his face, he reached for his brother's head, saying that he would not run away again. The guy froze, and his eyes widened in surprise. Sharp, bloody blades appeared under his feet. Baring his teeth, Taiga pulled his hand back, indignantly thinking that his brother had done something again. At that moment, Subaru, clenching his teeth tightly, rose from the ground. He waved his hand sharply, mentally turning to the blood. The blonde was surprised when red spots began to appear in front of his eyes. Subaru turned his blood into mist, which blocked Taiga's view. He extended his bloody palm forward. Using blood manipulation, he directed these bloody blades towards his brother. Taiga froze with shock in his eyes. With hatred in his eyes, Subaru stood with his hand outstretched. He thought that although there were not many of them, these were the sharpest blades that he could create now. Baring his white teeth, Mystery smiled broadly. He said that was why. The blonde stood there with a gloomy face, and all the blades flew away from him. In a low voice, he added that all this was nonsense. Subaru stood with his arm outstretched, and a grimace of fear and fright appeared on his face. He wondered why there wasn't a single scratch on his brother. He thought about the twice blonde, noting his speed. Then about how he destroyed the asphalt with one blow, marking his power, and the current situation with blades showed the Taiga defense. Subaru realized that it was on a completely different level. The blonde walked forward, stepping on the broken blood crystals, causing them to fall into pieces. Subaru's thoughts flashed to his rainbow door that appeared yesterday. He thought that it didn't matter how he had to go out of his way to become a player, and no matter how skilled he was. A dark shadow appeared on the guy's frightened face. With a crazy smile on his face, Taiga raised his hand above the guy's head, and he realized that he couldn't defeat him. The blonde looked at his brother intently. He thought that things would only become more difficult as the level of application of the skills to transform blood into different forms would similarly increase. He reached his hand towards his brother's head. Taiga grabbed Subaru, who had no emotion on his face, by the hair on the top of his head. He thought that he should. Raising his brother's head, the blonde swung his hand and pointed his golden fist at him. He thought that he should kill Subaru now. A bright yellow light was reflected in the guy's frightened eyes. With a loud roar, Taiga pointed his fist towards Subaru. A shockwave rang out as the strike reached its target. The Subaru froze in place, and the asphalt behind it began to tear off the ground in huge pieces. Surrounded by the raised dust, Taiga looked at his brother. Subaru, coughing loudly, looked at him in response. He thought that speed, strength, all that was useless, however. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. Subaru's HP had dropped to 5 out of 173, and his MP was 77 out of 131. Pursing his lips into a thin stripe, Subaru looked at his brother, whose fist rested on the blood ball on his chest. He thought that if all this was not enough, then what about softness and viscosity? Taiga looked at the bloody ball with fear on his face and tried to understand what this feeling was. He compared the feel of the ball to a boxing glove or a tight splint. Looking at his brother, the blonde removed his hand. He realized that the Subaru had dissipated the impulses as an airbag. Raising his hand, he saw with surprise in his eyes that this entire bloody ball remained on his hand and clasped his palm. Taiga perked up, looking at the ball with fascination. He began to wave his hand, but the bloody substance was not removed. He was trying to figure out what it was and why he couldn't take it off. At that moment, Subaru was looking at him intently. He thought about the image he had of sticky gum. His performance remained the same. Looking around, Taiga shouted indignantly, asking if the guy was joking now. Subaru's MP dropped sharply to 45 out of 131. The blonde looked at the many similar bloody balls that appeared around him with surprise on his face. Subaru realized that now was the most decisive moment. He, enveloped in rainbow flames, extended his hand forward. He thought about how the blood manipulation action lasts only 10 seconds. The guy pursed his lips into a thin line, sweat ran down his face, and his eyes lit up with bright colors. He thought that even though he was using full MP, with a grin on his face and shock in his eyes, the blonde tried to cover himself with his hand from the blood gushing onto him. At this moment, Subaru thought that he would immobilize Taiga. As the sticky substance began to spread throughout his body, the blonde cursed loudly, thinking about how this thing was stuck to his body and he couldn't take it off. He thought that this Subaru skill was much more serious than he imagined. The blonde raised his leg and pushed the stone that was in his path. With a loud, heart-rending cry, he slowly tried to walk towards Subaru, pronouncing his brother's name. Clenching his teeth tightly, he looked at him with a look full of hatred. After some time, Taiga stood opposite the guy. He looked down at Subaru, asking with rage in his voice, does he really think that victory is his? Drops of sweat were running down the guy's face, and he told the blonde that he didn't plan to win and his only goal was survival. Taiga pulled back, looking at his brother with shocked eyes. Looking into the blonde's eyes, Subaru, enveloped in rainbow energy, said that he thought he had it covered. Many bloody balls began to appear from the blood spreading on the asphalt. The guy's MP dropped to 9 out of 131. Gritting his teeth, Taiga winced as the sticky substance began to envelop his head. After a couple of moments, the blood completely enveloped the guy's body and he realized that his breathing and visibility were no longer available. He mentally repeated the name of his brother, who, releasing a bloody thread from his palm, began to count. When Subaru rose into the air, he had already counted to 7. Stretching his second hand forward, the guy was further and further from the battlefield. When he reached the 10th second, he extended his hand and activated the skill again. At that moment, the sticky substance disappeared from Taiga's body and the guy opened his eyes in surprise. He began to examine his palms, thinking that it was still the same blood, which means Subaru has continuity of skill. Thinking that he would immediately catch up with him, Taiga was taken aback when he raised his head and saw a thick red fog in front of him. Gritting his teeth in anger, he thought he knew it was a smokescreen with precise timing. Subaru's words flashed through his head that his goal was to survive, and he coped with it. Seething with anger, Taiga clenched his hand into a fist, and his entire body began to blaze with a bright golden flame. He screamed furiously that Subaru had cheated him. His whole face was distorted with anger, and with his mouth wide open, the guy shouted that Subaru thought too highly of himself since he imagined that he dared to run away from him, and wherever he was hiding. Suddenly the blonde froze, sensing someone's presence. A low male voice called his name. The blonde straightened up, and fear became clearly visible on his face. He glanced at the people who had appeared, not paying attention to the sweat rolling down his face. Among the rubble, 3 men appeared in front of him, one of whom asked in a calm intonation why this commotion. Wearing a white and blue suit and a soft smile on his face, Hirasaka Renji was looking at him. He also included a man with stubble and a smiley face headband, and a guy with a lot of piercings and round sunglasses. He thought that Shikishima and Yudu were also here, which meant he had allowed himself too much. Turning to the young people, Taiga opened his mouth wide and shouted that he didn't have time to explain. At that moment, his body was bound by a golden chain, and its creator began to pull the guy aside. He looked in the other direction and saw 3 dark silhouettes among the fog. He of them noted in a grinning voice that it seemed that someone had gone too far with the mess. Taiga looked through the fog with fear in his eyes and thought that this couldn't be. 3 silhouettes in the fog approached him. Taiga looked around and realized that now all 7 gold ranks had gathered here. Renji said the blonde's full name. He pointed his glowing golden sword in his direction and said that the guy was chained. He looked at the blonde with indifferent eyes, his eyes glowing yellow, and he said that now they all want to listen to his story. Frowning, the blonde bared his teeth. The setting sun was slowly disappearing behind multi-story buildings, on the roof of one of which a Subaru was sitting on its knees. Roll his HP was equal to 5 and MP was equal to 2. With his hands on the floor, the guy looked down. He thought that his brother did not chase him, and he was able to break away from him. Sweat ran down his face and Subaru clenched his teeth in anger. He thought that his brother was really too tough for him, and if he found him again, he would not be so lucky again. Subaru looked down. He looked at the shirt, which had a huge hole in the chest, and thought that what he had just bought was torn to shreds. The guy laughed nervously in his heart. Remembering the abandoned shopping bags, he thought that all the other things were left in the cafe. With his head down, Subaru thought that he was very happy about buying those things back then. Sitting down on the floor, he threw his elbow over his knee and thought that he was really happy. He clenched his hand into a fist and pressed it to his bloody chest. He thought that in order for freedom to grow, he had to fight. A glass of latte macchiato slipped into his mind. He thought he should become stronger. He remembered his little closet, which he called home, and thought that he would never return there again. Clenching his hand into a fist, Subaru looked up with confidence, promising himself to become stronger. So the night passed. A questioning cry was heard in front of the black and red gate with a timer in the center. The black-haired girl pointed her finger at the team of men that stood opposite her. She indignantly asked how she had not reserved the gate, noting that everything was confirmed on the website. A crowd of men looked at her with arrogant grins. One of them said he didn't care about the reservation. Another agreed, and, laughing, noted that the girl looked very weak and asked her to give them the gate. The girl began to crunch her fists, which were wearing black gloves. In a dissatisfied voice, she asked if she really looked weak. The girl in a short black jacket and a pink lock of hair in her face smiled widely, looking at the men. She stated that they all obviously have no idea who she is. The girl named Seaka, who was a bronze player, grinned and her eyes sparkled. In a joyful voice, she said that in that case she would remind them. Clear sky. Seaka fell to her knees in front of the guy who was wearing a white shirt and glasses. The guy said that Seaka is weak. The guy then asked what her level was. Seaka had visible abrasions on her face, closing her right eye and saying she was level 8. Seaka then asked why he needed to know this. A guy in a white shirt with glasses stood between his team. The guy thought what kind of small fry was in front of him. Notice, team, average LVL, 13, Grax. Grax, sticking out his tongue, said that it was no wonder Seaka couldn't take him down alone. Taking a fighting stance, Seaka thought that she was no match for him. A guy in a black sweatshirt started knocking on the red door. The guy asked Seaka to let them deal with this gate. With a vile smile, the guy said that in the end, in this world, the strong devour the weak. The whole Grax team stood in front of Seaka. The guy in the black hoodie asked, "Isn't that right?" Taking a fighting stance and pressing her fists, Seaka said, "Does it mean that the strong devour the weak?" Seaka said that she understood this very well. "You have no talent. You are excluded from our team." Seaka stood with her mouth open, and behind her was her old team. Seaka said that because of this, she couldn't afford to lose. The guy with glasses extended his hand forward and said how Seaka infuriates him. The guy ordered her to get out. Standing there, Seaka knew she was in trouble. A tear began to form on Seaka's eye. She was furious with this guy. Suddenly, a shabby Subaru appeared from behind the wall, then he asked for forgiveness. Subaru asked that someone was going to enter the gate. Or are they still deciding which of them is stronger? The guy in the black sweatshirt turned towards the sound. Grax and Seaka also began to look towards the sound. The entire Grax team began to look in the direction of the sound. Raising his bloody hand, Subaru asked if he could participate too. Grax, looking at him, could not understand who it was. Suddenly, the blonde guy stood in front of the Subaru and asked where he got out from. The guy grabbed Subaru by the shoulder. Subaru's finger began to bleed. Blood manipulation. The guy stepped on a blood clot. The guy then flew in front of the Subaru. A blood clot was next to the guy's face. The guy fell face first into the pond and Subaru looked on. The entire Grax team, including Seaka, widened their eyes at this. Subaru apologized. Subaru, with a bright eye, said that he needs to become stronger as soon as possible. Two guys started asking Subaru what his level was, to which Subaru replied that he had one. The guy in the black hoodie thought that maybe his skill rarely allows him to hit from a long distance. The guys started running towards the Subaru. The guy in the black sweatshirt said that if he has the first level, they will crush him with his status. Subaru stood up with a surprised face. Beads of sweat were near Subaru's eyes. The bald man began to swing his fist, but suddenly, the Subaru hit the bald man. The man fell to the ground. The whole team stood in shock. Subaru stood with a bloody face and thought why he only has to fight with the players so far. However, the guy in the red shirt stood there in shock, then the Subaru hit him in the face. These guys, the guy in the green shirt stood in shock, Subaru hit him too. Subaru remembered the moments when he dodged the attacks of the guy with the sword. Subaru said that they are not close to those he fought with before. Subaru remembered the moment when Taiga swung his fist at him. Subaru hit the guy with the black hoodie in the face. Tears began to fall from his eyes. The guy didn't understand who Subaru was. Subaru stood in a fighting stance. Flying into the wall, the guy in the black sweatshirt was surprised that Subaru only had level 1. Suddenly, Grax appeared behind the guy, sitting with his arm outstretched. Subaru was surprised. The silhouette of a shotgun appeared in Grax's hand. Grax used his skill, 6 volleys of tremolo, and fired towards Subaru. All 6 shots hit the Subaru. Grax smiled, but Subaru stood with a rainbow eye, and a blood clot appeared near his face. Subaru used the blood manipulation skill, and spherical balls of blood appeared around him. Grax opened his mouth in shock. Subaru hit Grax's face, causing even his glasses to shatter. Subaru stood in front of the falling Grax, who was bleeding from his nose, while Seaka watched them. Seaka was shocked. Subaru started looking at his clothes and thought about how he got dirty again. Seaka couldn't believe that this guy killed the entire team in one sitting. Sayaka thought that if he really had the first level, then apparently the initial indicators were very high. Sayaka thought that it was definitely not bronze or silver. Looking at Subaru who was dragging the body, Sayaka thought that he was really a golden player. Sayaka sat with a thoughtful face. The guy's body was lying on the floor, but the black sweatshirt was missing somewhere. Subaru department has the same black sweatshirt. Sayaka stood and looked towards the Subaru, which was near the red door. Sayaka couldn't believe that he just stole the sweatshirt. Subaru looked at her smiling. Then he bent down. Sayaka stood with her eyes open. Subaru raised his hand to the door. Subaru walked through the door while Sayaka continued to sit with the Grax team. Sayaka sat on the ground, not understanding anything. Suddenly, Sayaka cutting screamed. The Subaru found itself in front of a green, uneven field. A notice appeared in front of Subaru. The notice said that this was a stage, Caracal Canyon. Subaru looked with open eyes. He thought that this was the other world beyond the gate. This was a dangerous zone where those very creatures should roam, but what a beautiful view. Immediately after these words, something hit the Subaru. It was Sayaka who opened the doors. Subaru stood holding his head, and Sayaka was glad that he hadn't locked himself in here yet. Sayaka began to twist the red lock. Sayaka continued to turn the lock, and a notification appeared that the lock was confirmed. The red notice stated that the stage could not be exited until the player defeated the boss. With a wide smile, Sayaka said that now that team will not be able to enter even when they wake up. Subaru holding his head asked what she was doing. Subaru opened his mouth, holding his head, and said that didn't he win this scene. Opening her mouth and pointing at herself, Sayaka said that it didn't matter. Sayaka reserved the gate initially. Discovered gates are registered on a special website where players can reserve the right to conquer them. With a devastated look, Subaru said that's how it is. Subaru pointed his hands towards Sayaka and said apologetically that this was his first time entering the gate. Subaru raised his hands up and said that there was a reason why he was in such a hurry to level up. Subaru asked if he could help her with anything. Sayaka stood with a sad look. She thought that it was his first time at the gate, and really the first level. Sayaka agreed with Subaru. Subaru raised his two hands and asked, "Is this true?" Sayaka crossed her arms and said that he helped her outside that time, so it's true. Besides, Sayaka touched her shoulder with a sad face. Sayaka said that since he intends to become stronger, she also shares this feeling. Subaru thanked her. Sayaka said that there is only one condition. When they convert the stars into money, the seventh part will be hers, and the third will remain for him. Subaru agreed. Sayaka extended her palm. Extending his hand, with a smile, Sayaka said that she was Sayaka, and that she was glad to meet you. Subaru, extending his hand, began to call his name. But for a second, his eyes turned pale. Touching his face, Subaru remembered that he was accused of killing a player. Subaru thought long and hard about the name. Finally, extending his hand, with a smile on his face, Subaru said his name was Vanquish. After shaking hands, Subaru said that he was glad to meet you, and Sayaka thought that he might be a foreigner. Clenching her fist, Sayaka said, "So." Stretching her hand up, Sayaka said that it was time to move out, but a stone flew next to her. Subaru looked at her with surprised eyes. Subaru then focused on the green stone. Stretching his arms towards Sayaka, Subaru shouted her name. Sayaka used manipulation. Her fist hit the stone. Sayaka, with light movements, began to hit many stones. With a serious face, Sayaka said that they were talking too much and they were already here. Suddenly a pack of kobolds and goblins appeared. While stretching her left arm, Sayaka was surprised that it was a herd of goblins and kobolds. Smiling, Sayaka asked Subaru to leave them for her. A mark was visible from Sayaka's foot. Subaru watched as she ran towards the goblin at lightning speed, leaving a pink trail behind her. Why can only players fight otherworldly creatures? Super high physical abilities, reflexes, which are above biological limits, and what is no less important, skill. Sayaka's fist glowed with energy. With a smile on her face, she told the goblin to let her show him the dream. Sayaka punched the goblin in the face. The goblin's eyes darkened. The goblin fell to his knees. Subaru looked at this with his mouth open. Sayaka, with a smile on her face, began to charge her fist with energy. Sayaka hit all four monsters. With only a trail visible behind Sayaka, she easily defeated the monsters. Sayaka stood with clenched fist, and behind her lay the corpses of monsters. Subaru looked at her with wide eyes. Subaru thought that Sayaka was strong because she took down such a crowd of monsters with one blow. Gritting her teeth, Sayaka asked Subaru how he was. Sayaka stood in a fighting pose and smiled. She said that her skill is that the hit enemy, without exception, loses knowledge. Sayaka said that her skill is called instant vacuum. Sayaka said that she is not suitable for long-range combat, but close combat is her specialty. Suddenly, a horde of monsters appeared in front of Sayaka. Sayaka didn't understand why they stood up. Subaru looked with surprised eyes. Instant vacuum, a skill that, without exception, knocks the enemy unconscious for 3 seconds up to its own level +3. In a word, in these 3 seconds you need to either kill the enemy or run away. which is natural. Sayaka with white eyes began to ask Subaru for help. Subaru meanwhile just stood in the open field, having heard Sayaka's words to leave them to her, so he obediently stood and did not move. Sayaka raised her hand and opened her mouth. She screamed far away, then thought about the sudden death. Subaru opened his mouth and realized that her skill did not have the same time as blood manipulation. Subaru watched as Sayaka was attacked by monsters. Subaru realized that the long distance, and there are several of them, since Sayaka is in the crowd, the blades cannot be launched. Subaru crossed his arms, his eyes turned green and purple. Subaru tried to test the blood manipulation. Sayaka, surrounded by a pack of goblins and wolves, screamed in fear, asking for Vanquish's help. Vanquish clasped his hands together and activated a blood manipulation spell, bloody ropes coming out of his hands. Putting his hand forward, Vanquish directed the ropes at the goblins. The goblin, who barely managed to hit Sayaka with his baton, looked to the side, stunned. A moment later, one of the bloody ropes wrapped around the goblin's head, catching him by surprise. Sayaka looked at the goblin in surprise. The goblin turned his head back in an attempt to understand what happened. In an instant, all the monsters around Sayaka were wrapped in a bloody lasso around their necks. They tried to break the shackles. Sayaka, standing with her mouth open in surprise, asked what it was. Vanquish, enveloped in a multicolored aura, clenched his right hand and began to drag the bloody lines towards himself. Vanquish tensely pulled his hand while holding it with his other hand. The lines creaked from the tension. With one sharp jerk, Vanquish jerked to run to the side so that his boots creaked. The monsters, wrapped in a loop, were pulled to the side at high speed. Sayaka watched in surprise as the monsters' legs flew into the air. Vanquish sent all the monsters flying with a sharp jerk. Sayaka looked at what was happening, greatly surprised. A moment later, all the monsters crashed to the ground, with some blood still remaining on Vanquish's hand. All the monsters lay lifeless, their necks were purple. Smiling, Vanquish was delighted and lit up with a bright glow. The system showed multiple level increases. Surprising Vanquish, the current level increased to the 4th, and the blood manipulation ability reached the 2nd level, and its duration increased from 10 to 15 seconds. Vanquish put his hand on his chest in surprise. Smiling with joy, Vanquish lifted his t-shirt and shouted that the wounds that Taiga inflicted on him were healed. Vanquish realized that he was filled with power, and his HP and MP were fully restored. Glowing colorful colors with joy, Vanquish smiled and felt what leveling up was like. Against the backdrop of burning monsters, Sayaka rushed to run towards Vanquish, shouting his name in excitement. Vanquish called out to her in response. Watching in surprise as the monsters disappeared, Sayaka thought, "What kind of person is he if he can knock down all the monsters with one blow?" Vanquish looked at Sayaka enthusiastically and said that she has a very cool skill. Sayaka twirled her finger at her temple in surprise and asked if he was seriously telling her this. Vanquish, surprised by the question, began to explain his words. Vanquish clarified whether, thanks to the skill, Sayaka can make the enemy lose consciousness after a blow. Sayaka explains that the difference should be within 3 levels, and the effect of her blow lasts only 3 seconds. Vanquish, counting on his fingers with a face full of enthusiasm, asked that if Sayaka used her skill every 3 seconds in a one-on-one situation, wouldn't she eventually win? Sayaka clenched her teeth thoughtfully. A moment later, Sayaka's eyes began to sparkle, and Sayaka, with her mouth wide open, screamed that Vanquish was right. Standing opposite each other, Vanquish pointed his finger at the narrow opening. Monsters began to appear from a narrow opening in the mountain. Vanquish noticed this. A fat goblin with a knife in his hands and a large wolf crawled through the gorge. Sayaka was delighted. Suddenly running, Sayaka turned her head and screamed that she would be back soon. Vanquish waved his palm after her. The goblin raised the knife expecting an attack. Sayaka raised her fist with a belligerent expression on her face. The girl hit the goblin using an instant vacuum. She kept the words Vanquish in her head with a confident look. The first thing she did was lose consciousness from the blow. Sayaka counted down while the goblin was stunned. At the count of 3, the goblin came to his senses and looked at Sayaka in surprise. Then the girl struck a second time. The goblin was in an endless daze. Sayaka raised her fist up enthusiastically and finally understood. She began to shower the goblin with a barrage of endless blows. Her fist glowed with a bright light. The goblin began to fall without returning to consciousness. The system reported that a level 6 goblin had been defeated. The girl looked at the notification enthusiastically. Tears welled up in her eyes and she beamed with joy. Sayaka realized how simple it was and thought, can she really cope with them so easily? Looking at the fairly frightened monsters, raising both hands up, Sayaka shouted that she would continue in the same spirit. Vanquish, observing everything from the hill, shouted that there was definitely no need to worry about Sayaka. He squinted his eyes to the side. Sayaka joyfully hits the wolf upward with an uppercut. Suddenly, she turns her gaze to the side in surprise. The system issued an alert about the appearance of the boss. Turning happily back, Sayaka asked Vanquish if he saw the boss appear. The girl glanced to the side. A boss appeared in the clearing, a goblin sitting on a huge wolf in front of which Vanquish stood. Without turning around, Vanquish shouted so that Seaka would not be distracted. The system indicated the level of the boss. It was Goblin Chief LVL 17. Information also appeared above the wolf, large kobold 12 LVL. With blazing eyes, Vanquish confidently declared that he would fight them. Vanquish and the monsters looked confidently into each other's eyes. The goblin grinned, kobold's eyes burned with rage. There was not a drop of fear in Vanquish's eyes. Vanquish lit up with its multicolored aura, kobold and goblin red and white. Their aura created a huge explosion. Seaka was stunned, covering her face from the flying stones, trying to understand what was happening. Raising her head up, she saw what was happening. Vanquish and the monsters glowed with their auras, tearing off patches of earth around. Letting out a loud roar, Kobold jumped towards the guy. Vanquish, confidently putting his fist forward, flew towards the monster. A hail of blows rained down. Vanquish launched attacks very quickly, and the monster responded in kind. The goblin sitting on the wolf's back took out his bow and took aim. The system announced the skill definition. Vanquish, looking at Goblin, who was about to shoot an arrow, realized that most likely it was a skill. Glowing with a green light, the arrow multiplied and turned into a dozen arrows. A group of level 2 shining arrows flew at the guy. Vanquish gritted his teeth and began to cover his body with blood, surprised that the arrows split. A moment later, Vanquish completely covered himself in a ball of blood into which the arrows flew. The bloody circle stopped the arrows right in front of the guy's face. Vanquish looked excitedly at the arrows that nearly riddled him. The bloody ball burst, throwing the boss to the side. Vanquish began to rapidly fly down. Falling down with a frightened look, Vanquish thought that the boss was really strong, and if he did not achieve the second level of blood manipulation, he might die. The boss and Vanquish flew down parallel to each other, and the guy thought that this was the real boss, a silver rank archer with powerful skills. Vanquish landed on the ground on both feet, creating a crater. Seaka watched as the boss and Vanquish landed next to each other, thinking that this was a serious fight. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that even if she tried to help, the difference in levels was too great and her skill would not help. The system notified Goblin Chief 17 LVL, Large Kobold 12 LVL, Seaka LVL 8. A wolf jumped on Seaka from behind with a roar. The girl, without turning around, knocked out the monster with one blow. Large Kobold stood near the gorge. Turning back, Seaka said that first they need to deal with the boss. There was no doubt in Vanquish's eyes. Spreading his arms to both sides, he covered his hands with blood and lines began to appear behind him. With a sharp throw of both hands forward, Vanquish sent bloody arrows towards Kobold, and as soon as the arrows could touch him, Kobold tensed his arms in preparation for a jump. With the speed of the wind, Kobold jumped and managed to dodge the bloody projectiles. A moment later, Kobold was flying towards Vanquish, ending up directly above his head. The guy raised his head up in fear. Goblin has already fired a hail of arrows from the skill. The arrows flew with monstrous speed. Vanquish, straining, managed to create bloody shields while running, and the arrows pierced them. He counterattacked by firing more bloody projectiles from his hand. Kobold dodged the guy's blow at great speed. Vanquish shouted in frustration that it wasn't working. Kobold turned his head back and looked at the guy. Vanquish thought, here it is, the evasiveness and maneuverability of Large Kobold in close proximity. Goblin drew his bow aggressively, and the guy thought, and the strength of Goblin Chief with the skill of wielding a bow at long distances. Vanquish thought, what kind of grace does he have? He can tie everyone with bloody ropes. The system has detected the activation of skill. Vanquish turned his head in fear, noticing the notification. He thought that he needed to create a blood shield again. Goblin pulled the bowstring using the skill perforation LVL3. A huge arrow flew with the speed of the wind, leaving behind the blue light of its aura. Turning his head, Vanquish was startled when he noticed the arrow. He watched as the arrow pierced right through him with great speed. A hole appeared in the guy's shoulder, through which the goblin could be seen firing an arrow. Blood gushed out from the guy's wound, and he groaned in pain. He thought that this was another skill goblin. The blood shield was useless, the penetration power was too high. He clenched his teeth, covered the wound with his hand, and thought that the rain of arrows was only a trap. The guy was kneeling in front of the boss and thought that this was his last trump card. Vanquish sat on the ground, blocking the bleeding with his hand. He thought, what should he do? The guy clenched his teeth in despair looking at Goblin. Goblin loaded another arrow, pulling the bowstring. A moment later, Seaka appeared out of nowhere and punched the boss in the face. Vanquish looked on in surprise at what was happening. He shouted the girl's name at the top of his lungs. Seaka used her instant vacuum skill with a belligerent look. The guy looked at the girl in surprise. He thought that her skill would only work within the difference of 3 levels. Kobold fell to the ground with a crash. Vanquish looked at the fall in surprise. Turning his head back, he thought, why did Kobold faint? Vanquish glanced to the side. His eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the gorge, he thought that she had completely defeated the opponents from the gorge. Seaka watched in surprise as her level increased to level 9. She noticed that it had increased by 1. Large kobold 12 LVL lay unconscious. After shouting that there were still 3 seconds left, the girl hit kobold on the head again. The system notified that an additional 3 seconds of loss of consciousness had been imposed. Goblin Chief took off from the ground. A moment later, in flight, Goblin charged a shot at Vanquish and Seaka, who were looking at him in surprise. The girl screamed in fear that they were finished. Vanquish thanked Seaka. He stood confidently on his feet, once again acquiring his multicolored aura. His hand was again wrapped in bloody lines. With a wave of his hand, the guy directed the ropes at Kobold and completely wounded his mouth, and the girl watched in surprise what was happening. Pulling sharply on the ropes, Vanquish turned the blood into rubber and jumped. Vanquish flew towards Goblin, who was stunningly trying to load his bowstring. Having stretched the blood as far as possible, Vanquish, preparing to throw, abruptly turned it back into a rope. He broke Kobold's bones with a sharp movement, turned the rope into rubber again, and then pulled it tightly again. The tension was so strong that Vanquish broke Kobold's neck by stretching his mouth back, and Seaka, standing nearby, screamed in fear. The system told about the defeat of large kobold LVL-12. Vanquish looked confidently as he was enveloped in the glow of the system. His level increased by 2. The system showed that the overall level had increased to 6th. The hole in Vanquish's chest began to close and his HP and MP were fully restored. He thought that the blow delivered at point-blank range was lethal. The guy thoughtfully lowered his eyes and thought that the skill was similar to the one Taiga has, blood manipulation. Vanquish swung and activated the derivation, his hand turning into a huge bloody fist. At the same time, Goblin Chief shot an arrow at the guy. The arrow flew at great speed. The guy demolished the arrow with his bloody fist, after which Vanquish hit Goblin straight in the chest with all his might. Blue blood gushed out from Goblin's mouth. The last thing Goblin saw was Vanquish's face and its multicolored aura. The guy, clenching his bloody hand into a fist, watched as Goblin disappeared. The system reported the defeat of Goblin Chief 17 LVL. The system notified about a multiple increase in level. Vanquish's current level has been raised to level 9. Blood manipulation skill increased to 3rd, power duration increased to 20 seconds. Seaka, standing next to the disappearing kobold, looked at Vanquish and said his name. Seaka's cheeks flushed red. She asked if he really won. The guy stood with his back turned, ashes from the smoldering monster scattered around. Turning his head and showing 2 fingers, he looked at the girl with a smile. The system showed a message that Caracal Canyon difficulty 2 stars was cleared. It took them 16 minutes to complete. The system showed an increase in the performance of Ariake Subaru. The old team was standing near the gate, and they were all looking at the timer. The guy in the blue jacket asked the man who was standing bare-chested how he felt. A man with a tail on his head who was shaking from the cold. The man was indignant about how Subaru stole his sweater. The man said that as soon as he comes out, he will beat him to death with his skill. Something caught the attention of a man with long hair. He asked his team to take a look. The man said that the word clear was displayed there. The red timer showed the time in 2 stars. A man with a ponytail on his head, shaking from the cold, asked a man with long hair, hadn't Subaru been there for about 15 minutes? The bare-chested man said that on average it takes 2 hours to attack a gate with 2 stars. Suddenly, something caught the man's attention and he was unable to finish speaking. Subaru came out of the gate with Seaka. Subaru held his hands in the hoodie and Seaka held her hand on her right shoulder. Seaka asked what they are still doing here. The team couldn't believe what they had done. A man with a tail on his head extended his finger towards Seaka, furiously asking if she had managed to clear the gate. Seaka closed her eyes and said that she had dealt with them. A blue screen began to appear in front of the man with a tail on his head. The man with the tail on his head opened his mouth and said not to lie to him. Blue screens also started appearing in front of Seaka and Subaru. Blue screens began to appear in front of the entire team. A notification appeared in which it was written, "The difficulty is 2 stars. The completion of the Caracal Gorge has been confirmed. Remaining time, 3 hours, 11 minutes, 46 seconds. The second notice said that the remaining time was being transferred to the celestial clock. A celestial timer appeared in the sky in front of the entire team. The timer showed day 286 and the time began to change. The timer showed the new time, 22 hours, 34 minutes, 57 seconds. Subaru looked up with open eyes. Celestial clock. The celestial clock hung over the city. Super gigantic gate that can be seen anywhere in the world. When the score reaches 0, the world will probably be destroyed. The only way to pause the clock is to deal with the gates, after which the remaining time will be transferred to them. Subaru continued to look up and thought about the reason why the players continued to struggle. The man with the tail on his head looked up with his mouth open. He couldn't believe that they had actually pulled it off. The man with the tail on his head knew that the recommended level for 2 stars was above 10th, but the guys of the 1st and 8th level only managed it together. Suddenly, Subaru disturbed a bare-chested man and asked for his forgiveness. Subaru stood with an awkward face, holding his black sweater. Subaru apologized for stealing a guy's sweater. Just as Subaru wanted to say what he could give him in return, the bare-chested man began waving his arms in front of him, loudly denying what he was giving him. A man with long hair put his hand on the shoulder of a man with a ponytail on his head. The man with long hair told him if he remembered that when he met Subaru, he would beat him to death. The shirtless man told the guy with long hair that he was a joker and he had never said such a thing. The man with the tail on his head said, "No, everything is really all right now," and he told his team to go. The man with long hair could not answer. The entire team bowed to Subaru and Seaka. The man with the tail on his head said thank you for attacking the gate and asked for forgiveness for your stupidity. Subaru replied that they would see each other again. The team began to leave through the destroyed wall. Subaru said that these guys are kind of strange. To which Seaka replied, "They were probably afraid of your strength." Subaru's face changed dramatically when behind him, something began to happen with the red timer. Seaka and Subaru began to watch as the red gate began to disappear. 2 golden stars fell to the floor. Seaka picked them up. With a big smile on her face and holding 2 gold stars, she told Subaru to go exchange them. Suddenly, Seaka's face changed dramatically as Subaru started calling out to her. Opening his mouth and holding his jacket, Subaru wanted to say something about this clear sky above the building. Sitting in the building, Seaka rested her cheek on her hand. Seaka asked Subaru if he wanted her to exchange the money in her name. Seaka said that they agreed to divide 7 to 3. Subaru stared at the drink with pink cheeks. Seaka asked if he was listening to her. Subaru looked at the white glass of drink and thought how cool it was. Subaru clenched his fists and began to look up, with his eyes closed. Subaru thought that they had dealt with the gate and he came to the cafe again. Suddenly, Subaru opened his eyes. With her mouth open, Seaka asked him what they were going to do with the money. Subaru said they would have to split them later. Sitting on a chair with her head thrown back on her palm, Seaka asked Subaru to listen to her. Seaka asked Subaru, "After all, Vanquish is not his real name, is it?" These words made Subaru choke on his coffee. Seaka said that he came up with a name for himself because he didn't want anyone to know about his attack on the gate. Besides, he was only level 1, but his strength. Looking at the sad Subaru, Seaka asked who he was. Subaru just wanted to say a word when Seaka immediately jumped up from the table and shouted to him that she didn't blame him or anything. Subaru's face was dripping with water. Seaka said that when they fought together she thought he looked like a good guy. Plus, Subaru saved a life. Seaka said she would like them to continue defeating the gate together. With her mouth open and her hand pressed to her chest, Seaka asked if they could become comrades. Out of embarrassment, Seaka began to look away. She said if he needed to help him with something, then she would do it. Seaka said maybe it's not that reliable. However, Subaru opened his eyes in surprise. Subaru had flashbacks of how he was being tortured, when he was suspended on a web and everyone was walking around taking pictures of him. Subaru was surprised that someone actually said the word comrade to him. Subaru looked at his coffee with a soft smile. Subaru looked at Seaka, who was leaning on the table with both hands. Subaru said thank you very much. Subaru said that she saved him too. If they continued to fight together, he would be very happy. Subaru sat on a chair with moments of his life displayed behind him. Subaru said his name is Ariake Subaru. Subaru said that he would tell what happened to him during these 2 days. The sun began to set below the horizon. Seaka immediately had questions about rainbow doors, Vanquish, and the false murder. Seaka sat at the table in front of Subaru and started scratching her head. Seaka said he was in more difficult circumstances than she thought. Subaru said he was still confused too. Seaka said that it turns out that he is the same older brother of Resurrecting Taiga. Seaka spread her hands at the table and asked in a screaming voice, "That is, this guy took away his door and became gold rank." Seaka added that she would not forgive. Subaru replied that they are not siblings, but still. Seaka asked, "Does that mean he wants to become stronger in order to kill Taiga?" Scratching his head and smiling, Subaru replied that his life was at stake. Seaka looked at him with a blank look. Subaru scratched his ear and winced at what Seaka told him. Seaka said that she also has 3 sisters, all of whom are players. Seaka said that the elder sister and the younger sisters have silver doors, and only she has bronze ones. Seaka said that they started out as a team, but after a year they decided that she was a burden to them and kicked her out. Looking away, Seaka said that now her goal is to become stronger and look at them in triumph. Seaka asked Subaru if their goals weren't the same. Subaru with open eyes said, "Undoubtedly." Seaka suddenly rushed to Subaru and said that they had decided. "Let's become stronger together." Closing her eyes and smiling, Seaka extended her hand. Seaka said it's a friendly handshake now. Seaka said that they will never betray each other and will never leave each other, agreed. At these words, Subaru opened his mouth, the words flashed through it, "We will not betray and we will not abandon." After shaking Sayaka's hand, Subaru said that of course we'll take care of each other. Sayaka looked into Subaru's eyes and said that she seemed to be the same age as him. Sayaka asked them to start communicating in a simple way. Sayaka told Subaru to call her Sayaka. Subaru responded that they would try. A star was visible on a large building. Head office of the Players Association. Large conference room on the top floor. Renji was sitting at a large table with his charges. Renji said that Taiga's freedom is limited. Taiga is in prison. With his palms folded, Renji said that right now they are the only gold rank ones who can act. A man with piercings and a pink haircut put his feet up on the table. The man asked, "Isn't 6 people enough?" A man with pink hair sat between Renji and another guy. The man with pink hair said that it was fine, he never liked Taiga, he was too rude. The guy sitting next to him said that the guy with pink hair was the same. The yellow-haired guy crossed his arms and said that even the 4-star gates could only be handled by gold-ranked people. The guy with yellow hair said that they don't have enough people to deal with the high-complexity gates. Something caught Renji's eye. Renji said with his eyes closed, which means we will increase the number of work shifts until the restrictions are lifted from Taiga. Renji added that a silver-ranked team will also participate in the attack on the 5-star gate. From these words, the guy with pink hair was outraged. Jumping up from his seat, the guy with pink hair gritted his teeth and asked if they really should rely on the silver team. The man with the headband raised his finger to his lips. The man said that this would be possible if there were 10 people with a level above 30. Map of Tokyo. The man said that at the moment there are exactly 7 gates in Tokyo and other cities that need to be closed. The man said that such a gate was currently under attack in Meguro. This matter has been entrusted to the Julieta team. Julieta has green manicure and green eyes, and a sword hangs from her belt. Behind Juliet is her entire team. Team Julieta, average LVL 31. Julieta, with a beautiful face and a green earring. Leader Hizaki Julieta, LVL 38. The elevator doors opened and Seika came out along with Subaru. Sayaka and Subaru were surprised. The Julieta team walked past them. Subaru extended his hands and asked the team for forgiveness. Julieta looked at him with a green eye and told him to be more careful. Subaru and Sayaka stood near the fountain and watched Julieta's team leave. Subaru said these people look powerful. Sayaka said that this team is Julieta, high position, silver rank. Sayaka asked where they were going if they were all together. Sayaka said that this has nothing to do with them. We converted the stars into money and went to book the next gate. Sayaka looked at her phone with a smile on her face. She said that she already had one in her sights, also with 2 stars, so it would be an easy win for them. Subaru was surprised that it got 2 stars. Subaru asked with a smile where they are. Showing Subaru's phone, Sayaka answered in Meguro with a smile on her face. A small garden on the roof of a building. Suddenly a red gate appeared on the roof. The gates were visible even from the road. Again the red gate with a timer. The timer showed the time and 2 stars. A very long spiral staircase. Stage, soldier dumping ground, difficulty 2 stars. Remaining time 17 hours, 39 minutes, 27 seconds. Bright thick blood, Subaru shouted Sayaka's name. Subaru was holding a bloodied Sayaka. Sayaka's eyes began to slowly close, and blood began to flow from her mouth. Subaru screamed that the bleeding wouldn't stop. Subaru gritted his teeth. With furious eyes that glowed with rainbow lights, Subaru called out to the ill-wisher. Subaru was enveloped in rainbow energy and his left arm turned into strings of blood. Subaru stood next to Sayaka, who was lying unconscious. Subaru said he couldn't escape it. Subaru gritted his teeth in anger. A rainbow aura filled him. Subaru said that he will finish him no matter what. 2 hours ago. Meguro area, gate, junkyard battle, difficulty 2 stars. Sayaka and Subaru began to walk down the spiral staircase. Subaru asked Sayaka if it was possible to find out what awaits him behind the gate. Sayaka replied that if the gate is not locked from the inside, one can enter and exit freely. Sayaka added that intelligence players collect information and convey it to others. For example, there is a huge spiral staircase in this gate. A very long spiral staircase. Sayaka said that this path is narrow and it is the only one. Sayaka asked that this place is probably very suitable for her skill. Subaru replied that the point was correct. Subaru began to close the gate, and Sayaka pointed his finger at him and told him to close the doors for the first time. Seika added that after this the quest will start and they will be able to receive enemies. Notification, lock confirmed. The next notification said that the quest had begun. Seika with a smile on the street told Subaru to let them go. The skeletons began to climb the stairs. Subaru asked himself, are the opponents rising from below? Suddenly, which greatly alarmed Subaru. Subaru leaned on the stairs with a questioning look. At the end of the stairs there is a purple flame glowing. Subaru thought about what kind of threat was in the air at the very bottom. Perhaps this is the boss. The armored skeletons began to rise. Sayaka pressed her hands to herself and did not understand anything. The entire staircase was filled with skeletons in armor. Seaka asked if there are too many of them. In front of Seaka stood a skeleton that emitted purple energy. The skeleton began to take out his sword to kill Seaka. Opening his mouth, Subaru shouted Seaka. There was a sword blade near Seaka's face. Subaru stuck out his right hand. A blood clot protected Seaka's face from the blow. Seika smashed the skeleton's skull. The skeleton began to disappear in golden fire. Seika said it was close. Opening his mouth, Subaru shouted that the next ones were already coming. Skeletons in armor began to run up the stairs. Subaru stopped the spear in the skeleton's face, which were already closed to Seaka. Seaka gritted her teeth and was ready to attack. Seaka hit the helmeted skeleton. With the next blow, she completely broke the skeleton's face. Seaka stood in a fighting pose while Subaru walked down towards her. Seaka apologized to Subaru and thanked him. Seaka said in a loud voice that this is just the beginning, but the 10th level and above are already encountered. 2 notifications appeared in which it was said that a soldier with a false bone cleaver LVL 10 and a soldier with a false bone cleaver LVL 11 defeated. Subaru opened his mouth in surprise and asked Seaka, "Are you saying you can't leave by closing the door until you win?" More skeletons began to climb the stairs. Seaka said that's why the path has no branches. Until we completely destroy the monsters, they will not be able to go longer. The helmeted skeletons were already close. Subaru, with his mouth open, began to shout that he would stand on defense, because at least each individual would be able to reduce the number of opponents. Seaka, who smashed the skeleton's head, agreed with Subaru. Lots of skeletons with purple eyes. Subaru thought that there was no doubt that the Seika would handle this type of terrain best. But the number of monsters is simply incredible. Subaru thought about the feeling that reached him from the very bottom. Subaru thought that that enemy was definitely stronger than the goblins he fought last time. The first blow smashed the skeleton's head, then the second one, and the third blow smashed the skeleton's head. The 5th blow completely broke the bones of the skeleton. In surprise, Subaru opened his eyes. Subaru, with his hand outstretched, called Seaka, who stood tired in a fighting stance. Subaru opened his mouth and started shouting that it was better to take a step. There are a lot of opponents. Subaru told Seaka to try to waste as little energy as possible. Seaka had her back turned. Turning around, Seaka pointed at himself and asked Subaru what he was talking about. "We must do the opposite." Subaru couldn't understand Seaka with a blank look. Seaka glowed with joy and level up notifications appeared in front of her. Seaka said that in the gate space, as the level increases, HP and MP are completely restored. Seaka said that the best solution would be to go ahead and fight until the level increases. With a wink and sticking out the tip of her tongue, Seaka asked if she had said the right thing. Subaru raised his hands in surprise and said that she was right. Subaru, who was enveloped in rainbow energy, extended his arms towards Seaka, who was pointing her finger forward. Seika told Subaru to fight using his strength. Suddenly something red flew from Seaka's side. Seika turned and opened her eyes. The skeletons were completely consumed by blood. Subaru used the skill, blood manipulation and diversion. With the help of the skill, a wave of blood, the entire staircase was covered in blood. Standing aside, Seaka opened her mouth and asked Subaru how he was. Subaru's MP bar began to drop quickly. Subaru knew there was no need to worry about the remaining MP. Subaru pointed his hands towards the cellies. All the skeletons were washed away by the river in blood. Subaru knew he had to use everything he had to destroy the skeletons at once. Subaru, completely enveloped in rainbow energy, ordered to freeze. Lots of skeletons stuck in the blood. Seaka lowered her hands and looked at the skeletons that were reaching out to her. Seaka said that Subaru's skill is as messy as before. Subaru put his hands on his knees out of fatigue. Subaru said it won't last long. Seaka said with a big smile on his face that she understood. Seaka jumped onto the pool of skeletons. Seaka landed. Breaking the skeletons one by one, Seika began to run further. With each skeleton kill, a notification appeared indicating that her level had increased. Seaka began to brake sharply. Seaka got down on one knee and told Subaru to level up too. It was clear that Seaka had gone up from level 10 to 15. Subaru put out a rainbow palm and said that they could go that low. Subaru gritted his teeth. Being enveloped in a rainbow aura, Subaru clenched his fist and said that he would do it. Subaru muttered to himself the words, "Master, disperse and break into pieces." Subaru took one hit. Many notifications appeared indicating that the level was increasing. Subaru stood on the stairs and his level went up from 9 to 16. Subaru smiled. He was happy about it. Looking away and opening her mouth, Seaka told Subaru how amazing he was. Any opponent will be terrified. Suddenly, something caught the skeleton's attention. He attacked Seaka, who had her back to him. Seika turned around. A bloody arrow flew next to her body, shattering the skeleton's head. Seaka looked with a surprised face at Subaru, who was flying towards her on a bloody rope. Subaru landed next to Seaka and told her not to let her guard down. Seaka apologized. Smiling, Subaru said that there is no doubt that at this rate they will reach the very bottom. Subaru and Seaka stood in front of the skeletons. Subaru flew between the skeletons and destroyed them. Subaru was thinking about how to proceed. Seaka handles skeletons with ease. Subaru still has a bad feeling. The feeling of a hovering threat is getting stronger. 5 notifications appeared in which it was written about increasing the level. Subaru has stepped onto the step. Above Seaka was a sign that said she was level 20, and above Subaru was a sign that said level 19. Something caught Subaru's eye. Subaru and Seaka went down to the very end and saw something purple. Red notice, the boss has appeared. A large skeleton in a purple dress wrapped in purple energy. Seaka and Subaru stood in front of the boss. A silver crown was on the head of the skeleton, and the skeleton had bright purple eyes. This is the boss of the dungeon, late Empress Judith, LVL. 29. Subaru tensed, and Seaka took a fighting stance. The monster waved its arms and purple lines began to appear. The purple line hit the wall where the scared Subaru was standing next to it. The monster's powerful purple attacks began to destroy everything in its path. Seaka smiled anxiously as she watched what was happening. The boss crossed his arms for a new attack and the monster had rods in his hands. Seaka and Subaru stood in front of the boss. Covering half of his face with blood, Subaru was surprised at how powerful the rods this boss had. The skeleton holds the handle of the rod. Subaru realized that this boss had a large area, a long-range attack, and a trajectory that changed with kaleidoscopic speed. Seaka stood in front of Subaru. She asked him to listen to her. The skeleton was drowned in purple energy. Putting her palm to her face, Seaka asked Subaru that this boss was no match for her. Subaru gritted his teeth. He understood that things couldn't get worse. Sweat began to drip down Subaru's face. The boss brought his hands together with the purple rods. Subaru understood that the strong feeling of threat that he felt even on the top floor. Subaru stood in fear and there were bloody lines around him. Subaru couldn't believe that all the feelings of danger were coming from this creature. Suddenly, with sound, rainbow fragments began to appear. Subaru and Seaka stood in front of the monster, but rainbow fragments kept appearing. The boss began to attack. A powerful purple punch flashed near Seaka's face. Subaru protected his face with blood from the boss's attack. Seaka and Subaru began to dodge the boss's attacks. Seaka hysterically asked Subaru what they should do with this boss. Don't constantly work with your feet. To this, Subaru could not answer anything. Subaru continued to defend against the boss using his skill. Subaru thought about the skill of this boss. The monster continued to swing its rods. Subaru thought it was probably an enlargement of the rods using magic. Subaru thought that the stretched rod was the same as his MP blood mass. While flying and defending himself from the boss's attacks, Subaru knew that this boss was truly an inconvenient opponent for Seaka. The difference in levels was too great, and the instant vacuum was not effective. Subaru thought that it would probably be better if he fought with a stable offensive-defensive strategy and blood manipulation. Subaru looked to the side and realized that in this case, Subaru watched as Seaka dodged the monster's attacks. Subaru continued his thought and said that out of the large number of experience points that the boss has, Seaka will not receive a single one. Subaru looked away. Subaru remembered Seaka holding out her hand to him with a smile on her face, telling him to become stronger together. Subaru remembered the words of Seaka who said that they would never betray each other and would never leave each other. Subaru knew that he was happy with these words. Subaru silently called Seaka. Seaka continued to dodge the boss's attacks while Subaru stood and defended herself with her skills. Seaka asked Subaru what he needed. Subaru said that he would completely block the boss canes. Standing on one leg and dodging the boss's attacks, Seaka asked, "Will you block?" Raising his hand, Subaru told her to hit and run. Subaru told her to hit from all sides. Dodging the blow, Seaka said with frightened eyes that she understood. Blood started coming out of Subaru's hand. Blood manipulation, viscosity 100%. The boss turned to the side. Subaru raised 2 large clots of blood above him. It was clear that the boss was surprised. Subaru raised his rainbow hand while the boss grabbed the rod. The boss struck with lightning speed. Subaru sent his blood clots flying. The boss repelled Subaru's attack. But suddenly, something caught the boss's attention. The drops of blood split into 2. Drops of blood pinned the boss down. The boss looked at them and could not do anything about them. Subaru clenched his fist. The blood began to consume the monster. Seaka, who was sitting behind the Subaru, couldn't believe her eyes. Subaru said it was her exit now. Seaka became covered in pink energy. Running past Subaru, Seaka asked that Subaru with his skill cannot be defeated. Does he think so? Closing his eyes, Subaru said that this was too optimistic. Today he was just lucky with the compatibility. Seaka prepared her strike. At that same second, she hit the monster on the head. but suddenly her fist stopped near the monster's face. Sayaka's eyes showed fear, but then he disappeared. Sayaka opened her mouth and began to strike. Sayaka hit the monster with a powerful blow. Subaru stood in rainbow energy and extended his fist. Subaru knew that, according to Sayaka, in order to gain experience points when fighting an enemy, it is necessary to reduce his HP by at least 20%. Subaru stood there with a calm gaze and thought about why defense and healing players find it difficult to become stronger and how do such people act. Suddenly, what caught Subaru's gaze? A notification appeared saying that the skill would soon expire. Subaru stood behind Sayaka. He shouted to her that the blood manipulation was running out, 5 seconds left. Sayaka said that she understood. Sayaka sat down. The boss began to slowly get out of the blood. Sayaka took a step. The boss broke the shackles completely. Sayaka barely managed to dodge the boss's blow. Purple rods began to surround Sayaka. Sayaka looked at her boss with a surprised look. Suddenly, Sayaka's body began to consume blood. Sayaka was in the red ball, which was attacked by the boss. The boss's purple eye lit up. Subaru stood with his arms outstretched and asked Sayaka if everything was okay with her. After getting out of the ball, Sayaka raised her palm and said that she was fine. The boss clenched his teeth. Standing next to Sayaka, Subaru told her to try again. Suddenly the boss turned to them. Subaru and Sayaka opened their eyes in horror. The skeleton, straightening his arms, asked Subaru from whom did he get his skill. Standing with his mouth open, Subaru could not believe that the otherworldly creature had spoken. Opening his mouth, the boss said that it was impossible for him to help people. Extending his hands, Subaru realized who the boss was talking about. Subaru held out his hands and wanted to tell the boss that they should talk. The boss had 6 arms and he shouted that it was impossible. Subaru and Sayaka stood with frightened faces. The boss used the skill, transformation. Opening her mouth, Sayaka said that her sister told her about this skill. If the boss's MP is almost depleted, he can transform. The boss's eyes began to glow blue and he began to form a sphere between his 6 arms. A red notification has appeared. Definition and application of skill. Subaru gritted his teeth. The boss hit Subaru's barrier with a powerful beam of energy. His face appeared from Subaru's shield. Subaru thought that the bloody shield was boiling and evaporating. If he doesn't replenish his blood supply, he won't be able to bounce back. The MP bar began to drop sharply. Subaru didn't understand what to do. If he doesn't do anything, MP will reach 0. Behind the Subaru stood Sayaka. Subaru knew that she was standing behind him. Subaru looked on with rainbow eyes. The boss also took notice. The boss and Subaru faced each other in battle. Subaru realized that if he couldn't retreat, he would push forward. The boss began to press harder and harder. Subaru opened his mouth and began to scream. Blood stretched out and become a spear. A bloody spear passed between the boss. The boss's head began to fall off. Subaru looked at this with a serious look. The boss's head began to disappear. A notification appears. The boss is defeated. The level has increased. The level increased to 20. Gritting his teeth, Subaru knew that this boss knew something about Vanquish, but he had no choice but to kill him. Subaru was thinking about whether the otherworldly beings from the gate and the beings in the doors are the same. In the back of Subaru, Sayaka shouted that he was great. Subaru turned around. Winking, Sayaka stood in front of the screens. Sayaka said that in the end she still had to rely on him. One way or another, they were able to deal with the second gate. Shyly, Subaru replied that it was true. Subaru thought to himself that Sayaka also gained experience points, so they both achieved their goal of becoming stronger. Closing his eyes, Subaru thought that the next time he met his boss, he would try to build a conversation. Sayaka stood with her mouth covered. Sayaka said that they defeated the boss, but the notification about removing the lock did not arrive. Subaru asked in hysterics, "Do you mean they can't get out?" Sayaka replied that this had never happened to her before either. Something began to flicker. Subaru and Sayaka left their eyes. A rainbow door appeared behind the back of the Subaru. In surprise, Subaru opened his mouth. In front of him stood the rainbow door of challenge. Opening her mouth, Sayaka said that the door was indeed rainbow colored. Subaru stood near the rainbow door. Sayaka asked, "Is this the second time this door appears in front of him?" Subaru asked that the door can appear multiple times. Sayaka stood next to Subaru and said, "That's it. Each door has its own conditions, but they say that the call door appears to obtain a skill." Touching his chin, Subaru thought about the condition. Perhaps this is related to reaching level 20. Renji is holding his golden sword. Sayaka said that the first gold rank, Renji, had entered the doors 7 times already. Subaru couldn't believe it. Holding her hands to herself, Sayaka asked, "Does he have any problems with this? If they continue like this, they can become the strongest duo." Subaru, looking at his palm, replied that undoubtedly, he was able to reach his current point only thanks to the manipulation of blood. Subaru remembered all the gold rank people. Subaru thought that he too would get a powerful skill, with which, perhaps, he can fight against a gold ranked person. Sayaka told Subaru to come through the door already. Subaru jerked. Sayaka watched with sparkling eyes. Subaru smiled sweetly. Subaru touched the door. Subaru and Sayaka stood with joyful faces. Suddenly something red flew out of the door. Subaru looked down. His arm was torn off. A line was visible on Sayaka's body, who stood there with cold eyes. Subaru looked at her sharply. Opening her eyes, Sayaka asked Subaru for forgiveness. Subaru couldn't believe his eyes. Blood began to pour out of Sayaka's body. Subaru screamed her name in horror. Blood began to spurt out of Subaru's severed arm. Subaru strained his eyes. The Subaru fell to the floor. Subaru began to look carefully. There was a stranger standing at the rainbow door. It was some strange stranger with a blindfold, and he was holding a red sword. Subaru's eyes darkened in horror. Scratching his head, the stranger asked if he was not alone. You could see the fear in Subaru's eyes. Subaru understands this feeling. He felt it during the beginning of the quest. That ominous feeling of threat. Subaru opened his mouth and started shouting Sayaka. Subaru understood that this was not Vanquish. Subaru began to hold Sayaka's bloody body. Subaru brought Sayaka's lifeless face to his place. Subaru realized that the bleeding would not stop. Subaru gritted his teeth. The stranger asked for forgiveness. Subaru was lying next to Sayaka. The stranger asked, "Was she your dear companion?" Subaru slowly stood up. The stranger extended his hand and asked why you need it. The girl will become only a burden for him, which she is now. Subaru lowered his gaze. The stranger stuck out his tongue and said that he had saved him from the need to mark time. A powerful rainbow beam absorbed Subaru and Sayaka. Subaru couldn't believe it with rainbow eyes. The stranger stood with a blank expression. Subaru gritted his teeth. Blood flowed from his hand. He told the stranger that he could not escape him. Subaru started screaming in anger. He said that he would finish him off no matter what. The stranger showed his blue tongue. With a strong blow, Subaru attacked the stranger, who blocked his attack with his sword. The stranger opened his mouth and began to laugh. The stranger said that time would present itself. He is one of Mr. Vanquish's subordinates. Gritting his teeth and pointing his red sword, the stranger said that he was the vampire king Carrion, and it was he who arranged this challenge. With a furious face, Subaru told him to die. A notification appeared that said the comrade with whom you came into contact was on the verge of death. The next notice said that there were 48 seconds until death. In the third notice it was written, "Do you want to use the skill usurpation of blood? Yes or no?" It was sunset. A huge desert of white sand stretched around, where besides it only red stalactites were visible. Subaru and a man with a blindfold stood each other, opposite a friend. Subaru, looking with an incredulous look, thought that it was a subordinate of Vanquish. Pulling a smile from ear to ear, Carrion stood holding a red sword in his hands. His halls were covered with a bandage. Closing his eyes, Subaru concentrated on his mind. In complete darkness, in which only pixels of various colors glowed, Vanquish sat in tattered rags. His eyes were closed with pixels. Subaru's avatar appeared before him. Subaru told Vanquish that his subordinate attacked him, putting his hand on his chin and asking him to explain what all this means. Subaru got really angry. Vanquish sat impartially in the same position. A moment later, Vanquish began to glitch. Subaru looked at what was happening in confusion. Subaru and Carrion stood opposite each other. Carrion raised his left hand and said that it was useless. Subaru returned from his subconscious in surprise. There was bloody armor on his hands. Carrion added that Vanquish is not an entity in Subaru's mind, he is only a blood manipulation instructor. Vanquish was still glitching. Carrion added that Vanquish doesn't talk about other topics. Subaru remained silent, lowering his eyebrows in disbelief. Carrion smiled, put his hand on his chest and welcomed the guy into the challenge space. Carrion added that the conditions of this territory meant inflicting wounds on his body. Pointing his finger, Carrion turned to Subaru. He noted that the guy had already made progress, then let him show it. The guy, without a moment of hesitation, rushed at his opponent. The guy had armor on his arms and legs. Subaru attacked the enemy with his foot. Carrion stopped the blow with his sword. He covered his face with the Carrion blade, accused the guy of being impatient and asked to listen to him. Subaru looked at Vanquish's subordinate incredulously. Holding the sword in front of his face with both hands, Carrion stood up and said that if you complete the challenge completely, you will receive the greatest treasure of Mr. Vanquish, the chisels of heaven. Subaru asked if Carrion heard exactly what he said. Turning his head in surprise, Carrion asked what they were talking about. Having lit up with his multicolored aura in anger, the guy clarified that he said that he would kill him. At that same second, bloody tentacles burst out from the guy's back and flew at high speed towards his opponent. Carrion jumped high and dodged the blow. Falling headfirst, Carrion noted that the guy skillfully handled his strength. Carrion added that, however, the guy is too slow. As soon as Carrion had time to finish speaking, bloody tentacles rushed sharply towards him. Carrion was surprised to see the tentacles. With a quick flurry of blows, Carrion repulsed all the guy's attacks, laughing at the top of his lungs along the way. Vanquish's subordinate, with his mouth wide open, shouted that these were bloody rods. Carrion asked if the guy was hinting at the just defeated boss. Subaru, shrouded in bloody rods on all sides, looked at her opponent in shock. Carrion reported that he watched the guy fight with Mr. Vanquish on this side. Carrion noticed that the guy has the ability to adopt the enemy's fighting style. Subaru again tried to attack his opponent with tentacles. Carrion again deftly dodged. Subaru, in a rage, using all his bloody rods, shouted for his opponent to fight and not run. Remembering the wounded Amamiya, the guy added that he didn't have that much time. Laughing loudly, standing around the tentacles, Carrion put his sword on his shoulder and agreed. Carrion's feet quickly left the ground. The angry guy launched all his rods into the attack. Carrion threw a fast punch with a smile on his face. A moment later, the guy's rods began to be cut off in half. Vanquish's subordinate jumped far away. Subaru frighteningly tried to understand what had happened. After a few seconds, all the guy's tentacles were divided into many small fragments. The guy fell to his knees, all the blood falling to the ground around him. With a frightened face, the guy covered the wound on his cheek with his palm. Having landed 10 meters from the guy, Carrion reported that this was the chisel of heaven. Holding the bloody sword forward, Carrion added that Mr. Vanquish put into it the essence of his technique, the highest degree of bloodshed using a sword piercing the air. Glowing with a multicolored aura, Carrion smiled and explained that the guy's defense is just paper. Carrion clenched his teeth in surprise. With a rumble, the sand beneath Carrion's feet began to move. Carrion grinned arrogantly. A moment later, a dozen tentacles appeared from the ground. Carrion dodged the attack in a jump, continuing. Laugh. Carrion made a surprised sound in flight. He realized the guy was holding out the rods from his feet. Subaru, with a warlike face, released tentacles from his legs, reaching out from under the sand. Carrion watched, smiling, as the tentacles, with a crash, wrapped around him from all sides. Carrion laughed loudly and ran away along one of the rods. Noting that he was pleased that the guy had ingenuity in methods of attack, he added that he could make an excellent fighter. A moment later, Carrion was completely locked in the guy's tentacles. Laughter could be heard from under them. Subaru silently watched what was happening. Subaru angrily gritted his teeth and thought, will he really avoid everything? Carrion appeared directly opposite the surprised guy. Carrion, looking at the pale guy, added that the guy was really good, but not that good. Carrion quickly hit the guy in the stomach. Blood gushed from the guy's mouth and eyes. Carrion spun the guy around on one finger with a smile on his face. Carrion swung quickly. A moment later, Vanquish's subordinate unleashed a hail of blows on the guy. There was no living space on the guy's face. Carrion hit the guy in the nose with his palm. The guy flew away from the blow and buried himself in the sand. Carrion took out his sword, smiling. Carrion grinned angrily and said that the guy thought too much of himself. He clearly underestimated him too. The guy doesn't need to be so arrogant. The guy lay lifeless, half buried in the sand. Carrion added that the challenge is no joke. Putting his sword on his shoulder, Carrion stood over the guy and said that if Subaru didn't get his act together, Carrion would kill him. Subaru stood up. Subaru could barely stand on his feet with his head down. Traces of his bloody power began to appear around him. The bloody guy raised his head and looked at his opponent. Carrion looked at the guy in bewilderment. Vanquish's subordinate pointed his finger at the guy and, stunned, clarified that he doesn't listen to him at all. Subaru firmly confirmed that he was not listening to him. While the guy's hand was covered in bloody protection, he thought that while he was doing this, Seaka's life was in danger. Subaru used the derivative of blood manipulation. Using a bloody fist, the guy put all his hatred into the technique. The guy began to grow armor, his hair turned different colors. Carrion looked at the guy in surprise. Subaru's fists, shrouded in armor, looked more like huge hammers. Subaru rushed at full speed towards Carrion, who was preparing to attack with a sword in his hand. In anger, the guy quickly swung his arms, trying to reach his opponent with his claws. Carrion, laughing at the top of his lungs, dodged the attack by jumping high. Bent over, Subaru attacked with rods from the back. Having performed the splits in flight, Carrion dodged all the guy's rods. At the same second, the guy, closing the distance, attacked his opponent. Looking arrogantly at his opponent, Subaru said that now Carrion will not be able to dodge. Carrion grinned back. Carrion and Subaru's fists flew at each other. There was a huge shockwave from the impact. Carrion and Subaru locked fists mid-flight. Subaru gritted his teeth and grabbed his hand, smoke coming out of his hand. Smirking, holding the sword behind his back, Carrion noted that the guy had made some good armor. Raising his sword above his head, Carrion, covered in a multicolored aura, added that, however, the chisel of heaven could handle this. Subaru held his hand in fear and looked at his opponent. While striking, Carrion shouted at the guy that he was a fool. Subaru tried to parry his opponent's blow with his hand, and blood gushed from the guy's hand. A moment later, the guy's hand was divided into two parts. Carrion watched the guy. Immediately, the guy's hand began to grow together with bloody lines. Vanquish's subordinate watched in surprise. The guy's hand had completely returned to its original state. His fist was still flying towards his opponent. Subaru hit the stunned Carrion in the face with all his might. Carrion grinned at the guy in surprise. Grinning, Carrion tore off the guy's right hand. Subaru clenched his teeth in pain. A moment later, the guy's hand flew back with a whistle on the bloody ropes. The hand returned to its original state. Subaru looked confidently at his opponent. The guy hit the surprised Carrion in the chest. The angry Carrion, jumping on his tentacles, struck with his sword. The guy's leg was cut in half. Carrion hit the second leg. The guy's second leg split in half. Instantly, the guy's leg returned to its original position and he hit Carrion in the face. Carrion thought, no matter how many cuts the guy gets, he can just mend them with blood. But in this case, as soon as he runs out of MP, he will fall apart and die, and he is simply in despair. Carrion cut the guy's chest in half with a blow of his sword. Subaru was unfazed. In an instant, the guy's torso grew back together. With a smile on his face and continuing to throw punches, Carrion thought that this guy was just crazy. Carrion recalled his conversation with Vanquish. Vanquish, sitting on a red throne in the middle of a white desert, turned to Carrion. Carrion looked at the master in surprise while he asked the question whether Carrion could believe that this was a boy. Subaru, when he received power for the first time, feeling severe pain, bit him. Vanquish sat smiling on the throne with his legs crossed. Carrion laughed, looking at the gentleman, smiling widely with sinister yellow fangs. Vanquish added that this guy is funny and Carrion will definitely like him. Carrion laughed ominously. Carrion, laughing at the top of his lungs, spreading his arms in all directions, told Subaru that he liked him. The guy stood firmly on his feet. Choking in laughter, Carrion added that the power of such attacks is not enough to injure. The vanquished servant turned pale. Subaru, glowing with a strong aura, looking at his opponent with an ominous gaze, asked what made him chuckle so much. Carrion, who turned even paler, looked at the guy in fear. Subaru, looking down, put his left hand on his shoulder and activated the blood manipulation derivation. Subaru's hand gradually began to turn into a spear. Subaru, glowing with a strong aura, turned both of his hands into one bloody spear with a confident expression, adding that it was Carrion who underestimated him. Blue blood gushed from Carrion's mouth. Subaru pierced Carrion with a bloody spear at great speed, blue blood gushing out everywhere. Haughtily looking at his bleeding opponent, Subaru added, "Die Carrion." Carrion's torso and legs were split in half. Subaru, with a straight face, cut through the wind with his punch. Subaru looked down arrogantly. Divided in half, Carrion lay on the ground and continued to smile. He asked if this was serious. Subaru stood looking at the lying opponent. Carrion mockingly noted that the guy didn't just injure him, he killed him. Carrion interrupted him that the guy was a fool who missed the class. Subaru looked down at Carrion and asked him to finally die. Carrion laughed and said that the guy was still very tough. The body of the wounded girl still lies lifeless. The guy, remembering Amamiya, added that if Carrion does not die, the gate lock will not be supported. It is necessary to take Seaka to the hospital as quickly as possible. Lying on the ground, steam was coming from Carrion's mouth. He added that no matter the guy fussing, time in the doorway does not flow the same way as outside. The guy asked in surprise, "Is this true?" While Subaru pondered his words, Carrion asked how the guy was going to survive. Carrion clarified that the guy uses his skills to seal cut wounds. The guy's body is completely cut up in different places. Carrion said that when the guy runs out of MP, he will fall apart and die. Subaru impartially replied that he was aware. Carrion was surprised by the guy's calmness. Subaru explained that he had no other way to defeat Carrion. It was his challenge, but dragged Seaka into it as well. Subaru, looking down at his hands, added that all he can do now is take the girl to the hospital. Subaru shouted irritably for Carrion to finally die. Even though time outside had stopped, the guy's MP was already running out. Lying on the ground, raising his right hand, Carrion expressed disgust, repeating the girl's name Carrion many times, and asked the guy if he really fell in love with her. Subaru firmly answered no. Tears flowed from his eyes. He added that he promised never to leave her. She became his first comrade since his birth. Carrion didn't answer. After a moment, he remembered his meeting with Mr. Vanquish. Young Carrion sat on his knee. A long-haired entity in a red robe extended his hand, asking him to come. Looking at the bloody boy sitting opposite Vanquish, holding out his hand to him, swore with his vampire pride that he would never leave him. Carrion said Mr. Vanquish's name and extended his hand. Having come to his senses, Carrion extended his hand filled with aura and said that he had annoyed the guy as an apology. In addition to the chisel of heaven, he would give him his skills. This can be considered congratulations on skipping the class. Looking at Carrion with confusion, Subaru asked what was the point of this if he was going to die soon anyway. Carrion, smiling and pointing his finger, added that the guy will not die. Did he really forget that this door is located in the gate? The system reported the defeat of Carrion Ghoul King 57 LVL. Subaru watched in surprise as his level increased. the guy's overall level increased to 26. A blue aura shone around the guy. Looking at his hands, Subaru noted that he was completely healed. The system showed the full amount of HP and MP. The system issued many alerts about gaining abilities. The guy, with his mouth wide open in surprise, thought that by defeating otherworldly creatures at the gate you get a chance to gain a level. The guy joyfully turned to Carrion, asking if he and Vanquish are the inhabitants of the door, as well as otherworldly creatures. Carrion's body, standing on the ground, emitted a multicolored aura. Carrion confirmed his words, adding that the origin was the same. Carrion said that Mr. Vanquish is also from this number. Before he could finish his sentence, Carrion corrected himself. Has the time really come? Carrion pointed his finger at the guy and said that if his girlfriend dies, let him use the Blood Usurper. The system showed the passive skill Blood Usurper. Subaru thoughtfully tried to understand what skill Carrion was talking about. As Carrion disappeared, he smiled from ear to ear and added that Subaru in its final fighting spirit was reminiscent of Mr. Vanquish. Subaru watched as Carrion completely disappeared, leaving only a trace of a multicolored aura. A moment later, Carrion disappeared. The system notified the completion of the quest. The system reported that the other world is destroyed in 30 minutes. The system asked to leave the gate. A gate appeared in the middle of the road. Subaru hurriedly came out of the gate carrying Amamiya in his arms. The system notified the completion of dumping ground. Difficulty 2 stars, 15 hours remaining. The system notified that the remaining time would be transferred to the celestial clock. Concerned Subaru, calling on the phone, held Seika's head and thought that he didn't care about the clock in confirmation of the end of the quest. Holding Seika on his knees in front of the closing gates, Subaru called Fire Station 119. The voice from the receiver asked if there was a fire or if someone needed an ambulance. A red gate appeared on the roof of the building. The time on the gate lights up, difficulty 5 stars. The lair of the white whale. People wrapped in hoods broke through the icy mountains. A moment later, a huge wave hit the group. People screamed in pain and called Juliet for help. Julieta looked up with apprehension and tried to understand what was happening. Julieta and a man from the team, whose armor was decorated with feathers, looked at what was happening. Shaking with fear, the man asked what they should do, because if this continues, all members of the group will die. A huge monster appeared in the sky. The system notified that it was Sky Whale 59 LVL. The team tried to figure out what kind of monster it was. Huge balls of ice appeared around. The whale, hovering in the air above the ice structures, fired ice attacks from the balls surrounding it. Looking pale at what was happening, Julieta thought about the fact that his subordinates were being killed one by one, and this is not even a boss. Here he is at a 5-star level. The subordinate called out to Julieta, placing his hand on his shoulder. While the sky whale hovered over the icy mountains, destroying everything around, the subordinate shouted, what should they do? How to defeat the boss. Unless most of the invading players die, they will not get out of here. With a cold expression on her face, Juliet asked, the majority, how much is this? The man asked Juliet in bewilderment, holding his hand on his shoulder. Turning his head with an ominous expression on his face, Julieta asked how many dead players are needed to be able to escape. The man, greatly surprised, shouted, are we really going to abandon our comrades? But it was you who are entrusted with this mission. The man added that leaders need to take care of their subordinates. Julieta, with an ominous expression on her face, pierced the man's head with a saber. The man managed to finish his sentence before he died. With a hellish expression on her face, Julieta said, how dare this despicable fool say such a thing to him? Isn't his life more valuable than the life of a subordinate? That's why such fools are no good. Julieta glanced to the side in surprise. The system notified that most of the intruders were killed. The lock on the gate has been removed. Laughing ominously, Julieta noted that it was that man who was the majority. While Julieta laughed ominously, other subordinates asked Julieta about the notification. Julieta, turning her head and wrinkling her face, watched as her subordinates asked what they should do better since otherworldly creatures could get out. Pointing his finger at the stunned subordinate, Julieta shouted, why did this fool come back? With an aggressive expression on her face, pointing her finger, Julieta shouted that the monster would be here soon, and what would they do if they didn't stop him? Stunned subordinates asked the question, how can they stop him? Filled with hellish anger, Julieta shouted, can't they really figure out how to defeat the monster themselves? Julieta added that he was leaving. In a hurry, Julieta clumsily jumped off the ice floe and began to run. His subordinates asked in bewilderment, is he leaving? 1. A whale appeared above the heads of the group. A man from the crowd called out to the men. Proudly gritting his teeth, the man said that they are players. Even at the cost of their lives, they will prevent losses among the people. The rest of the people from the team agreed with him. The group watched as the whale attacked them with an ice attack. The whale hovered above the group shooting ice balls. Only screams were heard from the rising snow. Meanwhile, Juliet was relieved to reach the gate. Smiling widely, Juliet joyfully raised both hands as she left the gate. With a smile on her face, Juliet looked at the notification that appeared. The system notified that there were no survivors left in the gate and otherworldly creatures were coming out. Realizing with horror what had happened, Juliet thought that not even a minute had passed. An ice attack came from the gate. The attack hit Juliet right in the back and he screamed in pain. Julieta was thrown 10 meters away from the gate that opened in the park. Turning pale with fear, Juliet, lying on the sidewalk, beat his hands on the ground, begging for help. He thought that his subordinates were useless, they could not even detain the monster. The system announced that the creatures were primarily targeting those who invaded the gate. Julieta got scared hearing this. Keith came out of the gate into the real world. Julieta screamed and called for someone to help. Meanwhile, the newly arrived doctors examined Amamiya. Subaru carefully watched what was happening. The doctors stated that there was breathing, the level of consciousness was 300. Having put an oxygen mask on the girl, the chief physician commanded 10 liters of oxygen. Replacing the head clamp, Subaru, gritting his teeth in excitement, put his hand on his chest and thought about his desire, which was that Seika should survive. A notification popped up in front of Subaru. The guy was surprised. The system notified that Moby Dick's hideout attack had been stopped. Subaru became nervous and sweat appeared on his face. The system showed the remaining time of 5873 hours 47 minutes 38 seconds. There are 292 days left on the celestial clock. The system has signaled a penalty and the celestial clock is moving forward for the remaining time. The time on the celestial clock changed to 49 days. Stunned, Subaru pondered that the time had decreased by 240 days. Subaru thought about stopping the attack, and who? Interrupting his thoughts, someone called out to the guy and he turned around in bewilderment. Julieta was walking along the road, raising her hand to address the guy. Seika was lying on a stretcher near the doctors. Julieta ran towards the guy with a frightened face. Subaru remembered that this is Julieta. He once met him. With a hellish expression on her face, Julieta pointed her finger at the ambulance and demanded that the car be given to him. Subaru, surprised, asked to explain what we were talking about. Grabbing the guy by the shoulders, Julieta shouted, "Are you a player?" New guy, pale with fear, Julieta, pointing at a huge whale, said that it was chasing him. Julieta ordered the guy to detain him, at least to buy time until he escapes in an ambulance. Julieta ran up and put her hand on the ambulance worker's shoulder and ordered him to move. The worker said that they would now transfer the wounded woman. Angry, Julieta called the worker an idiot and ordered him to quickly get up. Julieta clarified, "Are you saying you will move this girl?" The ambulance worker confirmed that it was necessary to deliver her as soon as possible. She would not last long. Hellishly angry, Juliet screamed at the top of her lungs, "Spit on her, isn't she bronze?" Subaru stood in the shadows and watched what was happening. Julieta, while looking for an ambulance employee, stated that his life as a silver player was of the highest priority and demanded that the employee stand up. At the same moment, a hand ominously shrouded in a multicolored aura appeared on Julieta's shoulder. Julieta turned around in fear and saw Subaru, who had a hand on his shoulder and ominously ordered him to stop. Julieta shouted angrily right in the guy's face, "What else does he want?" Subaru clenched his teeth and became seriously angry. Immediately Subaru glanced to the side. Ice blocks were visible in the sky. The whale and his ice balls were already hovering above them. Keith approached Subaru and Juliet, covering them with his shadow. A huge blue whale hovered over the city. It was announced throughout the city by the Players Association that an otherworldly creature had broken through into the Meguro area from a 5-star difficulty gate. A crowd of people fled in panic from there. They announced that the areas of Meguro, Setagaya, Shibuya, and Shinagawa had been evacuated, and added that everyone in those areas had evacuated to safety. Subaru stood next to Juliet. The doctors stood around Seaka. Subaru told the medics to leave Seaka. Subaru looked very worried. Subaru said he trusts Seaka to the doctors. Seaka was lying on the carrier with her eyes closed, her face very pale. The two medics looked at the Subaru. The ambulance left. Julieta reached out to the leaving car and panicked. Subaru stood behind Julieta and watched the ambulance leaving. Julieta screamed in panic for them to stop. Julieta turned to Subaru, his face twisted with rage. Julieta told Subaru that he allowed himself and that he would finish him off. Subaru grabbed Julieta's shoulder with his armored hand. A terrifying aura emanated from him. Julieta looked at the hand and was surprised. Subaru asked Juliet that he would finish him off. Subaru's hair and eyes turned rainbow as he clenched his fist and swung, telling Julieta to take a chance. Julieta's face contorted in horror. Subaru looked up somewhere with indifference, calling out to Julieta. Julieta's face was covered in bruises and bumps. His hair became short after such a beating. Julieta was in a panic. Subaru looked at the whale. Julieta was wrapped up in Subaru's skill. Julieta floundered from side to side. Subaru asked Juliet if the whale was only after him. The huge blue whale was almost next to Subaru and Julieta. They were looking straight at it. Julieta said that otherworldly creatures will primarily kill players who have already been through their gates. Subaru lowered his gaze and understood everything. Julieta hung wrapped in bloody threads. He was terrified of the Subaru. Julieta did not understand how Subaru managed to become such that she could not stand up to Subaru and did not understand who he even was. Subaru looked up at the huge whale soaring above the city. Subaru thought it was good that the whale was only chasing Julieta because as long as he was alive, harm to people could be prevented. The ambulance raced as fast as it could to take Seaka to the hospital. Subaru clenched his fists and continued to stare at the whale. Subaru thought that he would not allow the whale to move towards Seaka and would knock him down in that place. Blue balls of water began to form around the whale. Subaru looked at the whale and raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. He asked Julieta about the whale's skill. Julieta was hit in the face with a bloody thread, his face twisted in pain. Julieta said that the whale summons water and shoots a laser-like thing and added that it is fast and strong, so nothing can be done about it. A blue huge water ball formed in the air. The whale opened its mouth wide and glowed with a faint blue light. Julieta looked at the whale in panic and widened his eyes, shouting to Subaru that he was about to shoot. The blue water globes grew larger and began to glow brightly around the whale as Subaru looked up. Water balls began to shoot rays downwards. Julieta bared his teeth and widened his eyes, his face contorted in utter horror. Subaru looked somewhere to the side indifferently. A red blood shield appeared under the whale, and water balls hit it. Keith didn't understand what happened. The blood shield looked like a huge flower, the impact from the water balls scattered to the sides. Julieta was shocked by what was happening. Subaru stood in front of the flower-shaped shield, using his blood manipulation skill. Subaru looked straight ahead indifferently. From the impact of the water balls on the shield, the water scattered to the sides and imitated rain. The water dripped onto Subaru, who continued to stand and look indifferently straight. Water fell onto the shield in the form of a flower and the whale itself. The water also hit Juliet. He was at a loss as to what happened. Julieta thought that Subaru was able to fight back, although it was a hydraulic hammer that could penetrate even a silver-grade shield. Subaru bent his knees slightly and looked up, throwing his arms back. Subaru said it was very good that a whale was swimming in the sky. The red light covered Subaru's face. Subaru said that this way he could fight without fear. Subaru jumped towards the whale. Subaru was clothed in rainbow light and there was a red aura around him. Subaru used the blood fist skill and his arms were covered in armor. Subaru approached the whale in the air. Subaru pushed off the ground, creating a bloody wave. Subaru clenched his fist and swung at the whale. Subaru hit the whale using the bloody hard fist skill. Keith bent over in the air. Smoke came from Subaru's fist. Subaru furrowed his eyebrows and bared his teeth. Subaru looked up at the whale. The whale was heading as fast as he could towards the Subaru, which was floating in the air. Subaru began to fall down, bloody smoke emanating from his hands. Subaru noticed that nothing worked out. Subaru landed on the ground with his hand on the ground and looked at the whale. The whale opened its mouth wide. Subaru was sitting on one knee. Clouds of smoke and dust rose in front of the Subaru. The windows of the buildings were shattered by the loud cry of the whale. Julieta hung in a bloody cocoon and swayed from side to side. He was horrified by what was happening. Subaru frowned and bared his teeth. Subaru wondered if this was a creature from a 5-star difficulty gate, and would he even be able to land a decent hit. Subaru clenched his fists. A bloody shadow appeared in front of him and the handle of a weapon appeared from the shadow. Subaru's eyes changed to a rainbow color, rainbow energy emanated from around him, and a weapon appeared in front of Subaru. Subaru called upon the chisels of heaven. Rocket-like eyes appeared in the whale's mouth. The eyes from the whale's mouth stared intently at Subaru. The rocket-shaped eyes began to glow bright red. The eyes from the whale's mouth began to move towards the Subaru. A bunch of red eyes intended to attack and fly forward. The entire charge of eyes, similar to rocket shells, flew out of the blue whale's mouth towards the ground. Beaten and wounded, Julieta opened his mouth wide and screamed in horror that something had flown out of the whale's mouth. Subaru frowned at the blue whale and swung the red chisel at the sky. Subaru threw the red baton behind his head and watched as some projectiles flew out of the whale's mouth. Subaru thought it was the whale's secret weapon. Subaru's eye glowed a rainbow color and his gaze looked bloodthirsty. He thought he should use 1/3. His red heaven chisel glowed and displayed a red magical aura. He swung his chisel with ferocious might. A bunch of red lines from the chisel flew out in different directions and completely surrounded the blue whale and its fired projectiles from its mouth. At the same moment, everything around was on fire as a powerful explosion occurred. The blue whale flew slightly into the air from such an attack and explosion. The huge boss whale turned in the other direction and wanted to get away from such resistance. Julieta, with a bruise on her cheek, looked at what was happening indignantly. Subaru held the chisel in the air and looked to the side as the notification began to show. Bloodied blade, chisel of heaven. The user's MP can be spent on a slashing attack, and as MP gains, the number and power of slashing attacks increases. Subaru continued to hold the red baton on his shoulder and near him was the MP scale, filled to 952 out of 1419. Subaru had now reached the system of operation of this weapon. He wondered if he could have done it with less MP since he didn't yet understand how to calculate it. Subaru frowned at the sky and there was still a cloud of dust around him. The blue whale still hovered in the sky, surrounded by its magical energy in a spiral. Right between the buildings, he hovered in the air with his energy and strength. Subaru frowned slightly and looked puzzled. He understood that this boss was too huge and could not be allowed to fire such a powerful attack. Subaru was surrounded by a magical rainbow aura and stretched his arms, using up another third of his MP. With his sharp swing, he released a red magical wave towards the whale, which cut through the air. This wave looked like red and sharp lines. His attack with the chisel and its energy still reached the whale, which continued to hover in the air. The blue whale had bloody cuts all over it. Blood poured out of it in a powerful stream in different directions. A whole stream of water was directed to the ground, where Subaru stood with his arm out to the side along with the chisel. This huge stream of water hit the city like a shock wave. The city instantly began to rain. As soon as the rain subsided, a rainbow appeared in the sky. People raised their heads to the sky and looked stunned. The young girl scratched her eyebrow and looked around, puzzled. A bright rainbow in the sky enveloped an entire residential area of the city. People assumed that someone was able to defeat an otherworldly creature. Subaru tried to lick the raindrops from his hand, in which he was holding the heavenly chisel. The entire wet Subaru held the red chisel in the air and looked ridiculous. He noticed that the end of the battle was careless. Notification: Level 59 Sky Whale defeated. The bound Julieta watched the Subaru from behind. While in his cocoon, he was shocked that Subaru was able to defeat the whale with one punch. The wet Subaru was looking up and holding a red flame in his hand. Julieta guessed that this new guy might be a gold rank player. Subaru knew that the level does not increase when winning from outside the gate. Either way, it was good to see the damage reduced. Under the raindrops, Subaru frowned and clenched his fist. He knew that he needed to get to Seaka as quickly as possible. Subaru leaned his body back while wearing red magic boots that emitted a red aura. Having made a powerful jump, the ground from under his feet and pieces of stone scattered in different directions. He flew over the city like Superman. An elderly man stood on the balcony and watched as Subaru made a powerful jump towards Seaka through the air. Admired by what he saw, the elderly man held his phone in his hands and noticed that he managed to shoot a very cool video. In the old man's phone, he could see his social network account where he had posted the video he had just filmed. He wanted this video to go viral on the internet. We were transported to the hospital. A bunch of nurses and surgeons fought for Seaka's life, performing surgery on her. A vital signs machine monitored Seaka's condition. Seaka was connected to a ventilator. Her eyes became wet and a tear was visible there. That tear rolled down her cheek. An enraged Subaru, baring his teeth and frowning, flew with all his might towards Seaka. Subaru entered the morgue. He lifted a piece of white cloth covering the girl's face. Seaka ran with her eyes closed, and there was calm and serenity on her face. Seeing her face, Subaru was caught with a piece of cloth in her hands. His pupils constricted, and his face was frozen in horror. A moment later, the guy fell to his knees. Clutching the hospital bed with his hands, he looked at the floor with hatred in his eyes, clenching his teeth tightly. He thought that all this happened because of him. The moment when Seaka received her injury appeared in his mind. He knew that he was the one who got her into this rainbow challenge. There was anger in his eyes, and in his head there was an image of a grinning Karyo. His expression changed to one of surprise as he suddenly remembered Ghoul King's words. A few seconds before he completely disappeared, Karyo pointed his finger at Subaru and addressed him. He said that if his girlfriend dies, then he should use Blood Usurper. The guy suddenly raised his head and stood up. He touched his hand in front of him, and a holographic screen appeared in that place. He began to wave his hand to the side, switching many signs. A screen has appeared with the passive skill Blood Usurper, compound skills of the title type. Currently one skill LV20 has been obtained, Paravara. Subaru pressed his finger on the skill. Paravara, the player connected to you is resurrected as your kindred, the current object of Amamiya Seaka LV21. After reading the information, the guy's face was frozen in shock. He asked what it means to be reborn as kindred. He looked at the girl's pale face, thinking about whether this could really bring her back to life. The timer showed that there were 15 seconds left before the hour expired. Subaru realized that he had too little time to think. He extended his hand forward, and it lit up with a scarlet flame. He thought he would definitely make it. A mark with a demonic wing appeared in the fire. Subaru stood with his arm extended over Seaka's body, and everything around him was burning with a bright red flame. In thin threads, energy began to seep throughout Seaka's body. Thinking about the girl, the guy clenched his teeth tightly and frowned. The timer showed 8 seconds. Red veins scattered across the girl's pale, peaceful face. Subaru's mind began to flash images from their time together, with Seaka smiling widely. He mentally begged her to come back. The timer showed 3 seconds remaining. Subaru's furious eyes filled with a rainbow color, and the guy mentally repeated his girlfriend's name. 1 second left. Subaru's pupils constricted and his face was a mixture of shock and despair. The timer showed 0 seconds. With his hand raised, he froze over the girl's case and all his energy gradually began to evaporate. She still continued to envelop the peacefully sleeping Seaka. However, after a moment, the energy disappeared. With his hand raised, Subaru pulled back with a confused face. He thought about whether it really didn't work out. A moment later, a loud sound was heard. Subaru turned in surprise at the sound and saw 2 girls running into the room, loudly shouting the name Seaka. Seeing her body, grimaces of horror appeared on their faces. Pushing the guy aside, they ran up to the bed. Subaru wondered who they were. He looked at a tall girl with blonde hair, next to whom was a shorter girl whose hair was pink, and they both hung over the bed and with fear in their eyes asked their sister to get up. Subaru realized that these 2 girls were the silver rank younger and older sisters that Seaka had previously told him. Clenching her teeth tightly, the fair-haired girl covered her eyes. She exclaimed loudly that this was exactly why she told her sister to quit being a gambler. A girl with pink hair, tears streaming down her cheeks, grabbed the edges of the cot with her hands. Looking at Seaka, she asked her to wake up and asked what happened. Tightly squeezing his jaw, Subaru grabbed his chest with his hand, listening to the girl's pitiful cries. Blonde-haired Seiya glanced sharply at him. Turning to the guy, she asked who he was. The young man, with fear and sadness in his eyes, could not put together 2 words, saying that he and Seaka. Their promise to each other flashed through his head that they would never betray or abandon each other. A broadly smiling girl appeared in front of him. He thought, this is what it means to be comrades. Tears began to flow down Subaru's cheeks and, stuttering, he said that they were comrades. Putting her hand forward, the blonde girl sat with a sharp lunge forward. Approaching him, she put her hand under the throat of the crying guy. She used her forearm to pin Subaru's chest against the wall. Looking at him with furious eyes, she screamed at Subaru through her tears. The girl asked loudly if he dragged her into this dangerous quest. Gritting his teeth, the guy looked down. The girl shouted that having become stronger, they wanted to return to protect Seaka and they didn't have enough time. Looking at Subaru through her tear-stained eyes, she indignantly asked him why such an insignificant guy like him ended up with Seaka. Looking at Subaru, the crying girl with pink hair frowned and bared her teeth. Blonde Seiya raised her fist over the guy, loudly repeating her question. Looking at this, Subaru pursed his lips, accepting his fate. After a moment, his eyes widened in surprise. The girl with pink hair also had a look of shock on her face. They saw Seaka rise from her hospital bed, her naked body blazing with a scarlet flame. Clinging to the bed, the girl with pink hair looked at her sister in fear and called her. Blonde Seiya turned around, and she and Subaru looked at the girl with surprised eyes. Seaka, engulfed in a fire of energy, sat on the bed, hanging her head. A red mark with a demonic wing appeared on the back of her head. Leaning forward, the girl jumped off the bed. The white fabric began to fall off and parts of her body began to be covered in red light. Black gloves appeared on hands with long nails. Red and black boots slowly began to appear in the footsteps. Raising her arms high, the girl, dressed in red and black boots, shorts and a top, stretched, shining with red energy. She put her hand forward and a scarlet light glowed at the tip of her index finger. She suddenly sank to the floor, and her short hair became long and pitch black, and a long black and red cloak appeared on her shoulders. Seaka raised her red eyes with vertical pupils, and the pink locks near her face also turned a bright red hue. Her 2 sisters and a friend looked at the girl with surprise in their eyes. Blonde-haired Seiya asked in a trembling voice if her sister was really alive. Seaka's face darkened and she looked at the girl with crazy eyes. In a low voice, she told her to take her hands off the Subaru. Taking a step forward, Seaka walked towards them. Extending her palm, she approached her older sister. Seaka's hand was blazing with a bright red flame. The fair-haired Seiya girl looked at her with a dense, bewildered gaze. Gritting his teeth tightly, Subaru coated his left hand in bloody armor and stopped Seaka's palm a few centimeters from her older sister's face. With excitement on her face, the girl continued to press her palm forward. Subaru, squeezing tightly, tried to prevent her from doing this. He was surprised at how much power Seaka had gained. Resigned to the resistance, the girl froze. She shook out her palm and escaped the grip of Subaru, who, along with her older sister, was looking at her in bewilderment. Lowering her head, Seaka knelt down in front of the guy. She apologized to Mr. Subaru for being so insolent. At this moment, the faces of her 2 sisters were distorted with misunderstanding. With shock on his face, the guy pulled back, trying to understand what Mr. Subaru means. The black-haired Seiya girl sat with her head bowed, which opened up a view of her pointed jokes. She calmly agreed when the guy noted in surprise that she was not Seaka. The girl said that with the help of the skill she was revived as his kindred, and she did not have any memories of her past life, but she would obey absolutely all his orders. Her 2 sisters looked sharply at each other with bewilderment and silent questions on their faces. The blonde girl's face darkened, and Subaru stood with his back pressed against the door, looking with shock in his eyes at Seaka sitting in front of him on one knee. He was trying to figure out if she really had no memories of her past life. In a low voice, the sister asked if she would obey absolutely all orders. Subaru turned his head to the side in surprise. A thin foot in a brown shoe touched the hospital bed. A rod appeared in the hands of a girl with pink hair, which she began to wave, creating energy. Breaking into a scream, she asked Subaru what he did to her sister. The guy's gaze darkened, and he looked at the girl with a perplexed face. The second sister swung her leg, activating her power, and prepared her hand to strike, calling Subaru a sick pervert. Looking around, the guy's face was distorted in horror, and his eyes turned white. Two girls looked at him with eyes full of hatred and unanimously said that they would kill him. Intoxicated with fear, Subaru looked at the girls with horror in his eyes. He turned sharply to Seaka, who stood next to him. The girl asked if it was true that Subaru was a sick pervert. The guy shouted back that he was not like that at all. He froze with wide eyes when Seaka said that if that were the case, she would kill those ignorant girls. Two bloody blades appeared in the girl's hands. She confidently walked towards the sisters, whom she did not remember, saying that 10 seconds would be enough for her now. With fear in his eyes, the guy extended his hand, trying to say a word to stop Seaka, who with firmness in her eyes walked towards the two girls, on whose faces there was misunderstanding and anger. Subaru took off and ran forward, into the tav between them, shouting that they should stop. He was trying to figure out what he should do now. Closing his eyes, Subaru extended his palms forward, and ever larger streams of blood shot out from them. Stuttering, he apologized to the girls for this. The two sisters screamed loudly as their bodies were covered in blood. Having wrapped them in bloody cocoons, Subaru grabbed Seaka by the hand and, with fear on his face, dragged her out of the room. The girl with pink hair shouted indignantly that she couldn't move at all. Subaru, running away, shouted words of apology and said that he would explain everything to them later. The guy and girl flew out of the room and ran along the bright corridor under the loud, indignant screams of the sisters. In his head, Subaru cursed Carrion, who advised him to use this skill since now it is not Seaka at all. Trying to keep up with Subaru, the girl gave him a surprised look. She asked him if she should kill those two. Holding Seaka's hand, the guy ran at full speed, clenching his teeth tightly. He thought that now he absolutely did not understand what to do. He realized that first he needed to ask the new Seaka about Kindred. The guy and the girl ran out of the corridor into the large hall. Stopping, Subaru raised his head and froze, his eyes widening in surprise. There was a large screen on the wall of the room, on which a video of a guy was shown on the news program. In the video, Subaru saw a segment where, during a battle with a whale, he used his skill and used blood as a means of transportation through the air. Subaru furrowed his brows as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. A close-up shot appeared of the guy's wet face after the victory with the caption that he was Meguro's savior. The title of the video asked the question, "What is the true face of the mysterious player?" Subaru stood not far from the screen, holding Seaka's hand in his and thinking that someone had filmed his fight with the whale. Suddenly, a voice came from the side saying that the guy was now a hero, and he was even called a savior. Turning to the side, Subaru saw two male figures in front of him. A tall, blonde man in a shirt and tie stood next to a guy in black clothes and pink hair. The guy cursed, saying that he didn't even know that Taiga had an older brother. One of them was Yudu Ryusei, a blonde guy with a smiley face headband who was the number 3 gold player. The other guy was the number 2 gold player named Shikishima Ruo, who had a lot of piercings on his angry face and big round glasses. Seeing who was in front of him, Subaru froze with shock on his face. He recognized the two men as gold-rank celebrities. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy clenched his teeth tightly, looking at them with an angry look. He saw golden flames literally blazing around the two men. The guy thought that he felt that their presence would not bring him any good. Ruo turned back and shouted to Hirasaka that this guy was here. Subaru's eyes widened and he wondered if he was talking about that same Hirasaka. One of his men was walking down the corridor towards them. He noted that he was finally able to meet Ariake Subaru. A blonde man in a black office suit, who was the number 1 gold player named Hirasaka Renji, approached his two comrades. He said that Subaru was under investigation for a permit from retail establishments in the Shinagawa area, as well as being suspected of murdering a classmate who was a gambler. Looking at the guy, Renji smiled softly. He said that they had something to talk to him about. Seaka stood behind Subaru with a gloomy face, who turned gloomy and clenched his teeth tightly. He was very surprised to see Hirasaka Renji in front of him. He recalled how, as a child, he looked at the blonde man on TV and admired him. He reflected that this was the strongest player in Japan, who was a role model for him. He thought that he could not even guess that they were being spent under such circumstances. The guy stood in a stance, covering Seaka with his hand. Renji asked him not to be nervous. Waving his hand, the blonde smiled widely. He said that all suspicions against him had been removed. Looking at the guy in the suit, Subaru cried out in surprise. A white limousine was driving through the streets of the city at night. Seaka and Subaru were sitting on white chairs, and 2 cups of coffee stood on the table next to them. Opposite them sat Renji, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, and next to him was Ruo, who was writing down information on a tablet. The blonde said that everything was clear to him now, noting that the rainbow door most likely appeared in this world for the first time. He said that on top of that, Subaru overcame 2 challenges and brought another player to life. Subaru stared at the blonde, confirming his words. He said that his story went something like this and that he also wanted to know about the suspicions. Closing his eyes, Renji smiled softly, calling the guy's name. At that moment, Ruo threw his tablet onto the table. A video of his battle with Taiga was played on the screen. The blonde asked if he knew about the number of cameras throughout the city. After seeing the video, Subaru was taken aback and his eyes widened in surprise. While the guy was watching the video of the fight, Renji said that firstly, the destruction around the shopping center was presented in every detail and he is the victim who struck back at Taiga. The following was a clip of his battle with the bullies that evening when the rainbow door appeared in front of him. Renji said that secondly, Subaru was suspected of killing Kunisaki, but this guy was allowed by the doors that appeared, thanks to which Subaru became a player. He added that this was also confirmed by 2 guys who were at the scene at the time. An image of a beaten Sawatari and Idashima appeared on the tablet. He raised his surprised gaze to the golden players. Subaru was surprised that the 2 bullies would testify like that and then asked if that meant. Ruo waved his hand, smiling widely. He said this meant a not guilty verdict had been returned. Pressing the button with the news channel, he said that in addition, a girl presenting the news appeared on the screen. She said that the incident with the otherworldly creature breaking through the 5-star gate was without casualties thanks to the unknown player who defeated the monster. She said a large number of videos had been made public. An image appeared on the screen behind her of a video of the Subaru being uploaded online. Subaru looked at the tablet that lay on the table in front of him with surprise on his face. Ruo said that now the guy has become a real hero for people. Sweat dripped down Subaru's shocked face. He asked again in a trembling voice, thinking about whether he was really considered a hero now. The limousine continued its happiness along the night roads. Ruo said that since they heard his entire story, the mystery of Taiga is now solved. The guy asked, "What is this other riddle?" Baring his teeth, Ruo glanced at Subaru, showing 2 fingers. She said that guy's only skill was the golden glove. He imagined in his head how little Taiga pushes Subaru away from the golden door and says that it will no longer appear in front of the player who took the door from another, no matter how much he increases his level. He also added that this is why the door could only appear in front of the Subaru. Taken aback by this information, Subaru opened his mouth, saying that then. Squinting his red eyes, Ruo looked at the guy. He said that by placing it next to him, Taiga intended to enter the door again as soon as it appeared. Subaru's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered the unpleasant expression on Taiga's face on their last day at home, and how his brother told him, grinning, that he belonged to him for the rest of his life and would never be able to escape from him. Leaning on the back of the seat, Subaru hung his head. Now he understood what Taiga's intentions were. Supporting his chin with his hand, Renji grinned softly. They arrived at a tall building with an 8-pointed star on top. He asked, "How about we move on to answering questions?" The elevator slowly descended to the bottom floor B6. Its doors opened on the 6th floor of the headquarters. The 3 gold players and Subaru, along with Seaka, waited for the grate to open, serving as additional protection in the elevator. In the distance of the corridor, Subaru saw a cell in which a guy was sitting and realized that this was a special prison for players. The blonde locked in it, noticing the guests, clenched his teeth tightly in anger. His hands were cuffed with golden chains, and Taiga shot a hateful look at his brother, loudly pronouncing his name. Subaru furrowed his eyebrows and the corners of his lips turned upward, after which he also said his brother's name. When they all came close to the camera, Renji said that the guy was currently shackled with gold chains. Ruo walked up to the fence and kicked it. He addressed Taiga, calling him a fraud. With his leg raised, the guy moved back. In a rough voice, he noted that Subaru told them everything, so Taiga should be prepared for the fact that based on his previous testimony, this matter will be investigated much deeper. Rising from his seat, Taiga began to hit the bars, screaming in anger. He shouted, asking how dare Subaru. He said that he would kill him slowly and painfully. The others, grimacing, looked at the pitiful attempts of the golden player. Taiga shouted furiously that that gold piece was his and by right should have gone to him. The veins on the blonde's face began to bulge with anger. He shouted that Subaru has no idea what awaits him when he comes out. Listening to all these words, Subaru hung his head sadly. He sharply put his hand in front of Seaka, who, bright with scarlet light, began to rush forward, saying that she would kill Taiga. With confusion in her face, she looked at the guy and turned to him. Subaru pursed his lips into a thin line. He thought that now, being next to the Taiga he hated so much. The guy lowered his sad eyes to the floor. He thought that his heart was surprisingly calm now. Looking at the guy with wild eyes, Taiga began to hurl curses at him. Standing next to the fence, he jerked his arms, bound in gold chains, and began to scream again. He indignantly asked Subaru what kind of look was that just now, and why was he looking like that? Subaru told the 3 gold players that the rest was up to them. With a downcast look, he walked with Seaka towards the exit and, without turning around, asked them to deal with Taiga. Bro Seiya on the cage, Taiga looked after his hated brother with indescribable anger in his eyes, and sweat flowed down his face. He shouted furiously after Subaru, ordering him to stop and go back. Amid loud, heart-rending screams, Subaru and Seaka approached the elevator. As Taiga continued to scream, Renji sighed and turned to Ryusei, who was standing with his arms crossed and looking towards the elevator. Ryusei asked if they would just leave the guy now. Renji replied that for now yes, adding that he plans to upgrade the Subaru with some perks. The blonde looked down at the floor, thinking about what if the guy wants to become even stronger. A tab about the appearance of new gates was open on his tablet. These same gates were called 6-star gates. Subaru held out 2 stars, asking him to accept them. The pink-haired girl at the reception looked at the stars, happily noting that this was a good job, and that now she would exchange everything. Closing her eyes, the employee smiled, showing 2 fingers. She said she was exchanging 2 Ariake Subaru stars for 3 million yen. She added that he was also entitled to a bonus for conquering an otherworldly creature in the amount of 20 million yen. Subaru was momentarily taken aback. While the girl with pink hair handed him a black card, the guy, shocked and wide-eyed, loudly asked if she was joking about 20 million. Standing behind her master, Seaka quietly thanked her. The girl from the reception said that in addition to the named guy, he is given a privilege from the association, and by presenting this card, he will be able to use various properties of the association, such as a hotel, convenience stores, and the like. Looking at her in bewilderment, Subaru could not force a word out of himself. Smiling widely, the girl asked him to use it with pleasure. Hearing many whispers behind him, Subaru turned around. Many players crowded together, looking at Subaru in surprise. They asked each other if this guy was the same. With his mouth wide open, the guy stood and listened to people's words that it was he who single-handedly dealt with the whale that had killed the team of silver players at that time. Someone noted that it was he who beat Julieta. They were interested in what rank he was and whether he already had privileges at that time. They assumed that he was now an 8th gold player and noted that the guy was cool. Listening to all this, Subaru realized that he had truly become famous. He turned around when the girl behind the desk called out to him. She said that she remembered the guy and that since their last meeting he had become much stronger. She said that now he has power, money, and fame. Pursing his lips, Subaru perked up in surprise when the girl noted that once he had all this, there was nothing to worry about. She looked at Today with her shining eyes and with a good-natured smile on her face asked what he plans to do now. Looking at her in response, Subaru mentally asked the same question to himself. After a while, night came. Loud screams mixed with curses were heard on floor B6. The elevator door opened on the floor. Swearing loudly, Taiga, with a furious face, hit the cell bars, trying to break them. At that moment, a dark female figure stood in the elevator car. When the additional grate began to open, the girl put her hand through it, and it lit up with a golden flame. Taiga froze, clenching his teeth as his entire body was bound by a chain. He fell to the floor and the girl approached his cell. Her big purple eyes looked at the guy and she turned to him. A pink-haired girl named Kinakawa Sakura, who was a gold player and voluntarily acted as a receptionist, looked at Taiga with an indifferent gaze, and everything around her was blazing with golden flames. She asked in a calm voice why he was rowdy. The blonde lying on the floor raised his head and, gritting his teeth, cast a malicious glance at Sakura, calling her name. The girl waved her hand and clenched it sharply into a fist. At the same second, Taiga wheezed as the targets began to strongly squeeze his body. He gave her a frightened look, and his brother's name appeared in his head. Imagining the image of a Subaru glowing with rainbow light, he thought that the guy had become much stronger, and in front of him, it turns out, there were also 2 doors. He remembered his brother's distant look when he saw him in the cell. Taiga thought that his behavior had changed and he no longer cared about him. He repeated the curse words in his head. The blonde's eyebrows scrunched up to the bridge of his nose, and an animalistic grin appeared on his lips. With hatred, he thought that this world had not chosen him again. He cursed his brother, wishing him death. Looking at all this, Sakura turned to Taiga, hearing his voice from the camera. A huge black and purple spot appeared behind the guy as he lay on the floor, gritting his teeth in anger, thinking that this world is not the same and he doesn't need such a world. Pulling back a little, Sakura looked in bewilderment as the dark Mumstanuich began to fall down, exposing the door. She asked in fear, "Is it really?" When the substance completely rolled down, a black and purple door opened to her gaze. Sakura asked in surprise, "Is this really a dark door?" There was also a 5-star mark on the door, decorated with dark patterns. The narrow door slowly glowed with purple light. Clenching his jaw, Taiga looked up at the girl when she called him. Looking at the door with her mouth wide open and fear in her eyes, Sakura screamed in fear, asking what he did. Not understanding what she meant, Taiga turned his head back. He he saw behind him a large dark door from which came an eerie whisper. The voice asked if there was anger, hatred, and envy in his heart. Mystery rose to his knees, and he and Sakura looked at the door in surprise. The guy was trying to figure out who was talking to him. Gritting his teeth, he perked up when a voice, addressing the guy, quietly said that this world did not pity him at all. A human hand began to reach out from the door towards him. The voice began to call him to itself, repeating that together they could kill everyone, take revenge, and that he should not be afraid. On the outskirts, a multitude of long arms from the door began to wriggle in front of the shocked Taiga. He tensed and began to lean back as arms wrapped around his body, trying to pull him towards him. Taiga fell, and they calmly began to drag him towards the dark door. The girl watching, her face darkening, opened her mouth wide and screamed. She clenched her hands into fists, using the skill, and her body began to blaze with bright golden flames. Grimacing with anger, she loudly ordered the unknown to stop. The voice only indifferently told her to shut up. A stream of purple energy flowed towards Sakura as a huge coil of chains appeared behind her, which she launched into Taiga's chamber. Faced with dark energy, her chains began to turn to stone and break into pieces, but Sakura, with outstretched arms, still continued to direct them towards the camera. Seeing the failure, the girl clicked in displeasure. Frowning her face and clenching her teeth, she continued to hold her hands. However, the dark energy that was rapidly approaching her broke off the chains one by one. The purple fog overtook the girl herself. Her outstretched palms began to turn to stone and fall apart. Sakura was taken aback and with shock on her face began to fall to the floor when, moments later, Coulter was left without arms and legs. Taiga, whose body was completely wrapped in arms that almost pulled him into the door, looked at the crippled Sakura. His pupils constricted, and fear was clearly visible on his face. He tried to understand what kind of frightening power this was. A hoarse voice said that he would bestow it on him. The guy turned his stunned gaze towards the sparkling door. The voice said that he would give him such power. The arms around Taiga's body loosened slightly, and the guy got up and voluntarily walked through the open door, and the voice continued to call him. He said that they could destroy this entire world together. The dark door to the cell slammed shut. The bright sun illuminated the multi-story buildings of the city. Seaka stood on the roof of one of these houses with her hands clasped behind her back. She turned to her master. Covering his face with his fist, Subaru, dressed in a red t-shirt and black pants, lay on the floor at her feet. Looking at him, the girl asked what was happening to him. The guy looked at the scorching sun with one eye. What stagnates in his head is the words of the girl at the reception that now he has power, money, and fame, after receiving which he has nothing to worry about. He remembered her sweet smiling face, and then the question of what he plans to do now. Leaning on his hands, the guy sat on the floor, thinking about this word now. Subaru turned his gaze to his companion, realizing that now he was interested in what was happening to her. The girl who had been standing next to him all this time perked up slightly when the guy asked how he should address her better, noting that he didn't know if he could continue calling her Seaka. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that then he could simply call her Seiya, and the guy agreed. Looking at the guy, she pursed her lips and her words widened slightly when he asked if there was a way to turn her back into the old Seaka. Subaru sat with a sad look, hanging his head. Continuing to hold her hands behind her back, Seiya drooped slightly, lowering her eyes to the floor. She quietly noted that it turned out that this body belonged to a person who was important to Mr. Subaru. The girl asked him if he could show her that blood usurper. The guy asked in surprise, could she really also see the window from the menu? Closing her eyes, the girl answered in the affirmative, noting that it was because their souls were connected. A window with the passive skill blood usurper appeared in front of them. Pressing the button for the inaccessible skill LV35, Seiya thoughtfully said it out loud. Subaru, who was sitting on his knees, raised his surprised gaze to the girl, who, looking at the sign, was tucking her hair behind her ear. She said that it was likely that the door would appear when he got his next skill. Seiya lowered her eyes to the floor. She said that if there was any way to get Ms. Seaka back, then most likely Subaru would only be able to find out on the other side of the door. At that moment, images of a smiling Vanquish and Carrion appeared in the guy's head. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, Subaru noted that perhaps the best option would be to meet with the one who gave him the skills, namely Vanquish. He thanked Seiya for the idea. Rising from the floor, Subaru leaned forward to stretch his muscles and said that for now he could only improve his level. Heroic Subaru, Vampire LV26, Physical Strength 662, Health 462, Speed 546, Sensitivity 463, Luck 478. He waved his rainbow flaming hand and his palms became covered in black gloves with red wristbands. A red and black robe began to cover his chest. His head was covered with a black hood. Brushing it off, Subaru adjusted the gloves on his hands. He said that they now need to go to the new gate. He thought that this was necessary in order to meet Vanquish as soon as possible. After some time, they found themselves at a store. A large gate appeared against the wall, and its owner was sitting on his knees in front of his comrades. He thanked them for coming here as a gate suddenly appeared in front of the store, causing his sales to drop. Subaru smiled and patted himself on the head when the owner clenched his hands into fists and smiled widely, saying that the savior had come to his aid. The guy replied that he would try to do his best. After tearing off one of the gate doors, Subaru stopped and looked at Seiya. He asked if she would go with him. The girl replied that she was Mr. Subaru's kindred and therefore would serve him for the rest of her life. Closing her eyes, she asked him to look at the status window. Seiya, Kindred LV21, Physical Strength 331, Health 231, Speed 273, Sensitivity 231, Luck 0, Skill Blood Manipulation LV3. After reading the information, Subaru asked in surprise how she could use blood manipulation if she had no show MP. The girl replied that Kindred receives MP from its owner, and when she uses the skill, Subaru's MP will decrease. The guy thought, and his personal power ranking arose in his thoughts, at the top of which was Vanquish, the boss whale and himself, in the middle was Seiya, and at the very bottom was Taiga, Julieta and Seaka. The guy thought that Seiya is very strong, and her strength exceeds Seaka's strength by 20 times, and Taiga's strength by 2 times. He loudly called the girl to come through the gate. Stage Children's Limbo, Downstream, Difficulty 3 stars, Time remaining 79, 1804. As soon as they entered, huge red monsters with horns and various weapons appeared in front of the guy and the girl. Stepping forward, Subaru began to inspect while Seiya stood behind. He asked if these were all demons, and the girl asked to borrow some of his MP. The guy replied that she can do whatever she wants since he makes sure to see all her power in action. Seiya waved her hand upward and a huge splash of blood appeared behind her. She said that she would then use blood fruit. Seiya held her hand, palm up, with a huge disc of blood spinning on top of it. She launched this disc towards the red monsters, saying that whoever stands in the way of Mr. Subaru, she says. Covered in red light, her eyes widened with hatred. In a low voice she said that she was telling them all to die. The disc began to fly at the monster one by one. Blue blood splashed in different directions on the battlefield. The guy and the girl stood nearby, looking at the trusted monsters. Subaru said it looks really comfortable and he wants to try it next time. Seiya replied that it wouldn't work on stronger creatures, but a huge red hand slammed onto the ground, making a loud sound. A huge round monster appeared in front of the guy and the girl, which had 2 pairs of arms, one of which served as legs. Seiya said it must be the boss. Subaru waved his hand, taking out the blade he received from Carrion, which was dripping blood. Having gotten dirty, he said that he would deal with it himself. A huge number of bloody threads flew towards the monster. After some time, the guy and the girl left the gate, which began to crumble behind them, and the store owner threw up his hands in surprise, noting that it was very fast. Stage a sign has appeared for clearing the gate of Children's Limbo, Downstream, Difficulty 3 stars, remaining time 79, 715. Subaru, whose level had increased from 26 to 28, looked at his phone as he walked. He mentally noted that they had no problems with the 3-star gate. He told the girl that he would now book a 4-star gate. He froze when someone called out to him from behind. Turning around, he saw Ruo, who was sitting on the store, resting his head on his hand. He noted that they finished the gate in just 10 minutes. Looking up at the golden player, Subaru asked with surprise in his voice, "What is he doing here?" With his hands in his pockets, Ruo jumped off the roof. When the guy asked why he was here, the gold player noted that Subaru did not read messages. Standing in front of the guy, Ruo bared his teeth and his eyes turned red. He said that Taiga escaped from prison. Subaru froze in place with shock on his face as the gold player continued to tell him that this happened late last night, so there is nothing in the news yet, but he himself already knows that someone from the gold rank was eliminated. With excitement in his voice, Subaru asked who this man was. Ryuo's light eyebrows frowned. Subaru was taken aback, remembering a tall girl with long pink hair and a white suit covering her face when Ryuo said that this person was the anonymous player 4. At that moment, Subaru realized that she was the one holding Taiga back with the golden chains. He gave Ryuo a surprised look when he said that 4's real name is Kinakawa Sakura and he must have met her before. The smiling face of a girl with pink hair and an emerald suit appeared before Subaru's eyes as the gold player told him that this was the girl with always been at the reception. Subaru froze in place in horror and surprise. After some time, they got into a black limousine. Ryuo said that Sakura is now unconscious and all the CCTV cameras have been transferred, but he himself doesn't know what happened yet. He said that given the risk, it could be concluded that gold rank players would enter the gate in 2s. Sitting opposite the guy with his arms crossed, Sabaku pointed a finger at himself and asked if he was one of that number. Ryuo replied that he was lucky as they didn't know yet, but his rainbow door might be higher than gold rank. Baring his teeth, the golden player took a bottle of water. He said that Subaru can choose which gate he wants to provoke since they should unite for a while. Subaru responded loudly that he understood. Surprise appeared on his face when Ryuo said that he himself had expressed a desire to act with him. Clutching a bottle of water, the golden player grinned, revealing sharp teeth as his eyes glowed red. In a low voice, he said that this was because he was sure that Taiga would lie in wait for him first. Looking at the guy with surprised eyes, Subaru didn't know what to answer. After some time, the three of them found themselves at the gate that Subaru had previously spoken about. Standing in front of them, Ruo asked if the guy really wanted to go to Sawing Ret for 4 stars. At this moment, Subaru was thinking that Shikishima Ruo is a gold rank player who is next after Hirosaka Renji, and has great strength. Ruo said that essentially each star increases the enemy's strength by 10 times, however. Scratching the back of his head, he walked forward with an imposing gait, followed by Subaru and Seiya with confident faces. The gold player said it would be an easy win for this lineup. Stage Sawing Ret, difficulty 4 stars, time remaining 872, 1152. Smiling a nervous smile, Subaru thought that he wondered if it would even be his turn. Seiya, with whom his soul was connected, clenched her hands into fists and loudly said that she would get there. Shikishima covered his face with his palm and extended his other hand forward. On his finger was a golden tip. Subaru thought that Shikishima's skill was a golden bullet, which allowed him to shoot invisible bullets that came out of his fingertip. Subaru, with a confused face, stood and looked straight ahead, clenching his fists. Subaru thought this was how it was supposed to work. Shikishima extended his hand forward and blue rain like small comets fell from the sky. Subaru didn't understand what kind of attack it was. Shikishima said that this is the 5th skill, Sulfur Rain. The crowd of monsters looked up in panic. The monster looked ahead in panic. A powerful blow hit the monsters like a wave. Subaru was surprised by the power of Shikishima's impact. Subaru thought that behind these gates there is a creature from another world and they are not so weak. Multiple system notifications have appeared indicating that the Sofang executioner monsters have been defeated. Shikishima said that all these notifications are so annoying and added that they gold ranks have a rule that using more than one skill on the back of the real world door is strictly prohibited. Ryo bared his teeth and pointed his finger at the explosion site behind him. Shikishima said that this rule was created due to the excessive damage of skills. Seiya and Subaru looked at Shikishima. Shikishima walked forward with a displeased face and bared his teeth, clenching one fist. Shikishima said that it was time for them to go and deal with the boss. Subaru reasoned that the top of all players, gold rank, and in Japan they are called the 7 Knights because of the creatures in the doors. Subaru imagined the golden door appearing. Shikishima walked on the ground and cracks appeared from his power. A huge golden cannon appeared behind him. Shikishima glowed with a golden light. Subaru added that the skill Shikishima has is the epitome of a dragoon, a cavalryman armed with a firearm. Shikishima used the Death Flame Flurry skill. Above the mountains stretched a dark sky shrouded in stars. Shikishima turned to Subaru. Subaru looked at Shikishima and opened his mouth slightly. Shikishima told Subaru to choose the next gate. The boss saw King level 62 appeared. Shikishima extended his hand and began to shoot invisible bullets from his finger at the boss. Bullet holes began to appear in the boss's body. Shikishima said that he would have dealt with 3 more by the end of the day. The boss exploded and Shikishima turned around and headed towards Subaru and Seiya. A system notification has appeared. The boss is defeated. A notification has appeared. Clear. Sawing treks. Difficulty 4 stars. Completion time 0 hours, 52 minutes and 9 seconds. Remaining time 871, 1943. A black limousine was speeding along the city road. Shikishima said they closed the door in 52 minutes. Shikishima bared his teeth in displeasure and frowned, looking at his phone. Shikishima added that it was so-so. Seiya sat with her eyes closed. Subaru looked at Shikishima in surprise and opened his mouth slightly. Subaru thought that Shikishima killed the boss instantly and that he also wanted to become stronger. Shikishima looked up at Subaru and opened his mouth slightly, showing his teeth. Subaru added that, however, the people who are actually destined for the gold rank door have completely different standards. Shikishima apologized to Subaru and said that this time he did everything himself, and in the future, Subaru will try to carry out the main attack himself. Subaru agreed and said he would try. The space was completely covered with ice. The space looked like a circular arena completely covered in ice. A system notification has appeared. Scene: Glass Waterfall. Difficulty 4 stars. Remaining time 911908. A notification has appeared. Defeat the boss. Shikishima, Seiya, and Subaru walked through the door. Subaru was surprised at what he saw. Shikishima said that this is a specific area and low-ranked players will not even be able to move here and added that this is an X stage and Subaru must be careful. Subaru opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly, and the glass cat appeared above his head. Shikishima said that the specific terrain is not just the boss. Subaru turned around and didn't expect what happened. A huge glass cat's paw was rushing straight towards Subaru. The glass cat hit the Subaru with its paw. Seiya opened her mouth wide and her eyes widened. The cat looked down with indifference. A notification has appeared. Ex-boss. Glass drop. Level 42. The drop looked down intently. Red cutting lines appeared. Subaru took out a chisel from heaven and cut the blob's paw. Shikishima was surprised by Subaru's actions. Shikishima asked what the sword was from that video and added that Subaru was able to cut a 4-star ex-boss. Subaru bared his teeth, his face covered in blood. Subaru thought that blob was stronger than even carrion. Subaru's life and mana indicators began to decrease. Subaru noted that if he didn't have the chisel of heaven, the risk would become too great. Subaru covered his face with his hand and looked at Drop with a furious gaze. Subaru widened his eyes and looked at Blob with shock. The destroyed paw began to shine. Blob regenerated his paw. Subaru panicked slightly that the Blob could use regeneration. The Blob swung his paw at the Subaru again. Subaru dodged the blow and jumped into the air. Subaru looked at Blob while floating in the air. Subaru thought that the Sky Chisel was useless, it used up too much mana, and it was not effective against a regenerating opponent. The Blob opened its mouth wide and showed its fangs. Seiya bared her teeth and leaned forward slightly. Seiya told Subaru that she would help him. Shikishima told Seiya not to do this. Seiya looked at Shikishima with her red eyes. Shikishima sat on the ice and crossed his legs, resting his head on his hand. Seiya stood behind Shikishima and looked at him. Shikishima said that this matter is in the interest of Subaru. Seiya said that they are not going to abandon Subaru. Shikishima told her not to say anything stupid. If things got bad, he would help Subaru. Shikishima watched the battle with a serious look. Shikishima thought it was lucky that the ex-boss suddenly appeared, and even if the rainbow door was as good or even better than the golden door, there was little point in it if the player was an idiot who relied on a lucky scene. The drop suddenly rushed towards the hovering Subaru. Shikishima thought he would consider Subaru's potential. Subaru noticed that in that area there were catastrophically few opportunities to successfully use the blood manipulation skill. Subaru waved his hand towards the blob, sending a bloody splash at her. Subaru thought that there were no places where he could throw ropes, and the fog would be carried away by a strong wind from the waterfall, and the enemy was too big for mediation, so the mana consumption for blocking would be enormous, and he thought what would happen if he blinded the drop. Subaru closed his eyes. A drop of blood. The drop swung its paw. The drop did not stop the blood that was covering his eyes and hit Subaru. Subaru doubled over in pain. Subaru thought that Drop's accuracy was amazing and that he could see everything without eyes. Drop knocked Subaru away with his blow. Shikishima and Seiya watched their fight. The blob was hanging in the air with bloody eyes closed and a bloody rope stretching from him. Shikishima said that Subaru doesn't seem to be getting anywhere. Shikishima bared his teeth in displeasure and tilted his head to the side, resting his head on his palm. Shikishima thought that Subaru was not experienced enough, and that was another story, since the opponent had terribly rare regeneration and an indeterminate form, and said that as he thought, one should not expect too much from Subaru. Seiya stood and looked towards Subaru with a serious look. Seiya told Shikishima not to underestimate Subaru. Seiya grinned slyly and asked Shikishima if he really didn't see it. The bloody rope clung to Drop's paw. Seiya said that Subaru had already discovered a clue to the counterattack. Subaru wrapped the rope around his hand and pulled. Subaru jumped off the ground with the help of a rope and rose into the air. Subaru was a little beaten and bleeding. He opened his mouth slightly. Subaru said if the terrain doesn't allow it, you can hook it directly to the drop, a rope made of blood rubber. The drop stood motionless. Subaru told Blob that he had no joints or 5 senses and that he was like a slime that took the form of a cat, and added that the effect of a slashing attack would be as meager as that of a heaven's chisel. Subaru extended his hand, remembering the image of Carrion. Subaru said that he could use the skill boost he received from Carrion. Deadly Ken. A system notification has appeared. Deadly Ken Level 1. The founder of Chinese martial art is Carrion, the king of vampires. The skill destroys an object from the inside. A notification has appeared. Passive skill. Understanding the Deadly Ken. Deep understanding of Deadly Ken techniques. The image of Carrion smiled widely, showing his teeth. Subaru opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly. Subaru noted that there is a wave transmission to push the impulse. Blob's eyes were free of blood and he looked at Subaru, which was about to hit him. A spiral rope appeared behind Subaru. Subaru combined the skill of blood manipulation and Deadly Ken. Subaru's fist emitted a rainbow light that rushed towards the blob. Subaru hit the blob's side with all his might, emitting a rainbow light and a spiraling rope of blood. The spiral rope began to glow brightly with a rainbow light. Subaru put a lot of effort into this punch and showed his teeth. Subaru used the momentum pushing skill. The drop was thrown to the side, and he opened his mouth wide, and from the impact, clouds of smoke appeared. The blob shattered in the air and regenerated again and landed on the ground covered in ice. Subaru wrapped a rope around Drop's neck. Subaru used the blood manipulation skill and the Deadly Ken. The blob raised his head up and looked at Subaru. Subaru furiously struck Blob using the Dead Man's Springer skill. Subaru remembered being covered in bloody armor. Subaru said he experienced the rejection of the fatal wound personally. Subaru stood covered in armor and looked down. Subaru clenched his fist and widened his eyes, glaring furiously at Blob. Subaru said that apparently the blob uses mana to regenerate, and in this case, it will crush it endlessly. Shikishima was surprised, opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly. Shikishima thought that Subaru had recognized his opponent's weak point in such a short time and further fused the two skills together, noting that he had heard that Subaru controlled blood. Subaru bared his teeth and widened his eyes. Shikishima thought that such a method of fighting had never occurred to him. Seiya looked at Shikishima indifferently, who opened his mouth and called Subaru insane. Seiya looked at Subaru and smiled sweetly, blushing slightly. Subaru punched the blob, emitting a rainbow light. Subaru flew into the blob with both feet, baring his teeth and furrowing his eyebrows. Shikishima looked at Subaru with a thoughtful look. Shikishima said that Subaru and the blob had worn each other out. The drop regenerated. Seiya raised her hands up. Shikishima continued to sit on the ice, legs crossed. Seiya yelled at Subaru not to give up. Subaru looked tired. He raised his hands in front of him and clenched his fists. The drop opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue. Seiya called out to Subaru. Shikishima smiled widely and bared his teeth. He raised his head and looked at Subaru. Shikishima shouted to Subaru that if he can handle the blob, they will eat sushi. Subaru continued to stand with his fists clenched. Seiya told Shikishima that he really thought that Subaru would fall for this. After hearing the proposal, Subaru burst into flames and a rainbow light appeared around him. Seiya was surprised that Subaru fell for this. There was an explosion from the impact and the ice shattered into pieces. Subaru used the Dead Man's Springer skill. A system notification has appeared. Clear, glass waterfall, difficulty 4 stars, end time hours 48 minutes and 11 seconds, remaining time 910, 2047. A notification has appeared. Subaru level 28 level 31. Deadly Ken level 1 level 3. Blood manipulation level 6 level 7. A small white building with a red roof, a sign with hieroglyphs hung above the door. The sign said Sushi Hibiki. Shikishima turned to Subaru. Shikishima held chopsticks in his hand and took the sushi with them. He looked intently at Subaru, leaning on his hand. Shikishima told Subaru to stop eating sushi and start eating. Subaru's eyes sparkled with happiness as he looked at the sushi. Subaru raised his happy face and looked at Shikishima. Subaru said he wanted to admire them a little more. Shikishima didn't understand what was happening to Subaru. Subaru let out tears and snot running from his nose, his face turning slightly red. Subaru said it was the first time he had seen sushi in his life. Shikishima was shocked. Subaru said that's why he's so happy. Shikishima was perplexed and showed his teeth. Seiya contacted Subaru. Seiya lay on the wooden floor, raising her arms and legs up and holding the blob with them, stretching him. Subaru covered his face with his hand, and Shikishima got angry at Seiya. Seiya told Subaru that he had been through a lot. Shikishima asked Seiya what the hell she was doing with the blob since it was a top-notch restaurant. The blob cutely opened his mouth and looked at Shikishima. Shikishima said that he did not expect that if he won, he could get a glass cat. A notification has appeared. Cryptid, glass drop. Delicate glass cat. Can regenerate itself by consuming its master's mana. Owner, Subaru. Shikishima remembered Hirosaka's slightly smiling face. Shikishima said that they can get the element by defeating the ex-boss. Shikishima remembered Taiga in a black coat with a serious face. Shikishima said that you can get, for example, a Hirosaki earring or a damn Taiga coat. System notification. Purebred earrings. Increases maximum mana by 50%. System notification. A jet black coat made from a magical creature. Reduces physical damage by 50%. Subaru opened his eyes and mouth wide, and drool began to pour out of Subaru's mouth. Shikishima said that Subaru also received his red sword. System notification. Ex-boss, Carrion, the Vampire King level 57 defeated. Received Heaven's Chisel. Shikishima and Subaru looked at the yawning blob. They thought about what the drop might be useful for. The blob sharply turned its head towards Shikishima and Subaru and opened its mouth in shock. Shikishima said that otherworldly beings usually do not serve people and added that Subaru could give him a name. Subaru said he needed to think about it. Subaru, with an excited face, raised his fist and said that his name would be Sushi. The drop was shocked by such a name. Notification. Glass drop changed to glass sushi. Shikishima told Subaru to eat already because sushi is best eaten immediately after cooking. An explosion occurred, the building shook, Shikishima and Subaru turned their heads to the side. Shikishima didn't understand what happened that time. The griffin hovered in the air above the city, people fled in panic away from it. Someone shouted as a creature burst out of the gate. System notification. Mocking Griffin level 48. Shikishima and Subaru jumped up from the table. Shikishima told Subaru that he told him to eat faster. The griffin opened its beak wide. The griffin grabbed with his paw a girl with a short hairstyle and hair clips. Someone shouted that the griffin had grabbed the girl and asked if any of the players were there. Holes appeared in one wing of the griffin from invisible bullets, and the other wing was grabbed by a bloody rope. Below stood Shikishima and Seiya. Shikishima gave off a golden aura, and Seiya gave off a blood-red aura. Sushi was sitting on Seiya's shoulder. Seiya put her palm forward, looking at the griffin. Shikishima extended his finger forward and looked at the griffin indifferently. Seiya used the blood circulation skill. Shikishima used the golden bullet skill. Subaru appeared above the griffin's head and swung his leg, which gave off a rainbow aura. Subaru used the blood manipulation skill. Subaru used his foot to send a bloody pillar towards the griffin's head, which pierced it. Subaru used a skill in the form of a gimlet. The griffin released the girl from his clutches and she began to fall. The girl landed on a bloody slime-like pillow. The girl jumped off the pillow. Subaru picked up the girl with his strong arms. Subaru held the girl tightly and looked at her. The girl looked at Subaru in surprise. Subaru smiled at her. The girl became embarrassed and blushed slightly. Subaru landed on the ground with the girl in his arms in front of Seiya and Shikishima. Subaru smiled and put the girl on the ground. Subaru asked if she was hurt. The girl thanked Subaru. Subaru and the girl turned towards Sawatari, who was running towards them. Sawatari began to shout to the girl, calling her Kana. Sawatari opened his mouth wide when he saw Subaru next to Kana. Subaru saw Sawatari and remembered all the times he bullied him. Kana looked at Sawatari and smiled widely, calling him brother. Subaru was surprised by this turn of events. Sawatari bared his teeth and pulled Kana close to him. Kana asked Sawatari if they knew each other. Shikishima opened his mouth wide and showed his teeth. Sawatari did not expect to see Shikishima. Shikishima said that this is the guy from the interrogation. Shikishima looked at Sawatari seriously and adjusted his glasses. Shikishima thought that this was one of the gang of people who bullied Subaru. Shikishima said that they are not even friends, but he should thank Subaru. Subaru stood with an indifferent expression on his face. Sawatari turned to Shikishima and looked at him rudely. Sawatari asked Shikishima what to thank him for. Kana smiled sweetly and widely, blushing slightly, giving off a warm and radiant aura. Kana thanked the guys. Subaru opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Subaru closed his eyes and smiled sweetly, blushing. Subaru said they were happy to help. Seiya and Shikishima stood next to each other and smiled slightly. Sawatari extended his hand and pointed his finger at Subaru. Sawatari asked Kan what she was thanking him for. Kana told Sawatari to thank the guys for saving his sister's life and added that she was ashamed of him. Sawatari walked close to Subaru, bared his teeth and furrowed his brows. Sawatari told Subaru that he heard that he has been on a roll lately. Sawatari smiled slyly, frowning. Sawatari asked Subaru if he was already thinking about taking revenge on them and added that he could spread a video of him shitting himself. Sawatari was surprised and widened his eyes. Subaru stood indifferently and looked at Sawatari, smiling slightly. Sawatari grabbed Subaru's clothes with his huge hand. Sawatari leaned over slightly and clenched his fist, lowering his head in front of Subaru. Subaru was surprised. Sawatari said that he wanted the strong door to choose him. Subaru called out to Sawatari. Sawatari continued to hold Subaru by his clothes. He widened his eyes and looked down. Subaru told Sawatari that he heard him testify that he was not the killer. Sawatari looked at Subaru in surprise, his mouth open. Subaru thanked Sawatari. Sawatari stood confused. Subaru walked past Sawatari. Shikishima looked towards Sawatari and Subaru with indifference. Shikishima thought it was useless since Sawatari was already in a different boat. Shikishima stood with his mouth slightly open and his hands in his pockets. Subaru walked up to Shikishima and raised his hands, clenching them into fists. Subaru suggested that Shikishima go back to that restaurant. Shikishima asked Seiya if she eats at all. Sawatari looked at the guys leaving. Seiya said that her body does not need food or drink. Kana took Sawatari's shirt sleeve and looked at him. Kana asked Sawatari if he had any pain. Sawatari bared his teeth and furrowed his brows as he grabbed his head with his hand. Sawatari thought about how pathetic he was. Shikishima and Subaru were standing outside the restaurant building. There was a notice on the door saying that they were closed due to the appearance of an otherworldly creature. Subaru drooped after reading it. Shikishima slightly panicked. Subaru said it's over. Shikishima told him that he would take him here again. The huge white school building was illuminated by the sun. Sawatari sat at his desk in the school office and looked at his phone. There was a video on the phone of Sawatari and the guys mocking Subaru. Sawatari deleted the video. Idashima approached Sawatari from behind. Idashima asked Sawatari if he deleted the video from the time they bullied Subaru. Idashima said that it was smart because it was scary that he might still take revenge. Sawatari said that's not the case. Idashima looked out the window and did not understand what was happening there. Idashima yelled at Sawatari to look at the stadium. Sawatari turned towards the window and opened his mouth. Clouds were hovering above the hotel building. The weather was clear. There was a call on the phone from Shikishima. Seiya was hanging head down behind the horse, her arms crossed and looking at Subaru. Subaru answered the call and put the phone to his ear. Shikishima asked Subaru if he was still at the hotel. Subaru said he was still there and asked what it was. Taiga walked out of the dark door into the school stadium. Taiga changed in appearance. Half of his head had long purple hair, one of his eyes was black and the pupil changed to a purple color. Taiga's costume became completely black. Shikishima told Subaru over the phone that Taiga showed up at his school and told him to come down because he needed to be there soon. Sawatari's phone opened a dialogue with Kana. Kana texted Sawatari saying she wouldn't mind tonkatsu for dinner. Sawatari looked at the phone and smiled sweetly. Sawatari messaged Ken saying he agreed. Idashima called out to Sawatari and asked him to look at the stadium. Sawatari walked to the window where Idashima was standing. Sawatari was surprised by who he saw at the stadium. Taiga walked out of the dark door and looked up, grinning. Many dark doors appeared behind Taiga. 2 dark doors appeared in front of Sawatari and Idashima. A dark door appeared in front of the red-haired guy, who was wrapping his hands in bandages. Taiga said he is informing all players on school grounds. A dark door appeared in front of the guy who was sitting on a chair and holding his 2 swords. A dark door appeared in front of a girl with long white hair and long sharp claws. Taiga smiled slyly and looked at the school. Taiga said that this door would grant them a new power that could rival even that of a gold rank. The guy with the swords looked worried. The girl with white hair smiled happily. The guy with red hair opened his eyes wide in surprise. Taiga bared his teeth in a wide smile and looked straight ahead with fury in his eyes. Taiga told them to enter the door, gain power and join him. Shikishima bared his teeth and showed Subaru a photo of the changed Taiga. Shikishima said that a photo had also arrived and added that Taiga now has the same hairstyle as him and that he copied him. Sushi sat on Seiya's shoulder. Seiya and Subaru looked at Taiga's photo. Subaru was surprised. He asked what the dark door behind Taiga was. Shikishima said he didn't know, but felt it didn't bode well. Subaru, Shikishima and Seiya raced across the sky at full speed towards the school where Taiga was located. Shikishima said that they need to move at maximum speed and take the shortest route. A large white school building. Sawatari stood next to the dark door. Idashima said that if you enter these doors, you will become Taiga's subordinates. Taiga appeared behind Sawatari and was sitting on the window. Sawatari was scared. Taiga asked Sawatari and Idashima what they doubted. A crowd of schoolchildren ran out of the classroom screaming. Sawatari and Idashima turned their heads towards Taiga and looked at him in panic. Taiga looked at the guys with a serious face. Taiga said that it was their fault for being weak and added that it was unfair that there was such a gap between players who had overcome the same challenge, and asked if Sawatari and Idashima ever looked at the gold rank players who almost carried in their arms and thought, why not me? Sawatari widened his eyes and looked at Taiga. Taiga told Sawatari and Idashima to let these chosen ones know what they were thinking. Sawatari remembered the past. Sawatari stood in the room. His sister Kana was sitting in the middle of the garbage and crying. Kana asked why mom and dad weren't there. Tears poured from Kana's eyes and snot poured from her nose. She opened her mouth wide. Kana asked Sawatari that they no longer needed her because she was a bad child. Sawatari smiled and looked at Kan. Sawatari said that this is not true and why did she decide that she is bad, and added that everything will be fine because she has him. Kana sat on the wooden floor among the debris, her arms wrapped around her legs. Sawatari thought that therefore Kana should not cry. The overweight man kicked Sawatari in the face. Sawatari flew to the side and closed his eyes. The man told Sawatari to stop rummaging through the trash. It was winter. Sawatari walked with his arms wrapped around himself, shaking from the cold. Sawatari thought about Kana, that she was starving, just like he was. Sawatari saw a happy family through the window as a boy celebrated his birthday with his parents. The woman with brown hair smiled widely. The woman saw Sawatari in the window and twisted her face with displeasure. The yellow curtains were drawn in front of Sawatari's face. Sawatari was exhausted and could barely stand. Sawatari wondered if he was gone, what would happen to Kana. Sawatari could not resist and began to fall to the ground. Sawatari fell to the ground and a bronze door appeared in front of him. Sawatari looked at Taiga with fury. Sawatari told Taiga that he was also on the side of the chosen ones and did not understand what he was doing. Taiga smiled widely and raised his palm. Taiga told Sawatari that he took the door and the chosen one was Subaru. Taiga remembered the image of Hirasaka. Hirasaka said that they are informed that the call doors select people with brilliance of soul. Taiga said that it couldn't be that his soul would be inferior to Subaru's. Taiga introduced the rainbow door. Taiga said Subaru finally achieved its rainbow door. Taiga doubled over with rage. Taiga said the Subaru should remain under it for the rest of its life. Taiga presented a dark door. Taiga said that he would turn this world upside down with the help of the black door that chose him. Sawatari and Idashima looked at Taiga with confusion. Taiga extended his hand towards Sawatari. Taiga asked Sawatari if he would take revenge on Subaru and added that he should go with him and kill Subaru. Sawatari made a serious face and furrowed his eyebrows. Sawatari thought that if he refused, Taiga would surely finish him off. Sawatari remembered Kan's message about tonkatsu for dinner. Sawatari thought that he should not die. Sawatari and Idashima turned towards the black door. Sawatari told Idashima that they would come in. Suddenly, a message arrived on Sawatari's phone. Sawatari looked at his phone. Kana wrote a message to Sawatari saying that he is very kind. Sawatari's eyes widened in surprise. Sawatari asked Kana to himself that she really thought he was kind. Sawatari remembered the moment he was very happy when a bronze door appeared in front of him. He was very happy that now he could take care of his Kana sister. Sawatari, with his hands in his pocket, walked with his friends past the other students with an arrogant expression on his face. He said that he was going to take revenge on those who were once rude to them. A huge school building where Sawatari and his friend with curls were having a dialogue. Sawatari was shocked when he learned that Taiga was coming to them. His curly-haired friend with a dissatisfied expression on his face noticed that now the reputation of their gang would decrease significantly. However, they heard that Taiga's brother was studying with them this year. When Subaru first entered school, this gang led by Sawatari immediately noticed this guy, who was said to be an ordinary guy, like a small fish. A frightened look mixed with fear looked straight at the gang of hooligans. They turned to him and asked him if he was Taiga's brother. With a malicious grin, Sawatari approached the intimidated Subaru and looked at him bloodthirsty. He asked Subaru to lend him its face. Sawatari remembered these moments and thought that Kana believed in him and considered him good. Sawatari recalled the moment they mocked Subaru, who was tied to a web. Sawatari did not consider himself kind, despite the fact that his sister believed in him. Sawatari recalled how the gang caught up with Subaru when he was going to get his brother a soda and fell to the ground, clutching his head. They abused Subaru as best they could, including dipping a dirty mop in his face. Sawatari, with a phone in his hands, stood in front of the black door of Taiga and hesitated in uncertainty. He really didn't know what to do. Sawatari knew that his sister Kana was a very good girl. Idashima looked out from under his bangs with fear and cast his gaze towards Sawatari. Sawatari approached his friend, asking him to make tonkatsu for his sister's dinner today. Idashima was slightly surprised, but still did not refuse his friend. Idashima turned his fearful gaze towards Sawatari, who had one more request for him. With a malicious look, Sawatari turned towards Idashima and raised his hand with magical fire. He asked Idashima to convey his forgiveness to Subaru. Sawatari raised his hand with a blazing fire towards Taiga, who was sitting in his purple cape on the windowsill. Taiga looked at this movement with a slight smirk along with displeasure on his face. Frightened Idashima, seeing the spectacle taking place from Sawatari's side, did not understand what was happening. An enraged Sawatari glared at Taiga and shouted at his comrade to leave. Idashima flew out of the office using an ash thread spell, and after Sawatari, who was about to deal with Taiga, shouted so that he would not die. All enraged and ferocious, Sawatari was blazing in his fire skill and stood opposite the seated Taiga. Sawatari menacingly told Taiga that he was now listening to him attentively, to which Taiga boldly asked Sawatari to repeat his words. Taiga, slightly baring his teeth, rested his head on his hand. Sawatari said that Subaru saved his sister last day. Ironically, Taiga replied that Subaru saved his sister out of a sense of duty. Sawatari looked at Taiga with anger and hatred, baring his teeth. Sawatari said that Subaru didn't even rebuke him, but only thanked him, despite the fact that they had bullied him in the past. And because of this, in a moment Sawatari began to hate his insignificance. Sawatari's body lay on the cold ground, which was blown by a cold wind. Sawatari thought about what would happen to his sister if something happened to him. Sawatari furrowed his eyebrows and looked forward angrily, thinking that there was another thought in his mind at that moment. Sawatari thought that Subaru had saved his sister after all, descending from a height to the ground with the energy of a red beam and a cloud of dust. Subaru held Sawatari's sister in his arms with his leg raised and looked at her pitifully. Subaru, with his magical rainbow energy and red energy on his arm, flew forward. Sawatari said that no matter what terrible things happened in this world, he felt that everything would be fine with Subaru. Taiga stood up from the windowsill and walked towards Sawatari, scratching the back of his head. Taiga said that he didn't quite understand what Sawatari wanted to say to everyone. Taiga suggested that it was necessary to become softer towards the guy whom they all mocked so cruelly in the past, considering this theory to be incredibly arrogant. Taiga looked towards Sawatari with a malicious grin and a furrowed brow. Sawatari said that even though this theory seemed blatant, Taiga and his friends were heading to school through the air with their magical energy. Subaru bared his teeth and frowned forward. Sawatari ended his thought by saying that Subaru had grown up so much that he no longer cared about his history with bullying. Sawatari looked at Taiga with arrogance and contempt. Taiga in his gloomy dark appearance looked with bewilderment at Sawatari, who told him that Taiga was not growing anywhere. Taiga angrily attacked Sawatari and grabbed Sawatari's head with his golden fist. At this moment, Sawatari was thinking that he would like to be content with what made his sister Kana smile. There were blood splatters everywhere. At that moment, Subaru tried to fly into the school from the air with his rainbow energy, and Taiga managed to notice it. An enraged Subaru with his rainbow energy flew into the office of Taiga, who also met his brother with fury, baring his teeth. Subaru looked fierce and shouted angrily at Taiga. Taiga looked at Subaru with a malicious grin and wide eyes and said his name out loud. It clicked in Subaru's head and he realized what had happened in the office. Behind the hostile Taiga lay the bloody body of Sawatari, causing Subaru to be shocked. Subaru knew that Sawatari still had his beautiful sister Kana, who was always friendly. Subaru's vengeful and bloodthirsty look spoke for itself. Subaru hit Taiga with powerful energy, causing them to break through the wall at the school and scatter pieces of the building in different directions. Taiga, with a merciless grin, surrounded by his dark energy, put out his golden hand to defend against Subaru's rainbow fist. Taiga asked his brother that now could be the time for a quick and sudden revenge. Subaru furiously flew towards Taiga and together they flew out of the school building along with the debris. Subaru shouted to his brother about why he killed Sawatari. Subaru's predatory and vindictive gaze was directed straight at Taiga. Subaru knew that he did not have positive feelings towards Sawatari. A sullen Sawatari stood with his sister Kana, who was holding her bag and smiling. Subaru understood that no matter what kind of person Sawatari was, killing him was in vain. Enraged, Subaru continued to punch and attack Taiga with his strikes with rainbow energy. He shouted to his younger brother about it. Why did he kill Sawatari? Taiga fought off Subaru's blows with a malicious grin and extended his golden hand towards him as Subaru prepared his fist for another attack. Taiga deliberately provoked Subaru to show all his abilities. Baring his eyes and teeth, Taiga held his golden armored hand in front of him. Taiga was going to extinguish Subaru's power with his own power since his older brother was now stronger. Taiga and Subaru locked fists and energy in the air, causing a bright flash of light all around. Subaru's fist aimed towards Taiga was shattered by its red armor from Taiga's punch. A strong shock wave occurred, causing a large cloud of dust to surround the area. Taiga stood in a tense and fighting pose with his cape spread in the air in front of Subaru. Subaru lowered his head to his hand and looked at it with a dissatisfied look. Subaru didn't understand what just happened and how Taiga was able to smash him with his power. Taiga looked at his elder brother with contempt, clenching his golden fist. Subaru, frowning and baring his teeth, looked at his brother angrily. Taiga noted that this movement was too fast, but it looked like it would be enough to kill Subaru. With a malicious grin, raising his golden hand to his chest, Taiga began to walk forward. Suddenly, a magical funnel began to appear from the direction of the frowning Taiga. These were Subaru's friends with their magical energy who came to protect him. In their chic white suits, Shikishima, Hirasaka, and Ryusei walked straight towards the two warring brothers. Shikishima frowned ahead and said that in this case, Taiga would have to fight all of them. Taiga slightly bared his teeth and smiled ironically. He said this was the second time he had been surrounded by them again. Taiga remembered the moment when this company of 3 gold players was already surrounding him. In a wide smile with a mockery, Taiga raised his hand and pointed his finger at the guys. Taiga told the guys that he is now much more angry than before. He started laughing and added that the guys should be shocked at how quickly he dealt with the Kinakawa girl. Shikishima immediately became angry and shouted in rage at Taiga. Ryusei and Hirasaka looked at Taiga with cold and piercing gazes. With a lightning-fast movement, Hirasaka flew past Taiga with his sword and cut off his golden hand. Hirasaka continued to stand with his back to Taiga with his sword raised as Taiga screamed in pain. Taiga turned back slightly and listened to the screams coming from Taiga with a grin. Hirasaka furrowed his eyebrow and became angry. Subaru, seeing what was happening, stood at a loss. Taiga, with pain and sadness on his face, knitted his eyebrows and raised his index finger towards Hirasaka. He said that this was the first time he had seen a slightly negative expression appear on Hirasaka's face. Taiga asked Hirasaka about something that might have annoyed him. Hirasaka looked forward coldly and indifferently, answering Taiga that this is exactly what he felt. Large local hospital building. Hirasaka added that he was unusually angry this time. The body of the immobilized Kinakawa, whose half of her arms were bandaged, lay on a hospital bed. Kinakawa's lifeless body lay with his eyes closed. In the Kinakawa ward there was a framed photo of Ryusei and Hirasaka congratulating her on the occasion of creating a gold rank team instead of with their friends. Hirasaka was holding his huge lightsaber in his hands and fiery energy was emanating from it. Hirasaka added that he was angry even to his own surprise. Subaru stood in shock and watched as Hirasaka cut off Taiga's legendary golden arm. Subaru was at a loss because he did not have time to notice how Hirasaka managed to cut Taiga because he did not even follow. Subaru looked forward in amazement and held his injured shoulder. For Subaru, Hirasaka's move was a flash in the pan. He was surprised as he saw the real strength of the strongest gold rank player. Hirasaka asked Subaru if he was injured. Subaru said yes. Taiga did not like this turn of events. A frowning Hirasaka stood with his back to Taiga, who was surrounded by a dark magical aura. Taiga told Hirasaka that they had a fight with him now, not Subaru. All the guys who surrounded Taiga at different distances watched as Taiga had a new magical and huge hand in the form of a cloud of dust. An enraged and ferocious Taiga with wide eyes turned to Hirasaka. Taiga was taken aback by Hirasaka because he had no right to worry about Subaru's health when Hirasaka was in front of him. Taiga's huge growing hand was heading straight towards Hirasaka, who had already prepared his glowing sword. Hirasaka looked in bewilderment at his hand, in which he held his sword, which in an instant began to evaporate and disappear. Subaru was very worried about his friend and furiously shouted Hirasaka's name. Subaru realized that he had the same thing as Hirasaka. Hirasaka's fist pierced straight into the ground with its powerful blow. Hirasaka with his blow caused a crack in the ground, from which a protective golden wall began to appear. Taiga looked in bewilderment as a golden wall appeared near his face. Subaru was thrown to the side and lay on the ground from the shockwave of the emerging wall that surrounded Taiga. Ryusei frowned slightly and looked up with confusion. Ryusei stood right in front of the golden wall and examined it, because it blocked them from the dark magical energy of Taiga. Ryusei tilted his head forward and looked displeased. Gold ranks should not use skills other than the first one outside the gate. Ryusei said that he would accept the punishment for breaking the rule. Ryusei thought that Taiga was able to shatter Hirasaka's sword, so its strength was unknown. Ruo tilted his head to the side, covering his mouth with 2 fingers and pointed his finger towards Taiga. Shikishima told the guys that they moved away from Taiga. Seika approached Shikishima from behind and extended her magical hand along with Shikishima's, telling them to act together. Shikishima, along with Seiya, used their blood arrow and golden bullet skills, which were aimed directly at Taiga with their magical energies. Taiga grinned bloodthirstily and looked straight at the guys as thick clouds of smoke and dust hovered around him. Seiya and Shikishima's expression suddenly changed to surprise. Shikishima did not understand how the bullets could disappear. Seiya didn't understand how her blood arrow disintegrated. The golden wall began to crack and fall apart. Taiga continued to smile maliciously, baring his teeth as he destroyed the golden wall, and all the pieces of the wall scattered in different directions. Taiga noted with irony that now the guy's facial expressions have changed. Ryusei looked at Taiga with displeasure and thought about what was happening. Ryusei understood that even a 5-star boss could not destroy this golden wall, and even Kinakawa was amazed by this. Hirasaka managed to move away from the enraged Taiga towards Ryusei. Ryusei asked Hirasaka if he was okay, to which Hirasaka responded positively. Hirasaka threw back his displeased grin. He understood that it was too troublesome, and these skills, like Taiga's blood and smoke, were an unusual attack and defense. Baring his teeth, Shikishima glared ahead in the company of Seiya. Shikishima thought they were special effects and needed to be read. An enraged Ryusei glared at Taiga, and Hirasaka, standing nearby, raised his hand in front of Ryusei. Ryusei asked permission from Hirasaka to use the second skill and higher. Ryusei also added that otherwise, at this rate, the worst outcome would be complete defeat. Hirasaka replied that if they did this, their battle would involve innocent people, which was the outcome he feared the most. Moving his lips to the side, Hirasaka added that Taiga was counting on exactly this outcome. Ryusei bared his teeth and glared at Hirasaka. Shikishima put his hands in his pocket and looked ahead with displeasure. Shikishima said that as a last resort he would take on this thankless role, and in any case he had to solve the mystery of the special effects. Added that his bullet disappeared as if it had burned to ashes, and Seiya and Ryusei's skills were lost as if fast rewinding had been used. Shikishima recalled how Kinakawa was immobilized and lying in a coma in the hospital. Shikishima said that of course Kinakawa was instantly blown to pieces. Shikishima looked ahead through his glasses with fury and anger. Taiga ordered everyone to fear him. Taiga began to step forward, and purple dark energy was distributed everywhere from him. Taiga said that he was going to engrave his name in the history of the universe created by his horror. Taiga bared his teeth and looked sarcastically forward at the guys. Taiga scared the guys that he would start by opening an exhibition of the guys' corpses for the whole world. Although he assumed that none of the visitors to the exhibition would recognize their bodies from the small pieces. Subaru could not listen to these threats towards his team and tried to attack Taiga from the side. All the guys' faces looked at Taiga with horror at the same time, and they told him to stop. Taiga showed his malicious grin through the smoke. Subaru recalled how Kinakawa's hands began to crumble. The guys tried to remind Subaru that time is Taiga's skill, which in one gulp speeds up the time of everything he touches. Subaru continued to fly with his rainbow energy at Taiga. The guys told him not to go into that smoke. The Tai watched with a malicious grin as the Subaru flew towards him and called him a pathetic worm. Subaru, with furrowed brows and a vengeful expression on his face, flew straight towards Taiga. Taiga thought that Subaru would fizzle out and die in an instant. Taiga started laughing loudly because he used the skill Triumph of Black Death and everything around was in smoke. Shikishima was very worried about Subaru and tried to recall Subaru with fear in his eyes. Taiga's face receives a delicious fist blow from Subaru's rainbow hand. From such a delicious blow, Taiga flew to the ground and splashes of blood flew out of his mouth. After such a blow, Subaru himself was completely covered in blood. Shikishima opened his mouth in surprise as Seiya, next to him, joyfully rejoiced at such a magnificent attack from Subaru. It was a blood manipulation skill that could convert MP into blood and manipulate it. Subaru raised his rainbow fist and chest and was covered in bright scarlet blood. Subaru continuously circulated blood throughout his body to attack Taiga with a powerful attack. Taiga held his bloody face with his hand after such a blow. Subaru quipped to his brother, saying that now the period of fear of him is over and he can show his true strength. Enraged, Taiga raised his head and began shouting at Subaru about how he could dare to make such an ironic joke. Hirasaka stood shoulder to shoulder with Ryusei and they looked puzzled. Seiya and the angry Shikishima also stood in bewilderment. Subaru, in his bloody form, glanced to the side. Black magic doors, which Taiga summoned, circled around them. These were the black doors of Port Negra. The dark magical doors were spinning in a circle and very unpleasant energy emanated from them. The guys as a whole team stood in the center and looked around when they were surrounded by the black magical gates of Port Negra emitting their dark energy. Ryusei asked the guys about the smoke, touching which could make them disappear. Puzzled, Hirasaka put his hand on his head and thought that this was the first time he had encountered a skill with which he could summon doors himself. The bloodied Taiga looked sarcastically and angrily at the guys and pointed his finger at them. Taiga said that Subaru's smoke defense skill would be useless and he was going to turn Seiya into dust first. Seiya looked forward with displeasure as the glass cat sat on Seiya's shoulder and snorted. Subaru cast his cold gaze towards Seiya. He remembers the moment when Seiya stood in the smoke and a red thread flew towards her. Subaru closed his eyes in realization. The guys stood in a circle back to back and looked around as smoke and dark energy all surrounded them. Shikishima turned to Hirasaka, but Hirasaka understood what was being said and thought that there was no way out. Therefore, Hirasaka addressed his friends by name and allowed them to freely use all the skills they had. The red heart, drenched in blood, beat faster. There was a bright rainbow flash of light above the school. The guys furrowed their eyebrows and looked at each other with an even gaze. The guys watched as magical rainbow energy fell from the sky on Subaru and he was irradiated into powerful armor. Taiga stood in his flip-flops and black fur coat in front of Subaru and looked at him in horror. Taiga fiercely and bloodthirsty cast his predatory gaze towards Subaru. Subaru looked ahead in shock and froze with the thought that Taiga dared to raise a hand against his friends right in front of his eyes. The fire burned with a rainbow flame, which meant that now hatred was burning in the depths of Subaru's soul again. Activation of the condition of the skill Hatred of Brightness. Card: Hatred of Brightness, Usurper of Blood, He Who Is Under the Light. One of 3 top-tier skills granted by Vanquish. A powerful fist flew straight into the face. Effect: increases all abilities by 30% while hatred continues. In the first fight with Taiga, due to the difference in status, it mattered. Subaru's body, according to his recollections, flew away from such a blow and blood sprayed from his body. But now he was superior in strength to Taiga. Subaru with his enhanced skill along with rainbow energy was directed at Taiga, who was surrounded by his dark magic. Enraged by such impudence of his older brother, Taiga met his brother's attack with a broken face. Subaru in his powerful armor was about to attack his little brother from the side and therefore raised his head. Subaru savagely swung his foot at Taiga, who managed to block the blow with his hand. With his black eye with another dark energy, he looked straight ahead. Baring his teeth, Taiga tried to dodge powerful kicks from Subaru. However, he was not very successful. Sharp tentacles appeared from Subaru's back, emitting rainbow-colored energy as Taiga panted from such an intense battle in which he was clearly inferior. Taiga thought about whether he could continue to defend. Sharp rainbow tentacles flew through the air towards Taiga. These tentacles wrapped around the raised arm of Taiga, who looked at this attack angrily. Subaru immobilized Taiga and flew at his brother from the air to finish him off. Horrified and panicked, Taiga tried to defend himself from Subaru's oncoming attack. These sharp tentacles reflected bright light. Subaru looked at his brother with disdain and told him that it was too late to use his Taiga skills. Taiga was surrounded by Subaru on all sides and his face looked full of fear and pain. A powerful fist at high speed, illuminating everything around with rainbow energy, flew straight into Taiga's face. Subaru took out Taiga with a powerful blow to the chin, who began to fly back with his dark energy. Taiga's body flew high into the air along with splashes of blood from such a blow. Bloody Fist 2 versions, Immortal Inverness. Increasing the skill level can be invested in strengthening the nervous system. Red tentacles intertwined with each other. This ability allows you to manipulate tentacles in a way that feels more natural than using your fingers. Subaru in his rainbow armor stood with his back to Taiga's flying body and furiously pointed his tentacles towards Taiga. If you fall into these tentacles, it will be impossible to get out of them. Subaru, in his magical aura, was heading towards the landing point of Taiga's body, who was about to slam his head into the ground. Subaru's iridescent pupil opened and his gaze looked surprised. From the dark magic door came words that things were bad for Taiga. Arasaka and Ryusei threw their puzzled grins towards the talking dark door. The doors told Subaru that the owner of the doors who granted him the manipulation of blood was not Carrion and was not Judite. It was Vanquish himself. They also added that Taiga, who is now in his strong guise, simply had no chance of winning. Angered by what was happening, Shikishima called out to his friend Subaru. He told Subaru to stop because they had already heard a lot of things from the doors, so it would be worth stopping. Subaru was in his enhanced effect and his eyes glowed with a rainbow light. Instantly, the Subaru returned to its previous state and he began to look like an ordinary person. Subaru stood not far from the dark doors behind which Arasaka and Ryusei were found. Subaru came to his senses and asked the guys what they should do with this smoke. Arasaka shouted from afar towards Seiya that she was able to expose the fog just like Subaru did. Inside the circle, which was protected by dark doors, blood manipulation took place and a huge red energy spectrum lit up in the center of the circle. The guys noticed that everything around them began to smell like iron. Seiya, together with the glass cat, looked around, standing with her back to her guys. She saw that the fog and smoke were disappearing. Shikishima glanced back and said that the conditions for weathering were contact. It was similar to the chemical reaction efflorescence, when a reaction occurs with particles of fog and they disappear. A huge monster with a yellow eye looked out of the dark door. This monster voice noticed that the guys were too smart to find a loophole in his skill. Shikishima, bearing his smile, turned to this monster behind the doors. He said that there was no point in discussing these speculations, so he should have immediately told the guys about his intentions. A huge yellow eye rolled behind its eyelid and asked a question about its intentions. The celestial timer in the sky was counting down time. The clock showed 273 days, 17 hours, 53 minutes, and 19 seconds. The monster said that he was going to destroy the celestial clock. Subaru looked at the doors in amazement and thought about the celestial clock. Shikishima wanted to know why the monster needed this. The monster said that he had no need to talk about his plans, but Shikishima was interesting to him, if only he was as smart as Taiga. Shikishima showed his teeth slightly and continued to angrily watch the doors. Shikishima asked the monster if he could say something important besides chatting. The monster answered about the prophecy, Hirasaka's cold gaze, and the monster called his name. Ryusei glanced to the side, because the monster also called his name. The evil Shikishima was also unhappy that the monster knew his name. All the guys stood near the dark door and communicated with the monster when Taiga's dead body lay nearby, covered in blood. The monster addressed all three guys, telling them that they would be killed by Taiga in the near future. Shikishima threw his grin towards the door and said that this statement sounded too arrogant. The monster continued to peer out of the dark door towards the celestial clock in the sky. From the outside, the monster was told that this prophecy would not come true. The monster sharply cast his bewildered glance towards the silhouette of the Subaru. The monster asked why the prophecy would not come true. Subaru pressed his hands to his pants and looked ahead with an even gaze. Subaru said that he would be the person to stop this prophecy from coming true. The doors instantly decided to disappear and teleport. The door appeared right in front of the Subaru and the monster's bulging yellow eye looked out. The monster turned to Subaru, telling him that the guy was the most wary, like the whole embodiment of the Vanquish vampire. Subaru didn't expect the monster to know Vanquish, so he was a little surprised and asked the monster's name. A huge monster with his eye was on the other side of the black door and said that his name was Kokyugeji. A huge dark human embryo with formed brains instead of hair was in the womb upside down and looked out the door. He said again that his name was Kokyugeji. He was the ruler of the black amniotic waters, Kokyugeji. The guy with yellow hair leaned on the railing and said that Taiga had blown. The guy didn't understand that what kind of power could even compete with the gold rank. Three guys stood on the roof. A guy with a piercing in his ear asked Kay what they should do next. Kay silently looked at the bright purple aura that was on the roof of a nearby building. With a serious look, Kay asked what to do. Subaru continued to stand in front of the dark door with Kokyugeji's eye peeking out. Kokyugeji said that he is the one who hatches his own world and destroys this one for his sake. Both living and non-living, everything. Starting to hit the door, Subaru said that he wouldn't let him. Suddenly, something happened to the dark door, causing the Subaru to stop. The door disappeared in front of him, and purple dark energy began to envelop Taiga. Subaru gritted his teeth and turned his gaze towards Taiga. Subaru understood that things were very bad. The entire Subaru team pointed their weapons towards Taiga. The entire team used their skills to deliver a powerful blow. At the sight of the impact, only traces of skills were visible and the trace of Kokugeji disappeared. Kokugeji laughed at the fact that they failed again. Ryo, who was standing next to his team, gritted his teeth in anger. Subaru stood there in shock with his eyes wide open. Seaka couldn't believe that 3 whole gold-ranked people were still missing out. Ryu responded shouting that they couldn't act freely because of the control. Seaka asked about control. 2 people are standing on the balcony, one is a man in a black suit with black hair, the other is a man with white hair. Ryu said that from the middle of the battle, 2 opponents appeared on the roof. Seaka couldn't believe it. Ryu, sensing the dark aura, turned around. Ryu is sure that these people also have dark magic. A man with glasses, surrounded by a purple aura. The guy with the earring and freckles is also surrounded by dark energy. Ryu suspects that compared to Taiga, these people have much more power. A cat jumped onto Seaka's face and started meowing. Ryu touched his chin and thought about it. It was visible how, out of anger, Subaru clenched his teeth and pressed his hand to his chest. Ryu continued his thoughts and said that they were further behind than they thought. Kokugeji's big eye watched Taiga slowly sink to the bottom. Kokugeji said what a poor Taiga in such a helpless situation. Weak, stupid and ugly Taiga. Taiga opened his mouth. Kokugeji said that he knows more about Taiga than he thinks now. Be Taiga stronger, smarter and more beautiful. Kokugeji's big hands appeared in front of Taiga. Kokugeji said that everything is fine, everything is fine. Kokugeji squeezed Taiga and said that he would reformat him in the image of his ideal. Kokugeji said that if he just be himself, there will be nothing in this world for him to achieve. Suddenly a man in a black shoe arrived. Kokugeji watched as his charges came to him. Kokugeji greeted them happily. A girl with gray hair and bright makeup told Kokugeji to really make him strong, otherwise she would immediately betray him. The guy with bright hair and a band-aid on his nose said that he doesn't care what organization he belongs to, the main thing is to be strong. Therefore, he is not counting on Kokugeji. The man with gray hair frowned. A man with black hair and glasses told Kei that he had come after all. These words made Kei nervous. Kei, with a cold gaze, replied to the man with glasses it was because he saw him. A guy with yellow hair with gum in his mouth was just standing with a guy who had short hair. Suddenly, everyone started leaving. Many Kokugeji hands began to reach out to the players. Kokugeji, I thought to myself how naive these people are. Kengo's portrait stood between white flowers. Subaru with his team and Kana came to say goodbye. Kana sat with a lifeless look. Smoke was coming from a large white chimney. White small building. Kana stood and looked down, holding a portrait of Kengo. A guy with blue hair approached Subaru and said that Sawatari finally asked him to convey words of forgiveness. Subaru, without turning his face, simply agreed. The blue hair guy said that Sawatari was a hopeless guy like him, but tears started flowing from the blue hair guy's face. He said that it only happened when he was with Kana. The guy with blue hair pressed his hand to his face while Subaru just stared ahead. Subaru calmly agreed with him. The guy with blue hair cursed Sawatari because he was the reason Kana was crying. Subaru was sitting on a bench with Ryu. Ryu said that since that day, the black door has not appeared. Ryu sat with clenched teeth, clutching a can of drink. Ryu asked, nevertheless, if only 5 people came from one school, then how many from the whole city? Ryu said that they should be aware of the enemy's strengthening. Subaru sat with a calm gaze while Ryu drank his drink. Subaru said that in any case he will become stronger to ask at the next door about Seaka. Subaru said that he will prepare by dealing with the gate. Ryu said that's how it is, but it's a matter of prophecy. Ryu asked Subaru if he was going to become stronger to protect them from Taiga. Subaru replied yes, although he thinks that they do not need his protection. Smiling softly, Ryu replied that no, they are relying on him. Subaru continued to sit on the bench along with Ryu. Ryu told Subaru that from tomorrow, let him go to the gate with Hirasaka. Subaru was surprised by these words. Tokyo, Tato, Asakusa. Glowing golden, Renji replied that Ryu had notified him. Renji said that he is happy to work with Subaru from today. Subaru stood with Seaka. Subaru wished Renji good morning and said that he was happy too. Ryu told Subaru to remember. Ryu stood with his fingers outstretched, and behind him were fragments from his fights. Ryu said that it was too different from Subaru, so he couldn't learn anything from it. Ryu said from what he's seen, Subaru is a decent melee fighter, but his swordsmanship leaves a lot to be desired. Therefore, he should learn from Renji. Renji stands with a soft smile. Subaru, along with Seaka, walked behind Renji. Subaru couldn't believe that the day had come to fight in the gates with Japan's best player. Subaru thought he would soak up the knowledge properly. Subaru asked Renji, he has a different hairstyle today, right? Renji replied that it was after sleep. Suddenly, someone's foot appeared in front of Renji and Subaru. The man asked if he was Hirosaka. Renji answered with a joyful voice, "Oh, Yamada, long time no see." Renji asked what fate brought Yamada here. Yamada stood in a black and blue shirt with his team. Silver Team, Happy Yamada Club. Yamada said that this gate was reserved by him, but Renji immediately began to look at his diary. Renji pursed his lips. While straightening his hair, Renji said that he had confused the gate he reserved in Naruma. Subaru understood that this was a completely different area. The map showed where the players were supposed to go, about 1 hour by train. An hour and a half later, Naruma. A notification appeared. Stage, Mysterious Jungle. Difficulty 4 stars. Remaining time 794 hours. Renji stood smiling in the forest, and half of his body was in the quagmire. Renji said that he heard that Subaru was able to handle the 4 stargates, but the difficulty indicated on the gate is only approximate, so you need to advance without losing your vigilance. Subaru shouted to Renji that he was stuck in a quagmire. Sayaka replied that Renji is clumsy. Subaru didn't understand what to do. Would Renji get out on his own, or should he be pulled out? Completely drowned in the mire, Renji gave a thumbs up. Subaru didn't understand what that meant. Kneeling down in front of the quagmire, Subaru said that Renji had completely sunk. Sayaka, who was standing next to him, asked what was wrong with him. Subaru remembered Ryu's words telling Subaru to keep an eye on Hirosaka. Ryu said that at first glance one might mistake Renji for an intelligent, even perfect Superman, but in reality, strength is his only advantage. Sweat began to flow from Subaru's face. To himself, Subaru thought that Renji was the object of his imitation. Subaru said that first, he needed to save Renji using blood manipulation. Suddenly, a huge ant appeared. Purple notice. Ant in iron armor. LVL 43. Subaru, gritting his teeth, began to prepare for battle. Subaru thought at what an inopportune moment this ant appeared. Suddenly, the bog began to gurgle. Fourth skill. Subaru, along with Sayaka, looked at the golden end of the sword that came out of the quagmire. Titanic blade. The sword became the size of a giant ant. Subaru looked at this with his mouth open, while Sayaka couldn't take her eyes off. Notification. Ant in iron armor, 43 Latvian Lats defeated. Renji stepped on the sword. The best player is Hirosaka Renji. Renji stood at the end of his giant sword. Renji is known for his beautiful appearance and impeccable behavior, but this opinion is only among those who have only known him for a long time. A person who is lucky to become a player. Smiling, Renji thought he would die. Renji at an early age, amid bad tests. Growing up, Renji didn't have anything he was good at. Mom pats Renji on the head as he eats his dinner with a smile. His parents had high hopes for him due to the fact that Renji seemed to be a smart boy, but even after a while they were not particularly disappointed and continued to love him as before. Renji protects his classmate. One day in the 4th grade of elementary school, he defended a friend from the attacks of his classmates. Renji looked at his crying classmate. The friend cried and thanked him, and then Renji's heart warmed. Renji's classmates knocked him down in a crowd. Only from the next day he became a toy for mockery. A classmate swung him up. Renji was more shocked not by what he was about to go through, but by the fact that the friend he helped had defected to the bullies. People betray. They betray out of weakness. Renji had a classmate in his eyes. The mop was already blocking the sun. Hirosaka Renji thought that he would be the only one who would never betray. Renji closed his eyes. The mop was moving at high speed. Renji assured that if this happens, then one day he will definitely find a true friend. Blood splashes. The bright sun was shining over the forest. Renji, who was still in a quagmire, asked Subaru to pull him out using his skill. Sayaka didn't realize how many more times Renji had to fall into the quagmire. Subaru, using his skill, grabbed Renji's hand. Renji apologized and said that he seemed to be dealing with an enemy with good instincts. Subaru opened his eyes in surprise. He didn't understand why Renji was so heavy. It turns out that Renji stuck his sword into a huge monster, and Subaru pulled it out along with Renji. Renji said that he thought of using himself as bait to deal with him. Sayaka opened her red eyes. She said that she now understands this man better and better. Subaru looked at Renji with a surprised look. Taiga in purple form. Giant ant. Renji is the person who, when faced with an unknown enemy, will definitely enter the battle first. Renji stood there, all wet, holding his golden sword. Renji does all this in order to protect his ally. There are not many gaps in his abilities, although it seems, and there are no problems with attentiveness. This is a free, liberated, and flexible outlook. Water was dripping from Renji's face. This is what Hirosaka Renji is like as a player. Subaru brought the towel to Renji. Subaru told Renji to take it. Renji thanked Subaru and said that Subaru was well prepared. Subaru, out of embarrassment, began to part his cloak. Subaru said that was not true. Subaru remembered how Ryu handed him the bag, telling him to take it. Ryu said that this bag contains a towel, drinks, and other things. You'll definitely need them. Ryu looked away with a sad look. Subaru didn't understand what kind of sad look this was. Smiling, Subaru turned to Renji. Renji replied, yes, of all the comrades, he is the one who gives Ryu the most trouble. Renji was sure that Ryu was already busy. Ryu sits at his laptop, where he responds to emails on office work, managing the gate's intelligence units, a draft on public relations. There is also a telephone next to Ryu, from which numerous questions were heard. Ryusei turned to Ryu with a scared look. Ryusei said that Ryu is a load. Part of it is for Renji. Ryu replied with clenched teeth that what use would Renji do in such a job. Ryu added that Kinakawa urgently needs to grow arms and come back. Driving in a white car, someone asked Ryu to listen to him. Ryu was furious. Subaru asked Renji, he has a good relationship with everyone from the gold rank, right? Renji happily answered yes. Now you can say that. In particular with Shikishima, Yudu, Kinakawa. Together they form an alliance. All of Renji's friends struck a pose for a photo. Since the formation of the union, everyone has been fighting hand in hand for the past 8 years. Subaru ran smiling along with Seaka. Renji replied to Subaru with a serious look that that's why he wouldn't accept any excuses. Renji remembered the armless Kinakawa. Renji said that he couldn't forgive Taiga for doing this to Kinakawa. Renji told Subaru that although he is not related to him, he decided to subject his brother to it. Subaru ran with his mouth closed, and Seaka looked at him. Subaru remembered Kengo along with Kana. Subaru said that he also has a reason to fight Taiga. Subaru looked up with a determined look. Subaru said he is determined. With a smile on his face, Renji looked at Subaru and thanked him. Team Renji stood at the end of the cliff. Renji said that it was very difficult, but in the end, they found this place. The goal is 6 hours 20 kilometers. Renji strained his eye. This is the boss. Surprised, Subaru asked how he could see it. Renji replied that it was all a skill. Skill, Hawkeye, field of view can be increased up to 100 times. The initial skill, common to the Golden Knight. Tree leaves began to emerge from the bog. The bark of the tree was already visible. Renji told Subaru that besides, he can see him now too. The tree trunk has completely emerged from the quagmire. Subaru stood there with a puzzled look. A large tree with purple leaves appeared from under the swamp. Bright blue eyes looked out from under the bark of the tree. Notification. Boss, cursed by the tree spirit, illuminating gun turret. LVL 81. The eye of the tree began to emit light. The team watched as the tree was completely engulfed in a golden glow. Renji stood with a serious face. A giant Renji sword appeared in front of the team. Titanic blade. The giant golden sword struck the ground with great force. A powerful strike line began to make its way to the tree. There were many large craters near the tree. Subaru, with the help of his skill, lifted Renji into the air. Seaka was in the air thanks to her red wings. Renji asked Subaru if he remembered what he told him before, that the number of stars on the gate is just a guideline. This is exactly what Renji meant. Subaru clenched his teeth in fear. Subaru didn't understand what it was. Ability to attack at range equal to or better than Renji. The difference from previous 4-star bosses is huge. Renji, holding his golden sword, said that the enemy of this gate is equivalent to an ordinary one with 4 stars, but Renji's golden sword began to disappear. Renji continued and said that obviously only this boss has the power of a lower level 5-star boss. This is the difficulty of a long struggle with the unknown. Subaru continued Renji in the air. Subaru thought that if Renji didn't use the giant sword as a shield, he wouldn't even be able to dodge the boss. Subaru didn't understand how to defeat him. Renji asked Subaru if he could fly high, right? Subaru replied that anyway, it consumes a lot of MP, so it won't last long. Renji said that Subaru saved him anyway. The tree's eyes began to become covered with blue liquid. Subaru and Renji watched as Renji's punch hit the tree. Renji said that thanks to Subaru, they dealt with it quickly. Subaru looked at this with his mouth open. Renji showed no emotion. Renji's sword blade is missing. Renji's 6th skill is the Sword of the Ending Edge. Teleports a slash with all blades to any location within sight. Although there are risks, such as a large gap in which the blade is lost after the technique, as well as a huge consumption of MP, the tree was cut in half. But if the decision is made, victory will be almost certain. Notification. The boss is defeated. A third notification appeared, which said that there were 30 minutes until the destruction of the other world. Please exit the gate outside. All that was visible from the boss was golden flames. Headquarters. Renji stood at the exit and thanked Subaru for a job well done. Subaru thanked Renji and said that he had learned a lot. Renji apologized for defeating the boss. Subaru said that it was okay. Renji asked Subaru not to tell Ryu about his many mistakes today. Subaru begged for forgiveness with all his might. Subaru said that he had already submitted a report. Behind Renji stood a completely red and enraged Ryu. Renji said that apparently it was his mistake. Ryu grabbed Renji by the collar and began to drag him inside. Renji, saying goodbye, said that he and Subaru should meet at the same time tomorrow. Smiling widely, Renji said that he had 5-star reservations for tomorrow. Renji asked Subaru to prepare properly. Subaru stood with a blank look. Subaru was surprised at 5 stars. Night has come. Subaru in a red t-shirt sat on his bed. You could see from his face how nervous he was when he heard about 5 stars. Remembering that tree, Subaru said that 5 stars is the highest limit in the world of bosses. Subaru clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Subaru began to remember all the fragments of the battle with Renji. Subaru was thinking about how he could apply the Renji style to himself. With his eyes closed, Subaru continued to sit on his bed. The words of Subaru were heard from the hotel, who said that nothing unexpected. Being in a transparent tunnel, a man with glasses asked how many people there are now. The guy playing the console replied that there were 20 people of different kinds. The man with glasses said that was good, just in time. Shinagawa District, Kanbayashi Park. A bald man from the Grax team asked strangers who they were. 2 guys stood in a dark purple aura. Bunkyaku residential area. A stranger approached Juliet and asked, "Are you Juliet?" Julieta gritted her teeth in anger and asked, "Where is this ugly girl?" Julieta told the stranger not to talk to him so casually. The stranger stuck out his long tongue, and a large centipede was wrapped around his body. The stranger said that it's insipid. Juliet is just like the rumors say. The stranger said that killing him would be heartbreaking. The man with the glasses said, "For polishing and sorting, for war. This is where the hunt begins." The man with glasses closed 2 fingers. There was a star hanging on the headquarters. Juliet's number was visible on the phone. Ryu opened her mouth and didn't understand how Juliet had not died yet. Ryu told Juliet that he is being closely monitored until a decision is made, although he was never justified in killing his own comrades. But still, there is no need to be insolent just because his mother is the director. Julieta stood and held the phone. Julieta said that this is not true at all. He is the victim. With a smile on her face, Juliet pressed the phone to herself. Julieta said that he was attacked and she couldn't do anything. Ryu asked about the opponent. Looking at the stranger's card, Julieta said that the player's first and last name on the card was Kishikawa Suichi. Bronze rank. Julieta said he has some information. He definitely belongs to the Black faction. Ryu asked what thoughts does Juliet have. Julieta remembered the battle with Suichi and said that regardless of his strength, he felt that his insect manipulation skill was foreign. Ryu was sitting at her laptop and asked what kind of insect it was. The registered skill is completely different. Ryu looked at Suichi's player card. Ryu asked, "Does the Black Door still give a new skill?" The Grax team is in the hospital. Ryu said that there were several attacks last night, but he was the only one who turned the tide. "I don't think it will end there." Ryu told Juliet to be careful. Julieta held the phone and said that he knew. Julieta then said goodbye to Ryu. With an obscene expression on her face, Julieta told Ryu to know his place. Julieta stood next to the worker who was removing the corpse. Julieta understood that this was definitely a different skill. The feeling of being in a completely different party. Julieta looked to the side and thought, this is what it's like to be a rainbow player, having the Subaru skill. A guy with yellow hair sat on a pole and called K. The guy with yellow hair said everything went well. They beat Grax's 6-man team. The guy said that Kishikawa cheated on Julieta. The yellow hair guy was surprised that K wins the battle during the phone call. K stood in a purple cloak and held a phone, and above him was the player's corpse. K said that things are going fast even with high-level silver rank players. K said that he received permission from Taiga and the Black Baby. The guy with the yellow ones, next to whom his friend was standing, asked K, "Does that mean he will already be moving forward?" K responded positively. With a serious face, K said, "What's next?" Gold rank. Notification. Yatsurugi K. Ex-copper player. Tokyo, Marunouchi, Chiyoda City. Huge building. The Subaru team met with another team. The commander expressed words of gratitude for the work done. A woman with white hair and purple earrings stood among her comrades. The woman introduced herself as Kusaka from the intelligence department. Kusaka said that she had heard a lot about the attack on the 5-star gate, and she was here to explain everything to them directly. Notification. Reconnaissance Detachment. 3rd Group. Commander Kusaka Masego. Subaru opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't know that there were special people who understood this. The Reconnaissance Squad. Information Bureau Squad organized by Ryu. Consists mainly of people with movement and analysis skills, which provide players with information about the scene, thereby contributing to the survival rate in the gate. Subaru looked at Kusaka's fingers and saw a ring on his finger. Subaru asked Kusaka if she was married. Kusaka answered yes. Players who put their lives on the line are rare. For the sake of her family, she left the front line. Then Ryu told about the reconnaissance squad and recruited her into it. With a smile on her face, Kusaka said her husband and children were walking around Meguro when they brought down the whale. Kusaka sincerely thanks the Subaru team for this. Subaru said, "You're welcome." He's glad everything was fine with her family. Subaru thought to himself that it was nice to know that he was useful in moments when he himself was unaware of it. Kusaka handed the tablet to Subaru and told them to move on to the description. The map showed what the palace looked like. Kusaka said that the contents of this gate are hurricanes and thunderclaps. The stage is extremely small, consisting of only 2 places, the garden and the palace. There are 2 thrones on the top floor of the palace. Renji asked with a calm look, "Is that where the boss is?" Kusaka with glasses replied that it was true, but which one? Or are they both mistaken for the same boss? Subaru stood in shock at these words. Subaru realized that the boss was not alone. Subaru remembered how the 2-star gate also had a team of 2 bosses, but it was the first time from all the 5-star gates that I encountered such a situation. Excitement was visible on Subaru's face. Renji started waving his hand and calling for Subaru. Renji asked if Subaru was okay. Subaru said yes. Smiling sweetly, Renji told Subaru to go. Subaru agreed with Renji with an awkward smile. Subaru clenched his fist. "Subaru," I realized that he was a little relieved. Looking at Renji's back, Subaru realized that everything was not at all what he expected, but Renji was holding up well. Renji touched the gate. Standing outside, Kusaka wished that there would be no casualties. Suddenly, there was a noise behind Kusaka. Kusaka began to stare with her violet gaze. In front of her face, someone stuck a sword into her comrade. It was Kei, who stood with 2 katanas. Kai said that as expected, they are quite weak. Kusaka opened her mouth in surprise. She knew that he was on Ryu's general list. The next second, everything was covered in blood. Kei stood on Kusaka's bloody head. Kei reported that Renji and Subaru had entered the 5-star gate. From the phone Kei was holding, a voice was heard saying that according to the agreement, he needed to open the back door in 10 minutes. Transparent tunnel. Kei said he understood. The man who gave the order had long white hair, and he was holding a phone in his hand. It was Taiga who completely changed his appearance. Notification. Dark rank, Resurrecting Taiga. The Subaru team stood in front of the castle. Scene of hurricanes and thunder. Difficulty 5 stars. The remaining time is about 330 days. Looking at the White Palace, Subaru thought how quiet and clear the weather was. Renji with a serious face to himself. This feeling, Renji would prefer not to let his guard down. Renji asked Sayaka to close the gate. Saya agreed. Sayaka began to close the doors. Standing with the sword, Renji thought to himself that he couldn't say exactly what it was about, but he had a bad feeling about this place. Notification, lock confirmed. Exiting the stage is not possible until the player defeats the boss. Renji stands with a serious face. Saya and Subaru began to look away. A powerful stream of wind almost blew Subaru off his feet. Thick dark clouds appeared above the palace. The Subaru team stood near the gate. Subaru couldn't believe the storm arose in 1 second. At the gates, enemies are sequentially placed across the map and the moment the castle is activated. On such a small map, you can even feel the boss. Heavy rain fell on the faces of the Subaru team. What these 3 expect far exceeds reality. Subaru shouted at Renji's back, but before he could finish speaking, Renji replied that this was the boss of the stage. The bosses were sitting on 2 thrones. Renji understood that this was undoubtedly the highest level 5 stars. A monster with red horns sat on the throne. Notice, boss 89 Latvian Lat Storm Delta. On the second throne sat an orange monster with green horns. Notification, boss 93 Latvian Lats Thunder Kill him. Delta raised his head and began to sniff. Delta said that the campaign was overtaken by karma. Delta asked Kill him if this was not the mortal body of someone they knew. Renji stood using the skill. Delta said the scent of some gilded knight was in the air. Kill him plugged his nose and said that there was another smell that made his nose stuffy. The Subaru team stood near the gate. The boss thought that this was probably the one with whom they had been fighting for a very long time. A giant hand grabs the frightened Subaru, the mortal body of a cursed undead. The 2 bosses smiled slyly. One said that they were still strong. The second replied that yes, they are strong, in fact they even have a high chance of survival. The blue energy caught Subaru's attention. It was a guard surrounded in a blue aura. One of the guard's eyes lit up. Subaru with a scared face thought that they were ordinary opponents of this place. Each of them, the guards stood in a row. Subaru thought they were higher than that whale. Notice, Guardians of Wind and Thunder. Average 60 Latvian Lats. Subaru opened his mouth wide and started screaming for Saya not to spare his MP. Saya stood all wet from the rain. Subaru shouted at her to act in such a way as to stay alive at all costs. Saya, opening her mouth slightly, said that he could rely on her. Saya used blood manipulation, derivation, bloody formation, soaring into the air with her red wings. Saya said that with the help of this soul, she will protect Sayaka's body. Renji activated his first skill, the Golden Sword. Renji told them to go. The guards began to advance. Out of fear, Subaru gritted his teeth and thought that if he didn't fight with all his might from the beginning, they would lose. Subaru's entire body was covered in red energy. Subaru used the skill, Blood Manipulation, Derivation, Bloody Fist. Immortal Inverness, Subaru flew into the air, and everything around his body was covered in terribly strong rainbow energy. Hirasaka put 2 fingers together with a confident face, a golden aura oozing from his hand. A dozen guards wrapped in khaki robes are illuminated by a bright aura. Hirasaka uses the skill Titanic Blade. A huge golden sword appears above the guards, scattering half of the guards to the sides. The guards quickly attack from all sides. Looking at the guards in surprise and raising 4 fingers up, Hirasaka noticed that he had not touched more than half. They were not dexterous at their level. Hirasaka pulled out a golden sword in preparation to attack the guard, the fire on the gate behind the blonde crackling characteristically. The masked guard quickly rushed towards the blonde, putting his fist forward. Only empty eyes were visible from under his mask. Then, out of nowhere, a kick came across the guard's face. Subaru, with an aggressive grin on his face, jumped on the guard and kicked him. Looking at what was happening, Hirasaka said the name Subaru in surprise. In a rage, continuing to attack the guard, Subaru looked at the blonde with incomprehension. Immediately, fear grabbed the distracted Subaru by the leg. The rain poured down like a stream. The guard threw the guy to the ground and continued to strike with his hands. Subaru watched in shock as the guard struck. A moment later, the guard, covered in a blue aura, struck the guy's stomach with all his might. A shockwave rushed around the blow. Subaru screamed in pain. The wounded Subaru, lying on the ground, thought that this was like an ordinary guard, but he delivered blows equal to or superior to Sushi and Carrion. The guard, shrouded in a blue aura, swung a blow. The already defeated guard stood in front of Hirasaka. There was a cut on his chest. Hirasaka turned his head, militantly shouted the name Subaru. Subaru became angry, his eyes filled with aura colors. Subaru, lying on the ground, put his leg up and struck the guard. Subaru continued his series of knee attacks. Gritting his teeth and looking at his opponent, Subaru hit him with an elbow strike and threw him into the air. The guard looked at the guy in surprise. Subaru, looking up, shouted belligerently that he was not here to slow down Hirasaka-san. Using bloody rods, Subaru dealt numerous blows to the guard. Subaru wrapped the guard waist deep in rods. Furiously raising the guard over his head, Subaru continued to wrap his rods around him and prepared to kick him. Subaru said, "He is here to fight together." Kicking with great force using a gimlet, Subaru tore the bound guard into pieces. The system reported the defeat of Thunderstorm Knight 54 LVL. Stunned Subaru, bleeding, putting his hand on his chest, said that there was no increase in level and experience points had increased just a little. Subaru thought that he had spent a lot of energy, but only dealt with 1. Subaru's HP and MP were less than half. Subaru barely stayed on his feet, surrounded by the remaining guards. Subaru thought, 4 against 1, confidently lowering the sword. Subaru used the Chisel of Heaven. Subaru thought that he did not have enough MP to use a slash attack in the air, and he also received a direct hit to his armor. Subaru looked straight ahead in surprise. The guards put out their palms. They began to ooze a golden aura. The guards used the skill Vajra Sword. At that same second, golden swords appeared in the hands of the guards. Subaru, greatly surprised, noticed that the guards could even use the skill that summoned weapons. Subaru noted this is level 5. Lowering his head down, Subaru began to chuckle nervously. Subaru confidently looked up at his opponents. Hirasaka watched silently as Subaru stood surrounded by 4 guards. Subaru calmly looked at the blonde. Hirasaka looks at the guy with understanding. Subaru thought, "Don't worry about Hirasaka-san." Smiling at Subaru, he thought he could handle it. There was blood on his face. Subaru recalled how he was sitting on the bed in a red t-shirt, racking his brain all last night to understand that no matter how much he admired Hirasaka-san, he could not become him. Subaru imagined how he stood with Hirasaka at the Tree of Heaven and thought that he didn't need to be one. Subaru introduced Mr. Shikishima and recalled that he said not to learn from Hirasaka. He meant that he would be tempered by him. Subaru said that he always fought with his best and became stronger. With a confident look, Subaru, recalling his past battles, said that he was talking not only about the level, not only about readiness for battle, about duty, the desire to never lose. Subaru's face was covered in sweat. Subaru remembered how he held the bloody Amamiya in his arms. Subaru thought that he wanted to become stronger. The guy remembered Taiga, thinking that he would like to become stronger. Subaru remembered Kana's face holding the photo in his arms. Subaru thought it didn't matter how awkward and ugly it would be. Subaru, looking at the opponents with a look thirsty for battle, lit up with a strong aura, and then Subaru thought this is the fight he was waiting for. Guardians from all sides attacked the guy with swords. Subaru, spreading his arms in both directions, confidently preparing for a counterattack, thought that only a fight to the death would make him stronger. The heavy rain continued. The guy holding a sword in his hands entered into battle with the guards. One guard attacked with 2 swords in a jump. Subaru, holding the sword in one hand, repelled the attack. With a military grin on his face, Subaru, trying to throw the guard off with his sword, slipped on the wet ground. At the same second, another guard hit the guy in the back with a sword. Subaru clenched his teeth and groaned in pain. Without waiting for the guy to regroup the guards and go on the attack, Subaru tried to get to his feet. The guard, full of blue aura, raised his sword above the guy's head. The guy looked at the blade flying into his face. At that same second, Subaru grabbed the guard's hand with bloody rods and stopped the blow with a creak. A stream of blood sprayed out. Subaru used rods to hold only the torn-off hand of the guard in which the sword was located. A moment later, Subaru jumped and cut off the guard's head with a clear blow of his sword. The rest of the guards watched in surprise. The system notified the defeat of Thunderstorm Knight LVL-59. Subaru tensely clenched his teeth and watched as the guard's corpse disappeared. The guy's HP was almost gone. The sky burst into lightning all around. The remaining guards were preparing to finish off the guy standing with his back to them. The system notified about the level increase. Subaru felt that all the wounds were completely healed. The guy's HP and MP returned to their original values. The guards, who were trying to simultaneously hit the guy in the back, watched in bewilderment as he disappeared. A moment later, it became clear that the guy, enveloped in a strong aura, soared into the air above the guards. As soon as the guards had time to raise their heads up, Subaru was already flying at them, attacking with his sword. Subaru used the chisel of heaven to deliver a crushing attack, sending a shockwave all around. The system notified about the defeat of two Thunderstorm Knights LVL-56 and LVL-63. The system notified about a level increase. Subaru, shrouded in the aura of gaining a level, floated in the air. The remaining guards silently looked at the guy from behind. Turning his head, Subaru said, "The next opponents should approach." Hirasaka, standing surrounded by the disappearing guards, called out to Subaru. Hirasaka remembered his conversation with Shikishima as they stood near the huge conference table. Shikishima clasped his hands together and told Hirasaka not to help Subaru until the last moment when they entered the level 5 gate. Shikishima added so that the blonde didn't even prompt the guy. Hirasaka asked in surprise why. Shikishima said that he bets that the guy will catch up with their level in the near future. All he needs is practice. Subaru, with a hellish expression on his face, fought furiously with the guards. Shikishima added that he needed just such a battle, a fight with his last strength, chilling blood. Standing opposite the blonde, Shikishima clarified that in any case, Hirasaka does not have training skills. Hirasaka, smiling in surprise, said no. Shikishima added that Hirasaka is the best in battle, so let him set an example for the younger ones. Smiling and pointing his finger at the blonde, Shikishima called him the strongest. Hirasaka laughed while standing in the pouring rain. Hirasaka stood calmly. The guards jumped towards him with a pair of attacks. Hirasaka swung his sword crosswise. Hirasaka stood calmly thinking about Subaru. The guards, defeated by one deft attack, disappeared above his head. Hirasaka wondered if they could rely on Subaru. A message appeared about the appearance of a 6-star difficulty gate. Hirasaka wondered if Subaru would be the light that illuminates their despair. 8 years have passed since the first gate appeared in the world. A red gate appeared in the middle of the street. Despair was spreading among the top players. At the time the first gate appeared, the maximum difficulty level was 3 stars. However, after a while the third grew to the 4th, and then 3 years later, a 5-star level gate appeared. Each time the star increased by 1, the perceived difficulty increased tenfold. Gold rank headquarters with a huge star on the roof. Shikishima speculated that if the gate difficulty level is updated every 3 years, next year we will have 6 stars. Hirasaka and Shikishima sat at a huge conference table. Shikishima added that in 4 years the level of the gate will increase to the 7th. Hirasaka sat with his hands on the table. Shikishima asked him, if you remember their strength 2 years ago, have they become 10 times stronger? Hirasaka firmly answered no, adding that he thought that they would have to deal with the 6th level of the entire gold rank headquarters. Shikishima, covering half of his face with his hand, said that at this rate, the day would definitely come when players would not be able to catch up with their levels in order to cope with the number and complexity of the gates. 6 stars. How and who will be able to withstand a gate that has a difficulty level 10 times higher than the 5th? With a serious expression on his face, Shikishima said that if the time set for 6 stars was 10 times more than 5 stars, then the celestial clock would break after one failed attempt. Shikishima imagined how the celestial clock shattered into fragments. Shikishima added that in this case, low-level gates also cannot be ignored. There will always be a shortage of workers among the players. Running his hand through his hair, Shikishima angrily wondered if humanity really had no other choice but to accept defeat. Hirasaka sadly lowered his head. No matter how desperately they try to find new ways out of the situation, one by one the burden bears down more and more. Shikishima added that he fears that day. Shikishima and his friends are standing happily in the photo. Shikishima added that he was afraid of losing the real friends he finally met. Shikishima wondered, is there no hope? Hirasaka's eyes almost watered. At the same moment, Hirasaka turned his head in surprise when he heard a scream. Shikishima answered the phone very loudly. He asked Kinakawa, who was hanging on the phone, what happened. Entrance to the gold rank headquarters. Kinakawa stood with her back to the bars behind which a man was sitting. Yuta was watching him. The girl on the phone said that they were now busy with an issue related to the murder of a player. She added that they had heard a lot of strange things here. The guy with gray hair and the red-haired man with a bandaged head watched sadly. Shikishima asked in surprise what happened there. Very surprised by what he heard, Shikishima asked again, "Did she say rainbow door?" Hirasaka glanced at the caller in surprise. The completely wet Subaru lowered his eyebrow aggressively. A moment later, with a sharp jerk, Subaru attacked the guard with a sword in a jump. The guards in gray robes fought back with golden blades. Hirasaka watched in surprise as Subaru fought the guards. Hirasaka noted that the guy defeats the guards with just swordplay. Subaru continued to throw punches with a calm face. The guard actively blocked the guy's attacks with one hand, trying to attack with the other. Subaru kicked the guard's attack. The guard raised his head in surprise. Subaru, having repelled the guard's attack with his foot, towered over him and was already striking with his sword. Subaru swung his sword. The guard swung his sword in response. Drops of blood appeared around. Subaru, with a grin on his face, pierced right through the guard. The system reported the defeat of Thunderstorm Knight 56 LVL. Subaru looked down in surprise. The guy happily thought that he had done it. Subaru thought, concentrating the slashing attack of the Chisel of Heaven on the tip of the blade at the moment of impact. And then, Subaru will be able to cut through opponents with a high degree of defense while reducing MP consumption. Subaru stood with one hand on the ground. Hirasaka smiled and said that the guy never ceases to amaze. He learns not from other people, but from his enemies during battle. Turning around, Subaru shouted Seiya's name. Subaru and Hirasaka stood in front of a building resembling a church. Red lightning began to crackle around them. Wings were visible in the sky. Bloody balls appeared around. Lightning attacked the remaining guards. Seiya flew through the opponents, attacking them with blood. The guards tried to catch her. A guard rushing at speed stumbles upon one of the red lightning bolts. It was a killing field, an installation type skill that gives a simple command to blood cells to mass manipulate blood. The command given this time. The guard stopped in surprise. A bloody ball resembling a mine appeared on his shoulder. The command given was an explosion of those who touched. Seiya quickly flew towards other opponents while the guard behind her was blasted by a killing field. The guard looked at the girl in surprise. Seiya turned her head in surprise and thought, what can she really do with her level so that her blow turns out to be decisive? But even so, Seiya thought that she would reduce the number of enemies for Mr. Subaru and Hirasaki, even if it's just a little. The priority is a comrade that is important to Mr. Subaru. It is necessary to preserve the body of Lady Seaka. Seiya flew with a confident gaze looking forward. A moment later, a guard appeared in front of the surprised Seiya, jumping with a sword attack. Seiya, noticing the enemy's attack, screamed in fear. The guard's sword flew straight towards her head. Seiya watched in surprise as blood gushed out of the guard. Subaru, who had just struck the guard, stood with his back to the girl, holding a sword in his hand. Seiya turned her head startlingly and shouted Mr. Subaru's name. Standing opposite the surprised girl, Subaru called her name. The blushing Subaru smiled and thanked Seiya and asked her to be careful. Seiya was embarrassed by the guy's words. Her face flushed red. Seiya, pressing her fist to her chest, said that she did not deserve such words. Flying away in the opposite direction from the guy, Seiya added that Mr. Subaru should protect himself at all costs. Subaru confidently ran to help Hirasaki, holding a sword in his hands. Subaru shouted the name Hirasaki-san as he ran, and two guards chased the guy. Hirasaki, who was killing another guard, turned around. Hirasaki asked in surprise what happened. Subaru annoyedly replied that he felt that on this stage his level would be difficult to rise. Hirasaki remained silent in surprise. Hirasaki, standing next to Subaru in surprise, said that he did not realize in time. He thought that the fact was that his level was high, but in the case of Subaru. Hirasaki glanced at the church. Hirasaki, looking at the large church with lightning wrapped around it, added that this was probably an X scene for Subaru. Hirasaki added to make sure Subaru doesn't let its guard down. The snow cat towered over the surprised Subaru on which shards of ice rained down. Hirasaki continued, there is not only a boss on the X stage. Subaru, opening his mouth wide in surprise, realized that he was on an X stage. Hirasaki continued, the guards are just puppets summoned by the boss skill. For this reason, they received an unusually small amount of experience. Looking sideways, the stunned Subaru realized that he had been on this stage from the very beginning. Subaru saw two large thrones. On one of them sat a blue man with red horns. On the second sat a man with blue hair and patterns on his body. Subaru realized that initially there were only two bosses here, those two. The blue stag raised his hand to his chin and turned to kill him, saying that it seemed they had been noticed. Killim grinned, raising his hand to his face and asked the question, will we send someone stronger or will we go out ourselves? The sky erupted in a strong storm. Subaru was in shock. Subaru added that his level can still increase, but with each attack they become more and more depleted. Subaru went on to say that it's not completely useless. Hirasaka hit the guard with his sword, Subaru added, with the collapse of the guards the MP of the bosses goes down. Hirasaka, looking down, added that nevertheless, they undoubtedly act in accordance with the intentions of the bosses and their goal is to reveal our trump cards. Silhouettes appeared on the roof of the church. The horned one stood smiling with one leg on the ledge of the building. Killam grinned with his hands folded together. Hirasaka, watching in surprise, stated that they finally showed up. Hirasaka hesitated for a moment as the enemies came into view. He wondered if he should use the warp edge sword. The edge warp sword consumes 80% of the total MP, reaches the enemy in the blink of an eye and has the power to split the surrounding area. Hirasaka thought, but will he be able to cope with these two? Both bosses grinned arrogantly. Hirasaka thought, no, it's now or never, I'll use it and stand on par with them. Hirasaka looked at his opponents belligerently with his hand to his face. The sky continued to shower the location with rain. There were puddles everywhere. The last straw fell on Hirasaka's face. The rain stopped, clear rays of sunlight began to shine through the clouds. Hirasaka looked thoughtfully at his opponents, touching his chin. Hirasaka turned his head to the side, lowering his head. Looking at the green leaves that were not moving, Hirasaka thought that the wind had ended. The bosses jumped off the roof. A moment later, the strong Horn and Killam appeared behind the blonde with folded hands. They glowed with a strong yellow aura. Hirasaka was stunned to realize what was happening. Hirasaka stood with his back to the bosses without saying anything. One of the bosses turned to the blonde. He said that no decisive steps were needed, it was useless. The boss said that they want to compete in strength. Rogech said that his name was Storm Delta. The second one folded his hands and said that he was Thunder Killam. Killam further added that he recognizes them as strong people. Subaru watched in surprise as the sun's rays fell on his face. The bosses asked to fight them fairly. Renji and Subaru stood opposite Thunder Killam and Storm Delta as they appeared. Without moving, the two bosses stared at the young people. Renji, looking at the bosses, thought maybe he should try to find out something. An image of the skeleton boss appeared in Subaru's mind at this moment, and he thought that these two were the same as the boss and soldier dumping ground. Renji's eyes narrowed a little. The blonde thought that almost all the bosses behave like animals who do not allow otherworldly people into their territory. He thought that they obviously act of their own free will, control the weather and lead the attack, having tactics. Looking at the bosses, the golden player decided to vote. He asked if they had the opportunity to talk. Thunder Killam and Storm Delta looked at each other in surprise. Storm Delta asked if he really wanted to find out something from them. Clenching his white-gloved hands into fists, Renji said what he wanted, and a lot. Images of a golden door and red-black gates appeared in his head. He asked what these gates and doors are anyway. The blonde clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes burned with anger, and golden flames blazed around him. He indignantly asked what they, creatures from the other world, are trying to turn their world into. Storm Delta crossed his arms, and Thunder Killam rubbed his forehead with a finger thoughtfully. Storm Delta asked if he really didn't learn anything from Ludwig. At this moment, mentally, a large silhouette of a golden knight stood next to Renji, and the blonde thought that the boss even mentioned Ludwig. The gold player looked at Storm Delta and Thunder Killam standing calmly in front of him. He thought that perhaps until now there had only been rumors about them, and they might turn out to be close to the center. Renji perked up in surprise when one said that it would be so. Thunder Killam glanced at the blonde and began to say that they themselves had been banned here for a long time. Storm Delta joined the conversation, saying that they would talk about all the knowledge they had acquired. At this moment, Subaru and Renji's eyes widened in surprise. Clad in his bloody armor and holding the chisel of heaven in his hand, Subaru opened his mouth wide. He thought, are they really going to reveal the world's secret so easily? The golden player grabbed the phone, turned on the recorder, and pointed it towards the bosses. Apologizing, he asked if they would mind if he made an audio recording, citing the fact that he might not remember everything. Thunder Killam grinned, noting that it was possible. Subaru stood behind Renji, who, with his lips pressed into a thin stripe, looked pitifully at the bosses. Baring his sharp teeth, Thunder Killam scratched the back of his head. He began to say that there is something to say briefly, then this is the gate. However, his further voice changed to interference. Hearing this, Subaru's face showed surprise. Starting up, Thunder Killam noted that it seemed like there was no way to tell them. Storm Delta asked if this is some kind of information control. Thunder Killam smiled, put his hand to his mouth and said that, unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it. Frozen in shock, Subaru clenched his teeth tightly. He wondered if what they could talk about in the gates was strictly limited. Renji's loud apologetic cry followed. He took out a pen and notepad and looked at the bosses with a pitiful look. In a tearful voice, he asked if they could provide the information in writing in this case. He noted that he thought if he came back without everything, Rule would be furious. Looking at all this, Sarara mentally noted how much despair there was in the eyes of the golden player. Thunder Killam replied that if nothing is done, nothing can be done. And Storm Delta, smiling, asked why not try. Yellow lightning sparkled in the sky. Storm Delta said that if they defeated them, They would get closer to their answer one way or another. A stream of lightning and wind headed towards the standing Subaru and Renji. Thunderkillum smirked as storm dealt across his arms. They asked the mortals victory or defeat, noting that they wanted to quench their thirst for souls. Preparing for battle, Subaru clenched his teeth tightly. He was shocked when he saw that the bosses decided to play rock, paper, scissors to begin with, and both threw away the scissors. There was barely a cry at the gates for a while that they had a draw again. Jumping into the sky, Storm Delta clenched his hand into a fist with a smile on his face, and put his hand with scissors forward while the defeated Thunderkillum sadly sat on the ground. All this time, the two players silently watched what was happening. Renji's eyes widened as Thunderkillum spoke. Smirking, he extended his hand and pointed his finger at the blonde, noting that he wanted to fight the sparkling gold. The wind began to rise behind the surprised player. Storm Delta waved his hand, and at that moment a huge wind blow flew towards the blonde, but he, releasing his golden sword, put out a block. Subaru, who was standing nearby, shielded himself from the wind with his hands and screamed loudly. Storm Delta began to attack Renji with many small wind attacks, but he skillfully fought them off with his weapon. Once again swinging his leg, Storm Delta grinned, baring his teeth, and after each hit he loudly noted that Renji was good. Continuing to twist the blows, the blonde frowned as the boss enthusiastically declared that Ludwig had chosen a good incarnation for himself. Looking at the guy with his empty eyes, Storm Delta smiled widely with a crazy smile. He shouted loudly that he wanted to anticipate more. When the stream of sharp blows ended, Renji raised his sword, thinking that the boss was strong. The guy's face frowned, and his body began to blaze with golden flames. At that moment, he realized that Storm Delta was stronger than anyone he had ever fought. Standing under the flow of wind, Subaru clenched his teeth and covered his face with his hands. He was very surprised that the boss was equal in strength to Renji, who was the best of the gold players. The guy froze abruptly with a gloomy face when Thunderkillum suddenly appeared next to him. Looking back at the boss, Subaru, screaming loudly, began to run away to the side. Looking at the guy, Thunderkillum tilted his head to the side. In an irritated voice, he asked why exactly he had to deal with the hated owner of immortality. Subaru realized that he was clearly disappointed. Looking at him with a puzzled look, he asked what's wrong. Thunderkillum responded that he didn't need to worry about it, noting that it wasn't his fault. Not unreasonably, Subaru relaxed. Standing not far from the boss, he looked at him with a slightly frightened look, pursing his lips. Being able to have a conversation without too much discomfort or pressure being directed at you can change perceptions. Despite the fact that the creature in front of your eyes is certainly an enemy, Subaru gave the boss a surprised look when he lazily said that at best he would at least have fun. Thunderkillum swung his leg towards the guy. He said he wanted to watch and test how hard he had to break him for him to die. Subaru, with surprised eyes, backed away slightly as a bright yellow light illuminated his face. Thunderkillum launched a huge bolt of lightning at the guy, which crushed everything in its path. Thick black smoke rose throughout the gate location. Subaru should have seen this coming. Thunderkillum stood in the center of a deep road dug from a hole, looking at the dark silhouette of a Subaru lying on the ground. Nobody bothers themselves with pressure when accidentally trampling insects on the side of the road. Thunderkillum, holding his hand on his belt, approached the guy. He asked if he couldn't even dodge. He looked at Subaru with complete indifference on his face, saying that he didn't know whose mortal incarnation he was. In front of the boss lay the charred body of Subaru without arms and legs. He said he was pathetically weak. Continuing to fend off Storm Delta's attack with his sword, Renji turned around with a frown on his face and loudly called out to Subaru. The blonde froze when, the second he was distracted, the boss's palm appeared on his face. He gave her a frightened look. A moment later, scarlet blood splashed in all directions. Burping back, Storm Delta smiled widely and laughed loudly. Swinging his fist, he continued to send airstrikes towards Renji, some of which he was unable to deflect. With a frightened cry, the boss jumped back when the blade of a golden sword passed next to him. Baring his teeth, he grinned, looking at his thumb, which was stained with blood. The fighting Renji stopped, holding his sword to his face. With blood running down his face, he clenched his teeth and furrowed his brows, glaring at Storm Delta with his now only eye. At this moment, Thunderkillum raised his chisel to the skies. He brought the weapon closer, examining the blade. Stretching his hand forward, he looked at it from all sides. Thunderkillum noted that there was not a single scratch left from his lightning. He asked if this was the true, inappropriate power for Subaru that he sensed earlier. The boss narrowed his eyes and looked at the weapon. He said that the signs felt from this power. He glanced at the guy's charred body and asked if he was the embodiment of Vanquish, immortal god. Thunderkillum silently looked at the body until he was called out. Without turning around, he waved his hand as Saya appeared behind him and told her not to interfere. He said that if she decided to fight one-on-one, he would kill her. Saya, tears welling up on her face, clenched her teeth tightly. Thunder Killam turned his gaze back to the charred body. He said this guy wouldn't want it either. The girl looked at Subaru, swallowing the tears running down her cheeks. She thought that now, no matter what, she had to stay alive. The moments with Subaru flashed through her mind, and how he told her with a smile on his face that she should be careful. Closing her eyes in pain, Saya sobbed loudly. She started screaming at Subaru and begging him to get up. With his arm crossed, Thunder Killam watched her pitiful attempts. He said that, unfortunately, he could not get up because his legs were fried. A familiar voice called out to the girl. Subaru, whose arms and legs had been replaced by bloody armored limbs, rose from the ground. He said that she needed to do as Thunder Killam said, and that is, move away. Looking at the guy, the boss bared his teeth in displeasure, crossing his arms over his chest. Saya's tear-stained eyes sparkled slightly. Subaru remembered the moment of the battle with the Taiga. He thought that back then he used the black smoke of the Taiga, after which a large amount of semi-congealed blood flows from the whole body. He thought that although he had lost both arms and legs, at least he had managed to avoid death. The charred growth began to fall off in pieces, exposing light skin, and Subaru, looking at Thunder Killam, frowned and showed a grin. His HP gauge was at a critical level and was 117 4711. Subaru looked at the puzzled boss, who held his heavenly chisel in one hand. He thought that Thunder Killam was without a doubt the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He couldn't even imagine the difference between them. Loud laughter rang out from the battlefield where Storm Delta and Renji were currently fighting desperately. Continuing to throw punches, the boss loudly said that he was very grateful to the living embodiment of Ludwig. Directing a stream of wind at the blonde, Storm Delta smiled widely. He noted that even though now the guy is in a difficult situation due to the loss of an eye, he looked straight at Renji, who now had a look of determination and confidence on his face. The boss exclaimed that now the remaining eye shines in a new way. He noted that his attacks became faster. Storm Delta jerked and grimaced in fear as the golden blade passed right next to him. Renji hit him with his sword, knocking the boss aside. The same one, raising his hands, used his cape as a parachute and smoothly descended to the ground. He smiled wryly and glanced at the blonde when he told him that not everyone was strong to begin with. Holding the shining sword in his hands, Renji lowered his head. He said that when they were still weak, many such predicaments happened. He told Storm Delta he was mutually grateful. The guy's hair began to grow upward from the blazing flame when he activated his fifth skill. He confidently said that winning Storm Delta would make him one more step stronger. Imperial Glare LV4. Instead of continuing to consume MP, the entire power and effect of the skill is increased by 130%. Storm Delta, whose body also began to glow with energy, smiled contentedly. He happily noted that this is a very good trump card, and it couldn't be better. Smiling a crazy smile, the boss stood up and raised his fist to strike. Was he shouting that they should put up an excellent fight? Renji swung his shining sword with a serious frown on his face. Subaru quickly moved across the field, trying to dodge all the lightning that Thunder Killam sent at him. Turning back, the guy bared his teeth and swore. He mentally reasoned that the speed of the substance of lightning is a third of the speed of light, 100,000 kilometers per second, and, having seen it, it is impossible to dodge. He thought that it was necessary to determine the course of the main lightning strike before the value itself. Subaru heard a quiet crack and saw a small lightning bolt in front of him. He quickly moved diagonally, continuing to weave around all attacks aimed at him. He thought that he must continue moving without a single delay. He knew that if he missed, he would become a pile of ash. Thunder Killam, with lightning sparkling from his eyes, stood and stretched his neck. Sometimes the Subaru had to run close to the trains, which is why they were hit and shattered into pieces. Baring his teeth, he glanced back, thinking that his affairs were bad, and if everything continued like this. He saw how, from the explosion, another body of the guard was blown up and shattered into pieces. He thought that soon they could all be defeated. Subaru knew that with his current HP of 117, just one touch from a lightning bolt would render him a corpse. He knew it would be quite stressful. The guy continued to rush forward with confidence on his face. He thought that in any case he needed to defeat the guards and raise his level. He saw a guard sitting on the ground nearby. A moment later, Subaru was already next to him. The guard was left without a head, and the guy had already disappeared when lightning struck near the body. A moment later, a huge explosion thundered at that place. Crossing his arms, Thunder Killam cast a thoughtful glance in that direction. The system notified that Thunderstorm's Knight LV64 had been killed. Immediately after this, Subaru's level increased to 34. Realizing that he had succeeded, the guy glanced at Thunder Killam and mentally congratulated himself. He thought that as the level increases, status indicators increase and HP and MP are fully restored. Currently his HP was 5,183 over 5,183 and MP 3,042 over 3,042. He also thought that the lost body parts were still being regenerated. A moment later, the bloody armor disappeared, and in its place were intact arms and legs. Thunderkillum watched as the guy landed not far from him. He thought about how it was a beneficial device for mortals, noting the regeneration of arms and legs. He thought it was well done, however. Subaru waved his hand and his entire body became covered in bloody armor. Spreading his arms, he aimed a huge arrow of blood at the boss. When its tip got too close, Thunderkillum stuck out his fist. He struck the arrow with lightning, and it scattered into drops of blood. Subaru watched as the blast wave moved towards him. The guy jumped up, trying to avoid a collision. Looking down, he saw that the blow had hit one of his legs, and now it was missing below the knee. Hissing, Subaru bared his teeth, and his eyes filled with anger. Scratching his ear, Kishim looked at him. He asked if the guy really thought that a small increase in strength could make up for their difference. With one wave of his hands, he released a stream of energy, regenerating the limb, creating a long, sharp blade in its place. The guy, engulfed in rainbow light, bared his teeth and screamed furiously. Approaching Thunderkillum, he sent many bloody threads towards it. The boss, stretching his shoulder with his hand, lazily waved his leg in the air. He said that he now understood the reason why the vampire chose such a mortal incarnation. He said that Subaru doesn't know how to lose, that he is trying to maintain his dominance, and for this, Thunderkillum jumped up and kicked the air, sending an electric charge towards the guy. He said Subaru's actions make no sense. The fast-moving lightning easily destroyed the bloody threads that it encountered on its way. A moment later, Thunderkillum watched as a loud explosion was heard in the air. The Subaru, which flew to the side, covered itself with its hands from the shock wave. He mentally cursed and thought that if everything went like this, the force would knock him out before he reached his goal. Covering his eyes with his hands from the bright light, Subaru furrowed his eyebrows, looking at Thunderkillum with an angry gaze, baring his teeth. When the smoke from the impact had completely cleared, Thunderkillum looked up at the guy. He stated that there was no point in being skillful in the face of overwhelming force. He said that if Subaru had the opportunity to injure him. At that moment, the cat Sushi imposingly walked towards its owner with the chisel of heaven in its teeth, and Thunderkillum, without noticing this, straightened his back and waved his hand to the side and said that that sword was Subaru's only remedy. Noticing a cat with a sword in its mouth, the boss jumped in place and screamed in surprise. Seiya and Subaru, who also noticed the cat, with surprise and shock on their faces, unanimously asked what she was doing there. Small lightning bolts sparkled above the unsuspecting Sushi. A moment later, a huge explosion was heard in that place. Thunderkillum indignantly asked what she was. Gritting his teeth in anger, the guy rushed forward, loudly shouting the cat's name. He stopped when a system notification appeared in front of him and his eyes widened in surprise. First he saw the name Glass Sushi on the icon. After reading the information that Glass Sushi regenerates by consuming MP, the guy saw a cat, whose body was covered with cracks, come out of the smoke screen with a sword in her hands. At this moment, Thunderkillum and Subaru showed great surprise on their faces. Looking at Sushi, the cracks on which had already healed, Subaru thought that he had completely forgotten that she had the ability to regenerate. He mentally wondered if she was helping by understanding his battle strategy. Looking at the owner when she started shaking her head. Realizing what she meant, Subaru leaned forward slightly and, with his mouth wide open, shouted loudly, telling Sushi to act. Turning its body, the glass cat swung. Kishim clenched his teeth, and lightning flashed next to his dissatisfied face. Sushi threw the chisel of heaven directly into the hands of its owner. Raising his sword, Subaru smiled mockingly, noting that he had succeeded. His eyes widened in surprise when, a moment later, Thunderkillum's face appeared directly in front of him. Stretching his hand forward, the boss shot lightning, and it cut off Subaru's hand with which he was holding the sword. What did he ask? What did he do? Hissing, Subaru clenched his teeth tightly. He furrowed his brows and smiled slightly as he looked at Thunderkillum. The guy asked, "What does he think?" At that moment, a giant version of Glass Sushi appeared behind the boss. The cat raised its clawed paw to strike. Thunderkillum, turning in her direction, swung his leg. Finding himself faster than Sushi, he fired a bolt of lightning with his foot, causing the cat's glass head to instantly fly off. He narrowed his eyes as fragments flew past him. He was surprised by the giant's appearance, noting his very quick coordination. Thunderkillum wondered if this was a familiar summoned by the soul. Having fused his arm back together, Subaru, which was blazing with rainbow fire, raised the chisel of heaven above his head. Turning around from the Subaru, Thunderkillum, full of hatred, cursed loudly. The guy, throwing the boss alone in the air, dashed down and flew towards the ground with great speed. When he landed, he thought it was all or nothing. Standing on one knee, he raised the chisel of heaven, which blazed with scarlet energy. Subaru was willing to risk all of its MP now. With sharp movements, the guy began to hit the air, directing the attacks of the chisels of heaven at the sitting guards that were around him. Not paying attention to the stream of system notifications that Thunderstorm's knights of various levels have been defeated, Subaru mentally prays that the experience gained will be enough for him to level up, since there are no more guards left in the gates. The system notified the guy about his promotion to level 35. He turned around and looked at his regenerating foot, rejoicing in his heart that he had succeeded. A moment later, Thunder Killam's palm pierced the guy's back, and blood gushed out of Subaru's mouth. Subaru's gaze darkened. Thunder Killam loudly protested that the guy threw away the opportunity his familiar had given him, painting with his life only to restore himself. The boss blazed with bright lightning from anger and, with his mouth wide open, shouted loudly at Subaru. He asked why he was so eager to assert his dominance and wants to live. He asked if he and Renji didn't come here to defeat them. Subaru looked down at the floor, and a piece of the armor on his face began to crack. He wondered why he really wanted to live. Dark images of the Taiga and hooligans who called him a worm, his parents who said with disgust that he was useless, and a mistake of nature began to appear in his head. Among this darkness, he saw the bright image of Seaka, who with a smile on her face said that she wanted to become stronger with him. He remembered Sakura, who was always friendly to him and didn't question what he was going to do next. The guy's face did not express any emotion. In a calm voice, he said that he wanted to meet again. Thunder Killam, not understanding what he was talking about, threw a surprised look at him. Shared moments with Seaka again began to emerge in Subaru's head, where the girl smiled joyfully at him. He said that although they spent only a short time together, he sincerely enjoyed their risks. Lowering his eyebrows, Subaru narrowed his sad gaze. He said he wanted to feel it one more time. Subaru closed his eyes and tears began to appear in the corners of his eyes. He said that he didn't need to be forgiven. He suddenly remembered the moment when the Vanquish minion dealt the fatal blow to Seaka. He said that he wanted to meet her to thank and apologize for dragging her into this. A memory flashed before his eyes of how he and the girl smiled joyfully. He said that if he were forgiven, he would be able to grow stronger with her again. Thunder Killam, whose hand was still barely in the guy's hand, gave him a puzzled look. He asked what he was even talking about. Ignoring the question, Subaru said that was why he took the risk. Hearing this, Thunder Killam frowned. A system screen appeared before the guy's eyes with the passive skill Blood Usurper, the second part of which can be opened upon reaching LV35. The guy recalled how he and Seiya studied this tablet. Then she said that it was likely that the next door would appear when he received the next derivative skill. Rainbow static began to appear in the air, and Subaru said it was worth the risk. At that moment, a rainbow door appeared in front of the saw. The door appeared between Subaru and Thunder Killam, cutting off the latter's arm and leg. The boss's face was filled with horror when he heard a familiar voice. Vanquish greeted him and said that he was constantly watching from that side. The door opened and a smiling, long-haired man in a red and black kimono looked out. He extended his hand with long nails to the boss and told him to get ready, since the punishment for wounding his mortal incarnation would be severe. Vampire, progenitor Vanquish. Vanquish looked at the Subaru lying on the grass, bleeding from its mouth. He told him that he had done very well. The guy, whose face was mixed with sweat and tears, threw his clouded gaze at him. Vanquish, whose face was covered with rainbow static, smiled widely and said that Subaru would win. A tall man with long black hair looked at Thunder Killam. Gritting his teeth in anger, the boss clenched his fist, which immediately interceded with bright lightning. Vanquish extended his index finger and a stream of blood gushed out. A bloody thread wrapped itself around the Subaru and lifted it into the air. Throwing the guy's body over his shoulder, Vanquish looked at Thunder Killam. He said that Subaru will soon gain more power, so he only needs to wait a moment. The boss shouted loudly, asking him to stop. Vanquish asked what he needed. Pausing for a moment, the man looked at Thunder Killam, who began to indignantly tell him that he and Storm Delta would never forget the day he decided to kill them. He said that when he came face to face with his sworn enemy, Thunder Killam grimaced with anger and, opening his mouth wide, screamed loudly, asking if he really thought he could escape like that. Vanquish started when lightning sparked next to him. A huge blow hit the other side of the door. Lightning flashed at great speed across the white sand, tearing out the road behind it. Thunder Killam's foot stepped into space. Gritting his teeth, the boss began to look around. He saw in front of him endless dunes of white sand. He noted that this is the same Bone Ocean. Thunder Killam turned around, noticing Vanquish at some distance from him, squatting next to a Subaru lying on the sand and running his hand over his stomach. Vanquish addressed Subaru, saying that he always appears to him in a dying state. The guy, who gradually began to regain consciousness, asked Vanquish if it was him. Continuing to heal the guy, the man smiled widely, noting that he did not recognize him. Vanquish said that because Subaru became stronger, he also got his strength back. The guy sat down on the sand, and the man began to rise to his feet. He said Subaru is now cured. There was a loud crack of lightning behind him. The two young men cast a surprised glance in that direction. Thunder Killam began to approach them, his body sparkling with bright yellow lightning. Looking at the boss, Subaru gritted his teeth, a small look could be seen in his eyes. Looking at Thunder kill him blazing with anger, Subaru thought that the atmosphere around them was tense and the boss was already angry. While the guy stood silent, overcome with fear, Vanquish leaned forward slightly. He told Thunder kill him that he couldn't just walk through the door without permission, and then started shooing him away. The veins on the boss's face began to bulge and he began to shout back. He said that Vanquish was the one who intervened in the one-on-one fight. He said that his fight with the guy wasn't over yet anyway. Vanquish leaned over and gave Thunder kill him a blank look as he declared that he would kill Subaru first, and then him. He told him not to give the fighters reasons to the owner. He asked if it might be better to mention whether it would be impudent to come into the human world willfully and force one-on-one combat. Thunder kill him perked up at his words. Vanquish thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand, saying that the boss wanted to kill both him and Subaru. The guy turned in surprise when Vanquish put his hand on his shoulder and smiled. He said it suits him. The man's clawed hand began to sink into Subaru's shoulder. The guy froze in place with shock on his face as Vanquish began to merge with him into a single whole. Throwing a scared look at him, Subaru loudly asked what was going on. Smiling widely, Vanquish asked the guy to lend him his body for a while. He said that he would show him his former fighting style using blood manipulation. The guy's surprised eyes began to take on a rainbow tint, and he asked what does X mean. Frozen, Kishim looked at the rainbow flame blazing next to him. Vanquish laughed, noting that it means Subaru has already reached level 35. Vanquish in the body of Subaru smiled broadly, hovering above the ground. He noted that his body had become quite decent. Clenching his hands into fists, Thunder kill him bared his teeth. He asked irritably if Vanquish really thought that with the help of the meager body of a mortal incarnation he could defeat him. Looking back at him, the man smiled softly. He said yes, yes. He narrowed his eyes and his pupils became vertical. He said that most of the power remained in the gate with his partner Thunder kill him. Unable to contain all his anger, the boss rushed forward and, with his mouth wide open, ordered him to shut up. He said that if they were in the other world. At that moment Vanquish raised his palm and hit him in the face. The impact sent Thunder kill him's head flying to the side. The man gave him a contemptuous look that glowed with rainbow light. In a low voice, he said that Thunder kill him would never return there since his corpse would remain here. The silhouettes of a Subaru and Vanquish were visible in the iris of the eye. There was great surprise on the face of the guy flying in space. The boss clenched his teeth tightly, and his head began to jerk in different directions. When the enraged head returned to its place, Vanquish put forward his palm, which was glowing with a rainbow light, and ordered him to freeze. Thunder kill him flew back as a bloody shot pierced his chest. The boss's face showed surprise with hints of fear. He wondered if he could shoot blood. Vanquish smiled slyly, extending his palm forward, and the blood began to spiral around it. The man ordered him to disappear. The bloody whirlpool began to suck Thunder kill him's body from itself, and it began to spin along the same trajectory. Vanquish used cursed blood and furious pool. Continuing to hold his hand, the man watched with a crazy smile as Thunder kill him began to spin in a spiral at great speed and scream loudly. His body began to curl into a ball and decrease in size. Suddenly, Thunder kill him was able to pull his legs out of the flow and sent them towards Vanquish. The man moved to the side and easily avoided the blow. His eyes narrowed as he looked at his boss. He noted that Thunder kill him was still able to escape. The boss, surrounded by lightning, was about to attack Vanquish, and he, taking a stance, said that he had better not do this. With a wave of his hand, he created a bloody shield that cut Thunder kill him's leg. The boss looked at Vanquish with a look of hatred, his teeth clenched tightly, and the veins on his forehead began to bulge. Vanquish's face at that moment expressed complete calm. They began to attack each other, and blood and lightning began to collide in blows. Thunder kill him jumped and his leg glowed yellow, foreshadowing the release of lightning. Vanquish put his hand out to his side, blocking the blow, and his gaze was directed ahead of him. A moment later, a huge hole appeared in Thunder kill him's stomach, which was left behind by a shot of blood. As the boss fell to the sand and cursed, Vanquish waved his hand, blood flying around it. Vanquish in the body of Subaru smiled widely, raising his arms to the sides. He asked Thunder kill him what was wrong with him, and then told him to attack further. The silhouettes of a Subaru and Vanquish appeared in the iris of the guy's eye. The guy watched what was happening with surprise in his eyes, and the man laughed quietly. Subaru called Vanquish, and he asked what is it. The guy asked if Vanquish was really that strong before. The man, indignant at such impudence, asked if he really didn't care about him. Closing his eyes, Subaru apologized and said that at their first meeting his appearance was not very remarkable. Vanquish was shocked by such words and told Subaru that at their first meeting he himself was a frail, bespectacled man. Subaru looked at Thunder kill him, who had managed to heal the wound and was now clutching his stomach. The guy asked if it was strange that the boss takes no damage at all, even if he is strong. Vanquish laughed and asked if he himself didn't know. Subaru remembered the battle at the gate with the glass cat. He said that he had experience with regenerating opponents, but he didn't seem to take much damage until his HP was depleted. Vanquish smiled widely, revealing sharp teeth. He said it was a curse. Vanquish in Subaru's body smiled and clenched his hand into a fist, blood fluttering around it. He said that this curse was placed on his blood. An image of a small dark cloud appeared in his head. He said that the spirit itself takes blue damage. Vanquish revealed that blood manipulation curse strike is especially effective on regenerating indeterminately shaped spirits. Subaru noted that this is just like a villain. Vanquish replied irritably that he would like a little praise. Thunderkillum clenched his trembling hand into a fist and began chanting Vanquish's name. Lightning began to blaze around him, and the boss, with his mouth wide open, screamed loudly. He told Vanquish not to dare to neglect him, calling him a despicable vampire. Subaru told the man that Thunderkillum just seemed to hate him. He replied that this was because in the other world he beat these two to death and because of him they were locked in the gate. Subaru gave the man a puzzled look and asked how he beat him to death. Vanquish said that that side is now serious. Looking at the lightning, Vanquish in the Subaru body smiled widely. He asked why don't they change their tune too. Thunderkillum stood opposite Vanquish in a stance, his hands clenched into fists, and behind his back lightning was a huge pillar upward. With a loud shout, the boss raised his fist to strike and ran towards Vanquish. Vanquish, smiling a crazy smile, put his hand in a bloody fist and ran towards him. There are literally a few centimeters left before the two fists collide. Vanquish smiled contentedly when bloody whips suddenly appeared behind him and flew towards the boss. Thunderkillum frowned and clenched his teeth tightly. Vanquish smiled widely, looking at the boss with crazy eyes, and blood splashed in his direction. Thunderkillum winced in pain as one of the bloody blows left a hole in his shoulder. The boss's arms and legs were covered in holes and were missing. He shouted that Vanquish was just a monster. He looked at him with one intact eye, since the other side of his head was missing. He said that if he were in a completely different form. His eyes widened when Vanquish said that you can only rely on your own strength, nothing more. He said that in this regard, they, fighters, stop at perfection. Subaru pointed a questioning finger at himself as Vanquish crossed his arms and told Thunderkillum that if he had killed the guy faster, he wouldn't be in this position. He added that they went one-on-one with him, just like the boss wanted. Blue blood began to flow down Thunderkillum's evil face and he bared his teeth as Vanquish said that he lost at the exact moment his door was called. A drop of water dripped down Subaru's surprised face when Vanquish said that the guy won, making frantic efforts to be more than perfect. Opening his mouth, Thunderkillum tried to object, but a moment later, instead of the top of his head, an empty hole remained. Vanquish said he has one piece of advice to offer. When all that was left of Thunderkillum were his legs, Vanquish turned and walked back. He said we need to be more serious. The system notified that the boss was defeated. Thunderkillum's consciousness began to think that regeneration was taking too long to start. The moment appeared before him as Vanquish almost completely tore off his head. He thought that besides this, he could not restore his soul form. He thought that this was all. The image of Vanquish appeared in front of him in the body of Subaru, standing with an indifferent face with an outstretched arm from which blood was oozing. Lightning crackled over the remains of Thunderkillum's legs. Subaru, who was in his own mind, stood with a surprised face, his mouth wide open. Watching what was happening in reality, Subaru stood next to Vanquish, who folded his arms into his sleeves, and he was stunned at how easily he destroyed Thunderkillum. Vanquish in the body of a Subaru stood with a big smile on his face. The guy turned his gaze to the smiling face of the man next to him. He thought that whoever he was very strong. He thought about the fact that until now he had not asked questions about existence in the other world. He thought, who is he anyway? The system window with information that the boss was defeated was replaced by the fact that the boss was revived. At this moment, the surprise on Subaru's face changed to shock. Spreading his arms, he turned to Vanquish and called out to him loudly, but he just grinned. The man told him not to panic. He fixed his gaze ahead, hidden by rainbow interference, and said that this was the remnant. Thunderkillum completely regenerated and appeared before Vanquish and Subaru's body in full combat power. Storm Parauja LV5, a skill unique to weather deities. After death, 5% of maximum HP is restored. 240 days are required before reuse. Thunderkillum, sparkling with lightning, leaned forward and screamed loudly. Bloody threads pinned him to the ground as Vanquish swung his finger down and ordered him to topple over. The boss, raising his head, growled furiously, and his face was distorted with anger. Subaru, his mouth open in surprise, noted that this means that this is the revival skill. Vanquish replied that this is because the position of souls is high, and a side effect seems to be the absence of any semblance of reason. Subaru had a frightened expression on his face, and he pursed his lips into a thin line. He thought that Vanquish might be calm in spirit, but he thinks that a small fish like him can only cope with 5% by risking his life. Looking at Thunder Killam lying on the ground with lightning coming from his body, Subaru thought that if we talk about these bosses, Renji's opponent also has this skill. Vanquish happily announced that he forgot something. In one sharp movement, the man left the guy's body. Subaru gave him a slightly scared look and asked, "What is it?" The guy was shocked when Vanquish raised his index finger and announced that he had decided about the challenge for this door. The guy was indignant, asking why now. The man pointed his finger at Thunder Killam, who sat on his knees, breaking the bloody bonds. He said that Subaru should beat Thunder Killam in this condition. The guy's face darkened, and he froze, putting on a nervous smile. Vanquish happily stated that initially he had been trying to figure out how to make the challenge for a long time. Subaru, with fear in his eyes, opened his mouth wide, asking him to wait, but Vanquish interrupted, saying that on the other hand. The man looked at the furious Thunder Killam, who clenched his teeth tightly, and said that hatred does not exist to hold on to past. He said that thanks to her, you can become stronger and leave the past behind and move on. Vanquish turned to the guy and put his hand on his shoulder. He said that's what this power is. Subaru stood with his head bowed and his eyes began to water. The guy squeezed the roads of heaven in his hand when Vanquish told him to use hatred. Subaru has taken several steps forward. The man asked him to be strong. Looking at the guy's back, he smiled and said that then one day, confidence began to appear on Subaru's face when Vanquish said that then he would love himself. He stood behind the guy who confidently walked towards his fear, and the man said that he wanted Subaru to make him happy. The level of the skill Hatred of Brightness has increased from LV1 to LV2. The duration of Hatred of all abilities has been increased from 30% to 45%. A notification has appeared stating that the following special stat is inherited from Vanquish. Blood Curse, attached to blood manipulation. By expending an additional amount of MP, the curse deals damage directly to the soul rather than the body. Thunder Killam's angry face showed surprise as Subaru apologized to him for the wait. Subaru walked straight towards him, holding a sword in his hand and expressing complete confidence. He asked permission to borrow his breasts. Opening his mouth wide, Thunder Killam roared loudly. Subaru, taking a stance, swung his sword, and his body blazed with rainbow flames. The boss jumped up, and a lot of lightning surrounded his fist, increasing its size to huge. A moment later there was a loud explosion. The sword strike cut Storm Delta's head in half. Renji, holding his great sword in his hand, stood with a cool face as golden flames sparkled around him. Regenerating, Storm Delta abruptly jumped back some distance. He thought, he's able to exert enough power to overwhelm his. Suddenly, golden ropes with small daggers at the ends grabbed the boss's shoulder. The daggers jabbed sharply into his arm, and Renji pulled Storm Delta towards him. The gold player, who used his second skill Cord Edge, held a large sword in one hand and controlled the bonds with the other. Activating. Abilities 130%, MP 81,916, 201,775. Renji took the sword with both hands. He was thinking that the MP consumption for Imperial Radiance is very high, and that he had 48 seconds before running out of MP. Renji continued to pull the boss towards himself, thinking that the estimated enemy's HP is at 300,000 to 400,000. His eyes were half-lidded, and the guy's face expressed confidence. He thought, guess I have to use that. He activated the 7th skill of Edoil. He said that this is imitating Orake the Beast Slayer. Swinging his sword, Renji launched a Storm Delta Flying Dragon Slash. The boss's head, cut in half, was detached from the body. At this moment, Storm Delta was very surprised by the quality of such a sudden attack. Renji was blazing. Flame jumped up and swung his sword, bringing it over the pieces of the boss's body. When he struck, a huge shockwave slammed Storm Delta into the ground, after which there was a loud explosion. The regenerated monster was on his knees, resting his elbows on the ground. When he stood up, in front of him, Renji landed. Storm Delta thought, the quality and the accuracy of this attack are rising rapidly. He also mentally noted, so it's not a skill of strength but a skill of technique. Renji looked at him angrily with his one eye. He again delivered a huge golden blow, and Storm Delta was thrown into the air. Boss, that the base remained without the lower part of his body, Renji again struck him with cutting blows, cutting his body into 3 parts. Jumping up to the level of the boss, the blonde swung his huge sword, and his gaze was cold-blooded and cruel. He slammed Storm Delta into the ground again. A piece of the boss's head flew into the air. He thought in shock that his regeneration was not working and tried to understand if there was really nothing more he could do. When a small piece of him remained, Storm Delta realized that lost this battle. The 7th skill of Hirasaka Renji Edoil, a skill that enables the owner to use the techniques of the well-known commanders, who studied under Ludwig, the leader of the Golden Knight. Renji stood upright with his sword in his hand, and behind. It was Ludwig. The higher your skill level is, the more well-known commanders' techniques will be unlocked, currently LV3 divided by max LV12. Boss Victory Notification System. The golden player fell to his knees. Renji was lying on his stomach on the ground, and around him there were many holes that appeared during the battle. He thought that he had won after all, even though the enemy was truly strong. Mentally, the guy noted that his HP and MP were already at their limit. He closed his eye, and sweat flowed down his tired face. He thought that the crushed eye was starting to hurt, and then wondered if it would recover after leveling up. He glanced at the closed rainbow door, thinking that Subaru and his assistant. At that moment, the door began to dissolve. Lying on the grass and opening his mouth in surprise, Renji asked why she was disappearing. Suddenly, the system notified that the boss was revived. The blonde's single eye widened in shock. Accompanied by a bright yellow flash, Storm Delta appeared directly above him. Storm Perousia LV5. At that moment, the guy realized that this was a revival skill, and he lost his vigilance. With his mouth wide open, Storm Delta screamed loudly as veins popped out on his forehead. Covered in yellow energy, the boss quickly approached Renji, who was lying on the ground. The blonde managed to prop himself up slightly on his arms, frowning and gritting his teeth. A look of surprise appeared on his face as a rainbow light began to sparkle right in front of him. A Subaru flew out of the rainbow door that appeared and headed towards the surprised Storm Delta. The guy, whose eyes sparkled with rainbows, raised his fist to strike. There was confusion in the boss's eyes. Subaru hit him with blood manipulation curse punch, and Storm Delta began to attack with blood shots from all directions. Gritting his teeth, Subaru continued to throw punches with a furious face. Storm Delta's head flew to the side in shock, and after many years it dissolved into pieces. The guy told Renji that it was time for them to go back. The blonde looked up at him in surprise. The Subaru, shrouded in light, began to land on the ground. He said they were returning in full force. The system notified that the boss had been defeated. Ariake Subaru, Vampire LV45, HP 14,806, MP 8681, Durability 4099, Health 2868, Speed 3392, Sensitivity 2884, Luck 2972. Clear, The Seed of Storm and Thunder, Difficulty 5 stars, Completion time 0 hours, 22 minutes and 7 seconds, Remaining time 79:17, 49:14. Renji raised his hand to his left eye, which darkened. A notification appeared that the level had increased from 84 to 85. The guy removed his hand, and the eye became its normal color. Subaru looks at him with a slight smile. The heroes are standing opposite each other, with traces on the ground visible around them that were left after the battle. Renji thanks the hero and says that it was dangerous. He smiles with his eyes closed, saying that the guy saved his life, but he denies it with a confused look. The blonde notices in surprise that his partner's level has not increased. Subaru sheepishly replies that it only achieved the last 5%. The gate rule states that experience points are not available if the total lesson dealt to the enemy is less than 20%. Renji wonders how this can be since he didn't know about such a device. Subaru thinks that hasn't he been fighting for 8 years. The image of Ruo that appears confirms that of course he forgot, although he heard about it 10 times. Subaru looks up and loudly calls out to Seiya and Sushi. A white building with round domes stands against a backdrop of green trees. On the roof, Seiya and Sushi peek out from behind the dome, looking surprised. Seiya smiles, her eyes sparkle, and the cat on her shoulder yawns. The girl is glad that Subaru is okay. The guy stands straight, looking at her, thanks her and says that it's all over. The guy smiles happily and widely, his eyes closed as he says they are coming back. The sky is clear with white clouds. Seiya and Sushi agree. The heroes enter the room together. Subaru and Renji are ahead. Seiya is behind with the cat on her shoulder. There are 3 people in the room and they look at those who have entered. One in a purple suit with a white cross on the back stands with his hands folded behind his back. The second one sits nearby, on top of the third one, who lies on the floor. Ryusei sits on the man's back, holds a closed book in his hand and says that the guy set a new time record by completing 5 stars in 22 minutes. A man in a purple suit with purple hair and white streaks and glasses shouts that Renji did a good job. On the green plate is information about the hero. Japan's No. 1 healer Hishizaki Ryuji, level 59, silver rank, sibling of Kuisaka Masego. The reconnaissance squad that suffered at the hands of Yatsurugi was withdrawn after treatment. Ryusei looks calm, Ryuji is focused, a beaten man who lies on the floor angry. Subaru looks at the people in the room, listing their names, and realizes that he doesn't know the person on the floor. He asks who it is. Ryusei replies that this is Yatsurugi Kei, a former bronze rank now under Taiga. Kei shouts indignantly that he is not a subordinate and challenges the man to fight him. Ryusei talks about how he received an anonymous tip that Kei was attacking those who approached him, so he arrested him. Ryusei waves the book he holds in his hand. Kei clenches his teeth with force and a grin, gets angry when he hears that they want to interrogate him about the Dark Ones. Subaru hears the question with his mouth slightly open when asked about how he gets 5 stars. He He smiles shyly next to Seiya and Renji, who answers instead that he thought they were going to die, to which the man yelps in surprise. Ryusei approaches the white car with an angry and indignant K on his shoulder and turns to look at the heroes. He asks to set out all the details in the report and invites the guys to rest in the remaining time. Renji is about to sneak away with a smile, accepting the offer, but a hand grabs him by the collar from behind, preventing him from leaving. Shikishima is waiting for him. He says goodbye until the next meeting. Subaru and Seiya wave to the others, even the cat waves her paw. The guy says he was glad to work together. Seiya looks at Subaru and calls out to him. The guy looks to the right and says he figured out how to meet Sayaka. Against the backdrop of a clear sky stands a multi-story hotel building. Subaru and Seiya sit on the roof of the hotel and look at the signs that open in front of them. The passive skill Blood Usurper sign says, compound skills of the title type. At the moment 2 skills have been obtained, level 20 pair of aura, level 35 prana varpas, level 50 unknown. On the tablet Prana Varpas, it is written, replaces the soul provided with the soul of the original owner. Can be activated at the request of the vassal. However, if the body is dead, it is not practical to use until it is restored. Subaru reads the sign. Seiya lowers her head and repeats what is written. She put her hand on her stomach and brought the other one to her chest and asked if Sayaka's soul remained in this body. The guy smiled and mumbled that it looked like it. Seiya listened to herself, her hand lay on her chest, and the other was lowered down. A scar from a cut glows across his chest. She reflects that the body got deep early, but is gradually recovering. Maybe the exchange will become possible when the soul is restored to a vital level. Subaru asked how a girl could be active. Seiya replied that she was a vampire, able to function at the expense of MP. Subaru replied that this is how it is. He smiles happily, looking at the girl, speaking. What this means is that it only takes a while until Sayaka returns. Seiya agrees with a wide smile. The brunette, holding a cat on his back, raises his hands clenched into fists while the vampire looks at him in surprise. He flies up over the roof, stretching out one hand clenched into a fist and screams joyfully, a cat sitting on his head. He flies down, shouting how good it is. Seiya, flying next to her with her leathery wings, claps her hands and smiles in a bow, congratulating him. When the guy flies belly down, the cat sits on his leg. He smiles, closing his eyes, and shouts thank you. Then, in flight, his posture becomes similar to that of him standing upright with his hands folded on the weight, but at this time Sushi is lying on his stomach, curled up in a ball. He concludes that Carrion said things that were not true. The hero flies head down, his arms are folded on his chest, just like the paws of the cat flying next to him. The roof has already appeared below. Finally, the hero and the cat plop down onto a large red inflatable pillow on the roof. Subaru reflects on the soul provided. The pillow springs back onto the guy, he and the cat fly up from it, arching his back, and Seiya flies onto the roof next to him. The guy thinks where the provided soul came from. The girl asks Subaru what the trophy was for completing the X scene with 5 stars, and the brunette replies that he almost forgot. The heroes are standing opposite each other, Seiya's hands are folded behind her back, and Subaru has hidden them in his pockets, holding a cat on his shoulder. He said that Renji gave him a share of the delta and now it is doubled. Trophy plate. Thunder earring sign, a 5th open, ability to use electric shocks with any attacks. A red earring with a comma symbol emits lightning. Sign storm earrings, the ability to take advantage of the wind with any movements. A blue earring with dots emits a blue whirlwind. Seiya says the items are simple but useful. Subaru hands the earrings to a surprised Seiya. The girl is silent. She then begins to scream indignantly, her eyes wide open. Subaru stands with his hand outstretched, Sushi standing on his back. The guy explains that he felt the severity of the matter and that he is not yet able to protect her. While he is in a hurry to become stronger, the girl needs to protect herself with this. Seiya looks embarrassed at the earrings in her hands and thanks the guy. Subaru tells her to put them on now. Seiya blushed and exclaimed, surprised that she had to put them on here and now. Subaru didn't see why not. Seiya was embarrassed, saying that he was right. The girl put on the right earring first. She then fastened the left earring. She blushed with embarrassment, raised her hand to her ear and embarrassedly asked Subaru how he was. The guy smiled, looking at her with emotion and replied that the earrings suited her very well. Out of embarrassment, Seiya shrank all over and closed her eyes, making a face, lowering her clenched hands down. She flew up, leaving a smoking trail like a rocket. Subaru called after her in surprise. The guy looked up at the trail left by the vampire. He shouted, asking where she had gone. Subaru looked at the sky, the cat on his shoulder was silent. With an unexpected loud meow, Sushi hit him in the cheek with her paw so that the guy's head flew to the side. Subaru asked her why. Instead of answering, the cat turned around and walked away while Subaru looked at her in surprise. There is a path and a green lawn near the house. Ariake Ryohei, Subaru's father and Taiga's stepfather, sits in his house with a glass of champagne and wonders where his stupid sons are hanging around. A woman sitting in a chair with a phone in her hand calls out to him so that he doesn't stand at the panoramic window in just a robe. Arrogant Keiko, Taiga's mother and Subaru's stepmother, speaks on the phone and orders necklaces. Ryohei opens the refrigerator. He thinks about who knew that Subaru would become a player, and even a guardian, concluding that all this is his blood. He holds a bottle of champagne with a glass in his hands, thinking that this is a guarantee of a quiet life, and soon they will receive more money. The man turns around at the loud sound of a man entering. There is a dark Taiga on the threshold. Ryohei displeasedly asks the newcomer who he is and where the key comes from. Taiga reaches out with a clawed hand to the man's face and kills him, calling him a non-entity. The woman, without looking, turns to her husband so that he too pours her champagne, because the housekeeper has already left. Finally, she turns her attention to Taiga, who is holding a glass of wine with a clawed hand. She looks at the guy, frozen with the phone and tablet in his hands, and he looks at her. The woman's gaze expresses dissatisfaction. Then she recognizes the guy and screams, realizing who is in front of her. Then he indifferently turns to the phone, calmly telling the surprised Taiga to welcome back. The guy smiles because his mother recognized him even in this form. Keiko looks at the phone, asking why the guy is dressed like that. Taiga begins to answer, a shadow hiding his face. His mother interrupts him, smilingly showing the photo on her phone and saying that what is more important is the necklace she wants to buy. The guy's gaze is sinister. Keiko looks at the grinning Taiga. She listens to him questioningly, and a dark aura spreads around her. Taiga asks what is more important to his mother when her son has become different. There is more and more dark smoke around. Keiko listens with fear to her son, who thanks her, saying that it was not in vain that he came to make sure. He looks at her with a glass of champagne in his hand, shrouded in darkness, and says that he should not have been born. He extends his hand with a glass forward, reasoning that both the world and he are worth nothing. Unclenches his fingers. Downward movement. The glass breaks on the floor. Taiga concludes that they can only disappear together. From the hotel window, news is heard that a house has collapsed in Tokyo in the Shinagawa district. The death of married couple Ariake Ryohei and Keiko has been confirmed. Subaru watches TV, frozen in the room by the bed. Seiya looks upside down through the window with her cat. Subaru whispered in shock that it was his father. There are two covered bodies lying near the collapsed house. The golden players are inspecting the scene. Subaru looks at the ruins of the house. Among the rubble lies a sign with the names of the residents. Renji turns to Ryusei, who is sitting by the body, asking about the dead. The man frowns, looking at the photo on the tablet, and replies that the method of murder is the same as with the Subaru Renji. It's nearby. It's hard for him to believe the Dark One killed his own parents. Renji turns and looks at Subaru. The brunette is standing by the rubble. Ruo came up behind him and asked if he was okay. Subaru won't turn. The guy with glasses looks at him with sympathy, saying that he should not have been forced to go for an examination. Still standing with his back turned, the brunette replies that he does not grieve and does not feel anything when he thinks about his father. He lowered his head and admitted that he was sad because he was not mourning. Ryuo looks at his partner. Subaru sits down on one knee and touches the sign with his hand, wondering what's on Taiga's mind. He looks at the sign, thinking about his brother and wondering where he is now. Taiga stands near a tall glass building with a star at the top. Longhair walks up the stairs and hears people passing by discussing him. The automatic door to the building opened. Taiga enters the hall with the fountain. There are many people around and they are also discussing what he did. Some people think that the younger brother of the savior is Satan. Taiga approaches the information desk, where a girl in a green suit is standing, and hears people around him saying that they would not like to run into him. The girl administrator with a wide smile welcomes him to the Player Federation headquarters and wonders what issue he came for. Taiga looks down at her as darkness swirls around her. The girl looks at him as the darkness gets closer. People turn to the counter, feeling something is wrong. Darkness fills the space. The entire space is filled with darkness. Screams and pleas for help are heard. The man in the hat spread his arms in the square, and a crowd of people gathered around him. This is a magician. He turns a cane into a bouquet of flowers. Doves fly out of his hat. The audience rejoices and applauds. The magician holds the cane in front of him and announces that the next act will be to make it disappear. He claps his hands. The man spreads his arms to the sides, completing the trick, smiles, and behind him a dark force completely destroys the building of the association. He turns around towards the sound. People look there in shock and scream. The debris falls with a roar. Taiga emerges from the rubble in the darkness. Shards of glass and stones fall around. The dark player thinks that even having received the desired strength, wisdom, and beauty, he still feels empty. Taiga looks down sadly, thinking what is the point in living. He wonders if his brother has found reasons to live. A white limousine is driving along the road. From it you can hear the screams of a telephone conversation in which they discuss what happened. Ryusei folds his arms across his chest and frowns at the speaker. Renji sits with his head down and glows. Ryuo is yelling at someone on the phone. He gives instructions to the units, telling them not to allow the celestial clock to break down. They ask him where they are going. Ruo holds the phone to his ear and explains that staying in one place is dangerous, and the car becomes a command car to consolidate information. Renji looks down, fire burning around him. A bead of sweat runs down the frowning Ruo's forehead. Ryusei looks to the side and thinks that if they find traces of Taiga's actions, they will go for an inspection. He doesn't know what the Dark One is planning. The man furrows his brows and clenches his teeth, wondering how many people were hurt. Ruo is already holding the phone in his hand and displeasedly reports that 150 players were injured, and he does not even dare to guess the number of civilians. He put his fingers to his temple and cursed, shocked that it had come to this. He looks at the contact list on his phone and hopes that Subaru, who was sent home, is okay. Ruo looks at the phone in surprise as it rings in his hand. Renji and Ryusei looked at him. The voice from the receiver asked, "Is this Shikishima Ruo?" The pink-haired man put the phone on the table and said that an unfamiliar number at such a moment was probably one of the black faction. The brunette with glasses confirmed and introduced himself as Kuruwaise. The Dark One asked how they felt about the declaration of war they staged. The flames around the seated Renji flared up and rose even higher. Ruo pursed his lips with a shadow on his face. Ruo frowned and told them to say what they needed. The gold players heard that 6 more places would be attacked in the same way. Ryusei was angry, Renji lowered his head, Ruo looked shocked. The brunette stood with his back inside the transparent tunnel and said that one of the attacks would be carried out by Taiga. Ruo grinned angrily. A light appeared nearby. Renji stepped out of the limousine and held a glowing sword in his hand. He clenched his teeth in anger. The player flew up, surrounded by light. Ryuji called out to him, looking after him. The man turned around as Ruo approached, who objected to him. The pink-haired man frowned, not looking at his partner, and said that it was better to let him leave to prevent more deaths. There are dark people standing on the balcony of the schoolyard, one of them on the railing, looking at the people below surrounded by darkness. Ruo asks the other guy if he is the same guy who followed them at school and if he is also involved in the attack. The man in the tunnel, holding the phone to his ear, confirmed this. Ruo frowned angrily and threatened to cover his body with many holes. Aize leaned over and replied that he was looking forward to meeting. The call has ended. Hours, 1 minute and 21 seconds. The gold players wondered how they could find the 6 places they were going to attack. Ruo said that Kokigeji was talking about destroying the sky clock. The timer screen shows a dark eye with a yellow iris. Taiga's skill is to speed up time so much that the body evaporates. Ryusei screamed, imagining the crashed timer, guessing that the Dark One was going to bring the value of the celestial clock to 0. A shadow appeared on the man's face. The most profitable doors for this are the 5 that have the largest amount of remaining time. The celestial clock has 870 days left. Inscription 870 days, 6 hours, 22 minutes and 17 seconds. 3 of these doors are enough to win. Ruo looked on with a frown, deciding to direct people to 5. A group of people are standing on the street, listening to instructions on the phone. Gold rank players walk along the path. They learned that only the strongest can fight the enemy, and only gold players can fight the Taiga. The war has begun. A gray-haired guy sits on the top floor by a panoramic window and holds a glass of coffee in one hand and a phone in the other. The Shibuya 106 building is surrounded by clouds. Declaring war is considered stupid. Haimno Yumino from the Dark Faction holds the phone with his shoulder and asks why not carry out attacks in all 6 places. Area Kuhei, who is talking to her on the phone, replies that it is boring. The girl asked if Yatsurugi and the controls were damaged. The guy shared rumors that he was not injured and was looking for Subaru on Kuryu's orders. Subaru sits on the roof with a cat and turns around at 3 dark ones who are looking at him. He frowned at them. Hiroki Teichai blew a bubblegum bubble. Kaga Shingo frowns. The guy hears the 3rd one saying that he needs to win in order to fight Hirosaka. Yatsurugi holds a sword in his hand and promises a one-on-one battle. Subaru gets to his feet and says to attack with 3. Yatsurugi screams in surprise. Subaru, in a confident pose, wearing a cloak, clenches his gloved hand into a fist and explains that he cannot leave them free. He says that when he defeats the Dark Ones, they must tell where Taiga is. Opponents are standing on the roof of a multi-story building. You said the 3 of us could attack you, one of them asks. The hero looks calmly at his enemies. The man in the raincoat twists his mouth angrily. I will humiliate you, he threatens. Kei, standing nearby, looks at him with displeasure and calls out. Shingo opens his mouth wide in rage. There's no way you could handle even Kei alone, he shouts. Guardian of Obsidian. Subaru looks at his opponent, trying to figure out what will happen next. A strange monster with a huge mouth appears in front of him, resembling a pumpkin that is made for Halloween. Looks like your armor has the same type of skill as mine, it says. The monster jumps from the dais on which it stood to the hero located just below. Get ready, he shouts. The hero stomps his foot. Red energy hits the monster. The purple shell around Shingo breaks down and flies back under the pressure of the impact on it. Blood spurts from Shingo's mouth and he screams loudly in pain. What did he do to me? He thinks. Was he able to somehow defeat me? Where did my protection go? Blood gushes from the villain's mouth and his eyes close. I have no idea what just happened, he thinks. Kei looks at the hero warily. Blood, he understands. He poured blood into the cracks of Shingo's armor and destroyed it from the inside. Arrogant Subaru. Kei smiles ominously. It seems you have become very strong, yes, he asks. The hero calmly looks at this opponent. Kei picks up the sword and, glowing with purple energy, says that this only excites him even more. He raises his sword above his head. Come at me, Ariake, he shouts. Kei flies up to the hero, who is sitting on one knee in a fighting stance. The villain waves two swords at once. The mark from the weapon indicates what energy its blows carry. The hero has to retreat to avoid being killed. Where the sword hits, the roof begins to crack. Subaru, still sitting on one knee, looks at his opponent in surprise. The way the ground is crumbling like it's deteriorating over time, he thinks. Did he fuse that black smoke into his blade? Then I guess it'll be dangerous to take his attacks directly. Taichai smiles as he continues to sit in the same place as before. Kei, can I just watch from here? He asks. The hero calmly looks at this opponent. Kei smiles. Of course, he says. Be sure to burn my heroic figure into your eyes. Subaru in his orange armor addresses his opponents. You've just been focusing on a one-on-one match. What in the earth do you guys want? Kei jumps up. The hero has to put up a shield in front of him to repel his attack. The enemy's sword hits the shield, sending jets of purple energy into the air. Kei smiles evilly. All three of us have been friends since we were friends, he says. We see this trio as they were in childhood. I'm the gang's leader, continues Kei. Shingo is my underling, and Taichai always watches us from a distance. Kei throws two more punches. Subaru jumps away. In other words, says Kei, this situation is usual for us. The hero looks at the enemy with alarm. Then he opens his mouth and begins to speak. Wait, what are you even talking about? He asks. What do you want? Kei shouts. Aren't you from the Black Faction? Subaru asks in bewilderment. Aren't you here to destroy the celestial clock and end human civilization? We are not interested, Kei replies, smiling. What? Then why did you join Kokugeji? Asks the hero. Kei, smiling, throws his sword over his shoulder. Being the leader of the gang means that you have to be strongest, he says. If there is an opportunity for me to get stronger, then of course I'll have to accept it. The scoundrel opens his mouth very wide. I'll prove that I can win against the strongest player, Hirasaka Renji, he shouts. Taichai sits next to the unconscious Shingo. And all three of us will be at the top, shouts Kei. His mouth is open very wide again. This is my dream, he shouts. The hero crouches in surprise. Subaru, who is unfamiliar with entertainment due to his poor upbringing, has no way of knowing this, but before us is Kei, who has prepared both of his swords for battle. He calls upon the hero to attack him again. Yatsurugi Kei is a man who thinks himself a Yankee from a manga. The hero thinks his face is a little sad. I guess the Black Faction are also not monolithic, he thinks, and these three seem pretty different from the others. Kei smiles. I understand what you are dreaming about, says Subaru. He looks at the villain. But was that the only reason you guys attacked Miss Kusaka? He asks. Kusaka asks Kei in confusion. We see three people, two girls and a guy in a diving mask. These are the three people you met in front of the 5-star portal. Kei screams in amazement. He opens his mouth wide again. But something like that, he says. Isn't it their own fault as a player for stepping out of the front line because they were weak? A fist flies into the scoundrel's nose. Kei flies far away from the hero and, rolling his eyes, falls on his back. Kei is back on his feet and holds both swords out in front of him in defense. We see that his nose is swollen and blood is coming from his mouth. What the hell, thinks Kei. He's become even faster than when he defeated Shingo. The hero grinds his teeth with anger. Those people are from the reconnaissance department, he says. They all have a family and children. Still they continue to work in order to protect the world. The hero looks at the enemy with hatred. Yet you dared to harm them, he shouts. Kei, blood flowing from his broken nose, looks at the hero in bewilderment. These are not the people who can be sacrificed for the sake of some stupid dream, he says. The hero's face is filled with noble rage. The status window appears. Conditional type skill. Those who hate glory, level 2. Increases all abilities by 45% while maintaining one's hatred. Kei looks at the hero with fear and groans heavily. Taichai is silent. Kei is holding a sword. He keeps making strange noises. Finally, he finds the power of speech and raises his sword above his head. Shut up, he shouts. Don't destroy my dream. Subaru extends one hand forward and clenches a fist. Stupid bastard, he shouts, then casts curse. In front of us is someone's foot in a slipper. It turns out that it belongs to Taichai, who kicks his comrade in the back. Kei flies forward, his eyes somewhat empty. The hero looks at what is happening with bewilderment. Taichai smiles. Let's leave it at that, Kei, he says. Just suck it up and accept it. All three of us can try our best again next time. Kei appears to be losing consciousness. That's right, he lies on the roof, having dropped both of his swords from his hands. Subaru and Taichai stand opposite each other. Will you be my next opponent? Asks the first one. No, the second one answers. The hero looks at the guy in surprise. He smiles, looking down somewhere. It's true that we're childhood friends, he says, but I'm actually a little different from what they think I am. In front of us is a mobile phone screen with correspondence in the messenger with a certain Shikishima Ryu. The interlocutors discuss the change in Taiga's appearance. Taichai invites the hero to familiarize himself with the contents. I am also Mr. Shikishima's subordinate, he says. I'm a spy from the player's side sent to join the Black Faction. We see a status window. Black Faction, former Reconnaissance Department. Kuruki Taichai, I came here to tell Mr. Ariake the locations of the 6 gates. Subaru looks at the guy in confusion. The battle. We see 2 opponents facing each other, one at the top of the stairs and the other at the bottom. Now there are 3 fighters in front of us, 2 below, opposite each other, the third sits on the high gate above them. We see a man in a formal suit with a huge net, and a girl in a purple dress and a black cloak on the edge of what appears to be a roof. Taiga goes to the gate. The battle has already begun, says Taichai. Taiga looks around. I was hoping to meet that glasses bastard, but Shikishima appears behind the villain. It looks like I accidentally won the lottery. Shikishima smiles evilly, calls his opponent and says that today he will not spare his strength and energy. Taiga smiles back. Shikishima Ryu, he says, I guess you'll be the one to die first. There is no particular emotion on Taiga's face. I'll be the one to die first, you said? Shikishima asks him. Before us is Hirasaka Renji, then Yudo Ryusei, and finally Shikishima Ryu. The second of the named characters looks at the sky with dead eyes. The 3 of you will be defeated by Taiga in the near future. Everything is like in the prophecy, yes? Asks Shikishima. He looks at his opponent with slightly crazy eyes. But, like I said before, don't underestimate me, he warns the enemy. Having pushed off, he jumps up. It is reported that a 5th skill will be used. Endless jets of water fall on Taiga from above. This is sulfur rain. The villain looks up. His face is surprisingly calm. The boss battle starts now, he says. Stones glowing with blue energy fall where Taiga stands. But, judging by the scoundrel's face, all this does not frighten him at all. Shikishima looks at his opponent a little surprised. He looks back at him, not paying attention to the pebbles flying past his face. Now that I think about it, Shikishima Ryu was the first person to show his suspicion towards me, thinks Taiga. 3 years ago. In front of us is a skyscraper with an 8-pointed star near the roof. Here we have Shikishima Ryu at the age of 19, and he is very angry. Taiga, is it just me or does it feel like you're leveling up way too slow? He asks. 14-year-old Ariake Taiga turns to him with a puzzled look on his face. It was true that my leveling up was abnormally slow, Taiga thinks. The owner of the door that I stole from Subaru was Galia the battering ram, but he must have refused to cooperate with me. Before us is a strange creature with lights all over its body, which we are talking about. Even when I exceed level 20, where the second door usually appears, nothing appeared in front of me, thinks Taiga. 2 people are sitting at a huge table, Hirasaka Renji and Shikishima Ryu. There are some people whose second door appears at level 25 or 30, says the first one. Perhaps Taiga also has the same problem, so you shouldn't doubt him so much. The back of a chair is visible behind him. Shikishima curls his mouth and waves his hand dismissively. Yes, I know, he says. I also don't want to spoil my mood unnecessarily, but the fact that his door still does not appear and that he is developing too slowly is a fact. Taiga, sitting under the door, listens to what they say about him inside. Everything would make sense if he had stolen someone else's door. He hears the words spoken by Shikishima. Taiga is angry. Damn it, he thinks. But there is no way for them to be sure, so I'll just have to feign ignorance. Before us is the eye of this man. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure there was someone in Osaka who had the skill to expose lies, he thinks. Young Taiga is still sitting under the door. We can discuss this further at the next general meeting, coming from there. Taiga is simply in despair. He curses Shikishima Ryu many times. How dare he threaten my safety, he thinks. He grinds his teeth and large drops of sweat run down his head. One day I will kill you, I promise, Taiga shouts. Stone fragments fly around the current villain. He smiles. My foolish and childish murderous intent from back then, the villain thinks. I'll make it come true. We see hands flying around a creature with purple hair. I've already exploited Galia's power using the skill I obtained from Kokugeji, thinks Taiga. We see that large luminous stones continue to rain on him. The words Il Triunfo della Morte are heard. Shikishima stands under the window on a small ledge of a multi-story building. Stop, he says. The names appear above the 2 enemies, Derivation and Tempest Fugit. Shikishima looks at his opponent warily. How fast he is, he thinks. A system message appears. Special sub-skill clairvoyance. Able to perceive the position of the opponent recognized as an enemy by the user without fail. No, there's no way I would lose sight of my enemy, thinks Taiga. He rushes towards his opponent. This guy, he's using some kind of method that allows him to teleport, thinks Shikishima. The scoundrel's fist is already in Shikishima's face. I already told you, don't underestimate me, says Shikishima. A bright blue-white sphere appears around him. This is reported to be the third skill. The radiance illuminates the enemy rushing to attack. A powerful blue explosion occurs. It is reported to be ephemeral flame. Shikishima floats above his opponent, who is bare-chested on the ground. I see, so you're only able to teleport within the smoke's range, and it looks like you were able to escape well, says Shikishima. Your strength, I guess it's somewhere around gold rank level 50. Sorry to say, but I'm way out of your league. We see that Shikishima Ryo has level 82. Taiga, whose face is sad, gasps. Shikishima looks at him in shock. It's about time, he hears the words of the enemy. Shikishima turns around as something is clearly happening behind him. As long as all of you know what our goal is, it's only natural for you to dispatch the strongest players to the 5-star gates, says Taiga. We see the calm face of this character. That's why I advanced the time of all gates 4-star and under up to the very last minute. A huge minotaur takes out a sword from behind his back. Right now there's around 200 underworld creatures that have been loose, says Taiga. An ant with blue eyes appears, and because you didn't anticipate our offensive movement, a menacing purple dragon flies over the city buildings. You've lost a huge number of players. A jellyfish appears. So, how are you going to handle all of this, asks Taiga. Shikishima sees an explosion behind the city buildings. You actually did it, he says. We see the back of this character's head. Are you really Taiga, he asks. Taiga stands in the middle of the stone ruins and looks at his hands. Although our soul and consciousness are coexisting with each other, the Ariake Taiga you once knew is dead, he says. The villain covers his face with his hand. Everything that I used to desire is worthless to me now, he says. But only his wish remains in my head. Taiga looks at the enemy, covering one eye with his finger, and that is to take revenge against the world that didn't love him, he continues. Hence I will carry out this wish and mourn for my past self. Shikishima looks at the enemy. I see, he says. I've always felt it from Taiga, he thinks. The guy remembers the enemy as he knew him in the past. He associated it with fear, courage, envy, pride, and an insatiable desire to gain recognition. But I don't feel all this from the current Taiga, Shikishima thinks. Before us is the profile of the villain. In other words, he probably has a hidden trump card that can actually kill us, gold ranks, Shikishima thinks. He looks ahead thoughtfully. Taiga, did you really hate yourself to the point you'd want to become a completely different person? Thinks Shikishima. He uses his 6th skill, Moth to a Flame, causing butterflies to fly around him. He grieves for his former self, Shikishima thinks. I respect that feeling, but I can't let him do what he's about to do. Shikishima looks at the enemy. I will kill you and protect the city, he thinks. Taiga is still calm. I will also mourn for your death, he says. Shikishima, shrouded in blue light, rushes towards the enemy. Taiga rushes towards him, emitting a purple aura. The opponents are approaching each other. The city witnesses the collision of two energies. A powerful explosion is visible behind the buildings. A column of smoke rises from the top. A man in a suit looks at the aftermath of the collision. Blue flames, he says. So Shikishima went to where Taiga is. We see this character's face. Well then, he continues. I guess that means you will be my opponent. A guy with a sword in his hand and a huge minotaur behind his back is approaching him. Hirosaka Renji, the gold player, looks at his opponent. Drop your weapon and surrender, he hears. As long as I can restrain myself. A man in a suit adjusts his glasses. Thanks for the advice, he hears, but I have my own circumstances. A picture appeared with the inscription an hour earlier. Kuryu stood near the black door and turned his head towards his son. The son asked Kuryu if he was going to work. Kuryu said that he was leaving for work and added that his son should be smart and listen to his mother. Kuryu turned to his wife and son and straightened his tie, looking at them with a smile. His wife told Kuryu to come back soon. Kuryu replied that he would be back before dinner. The wife and son waved goodbye to Kuryu. Kuryu smiled and waved back. The son told Kuryu that he would wait for him. The wife added that Kuryu should take care of himself. Kuryu smiled slightly as he looked at his wife and son and said that he had already left. Kuryu entered the black door that was in front of him. The wife and son smiled. They turned out to be fake. Their eyes were like black holes, and pitch black liquid poured out of them. Hanging behind them was Kokugeji, who was watching them with one eye. Kokugeji smiled slightly, his eye glowing yellow. Kokugeji greeted someone and said that he must kill all the enemies. Hirosaka cut the monster with his sword and landed on the railing in front of Kuryu, who was holding his hammer weapon in his hand. Kiryu said that currently there are 3 of the gold class who are able to work, including Hirasaka himself, and added that the rest cannot participate due to personal reasons. Hirasaka bared his teeth and furrowed his brows. Kiryu looked at Hirasaka with an indifferent gaze. Kiryu said that he saw the day as a great opportunity to spend time. Hirasaka bared his teeth and rushed towards Kiryu, swinging his sword. Kiryu lowered his hand and pulled out his hammer. Kiryu added that this lottery is also not bad. Hirasaka began to fall. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly, not expecting such actions. Kiryu watched as Hirasaka fell to the asphalt. Kiryu watched Hirasaka closely through his black glasses. An ominous purple aura began to emanate from Kiryu as he extended his hammer forward. Kiryu told Hirasaka that for him he is the most controllable prey. A notification has appeared. Border stamp. Unique item. Can divide arbitrary space. Effective radius 150 meters. When a breakage strikes, physical protection is impossible. Hirasaka got down on one knee, resting one hand on the asphalt and holding his sword in the other. Hirasaka bared his teeth and looked at Kiryu and thought that he was strong. Kiryu stood with an indifferent expression and slung his weapon over his shoulder. Hirasaka looked at Kiryu. Hirasaka thought that Kiryu's skill would be a little difficult. Kiryu's skill was called Twisting Strike. Hirasaka looked at Kiryu warily. Hirasaka thought that Kiryu's skill was the same as his 6th skill and added that then the conversation would be simple. Hirasaka's eyes sparkled with golden light, and a golden aura emanated from him. Hirasaka thought it would be better if Kiryu, instead of swinging the hammer, passed out faster. Intuition said that Hirasaka's thoughts were his weak point. Hirasaka threw his arms back and rushed forward at Kiryu. Kiryu leaned back. A purple seal appeared in the air. Hirasaka fell into a small seal. He widened his eyes and did not understand what happened. The purple seal began to emit purple lightning. Hirasaka widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. There was an explosion from the seal. Hirasaka was slightly tense. Hirasaka noticed that his body was not moving. Hirasaka was thrown to the side by the explosion. He closed his eyes and bared his teeth. Clouds of smoke and dust rose. Hirasaka fell on his stomach and raised his head. Kiryu slammed his hammer into space, causing cracks to appear in space. Hirasaka rose to one knee and closed one eye. Hirasaka didn't understand what happened then. Hirasaka bared his teeth and looked at Kiryu, a golden aura emanating from Hirasaka. Hirasaka thought that this was an emblem that prevented movement when falling and added that it could not be seen until the moment of impact. Kiryu slung his hammer over his shoulder and looked at Hirasaka with a serious face. Kiryu didn't understand why Hirasaka didn't freeze and was about to use another skill. A bright purple seal appeared. A notification has appeared. Crest, basic type skill. Items affected by the emblem stop for 1 minute. Until direct contact, it is not visible to anyone except the owner. Cannot be used on eyes. The entire street was filled with multiple seals. Kiryu noticed that he had already filled the entire area with his skill. Hirasaka jumped up and rushed towards Kiryu, swinging his sword. Hirasaka ended up in print again. He didn't expect it. Kiryu swung his hammer and Hirasaka was slammed into the asphalt. Hirasaka lay on his stomach and raised his head, baring his teeth. Kiryu looked at Hirasaka with a serious expression. Kiryu thought that Hirasaka would prefer a frontal breakthrough, because he is overly confident in his abilities, and added that the mana points spent in one blow damaged his health a little, but it would do. Kiryu noted that as long as he could hold off Hirasaka until the other gates were broken, that would be enough, and added that it would be better if he could just kill Hirasaka. Hirasaka got into a fighting stance, his eyes shining, and he bared his teeth as he used his blade whip skill towards Kiryu. Kiryu looked through his black glasses indifferently at Hirasaka. Kiryu said it was useless. The small golden blades hit the seals placed by Kiryu. An explosion occurred near Hirasaka. He backed to the side and furrowed his eyebrows. Hirasaka widened his eyes and bared his teeth and thought that Kiryu stopped the blades before activating the skill. Hirasaka noticed that he felt something coming from Kiryu's punches. Kiryu stood with his hammer hand down and looked at Hirasaka indifferently. Hirasaka got angry and showed his teeth. Hirasaka asked Kiryu why if he had such power. Hirasaka began to furiously emit a golden aura and clenched his fists. Hirasaka continued by saying that all of them with such power do not use it to protect the world. Kiryu opened his mouth, showing his teeth. Kiryu said that there is a counter question to Hirasaka. Kiryu was furious. He bared his teeth and furrowed his brows. Kiryu asked Hirasaka why he should protect the world at all. Hirasaka stood with his fists clenched, slightly tense. Kiryu asked Hirasaka why he was angry. A picture appeared of the building collapsing. Kiryu asked Hirasaka why he would die for strangers and said that it was only because it was work. Kiryu's eyes glowed with rage as he glared at Hirasaka with all his anger. Kiryu said that this anger proves that he is right. Hirasaka stood there in bewilderment, his eyes wide and not understanding what Kiryu was talking about. A blow from above struck Hirasaka and slammed him into the ground. Hirasaka became angry and glared at Kiryu. Kiryu bent down slightly, holding his hammer in his hand, a purple aura emanating from it. Kiryu remembered his smiling wife and joyful son. The wife held the Subaru, hiding from the sun, and the son ran towards Kiryu, raising his hands. Kiryu looked at his son with a wide smile. Kiryu told Hirasaka that they are forgetting important things. Kiryu held his son in his arms, and they both smiled widely and were happy. Kiryu told Hirasaka that they were losing sight of the values of this world. Kiryu scrunched his face in rage and opened his mouth wide. Kiryu said that this is not right for him. Hirasaka was confused by Kiryu's behavior. Hirasaka frowned slightly. Hirasaka turned to Kiryu. Kiryu hit Hirasaka. Hirasaka was slightly thrown to the side by the blow. Kiryu put on an indifferent expression again and swung his hammer. Hirasaka raised his sword hand to block Kiryu's blow. Hirasaka looked at Kiryu with his golden eyes. Kiryu became angry. He furrowed his brows and bared his teeth as he swung his hammer. Kiryu asked Hirasaka for what purpose to protect the world. Hirasaka received many blows from Kiryu. He blocked them with his sword. Kiryu asked Hirasaka if he thought he could continue the dialogue with him. Hirasaka stood with a downcast and saddened look, blocking the blows. Kiryu swung his hammer furiously and glared at Hirasaka. Hirasaka recalled about Kiryu that, having lost his wife and child, he was saddened. It turned out that the killer of his family was a minor player and it was difficult for him to cope with such a loss. In a broken frame stood a photograph of a happy Kiryu with his wife and joyful son. Huge circles appeared under Kiryu's eyes. He was overgrown with a beard, and there was emptiness and despair in his eyes. Someone told Kiryu that he, a sad man who had lost his wife and child, could not ask for the wrongful conviction of a child murderer. Kiryu was sitting in a room surrounded by garbage, and a black door appeared in front of him, from which Kokugeji's eye could be seen. Kokugeji told Kiryu that he can help him, because this world is not so good anymore, and added that in return, he will revive his wife and child. Kokugeji opened his eye wide and stared at Kiryu. Kokugeji asked Kiryu what he thought about this. Kiryu slung his hammer over his shoulder and bared his teeth at Hirasaka. Hirasaka kept his sword hand raised and his head slightly lowered. There was a little smoke coming from Hirasaka after being struck multiple times. Kiryu lowered his hammer hand and began to emit an ominous aura. Kiryu said to Hirasaka, "Does he really want to die?" Hirasaka lowered his eyes. He was sad. Kiryu opened his mouth wide and told Hirasaka that he would kill him and send his friends to the next world. Hirasaka closed his eyes. Hirasaka remembered his happy friends. Suddenly, a golden light pierced Kiryu. He did not expect such an outcome. Hirasaka swung his sword and covered his face with his other hand, a golden aura emanating from him. Hirasaka used the sixth skill. Hirasaka looked at Kiryu with his eyes shining with golden light. Hirasaka used the blade whip skill. The hammer fell from Kiryu's hands to the ground. Kiryu laughed and told Hirasaka that he used his sixth skill, which took away 80% of his mana. Kiryu coughed up blood. Blood sprayed from the wound. Hirasaka looked at Kiryu. Kiryu told Hirasaka that he finally used this skill and it managed to lower not only his health, but also his mana. Kiryu began to fall backwards, bleeding. Kiryu said that his mission is now complete. Kiryu's gaze was dull and distant. Kiryu looked at Hirasaka with a slight frown. Kiryu told Hirasaka that he didn't understand him. Hirasaka looked saddened, tears flowing from his eyes. Kiryu asked Hirasaka why he was crying. Hirasaka knelt down on one knee next to the bleeding Kiryu. Hirasaka told Kiryu that he has no idea, but maybe because of his perception of the situation, and added that every time he fights, he gets imbued with his opponent's emotions. Hirasaka looked at Kiryu, who was getting worse. Hirasaka said that his tears flowed because every time Kiryu attacked. A broken photo frame appeared showing Kiryu and his wife and child. Hirasaka said that he felt only great sadness from Kiryu. Kiryu's gaze was blurred, dark circles appeared under his eyes. Kiryu looked at Hirasaka. Hirasaka said that just like Kiryu said, he doesn't fight for the sake of peace. A picture of Hirasaka's friends appeared. Hirasaka told Kiryu that he wanted to protect the world so that his friends would be safe. Hirasaka smiled, tears flowing from his eyes. Hirasaka said that he just wants to be around his friends for as long as possible. Kiryu was surprised and opened his eyes wide, his gray eyes looking at Hirasaka. Hirasaka said that Kiryu is not crazy at all and added that he believes that everyone has their own reason for fighting. The bright sun and blue sky were shining above Hirasaka's head. Hirasaka was serious and opened his mouth wide. Hirasaka said that this is the only reason he cannot afford to give up. Kiryu was practically exhausted. He smiled slightly. Kiryu closed his eyes with a smile on his face. Kiryu told Hirasaka to leave quickly and added that he lost. Hirasaka immediately rushed out of there, golden light emanating from him. Hirasaka thought that he could not refuse such a tempting offer. Kiryu lay on the ground, completely exhausted. He directed his lifeless gaze upward. Kiryu thought that he just wanted his family back, no matter what. Hirasaka thought how dare he try to manipulate people because of their weaknesses. Hirasaka became very angry. He bared his teeth and furrowed his eyebrows, his eyes wide. Hirasaka mentally addressed Kokugeji. Among the amniotic fluid was Kokugeji, his mouth slightly open. In the waters, someone repeated many times that Kiryu was defeated. Kokugeji began to smile widely, his eye glowing yellow. Kokugeji said that everything is going great and Hirasaka will no longer have enough mana to use the 6th skill and added if they continue like this. Kiryu's fake wife and son were excited that Kiryu had been defeated. Kokugeji extended his hand and pointed his finger at Kiryu's wife and son and told the dolls that they had done a good job. The dolls began to disappear, black liquid poured out of them. Above the glass tunnel, the water where Kokugeji was located was visible. Subaru came to the place where the red-haired girl was standing, an ominous aura emanating from her. A green map of the area appeared, showing the players. Taichai said that there is a gate there that the black faction is targeting. 19 members of this faction including Taiga are assigned to each point. Subaru looked serious. He was clutching his phone in his hand. Sushi was sitting on his shoulder. Taichai was standing next to Subaru, smiling slightly. Taichai said that they all improved their status and gained new skills thanks to Kokugeji. The red-haired girl smiled slightly and spread her arms to her side. Taichai said that their skills relate to time and space. Subaru looked at the phone. Sushi jumped on Subaru's head. Taichai looked at the red-haired girl and smiled with his mouth open. Subaru asked Taichai that now they can combine their new skills with the basic ones. Taichai said that the red-haired girl was using something new. The red-haired girl smiled, slightly showing her teeth, and cat ears appeared on her head. The red-haired girl used the skill of transforming into a beast and turned into a red cat. A red-haired girl in the form of a cat stood on the roof of a building and took a stance. The red-haired girl in the form of a cat used the scaling skill and became a huge cat. Subaru and Taichai looked at the red-haired girl in the form of a cat. She opened her mouth wide. Subaru noticed that she can now transform and change in size. The huge glass paw of Sushi was crushed by a red-haired girl in the form of a cat. She did not expect this. Sushi was holding the red-haired cat-shaped girl's head to the ground with her paw. Subaru raised his thumb up and showed this gesture to Sushi. Sushi opened her mouth wide, yawning. Subaru thanked Sushi. Subaru put his phone to his ear and stroked Sushi's nose. The main ones for the destruction of members of the Black Faction. Subaru and Sushi. Subaru was on the phone with Seiya and asked her if everything was okay. Bloody trails appeared in the air. Seiya sliced the monster's head and floated in the air on her wings with an indifferent face. Seiya told Subaru that she was almost finished clearing the monsters from the south of Shibuya. Seiya held the phone to her ear and smiled slightly. Seiya is responsible for destroying monsters from the underworld. Subaru replied to Seiya that we should meet sometime. Seiya told Subaru that they would see each other later. Seiya pressed her clawed finger against the reset button on her phone. Seiya was very surprised and opened her eyes wide. Something shone brightly from the side of her heart. Seiya was perplexed and looked straight somewhere. Plumes of smoke rose above the buildings. The girl with the ponytail furrowed her eyebrows and bared her teeth. It was Amamiya Hazuki level 48, silver rank, Sayaka's older sister. The girl with her hair down furrowed her eyebrows and held a weapon in her hands. It was Amamiya Mizuho level 42, silver rank, Sayaka's younger sister. Hazuki and Mizuho were floating in the air, Mizuho holding her scythe in her hands. A girl with white hair stood below and looked up at Hazuki and Mizuho. Black Faction, Yumino level 54, former silver rank. Hazuki threw her arms to the side and raised her leg. A blue aura began to emanate from her. She used the skill the strength of the Dragon King. Yumino looked up, her eyes wide. Hazuki kicked down with all her might with her leg. A huge blue pillar of light descended on Yumino. Hazuki used the Sky Dragon Fall skill. A notification has appeared. Power of the Dragon King, level 6, allows you to use the abilities of the Dragon King, temporarily increases attack power up to 500%. Hazuki descended from heaven to earth. Hazuki said that she dealt with Yumino. Hazuki looked down and was stunned by what she saw. Yumino stood in the middle of the collapsed building and smiled. Hazuki was surprised that Yumino didn't have a scratch on her. Yumino opened her eyes wide and Mizuho appeared from the side, a pink aura emanating from her. She swung her scythe at Yumino. Mizuho used her Death Scythe skill, a skill that is activated under special conditions. An enemy who touches the scythe loses half his health. Mizuho was about to hit Yumino in the air. The edge of a coma appeared before Yumino's eyes. Mizuho hit Yumino with all her might, but she suddenly disappeared. Mizuho was surprised by Yumino's actions. Yumino appeared out of nowhere and kicked Mizuho in the stomach. Blood sprayed from Mizuho's mouth. She widened her eyes and did not understand how Yumino disappeared and then appeared. Yumino leaned over slightly and rested her hands on her knees. Yumino used her instant disappear skill, allows you to disappear for an arbitrary number of seconds. Blinking costs 5 more mana. Hazuki appeared above Yumino's head and was about to hit her. Hazuki bared her teeth and quickly flew towards Yumino, but she suddenly disappeared. Heizuki landed on the ground and suddenly Yumino's foot appeared out of nowhere and was about to hit Heizuki's face. Yumino hit Heizuki and she was sent flying. Heizuki landed on the ground, bared her teeth and clenched her fists. Yumino appeared in front of Heizuki again and kicked her. Heizuki bared her teeth and furrowed her eyebrows. She was furious. Heizuki thought that Yumino not only disappeared for an indefinite period of time, but also immediately attacked when he appeared. Yumino moved towards Heizuki, holding her arms back. Heizuki noted that Yumino can move while invisible. Heizuki was about to kick Yumino. Heizuki thought that this skill combined stealth and deformation. Heizuki didn't have time to hit Yumino with her foot. Yumino appeared in front of Heizuki and hit her with her hand, causing Heizuki to fly back slightly. Yumino continued to hit Heizuki's face with her hand. Yumino raised her leg and kicked Heizuki in the face. Yumino was beating Heizuki with a smile on her face. She hit her in the stomach and Heizuki flew off. Heizuki fell on her back, completely beaten. Yumino smiled and blushed. Yumino said it was so much fun and clarified that they were sisters. Mizuho sat next to Heizuki and held her. Heizuki sat doubled over in pain and held her stomach with her hand. Heizuki furrowed her eyebrows and looked at Yumino. Yumino said that Heizuki is more beautiful than her. Mizuho looked at Yumino with anger in her eyes. Yumino said that Mizuho is cuter than her. Yumino smiled and pointed her sharp claw at the sisters. Yumino said that they are both very strong and have many more subscribers than her. Yumino said she was very happy. Yumino twisted her face into a terrible smile and widened her eyes. Yumino said that the part of her that was jealous all the time finally got the opportunity to torture and torment Heizuki and Mizuho until they died. Yumino spread out her sharp-clawed fingers. Yumino said that she does not care how many people die for her happiness and added that it is a relief that her humanity does not limit her. Mizuho and Heizuki stood up from the ground, both of them looking at Yumino with fury. Heizuki said that Yumino was rotten to the core. Mizuho noticed that Yumino's desire was too selfish. Mizuho became angry, she bared her teeth and furrowed her eyebrows. Mizuho told Yumino not to play with them. A phone appeared, displaying a call from Subaru. Subaru apologized to Mizuho and Heizuki for not being in touch for a long time and added that he had found a way to resurrect Seaka and asked them not to worry, since the source was verified, although it would take some time, and added that Seaka would definitely will return to them. Heizuki gave off a blue aura, she lowered her head slightly and mentioned Seaka. Mizuho gave off a pink aura, she clutched her scythe in her hands and said that Seaka was returning home. Heizuki opened her mouth wide and glared at Yumino. Heizuki said that it is for this reason that the world that Seaka will return to. Mizuho opened her eyes wide and screamed, continuing her sentence and saying that the world will continue to exist. Yumino raised her hand and brought it to her head. Heizuki stood holding her side, Mizuho stood leaning on her braid. Yumino said that she saw Seaka on Mizuho and Heizuki's blog and noticed that the three of them are sisters, but one of them is a loser. Mizuho became angry at what she heard and bared her teeth. Yumino made an indifferent expression and asked if that wasn't true. Yumino smiled widely and widened her eyes, raising her palm up. Seiya appeared behind Yumino. Heizuki and Mizuho didn't expect to see Seiya. Seiya looked worried and looked down somewhere. Seiya told Seaka to promise that it would only be for 3 minutes. System notifications have appeared. The exchange of souls begins. Issuance of experience points accumulated by immortals to the living. The skill remaining in the soul is updated. Seiya closed her eyes and red lightning appeared around her. Seiya used the soul conversion skill. Seaka appeared, she raised her hands up and smiled. Seaka smiled and looked straight ahead. Yumino turned behind her and was surprised. Seaka punched Yumino in the face, releasing yellow lightning. Seaka looked very serious, yellow lightning emanated from her, and she used the dead man's fist skill. Seaka slammed her fist into Yumino's face with all her might and she flew to the side. Seaka used the skill flickering lightning. A tear appeared in Yumino's eyes and she opened her mouth wide. Yumino was surprised that Seaka shocked her. Seaka exhaled lightly and furrowed her brows, a red aura and flickering lightning emanating from her. Mizuho and Heizuki were very surprised. They did not expect to see Seaka and began to call her. Seaka raised her hand and waved to Mizuho and Heizuki. Seaka told Mizuho and Heizuki that it was only for a moment, but she was with them again. Seaka smiled widely and blushed, pointing her thumb at herself. Seaka said that she trained to perfection and asked that the rest be left to her. A notification has appeared. Seaka, level 21, level 40. Skills, Bloody Chalice, level 5. Dead Man's Fist, level 5. Available items, Thunder Earrings, Storm Earrings. Bright rays of the sun broke through the gray clouds. Seaka thought she was happy. Seaka smiled slightly and blushed. Seaka added that she could breathe fresh air. Seaka stood on the rubble of a destroyed building. Seaka thought she could feel the ground under her feet. Heizuki and Mizuho looked at Seaka with a warm smile and joy in their eyes. Seaka added that she is glad to be a support to her loved ones. Seaka looked at Heizuki and Mizuho and smiled. She was happy to see them. Sayaka thought that she was very happy about all this. Sayaka looked at Mizuho and Heizuki with her red eye. Mizuho and Heizuki were very battered in their fight with Yumino. Sayaka got angry, bared her teeth and clenched her fists. The wreckage contained blood and Yumino's broken teeth. Yumino's nose was bleeding and she frowned and was very angry that her teeth had fallen out. Yumino contorted her face into a terrifying grimace of rage, her eyes widening and her mouth opening wide. Yumino shouted to Sayaka that she did a great job, because now she has become a freak. Yumino used the Claw of Cruelty skill. Sayaka punched Yumino directly in the face and blood flew from his face. Sayaka knocked back Yumino with her blow. Sayaka got into a fighting pose and raised her fists, baring her teeth. Sayaka yelled at Mizuho and Heizuki to get ready as it was their turn and told them to show off everything they have learned. Sayaka stood in a fighting pose and a pink aura emanated from her. Yumino stood slightly bent over, emitting a purple aura. Sayaka thought that it was relatives and masters. Subaru stood next to a huge insect-like monster. Sayaka added that they are connected by a chain of souls. Sushi was sitting on Subaru's shoulder, they were looking straight ahead. Subaru turned around in surprise and said the name Sayaka. Clouds of smoke and dust rose. Sayaka continued to beat Yumino with electric shocks. Sayaka rained down Yumino with multiple strikes, over and over again. Yumino didn't understand what was happening. Yumino's face was covered in bumps and blood, and tears appeared in her eyes. Yumino did not understand what was wrong with Sayaka, and that these were not simple blows, because each blow was reflected deep in the body. Yumino bounced away from Sayaka and wanted to use the blinking skill. Yumino thought that she couldn't escape and would die. A red notice appeared in front of Yumino's eyes. Error: there are many foreign elements in the surrounding space. To use flashing, go to an area with cleaner air. Yumino was shocked by this notice, she stared at the one eye she could open. Yumino was surprised that she couldn't use the skill. Sayaka delivered another electric shock to Yumino's face. Yumino lightly covered her mouth with her palm and thought that the red smoke that Sayaka emitted was foreign elements. Sayaka stared at Yumino and thought that with the red smoke she had disabled her disappearing skill. Yumino bared her teeth and swung her hand at Sayaka. Sayaka appeared from below, swinging her fist at Yumino. Sayaka furrowed her eyebrows and looked at Yumino with all seriousness. Sayaka's fist sparkled with lightning. Sayaka told Yumino that she would not be able to escape anywhere. Sayaka delivered another electric strike to Yumino's face and was thrown back. Mizuho and Heizuki watched the fight with their mouths slightly open. Mizuho and Heizuki were very surprised. Mizuho asked Heizuki about Sayaka's skill, if she had it. Heizuki said that Sayaka has a higher level of physical strength than her. Heizuki blushed slightly and looked at Sayaka. Heizuki recalled how Sayaka approached her with wide eyes and surprise. Sayaka asked Heizuki about being kicked out of the team. A notification has appeared. Sayaka, bronze class. At that time, level 19. Heizuki was sitting on the sofa and holding her phone. Sayaka stood with her hands raised to her chest and clenched into a fist. Heizuki told Sayaka that she was not kicked out, but simply suspended from assignments for a while. Sayaka said that they are the same thing. Heizuki smiled and looked at Sayaka. Heizuki told Sayaka that at the level she was at, she would not be able to come to complete tasks and added that they wanted to successfully attack, so they would not protect her and noted that only then would she increase her level. Sayaka said, if you don't want to fall flat on your face, become stronger yourself. Sayaka blushed and had tears in her eyes as she pointed her finger at Heizuki. Sayaka told Heizuki that even if she told her to come back when she became stronger, it would be too late. Heizuki quipped, asking if those were words from some book. Heizuki looked at Sayaka with excitement. Sayaka told Heizuki that she would be her strength and support. The bright sun was shining above the house and the weather was clear. Mizuho was putting on her shoes. Heizuki walked up behind Mizuho. Heizuki asked Mizuho if she heard anything that happened to Sayaka. Mizuho said that some boss drained Sayaka's level and she was demoted to 8th. Heizuki was surprised that Sayaka had become weaker. Heizuki sighed heavily and raised her hand to her head, closing her eyes. Heizuki opened her eyes and looked at Mizuho. Mizuho told Heizuki not to give up, because Sayaka will become stronger. Mizuho walked to the door and looked at Heizuki. Mizuho said that this is Sayaka, and she will definitely return when she becomes much stronger. Currently, Heizuki was staring at Sayaka. Mizuho looked at the serious Heizuki. Heizuki told Mizuho that it happened just as she said. Mizuho didn't remember when she could say that. Heizuki blushed, closed her eyes and opened her mouth wide. Heizuki told Mizuho that they should support her. Heizuki and Mizuho blushed and opened their mouths wide. Heizuki and Mizuho shouted to Sayaka that she challenged Yumino and added that she could handle it. Sayaka looked at Mizuho and Heizuki in surprise, her mouth slightly open. Sayaka blushed and smiled. Sayaka, with all her enthusiasm, punched Yumino in the face with an electric fist. Yumino flew away and in the moment, looked at Mizuho and Heizuki. Mizuho raised one hand up, Heizuki raised her hands to her chest and clenched them into fists. Yumino wondered what it meant that Sayaka had a good relationship with her sisters after all. Yumino recalled that she was different from the rest of the family. The girl in a pink dress smiled sweetly. She was holding a rabbit in her hands. Someone said that Marino is so cute, just like a doll. Yumino widened her eyes and looked at Marino. Marino stood in a circle of people and smiled, and in the distance stood Yumino all alone. Yumino didn't understand why everyone only paid attention to her little sister Marino and didn't notice her. A good morning message from Marino appeared on Yumino's phone. Yumino recalled that when she said good morning, she answered yep hundreds of times. There was a photo of Yumino on the phone where she was smiling and holding a glass in her hands. Yumino didn't understand why no one even looked at her selfie. Yumino and Marino were dressed the same, but the color of the clothes was different. Yumino wore black clothes and Marino wore light ones. Yumino noticed that they wore similar clothes and spoke the same. There were a lot of negative comments about Yumino on the phone. Yumino didn't understand why everyone treated her badly. Yumino was holding a magazine with a picture of Marino smiling sweetly on it. Yumino recalled that they were so similar, but no one even wanted to listen to the answer. Yumino stood near the table and continued to hold the magazine. Yumino thought that trying is not talent, being yourself is beautiful, and wanted to just be taught to love yourself. Yumino began to bite her sharp nail out of anger. Yumino said that Marino is the only thing on everyone's mind. Kokugeji's eye appeared and watched intently. Yumino recalled that Kokugeji gave her what she wanted. Yumino turned to Marino. Marino was sitting at the table and writing something in a notebook. She turned her head to Yumino and smiled. Yumino put out her palm with sharp claws, a purple aura emanating from them. Yumino scratched Marino's face with her claws. Blood spattered onto the floor. Yumino thought that if someone was taller than her, she would pull him down. Marino didn't understand why Yumino did this to her. Yumino's eyes looked greedily at Marino. They glowed green. Marino was lying on the floor, covering her face, with purple smoke emanating from her. Yumino smiled maliciously, baring her teeth, and looked at Marino with contempt. Currently, Yumino was beaten. Her face was covered in blood. Sayaka, with a serious expression on her face, stood with her fists raised to her chest. Yumino didn't understand why Sayaka was taller than her. Yumino rushed towards Sayaka, emitting purple smoke from her claws. Yumino told Sayaka that she would also go down. Sayaka jumped up and swung her elbow. Sayaka hit Yumino and she landed on the ground. Yumino lay on the ground with her eyes closed and her teeth bared. Sayaka jumped into the air, and Yumino quickly rushed in the other direction from Sayaka. Yumino grabbed onto the rubble of the building. Yumino thought that she had broken out of the fog. Yumino opened her mouth wide, splashing blood, and wanted to use her blinking skill. Yumino thought that at the very least she was hurting the people close to Sayaka. Sayaka looked somewhere with a serious face. Mizuho was looking straight ahead and clutching her braid in her hands. Heizuki stood and held her fists to her chest. Yumino suddenly appeared in front of Mizuho, who was not expecting it. Mizuho widened her eyes. Yumino's eyes smiled maliciously. Yumino told Mizuho that she wanted to take a closer look at her cute face. Yumino smiled widely, baring her teeth, and slashed her claws into Mizuho's face. Heizuki got scared and widened her eyes. Yumino smiled contentedly and closed one eye slightly. Yumino was immediately surprised and widened her eyes. There was a bloody shield on Mizuho's face. Yumino was stunned by what happened and opened her mouth wide. Sayaka stood behind Yumino. She reached out and placed a shield on Mizuho's face. Sayaka gave off a red bloody aura as she became angry and watched Yumino. Yumino decided to use the animal transformation skill. Yumino was furious. She raised her palms up and opened her mouth wide. Yumino didn't understand why that world wasn't the way it should be. Yumino, with tears in her eyes and with all her rage, rushed towards Sayaka to hit her. Suddenly a yellow light shone and lightning came from it. Yumino closed her eyes against the bright light. Sayaka got angry and dressed herself in electricity. Yumino covered her face with her hands. Yumino looked at Sayaka. She began to cry pitifully and opened her mouth. Sayaka told Yumino that there was only one thing she couldn't understand about her words. Sayaka raised her hand and a huge electric fist appeared. Sayaka glared at Yumino. Sayaka told Yumino who gave her the right to raise a hand against her family. Yumino twisted her face pitifully and continued to cry. She told Sayaka that she would not forgive. Sayaka swung her electric fist at Yumino. A huge electric fist appeared in front of Yumino's face. Sayaka hit Yumino and the impact caused a huge explosion. After such a powerful blow, everything around was shrouded in a dark veil of smoke and lightning up to the sky. Sayaka stood proudly and confidently next to the body of the wounded Yumino and was surrounded by her red magical aura. Sayaka looked forward with a bloodthirsty frown, her lips slightly moving to the side. Sayaka stood in the destroyed pit where she fought with Yumino and raised her head up to the red sphere. It was a red protective sphere for her two sisters, who were looking around after the sphere shattered. Heizuki, with wounds on her face, all beaten and bruised, looked forward proudly, her eyebrows slightly knitted to the center. Heizuki understood that Sayaka not only fought, but also protected them. Heizuki remembered a moment from the past when she had an argument with Seaka. In that memory, Seaka, with wide eyes, pointed her finger at her and told her that if she did not want to fall flat on her face, then she needed to become stronger. She also added that she will be a support for her sister Heizuki. Heizuki and Mizuho looked towards Seaka with different expressions and thought about their sister. Heizuki scratched her nose and said that Seaka had truly become wonderful. With fear in her eyes and holding her scythe, Mizuho noted that she agreed with her older sister's words and noticed Seaka's incredible power. Seaka was right in the deepening hole that had formed after the fight with Yumino and waved her hands to her sisters with joy. Seaka closed her eyes in admiration and smiled at her sisters, showing 2 fingers and saying that she was able to defeat Yumino. Heizuki said that she was very happy for Seaka, although Mizuho's younger sister noticed that Seaka had changed her perspective a lot. Suddenly, Seaka choked on her blood, which flew out of her mouth while continuing to hold 2 fingers in the air. Her 2 sisters became afraid for Seaka at that very moment. Seaka lowered her head in pain and grabbed her chest with her hand, continuing to spit out the remaining blood from her mouth. Seaka looked down with sadness and despondency. Behind Seaka appeared the spirit Seiya in a black cloak and the same red streak in her hair. Seiya turned to her mistress, warning her that time was up and she needed to immediately start the sequential restoration of internal organs, otherwise everything would be bad. With a slight smirk, Seaka continued to look down and thanked Seiya for warning her. Seaka raised her head and waved her hand to her sisters, who rushed to run to her aid. Seaka turned to her sisters, relieved that they were safe and apologizing for dozing off a bit, so as not to reveal to them the true reason about your internal organs. Worried older sister Heizuki, whose tail on her head was in the air, along with Mizuho, ran with all their might towards their sister Seaka, who was about to leave according to Mizuho. Seaka winked with her right eye and raised her hand to her sisters, telling them that she was doing well and that they should therefore wait a little longer for her real return. Seaka closed her eyes with a satisfied grin and showed 3 fingers with a wide smile. Seaka said that when they return to them, they will definitely gather their team again. Mizuho closed her eyes and covered her face with her hands in horror, screaming for Seaka to wait for her along with Heizuki, who was looking at her sister in amazement. Seaka, being in the depths of the pit, continued to look up and watched as a red magical funnel appeared in the sky. A Subaru flew from the sky with great speed and a fierce grin to her aid. Seaka raised her head with sadness in her eyes and looked at Subaru approaching her. Next to Seaka stood her faithful summoned spirit Seiya, who clenched her fist to her chest and said Subaru's name with trepidation. Seaka looked forward with a warm gaze. She really wanted to meet Subaru at least once, and even if she wasn't allowed to. Killam stood behind the limp body of Subaru, who was kneeling and lowering his head. Seaka really wanted to greet him and apologize for getting involved. She really wanted to be allowed to do this, then she would like to become stronger together. Seaka really wanted to greet Subaru and apologize to him, because Subaru had always saved and protected her. And Seaka's death before his eyes left a very deep wound on him. Seaka lowered her head and clenched her fist with tears in her eyes. She thought to herself that she and Subaru should become stronger. Concerned, Seiya looked at her mistress, whose body was already collapsing. Seaka's body cracked like a glass vessel, and she lowered her head down with a malicious grin. Seaka thanked Seiya for being very careful with her body. Seaka also told Seiya that she still has a little time before the soul is destroyed. Seiya, with fear in her eyes and widening them, looked back at Seaka. Seaka asked Seiya to deliver something for Subaru. Seiya opened her mouth slightly and conveyed an encrypted message for Subaru. Seiya looked at Seaka in amazement after hearing her message intended for Subaru. Excited and tense, Subaru struggled to get to Seiya quickly after Seaka disappeared. Subaru managed to catch Seaka, and she lay in his arms, looking dumbfounded. Subaru, along with the glass cat Sushi, was in the depths of the pit and held in his arms the body of Seiya, who was summoned by the spirit of Seaka. Subaru asked her if she was okay, to which Seiya replied that everything was fine and apologized for causing Subaru to worry. Subaru was glad that Seiya was okay in the end. Subaru turned to Seiya with a slight frown and asked if she had been here all this time. Seiya replied that this was exactly the case, however, she would be able to return when she was not burdened with the problem of her internal organs. Seaka stood near the red glowing door and was about to enter it. Seiya talked about how she needed to help her family, who were in a difficult situation and therefore had no choice but to return for a while. Hearing such good news, Subaru looked at Seiya with kindness and goodwill and exhaled. Seiya stood in front of the red background with a cold gaze. This was the message to Subaru from Seaka, who told him that they would meet at the red table. Seaka extended her hand in a black armlet and greeted the guys. Having passed through the red magical doors, she waved to the guys with joy and a spreading smile, saying that she had returned. The mentor approached Seaka, who, slightly frightened, turned to the mentor, who told her that he was watching her. The inspired Seaka showed her biceps and bared her teeth, looking towards her mentor. She asked him how he liked her fight. The mentor stood with a little contempt and coldness in his beautiful cape and crossed his arms. His name was Carrion, the king of corpses, a subordinate of Vanquish. Carrion, who had purple spots on his face and an eye patch, frowned slightly at Seaka and said that he rated her fight a 13. An angry Seaka rolled her eyes and said that was too low an estimate. Suddenly Carrion was called from behind, who turned back with a malicious grin as Seaka raised her hands and waited in anticipation for the other mentor's answer. The doorkeeper said that there is no point in contradicting educational policy. The door guard placed his hand on his face and replied with a mischievous grin that Seaka deserved to receive 30 points. Killam bared his teeth and pointed an angry finger at Seaka. Killam was ready to give only 4 points for such a performance, because if his strength could be used, then the whole process would take no more than 3 minutes. Tired and sad, Seaka lowered her hands and followed Carrion. Seaka said with sadness that it was too harsh. Carrion walked straight and told her that they would continue their training in the near future. Carrion, in the company of Seaka, who followed him, headed towards the other mentors, who were sitting on red chairs at a red and long table on which a hieroglyph was drawn. We were transported to the battlefield, which took place near huge tall residential buildings. Subaru continued to think about the message Seaka sent, where she talked about the red table. Seiya, with slight confusion, did not understand what Seaka meant. Suddenly, the name Subaru was called out with a loud shout from the side, causing Subaru to immediately get scared and almost lose his balance. Seaka Hazuki's older sister was heading towards him with an enraged look, waving her arms. Subaru stood in the company of Seiya and put out his hands in defense as Hazuki flew towards him with an angry attitude. With a quick movement of her hands, Hazuki grabbed his arms when she reached Subaru. With teary eyes and a pitiful look, Hazuki held Subaru's hands and sincerely thanked Subaru for being able to meet her younger sister Seaka. Subaru was surprised and dumbfounded by such a statement and sincere gratitude in its direction. Not far from them stood the youngest sister Mizuho and shouted words of gratitude towards Subaru, apologizing for not trusting him before. Overwhelmed with intense and sad emotions, Hazuki pressed Subaru's crossed arms to her head and roared even harder. Hazuki said that they are now all indebted to Subaru. From such a touching moment and recognition from Hazuki, Subaru himself felt pity and shed a tear. Mizuho was taken aback by such a touching moment and impatiently objected that they needed to continue clearing the city of monsters. Mizuho, both fierce and enthusiastic, clenched her fist at the same time and told Subaru to defeat everyone, especially his younger brother Taiga. Subaru, along with the glass cat Sushi, stood right at the bottom of the pit. Subaru raised his hand in the air and curled his fingers slightly. He remembered with longing the words of Hazuki that they were indebted to him. Seiya stood behind Subaru shyly when Subaru addressed her. Subaru stood with his back to Seiya and reminded her of Vanquish's words that he advised her to be happy. The entire city was on fire and acrid smoke was emanating from it in large clouds of smoke. Subaru reflected that he had not yet understood what exactly was supposed to make him happy, because there were more and more terrible places in the world. Subaru covered himself with his hand, as if experiencing pain in his soul, and said that he could only become happy with everyone together. Seiya, hearing such an inspired speech, looked at Subaru with warmth and tenderness. The city already looked like ruins, as if from a battlefield, where there was no living space left and everything was blazing in smoke. Seiya said that she will accompany him anywhere as long as he has a soul. A notification came out, raising the level of Seaka. Seiya's level has increased. Level 21, Level 40. Soul memories have been partially restored. Seiya has acquired her initial skills. Wild Blood Level 1. Unlocked, Seiya can now use MP Seaka. Subaru, with Sushi the cat on his shoulders, looked up with a frown along with Seiya, who looked worried with worry on her face. Subaru, with a proud and confident posture, told Seiya that they needed to go. Blue luminous butterflies fluttered in the air and inspired everything around with their energy. Subaru said that the guys were fighting and they needed help. This magical blue energy with butterflies came from the reincarnated Taiga who was floating in the air. Taiga looked down with contempt and hatred on his face. Shikishima was below in the magical energy from the butterflies and watched a huge explosion in the air. Shikishima looked ahead with irritation, his brows slightly furrowed. From behind, Taiga tried to swoop down on the unsuspecting Shikishima, who was surrounded by fluttering butterflies emitting a blue aura. Taiga swung his hand, which was completely absorbed by dark energy. Shikishima glanced back with a grin and said that Taiga's teleportation skill would be useless in the smoke. However, this did not stop Taiga, and he was still about to throw his fist when blue butterflies fluttered over Taiga. Shikishima put his hands on his belt with contempt and turned back to Taiga, who was completely surrounded by fluttering butterflies. Shikishima looked at Taiga through his glasses with disgust. This was Shikishima's 6th skill, Moths Gathering for Flames. Summons flame moths to automatically track the target. It is inferior to skill 5 in terms of power, but in terms of energy consumption it had no equal. A shirtless Taiga stood on the rubble of a building and watched Shikishima in the air, who used his 6th skill and hovered in the air with a blue aura. This skill made it possible not to lose sight of the goal. Taiga realized that this skill was too dangerous because along with the explosion, flames also appeared, so the radius of his teleportation narrowed. With indifference in his eyes, Shikishima hovered in the air with his magical blue aura and moths. Taiga, who was standing on the rubble below, turned to Shikishima, telling him that after 8 years of struggle, he still had no peace and complacency. Shikishima descended to the ground and stood opposite Taiga in the middle of the rubble of the building. Taiga held his hand and thought that Shikishima would look pathetic if he used the depth hand skill. 5th skill. Taiga looked at Shikishima with resentment and hostility, frowning slightly when the silhouette of a golden player appeared on the building behind Taiga along with a stream of fire. It was the look of the sky. Taiga looked with contempt and displeasure at Shikishima, who looked at Taiga in the same way with disgust, crossing their gazes. 15 minutes, 37 seconds have passed since the start of the battle between Shikishima and Taiga. Hirosaka, surrounded by his magical aura, used his skills to come to the aid of his friend Shikishima and looked down at Taiga with contempt. 8 years earlier, Hirosaka was 18 years old at the time, young and smiling widely. Hirosaka recalled how they met Shikishima, and from the first day they met, Hirosaka believed that they were on equal terms as representatives of the gold class. Young Shikishima, who was 14 years old at the time, with a blue cap on his head, sat with a sad look, staring at the monitor. Shikishima recalled that he answered him then so that he would not speak to him in a dismissive tone, and if he did not need to, then Hirosaka should stay away. The huge windows in the office were covered with blinds. Hirosaka surprised his friend by saying that he just wanted to talk. Encouraged, Hirosaka noticed that Shikishima was then given a laptop. Hirosaka stood next to Shikishima with a malicious grin and held a burning laptop in his hand. Hirosaka said that when he touched the laptop, it burst into flames. In a sweat, Shikishima asked about the situation with the laptop. Hirosaka's lively and peaceful face shone against the light. Hirosaka activated the fire alarm and asked Shikishima for advice on what to do with it. Shikishima was confused and looked at Hirosaka with confusion in his eyes, raising his head up. Shikishima was very angry at Hirosaka for ruining the laptop and bared his teeth, closing his eyes at the absurdity of the situation. A huge white building where the gold players were located, with a gold star. Shikishima told Hirosaka not to touch the second laptop again. The rest of the guys thought that there was a fire in the establishment, and young Yudu at that time was worried about whether those two were injured. We return to the present time, and Hirosaka looked down with a cold and contemptuous gaze. Taiga noticed Hirosaka's appearance and raised his head slightly, casting his vengeful glance at his enemy who was standing on the roof. Shikishima, surrounded by his blue aura with moths, stood in front of Taiga, who turned back. Taiga realized that in such a short time, Hirosaka was able to defeat Kiryu and come here to help Shikishima. Taiga turned his head back and smiled slightly. Taiga looked at Shikishima with a malicious grin and was instantly surrounded by dark magic with purple lightning. Taiga realized that now he was very lucky, because there was an opportunity to hook two representatives of the gold class at once. This is in the worst case. Taiga was very confident of his victory. Dark magic with purple rays emanated from him. Shikishima looked ahead worriedly. He realized that Taiga wanted to open the black gate. In an instant, a dark door with magical purple smoke appeared in front of Shikishima. Shikishima's foot slipped off the ground. A huge pile of long and dark arms reaching out from the dark door grabbed Shikishima, whose eyes were filled with fear. Huge purple fingers clasped the face and body of Shikishima, who was very unhappy with what was happening and tried to resist. An enraged Shikishima watched what was happening and did not understand how creatures from another world were able to exit the door without going through the gate. Shikishima bared his teeth at the same moment and was not going to give up without a fight, so he used his third skill, Ignition. Suddenly, all of his blue energy went out and nothing happened, causing Shikishima to continue to be at the mercy of those gloomy hands with an astonished face. Shikishima looked worried and looked straight with brokenness in the shackles of the purple monster's hands. Shikishima was horrified that the skill didn't work and it was terrible. Concerned about what was happening, Hirosaka tried to call back his friend Shikishima, who had fallen into a trap. Taiga looked up from under his brows and moved his lips to the sides. He knew that he had found the weak point of the gold class. He knew that each of the gold class players had skills that were too strong for both of them in close combat, and they had absolute confidence in each other's strength. Being at the mercy of the dark hands of the monsters from the dark door, Shikishima looked at his hand with fear, and it crumbled. Taiga knew that when deciding to support, losses would inevitably occur. Hirosaka looked furious and glared at Taiga. Hirosaka's gaze looked predatory and he felt like he was ready to fight and avenge his friend at any cost. Taiga was heading to finish off Shikishima with his newly grown hand in the form of a sharp hook. Taiga turned to Hirosaka. Taiga's face was filled with hatred and indifference at the same time. Taiga told Hirosaka that he had a high level of sentimentality, so he would be able to understand Taiga's spontaneous decision that affected the fate of everyone on the battlefield. Hirasaka bared his teeth with rage and malice and watched Taiga. Hirasaka was still on the roof of the high-rise in his glowing magical aura when Taiga was below and dealt with Shikishima. Taiga questioned Hirasaka about how the battle was unlikely to be over if Hirasaka was able to kill him. A huge pile of arms wrapped around Shikishima's exhausted body and squeezed him harder, causing Shikishima to be covered in blood. Taiga asked Hirasaka if he would miss the chance to save Shikishima. Taiga swung his magic hand and his long white hair fluttered from the wind. Taiga came to terms with what was happening and made a decision. Hirasaka took out his huge sword and walked from the roof of the building to attack Taiga. Everything happened in 0.1 seconds and it was the 7th skill of Hirasaka Venerable Star. Hirasaka headed to the battlefield and his gaze was full of fear and hatred. Hirasaka watched intently as Taiga dealt with Shikishima. In the reflection of Hirasaka's eyes, it was clear that the dark hands of the monsters were squeezing Shikishima's fragile body and did not give him the opportunity to escape. From a bird's eye view, Hirasaka jumped from the roof and cut the arms of the monsters, along with Shikishima's body, with his sword, using the power of Karakatabs, causing everything to shatter into pieces. Hirasaka's cold and imperturbable gaze was full of determination. Hirasaka's sword shattered on the magical dark smoke. Hirasaka immediately panicked and looked as if he had given up and was aloof. Shikishima's exhausted body, covered in blood, was still alive and called out to Hirasaka as he flew in the air. Suddenly, Hirasaka's body was cut in half and blood gushed out. Shikishima was stunned and extremely frightened, his eyes wide and blood spilling out. Taiga, with a wave of his magical hook hand, cut Hirasaka's body in half and blood gushed out in different directions. Hirasaka fell back with a cold look. The bloody body, humbled and in pain, lay on the ground with its eyes open. Having found the strength within himself, Shikishima leaned on one hand and tried with desperation to grasp reality. With a dull gaze, Hirasaka still looked at Shikishima, who could not believe what was happening. With his last breath, Hirasaka turned to Shikishima and said that he had finally made it. Hirasaka closed his eyes and accepted his fate. The bloody half of Hirasaka's body lay on the rubble of the building. With horror and pain in his eyes, Shikishima tried to recall his friend Hirasaka. However, he realized that everything was already over and Hirasaka was dead. Clearing, Furnace of Ruins, difficulty level, 3 stars. Clearing time, 53, 26, 11. Time left, 9 hours, 16 minutes and 23 seconds. Memories appeared as Hirasaka extended his hand to Shikishima, who was sitting on the floor with a bloody face and looking down. Bloody after the fight, Hirasaka extended his hand to Shikishima, who raised his head to him. Hirasaka asked Shikishima if he was okay. Shikishima placed one hand on the floor and asked Hirasaka if he was able to defeat the boss. Hirasaka replied that he was good for nothing but fighting. With a slight smirk on his face, Hirasaka, who had a wound on his eye and was bleeding, said that he was able to defeat the boss thanks to Shikishima's help. At the same time, Hirasaka's level was raised and he looked renewed and alive without a single scratch. In response to this, Shikishima only bared his teeth and snorted. Hirasaka noticed with joy on his face that the other couple had also succeeded. A little girl with pink hair and a guy in a green t-shirt were heading out of the exit towards the guys. Hirasaka said that it was all because Shikishima used himself as bait to distract the boss, but Shikishima simply tutted at that. The inspired Hirasaka, along with the dissatisfied Shikishima, extended their hands upward as a greeting to the guys. Shikishima noticed that the 3-star boss was an absolute monster. He also asked Hirasaka if they could even fight in this state. Hirasaka and Shikishima exchanged a firm handshake. Hirasaka reassured his friend and said that everything would be fine and they would also become stronger. Hirasaka stood shoulder to shoulder with Shikishima and they happily greeted the other team. Hirasaka suggested that the guys become stronger together. Disgruntled, Shikishima told Hirasaka that he couldn't die every time he explored the map. Hirasaka noted with slight irony that this would be awkward. At that time, Sakura, who was 15 years old, sipped her cocktail through a straw with amazement in her eyes. She thought about what kind of reconnaissance squad this was. Shikishima sat opposite Sakura and opened his laptop for her to tell her everything in detail. Shikishima said it plans to create a division of card specialists. On the laptop was written, Gate Strategy to Improve Security. Shikishima, creation of a reconnaissance detachment. There may be traps inside the gates, and it is not uncommon for players to lose their lives when they stumble upon traps. At the moment, to counteract them, the invader player is recommended to analyze the gate map himself without blocking. There are 2 points of view on this matter. Shikishima noted that he did not know exactly how effective the strategy would be, but assumed that the first trap would significantly reduce the number of dead players. Sakura timidly sipped her cocktail and listened carefully to Shikishima's plan. She asked Shikishima if he was in charge of all this, to which Shikishima agreed. Sakura smiled at Shikishima, resting her head on her hand. She wondered if this plan was meant to protect the other kids. Shikishima sipped his hot tea and sarcastically looked away to the side. Turning his gaze towards the window, Shikishima saw Hirasaka passing by, who greeted Shikishima and his comrade in a green jacket. Shikishima pointed to Hirasaka's silhouette and noted that he and the rest of the guys could die in battle, and that would be too wasteful. Sakura looked at Shikishima with admiration in her eyes. Shikishima told young Sakura that if someday there were no gates in the world, then everyone could leave with a smile. Shikishima looked out the window relaxedly and said that he really hoped for such an outcome. Bloodied Shikishima held Hirasaka's bloody body with pain and sadness on his face. His eyes were full of longing and sorrow, and he could not hold back his tears for the loss of his friend. Hirasaka's cold body lay in Shikishima's arms. Shikishima could not come to terms with this thought and obliviously held the body of the deceased Hirasaka. The thought flashed through his head that people are ready to sacrifice their lives for what is dear to them. Taiga mockingly walked towards Shikishima, who was frantically and tremblingly clutching the deceased body of Hirasaka. Taiga glared at Shikishima with contempt and satisfaction of his evil intentions. He told him that Shikishima was a true friend to Hirasaka. Shikishima was in a state of rage, anger, and bloodthirstiness. Baring his teeth, he longed to avenge his friend and tear Taiga to pieces. Shikishima thought that he could not leave Hirasaka's dead body on the cold ground. Hirasaka was lying in Shikishima's arms with his eyes closed, and it was noticeable that his body was already cooling down. Shikishima was very sad and tears flowed from his face in a stream from grief. Shikishima held Hirasaka's head to his chest and tearfully wondered why exactly Hirasaka died. Shikishima laid his head on Hirasaka's dead body and was incredibly angry at the reality of what was happening. The thought flashed through Shikishima's head as to why Hirasaka sacrificed himself for him. Shikishima's tears flowed down Hirasaka's face and slid down his cold skin to the ground along with the blood. Shikishima knew that the reason he fought was to be on a team with all of them. Shikishima closed his eyes, and his mental wound from the death of Hirasaka burst out. He could not hold back his tears. Taiga stood behind Shikishima, who was devastated by the loss of his friend, in his magical dark aura and spread his blade in his hand. Taiga had already come close to Shikishima from behind and placed his sharp blade behind his head. A bright red beam went straight between Taiga and Shikishima. It was a red drill. Taiga glanced to the side, puzzled. A huge and powerful red stream of energy headed straight into the ground. Shikishima frantically turned back in anticipation of a miracle. Shikishima looked back with tears in his eyes and couldn't believe his eyes. Subaru appeared in front of him, along with a glass cat on his shoulder, who was determined to deal with Taiga. At the same moment, Taiga used his magic and found himself on the roof of the building, which Subaru managed to notice by raising his head. Subaru looked up into Taiga's eyes with anger and hatred. However, Taiga looked down at his brother with a bit of contempt and indifference. Plumes of smoke hovered around the guys, and Shikishima, with a trembling voice, called out to Subaru, who turned to him. Shikishima said that Hirasaka died. The body of the dead Hirasaka with blood on his face was still in the hands of Shikishima, who took care of it. Subaru turned his gaze back with a hint of sadness and closed his eyes. Shikishima hugged Hirasaka's dead body and looked at Subaru in shock. Subaru reassured his friend Shikishima and said that everything was fine. Subaru surrounded himself with his magical red aura, pointing his finger forward, and said that Hirasaka had not yet left their world using the dead man's skill. The body of the deceased Hirasaka, in the hands of Shikishima, was surrounded by a magical blue aura. All parts of Hirasaka's body flew into the air piece by piece, which surprised Shikishima. Shikishima widened his eyes and tried to comprehend what was happening. He realized that these were rainbow doors. Shikishima recalled the moment he was riding in a limousine with white sofas along with Hirasaka in black suits. He suggested that rainbow doors appeared for the first time in the world. At the same moment, Seiya and Subaru were driving with them. Subaru noted that this test has been overcome twice so far, and the player Seiya was revived. Shikishima stood up on one leg and cast his fearful gaze at Subaru's incredible skill, which was surrounding everything around with a blue aura. Subaru remembered the moment when he resurrected Seiya's body with the help of a fire skill, when she wished on the table, covered with a towel. Dead is a skill that allows you to infuse an immortal soul into the corpse of a comrade with whom you have a connection. Seiya's resurrected body appeared in a bent position. A card appeared. Usurper of Blood. Composition skills. There are currently 2 skills available. Level 20 Dead. Level 35 Soul Change. Level 50 is unknown. When level 35 is reached, the corresponding skills will be unlocked. Subaru was able to welcome a second relative. Subaru continued to stand on the collapsed rubble of the building with his back to Shikishima. Subaru said it would not be able to return Hirasaka at this time. Shikishima looked forward piercingly with sadness on his face. Subaru was taken aback by saying that he could bring Hirasaka back later if they could save his flesh. Subaru furrowed his brows slightly and bared his teeth. Subaru noted that Hirasaka will definitely return to them in the near future. Shikishima's eyes showed hope along with tears. Shikishima closed his eyes tightly and burst into tears, clutching his face with his hand as a sign of gratitude and sympathy. Right in the air, pieces of Hirasaka's body began to stick together and everything around was surrounded by a green healing aura. The arms and shoulders began to stick together. The restored version of Hirasaka closed her eyes and smiled slightly. Shikishima rushed to run to the place of healing, from where a green beam rushed into the sky with powerful energy along with Hirasaka, from where stones and fragments of the building scattered in different directions. Hirasaka stuck out his tongue and laughed very hard. Hirasaka's naked body waved its arms to the sides, emitting a green magical aura from itself. Shikishima looked at the updated version of Hirasaka with amazement and confusion in his eyes. The renewed Hirasaka opened his mouth wide and inhaled deeply the air of the human world, which seemed very good to him. Hirasaka extended his hand into the air and emitted a green aura from himself. He noticed that power was still circulating in him and that it was flesh of the highest class. Subaru looked up in confusion and noticed that Hirasaka was laughing and noted that he could be the one. A guy in a green shirt and a black suit with a headband introduced himself as Mr. Vanquish's first subordinate. He straightened his green hair, which had a black clip with a hieroglyph in it. His name was Carrion, after the corpse of the Demon King. He put his hand to his chest and looked at the guys with a grin. Carrion looked ahead with animation and licked his gloved finger. Carrion said that from that day on he was related to Subaru. Carrion spread his arms to the sides and other images of him appeared behind him in different worlds and states. He introduced himself as Carrion, the corpse of the Demon King, submitted by Vanquish, the immortal Sixth King. After Subaru's harrowing ordeal with the gate earlier, like the Vanquish, it partially recovered due to Subaru's age. The same hieroglyph from the black Carrion hairpin looked like an eye. This strength was incomparable to what it was during the tests. Taiga at the same moment bared his teeth and looked ahead gloomily. His black magical doors appeared in front of him and surrounded him. Taiga tilted his head forward and in an orderly tone told those same monsters to come out of the door. A bunch of gloomy hands stretched out of the door towards the guys. Taiga ordered them to finish off the enemies. Carrion welcomed the approaching intertwined hands towards him with open arms. Carrion, wearing an eye patch, became slightly wary and tense. The hands reaching out to Carrion almost overtook him as Carrion pondered that these hands could be a desolation spell. From Carrion's refined lips came the thought that these hands could have belonged to the black baby's nanny. Carrion raised his hand into the air, spreading his fingers, and cast the bloody chalice spell. He then sharply clenched his fist and cast a spell in another green blood phase. A magical green funnel appeared around Carrion floating in the air as a bunch of hands tried to reach him. Carrion ironically joked about what was happening, saying that these sticking out hands were 100 million years too fast. Inspired and charged for accomplishment, Carrion pointed his fist down to the ground towards his hands. Bright green rays of magic sent a huge flurry from the sky to the ground. Carrion used the Rain of Influence skill. Green rays in the form of ice shards caused enormous damage to these hands. These green magic crystals with a green aura pierced into the hands one after another. Carrion released several waves of crystals from the sky that cut through the air and headed straight down at high speed. He also used the Shake skill. From such a massive barrage of Carrion's attack, all hands crawled back into their dark doors, near which Taiga was located. Carrion noticed with curiosity how the hands were pulled back into their doors and decided to act differently. A green blade appeared in his hand. It was a squeaky pair of scissors, and swinging it, Carrion charged with his magical green energy and a grin on his face. Carrion held the two pieces of scissors together in the air and swung them. With a deft movement of his hands, he directed a green stream of energy towards the dark doors. This green energy flow came straight through the dark doors. On the other side of the doors was the same monster with long arms, towards whom this cutting energy stream was directed. This monster was twisted all over in pain and was burning hard from such energy. Shikishima looked in amazement at Taiga, who looked extremely unhappy. Subaru looked at what was happening with a cold and confident look and noticed that everything worked out. Carrion was surrounded by his green magical aura and descended from the air towards Subaru. Carrion noted with a malicious grin and irony that this battle was easier than ever because he was the master of the situation. Carrion was clearly positive from such events and hugged the Subaru, looking at it with delight. However, Taiga was not finished yet and he was heading towards the guys with his dark-colored magical aura. Taiga was clearly annoyed by this outcome of the fight and walked towards the guys through the ruins and debris with hatred. Taiga looked furiously at the guys with anger in his eyes and said that his next opponent would be Carrion. Carrion stood next to Subaru and tried to take the evil Taiga by surprise, telling him that he had no right to command because it was not an order from Subaru, which could change a lot. Taiga clenched his fist and said that in that case he would kill Hirasaka. Ironically, Carrion scratched the back of his head and pretended that he had not heard Taiga's words. Subaru looked forward with hostility at his worst enemy, who was his brother and was surrounded by his rainbow energy. Carrion said that Taiga's only opponent would be the one standing in front of him right now. Taiga looked forward contemptuously and repeated Carrion's words about the enemy. The Subaru stood with the Carrion in a cloud of dust. The angry Carrion mockingly joked with Taiga that he couldn't hear anything, and besides, he was avoiding a duel with Subaru. Taiga was not ready to hear such a statement and paused in his gaze for a moment, thinking about these words. However, Carrion continued to stick to his line and ordered Taiga to fight. Naked Taiga stood opposite Subaru and they looked at each other. Hatred and contempt were felt between them. Subaru said that he was going to settle everything quickly because he already had a lot to do, unlike Taiga. Taiga continued to think about Carrion's words with a cold gaze. Taiga understood that he was not afraid of fighting Subaru, he just wanted no one to interfere with his decision. Subaru accepted his fate and looked aloofly at his brother. In Subaru's eyes, the figure of Taiga was clearly visible as a priority target that Subaru should have already dealt with. Taiga plunged into his childhood memories when little Subaru, while still a child, tried to establish contact with him, but Taiga even then looked distant and unfriendly. Subaru recalled the moment, the fear he experienced. Taiga bared his teeth and agreed with Carrion's wish for Taiga to finally fight Subaru. Taiga headed to his dark doors and stood near them, calling Subaru with him. Wounded and exhausted, Shikishima rested both hands on the ground with a feeling of vulnerability and tried to tell Subaru that Taiga was deliberately luring him into the gate, and this was an obvious trap. Carrion approached Subaru from behind and whispered in his ear that their meeting was over. With a small smirk, Carrion put his lips to Subaru's ear and told him that he was leaving this battle to Subaru, so he had to do what he had to do. Subaru casually replied that he understood everything, continuing to devour Taiga's figure with his eyes. Subaru called out to his glass cat named Sushi. He immediately followed and called out to his faithful comrade Shikishima, who understood that he was in hopelessness. Subaru turned his back to the open doors and jumped back, plunging into the depths of the dark world. Shikishima was unhappy with this situation and angrily tried to call out to Subaru, who had already made his decision. Subaru, finding himself in an otherworldly space, felt despondent and sad, thinking about what he could have done to Taiga in the past. Subaru turned around and followed Taiga, who had already plunged even further into the dark space. Subaru turned to his brother and said that it was time for them to figure out what had connected them all this time, and after this fight he would leave with peace. As soon as Subaru entered the amniotic fluid, they were met there by a huge Kokugeji. The black baby rejoiced that Taiga had completed his mission and was able to kill Hirasaka, and also called the real progenitor into his world. Kokugeji considered this phenomenon an absolute victory for the black group. Subaru got caught in the protective barrier and looked up to see Kokugeji's yellow eye. Subaru looked at Kokugeji with contempt and was glad that they had finally met. Subaru and Taiga stood under a protective barrier in the form of a long tunnel opposite each other. Taiga glanced sideways at Kokugeji and told him to hide his hands. Kokugeji lowered his gaze and agreed with Taiga's words. He noted that according to the terms of their contract, Taiga must kill Subaru himself using his own forces. Kokugeji was behind the protective barrier and mentored his ally Taiga. Kokugeji said that the promise gate is absolutely indestructible, so Taiga should calm down and solve the problems with Subaru. Subaru, with a malicious grin and an even gaze, reflected that Kokugeji really wouldn't touch him, just like Taichai said. Kokugeji was spinning in the amniotic fluid with a malicious grin and thinking that there should be no problems, and Subaru would be killed by Taiga. Kokugeji compared this situation to how he would have killed him after Taiga's defeat and death. Kokugeji knew about Hirasaka's rebirth into the body of Carrion, who took the place of the king of corpse-eating demons. However, he knew that if he killed Subaru, then that relative of Carrion would also disappear. Kokugeji and his blue lips conveyed the message that he might not be perfect. Kokugeji clenched his fists and ironically licked his blue lips, surrounded by a rainbow wave of bubbles. He didn't care about gold, silver, or bronze because he is the king of darkness of the human world, His Majesty Kokugeji. The other Vanquish's malicious grin looked dark. Carrion, reborn after Hirasaka's death, directed his level gaze directly. Carrion was flying in the air and holding an enraged Shikishima in his hands. Shikishima begged Carrion to let him go immediately, calling his savior the fake Hirasaka. Carrion didn't like this very much and he asked which of them was fake. Shikishima's exhausted and wounded gaze was raised directly to Carrion. Shikishima thought that Carrion could carry his body to the enemy's lair. Shikishima was angry about the current situation and his hopelessness, so he asked Carrion to stop carrying him. Carrion tried to reassure his comrade and said that this is how it should be, because this is such a strategy. Shikishima suddenly calmed down and turned back curiously while Carrion carried him in the air with both hands. Shikishima inquired about the strategy and all the conditions involved in it. Shikishima's wide-eyed gaze was directed towards the red notice that popped up right in front of him. Carefully, difficulty level 5 stars. Remaining time, upstream Senokawara has expired. Shikishima cast his displeased glance to the side. He was unhappy that he was left with only 5 stargates. A girl in a black cloak stood on the roof of one of the buildings and looked around the expanses of the city, which was all shrouded in a dark veil of smoke. The girl with purple hair and a short haircut looked away despondently. Her name was Miori, the black group. Mori noticed that she seemed to be the only one who took her work seriously. Shikishima flew up to face one of the punishment notices that were popping up. Notification: Upstream Senokawara, available time 8112-418. Second notice: Punishment: the minutes of time remaining on the celestial clock will go faster. Shikishima looked at the notification in surprise and did not understand where there could be 8,000 hours. The blue celestial clock showed 340 days, 15 hours, 32 minutes and 40 seconds. The same celestial clock, in which the time was already different, was enveloped in a red magical aura and began to crack. Shikishima looked anxiously at his watch and bared his teeth. He realized that the celestial clock was cracked. Removal of the milling. Remaining time: 63, 28, 22. Warning: the time remaining on the celestial clock has decreased by 100 hours. There is a possibility that serious problems are occurring in maintaining the frequency system. Carrion continued to hold Shikishima in the air, who inspected the notices in horror. He did not understand what serious problems could arise, because this had never happened before. Shikishima understood that this was not just a breakdown of 5 stars, because Taiga cut off as many as 200 hours and that's too much. Shikishima also understood that if he filmed even one more hour, they would be doomed. Shikishima looked stunned at what was happening and he did not understand what to do. Carrion hit Shikishima on the head with his hand and told him to take his chance. Shikishima scratched his head and cast his displeased glance at Carrion, who told him that it wouldn't be that difficult. Carrion, with green hair and eyes, glanced down towards Shikishima with a certain hope. Carrion told Shikishima that if Hirasaka was still dear to him, then he must protect the person dear to him. Shikishima turned back in bewilderment and raised his head to Carrion. Shikishima closed his eyes, frowning slightly. Shikishima grabbed his cheeks with both hands and closed his eyes tightly. Shikishima said it must hurt. Carrion did not understand the motive behind Shikishima's actions. With an angry expression on his face, Shikishima told Carrion to shut up and told him in a rude manner that he did not dare to lecture him with a facial expression like Hirasaka. Shikishima also added that they were heading to the hospital, but Carrion did not understand why they should fly there. With heartache on his face, Shikishima closed his eyes and remembered that there was someone important to him. We were transported to the local hospital, room 301, Sakura. As soon as Shikishima flew into her office, he noticed an empty bed and room and realized that Sakura was not there. Shikishima burst into flames in rage and hysteria and waved his arms in front of him as Carrion stood behind him with his arms crossed. Shikishima didn't understand where Sakura could have gone. However, Carrion did not understand this degree of reaction from Shikishima. On the lawn near a 2-story residential building, a gold player stood opposite a guy from a dark group. It was a red-haired guy with a bruised face who held his bandaged hands in a fighting pose. His name was Kuhei. He was from a dark group. Through bruises and wounds, Kuhei looked at his enemy with contempt and was very angry. Opposite him stood Yudu with an indifferent expression on his face, his arms crossed, which made Kuhei not understand what Yudu was. Kuhei, with a furious appearance and a bruised face, swung his fist and was about to use the Fist of Crushing Thirst skill. Before he could deliver his crushing blow, at the same second Kuhei flew away from Yudu's skill. Yudu raised his hand and used the Golden Wall skill, causing Kuhei to be thrown very far away. Kuhei spat out a stream of blood from his mouth from such a crushing blow. However, Kuhei didn't understand why Yudu used defense as a powerful weapon. Kuhei understood that Yudu was protected from all sides, like a turtle. Yudu stood confidently and at ease, holding his beautiful white cape with his hand. He was a simple sage who acted on his own. Yudu was surrounded by his magical golden aura and looked forward indignantly, holding his fist in the air. Kuhei understood that the stronger his blow, the stronger the defense of Yudu, who was not at all worried about his ability to attack. His name was Yudu, and he was a level 80 gold class player. After the attack from Yudu, Kuhei's body lay on the ground and a whole shroud of smoke was shrouded around it. Yudu took out his phone and called Shikishima. Shikishima asked Yudu if everything was okay, who asked Shikishima the same. Shikishima told Yudu that Hirasaka had died, but another person had taken over his body. Yudu said that he didn't understand anything. Shikishima was curt, so he told Yudu to just not worry. Carrion, having heard the conversation between Yudu and Shikishima, became sharply indignant and hysterical away from Shikishima. Shikishima showed his teeth slightly and told Yudu on the phone that Sakura was missing, so he really wanted to hear Yudu's guesses about the location of Sakura's disappearance. Yudu held the receiver in his hands and raised his head up. Sakura's lips looked very refined and she was about to use skill 2. A golden female hand cut through the air. In addition, there is also a woman's golden leg. Sakura's face glowed from the light falling on him. Sakura transformed into golden armor that shrouded her limbs and she swung her gun at the monster. Yudu watched as Sakura dealt with a huge dragon-like monster. She used a repeating 68-pound Karen pistol, which brought a heavy barrage of fire into the monster. Yudu told Shikishima over the phone that Sakura was fighting right in front of him. Shikishima did not like this very much, and he did not understand how Sakura could be on the battlefield with such wounds. Sakura's golden armored feet trampled the cold ground. Sakura wondered what Shikishima was saying about her. Sakura raised her golden finger to the sky and pointed at the heavenly cracking clock. Sakura said that they looked up at the sky, where there were no players quietly dozing. Sakura, level 81, gold player. With the first chain skill, she replaced her legs and arms. Shikishima said that Sakura doesn't look like she's weak. An enraged Sakura began screaming into Shikishima's phone that she would not apologize. Yudu said with a cool and confident tone that they had no choice in either case. Shikishima on the other side of the phone grinned and closed one wounded eye. Shikishima said that there is a time attack. Shikishima looked at his hand and clenched his fist tightly, saying that they are the golden players, so they must capture the gate and save the world. At the meeting point of all the other players, they held onto their phones and listened to the help notification from Shikishima. A bunch of different players stood right in front of the red gate. They didn't care how many stars there were. All players received a notification for help, including the grandfather in the blue cloak. They understood that they would attack as much as they could. Shikishima widened his eyes and shouted with rage that they would get back the time that had been taken from them. Yudu tilted his head to the side and scratched his neck. Yudu said that it was a competition, so they shouldn't cheat. Shikishima agreed. Anticipating the taste of victory, Sakura raised her hands and looked forward bloodthirstily. She understood that now they would wake everyone up. Holding the phone in his hand, Shikishima turned back towards Carrion and called him a fake Hirasaka. However, Carrion was not going to tolerate such antics and called Shikishima a fool in response. Shikishima calmed down slightly and turned back, closing one eye. He understood that Subaru was most likely worried about them. Carrion closed his eyes and began to grin. Then he looked forward with an even gaze and said that it should be obvious. If it is useless to rely on it, then nothing good will come of it. We were transported to an otherworldly realm where Kokugeji was located, around whom bubbles and rainbow energy began to appear. Kokugeji looked at the newly arrived Vanquish with an evil gaze and did not understand what he had forgotten here. Vanquish only smiled in response, and his beautiful hair was thrown in different directions by the gust. Vanquish joked to Kokugeji with a malicious grin and bared his sharp teeth, saying that he only heard the babble of a baby with a difficult character. He also added that the baby was poorly raised. Taiga no longer looked so fierce and he simply stood straight. Taiga recognized Vanquish, the owner of the Rainbow Gate, who granted power to Subaru. Taiga cast his dark and angry gaze to the side at Subaru. Subaru stood in front of Taiga and told him to show him his abilities. Subaru spread his arms out to the sides and said that Taiga's smoke and his blood could neutralize each other without any control. Taiga looked with hatred and fury at his brother, who invited him to fight one-on-one, without tricks, with his fists. Subaru raised his fist over his eyes and told Taiga that they, as brothers, must resolve this issue from beginning to end. Kokugeji opened his big huge eye and wondered why. Kokugeji looked at a large number of rainbow fragments. Vanquish walked across the rainbow material in a black kimono. Kokugeji didn't understand why Vanquish appeared here. Vanquish was next to Kokugeji while Subaru walked through the transparent tunnel. Vanquish told Kokugeji that it was Subaru who told him the exact location. Subaru's face was serious. Kokugeji watched as Subaru stood in the transparent tunnel. Kokugeji couldn't believe it. Kokugeji opened one eye. Kokugeji looked at Subaru, who was walking through the tunnel with an emotionless face. He opened his giant eye even more and did not understand how Subaru could take advantage of the situation. There is still no smile on Subaru's face. Kokugeji started screaming furiously and told Subaru to look at him. Taiga said that Kokugeji is over. A red line appeared near Kokugeji's face. Curse of blood. Kokugeji was connected in dozens of red lines. Vanquish extended his right hand, which was bleeding. Vanquish said that it was nothing special. Vanquish pulled out his finger with a terrifying smile and told Kokugeji that he simply could not escape. Vanquish said that's all he wanted to say. Kokugeji opened his mouth and asked if he was stupid. Vanquish stood, absorbed in purple energy. Kokugeji told Vanquish that he was talking like he had already won. Kokugeji closed his eye. Kokugeji opened his huge eye, revealing 4 bright yellow pupils. Kokugeji opened his mouth in rage and began to scream. Even if Vanquish is an immortal god, in his world only he can win, no other way. Victory, Black Death. Vanquish began to sink into dark energy. Vanquish's face was almost invisible. All that remains is Vanquish's mouth. Kokugeji unleashed a furious attack on Vanquish and told him to die, monster. Suddenly, laughter began to come from the dark matter. Kokugeji opened his eyes in surprise. Laughter could be heard throughout the entire area where Kokugeji was located. Kokugeji closed his mouth and couldn't understand what was happening. The laughter became even louder, and Kokugeji was still tied up. Taiga watched from the tunnel as Kokugeji was tied up. Taiga thought to himself that Kokugeji was impatient. Taiga looked into the distance with a cold gaze and asked if Subaru took advantage of this. Taiga looked at Subaru's emotionless face, which had his past self in the background. Taiga thought that Subaru was afraid of him before. Subaru's leg stood next to Taiga's leg. Taiga and Subaru looked at each other. Subaru told Taiga with a serious face to be ready. Looking down, Taiga said, "Let's call it a brawl between brothers." Taiga asked Subaru if he was going to fight without the ability. The whole city is shrouded in smoke. Taiga asked Subaru that we would end such a large-scale battle. Subaru gritted his teeth. Taiga, who was standing next to him, said no. Subaru opened his mouth and said that it was not the scale of the battle. Subaru said that he is his little brother. Taiga continued to stand with a cold gaze. Taiga said that no. Taiga continued to look at Subaru. Subaru thought to himself that he really should have done this long before he became a player. Taiga and Subaru stood with their younger counterparts. Subaru thought that there was a huge distance between them. Ever since the Taiga became gold class, Subaru began to feel fear. Subaru extended his palm. Then he clenched his hand into a fist and said that it was not true. Looking at his fist, Subaru said that if the younger brother made a mistake, then the older brother should be scolded. Taiga asked with a serious look, "How long can you talk?" Taiga told Subaru not to act like an older brother, they are not brothers by blood. Taiga extended his hand, which turned into a blade. Taiga said he wasn't going to deal with his bullshit. Opening his mouth, Subaru asked Taiga if he was going to try to escape from him. It was clear from Taiga's eye that he was furious. Taiga threw a punch, but Subaru dodged it. Taiga watched as Subaru prepared to strike. Subaru's fist was shrouded in rainbow energy. Subaru hit Taiga in the face. Taiga began to slow himself down. Subaru began to walk towards Taiga. Purple energy emanated from Taiga's hand. Taiga used the skill, Victory of the Black Death, and Subaru used the skill, Blood Control. Their skills touched. Taiga gritted his teeth and felt something. There was red energy near Subaru's face. Subaru said that Taiga said that it is useless because they neutralize each other. Subaru placed his hands on the floor. Subaru's leg, which was shrouded in red energy, rose above Taiga's head. Subaru, doing a cartwheel, hit Taiga in the face. Subaru rearranged his hands. Subaru hit Taiga in the face like a horse. Subaru covered his face, preparing for the impact. With a powerful blow, Subaru hit Taiga on the back of the head. From this blow, Taiga began to fly away. Bowing his head, Taiga, standing with a fierce smile, was able to withstand Subaru's blow. It was clear from Subaru's face that he was preparing to deliver the final blow. Taiga braked himself with his foot. Taiga hit Subaru in the face with all his might. Subaru gritted his teeth from the Taiga's impact, and the mark began to smoke on Subaru's cheek. Taiga, shrouded in a purple aura, jumped onto Subaru, who was in a rainbow aura. Subaru and Taiga tensed their fists and prepared to attack each other. The tunnel began to crack from the impacts of the Taiga and Subaru. Subaru threw a lot of punches at Taiga, but Taiga also countered with punches. Subaru tensed his fist and gritted his teeth. Taiga made a similar move. Subaru hit Taiga in the face, but Taiga also responded with a blow to the face. Taiga and Subaru continued to fight using their skills. Taiga backed away. Subaru also tried to slow itself down. Taiga stood with an emotionless face in front of Subaru. Subaru called Taiga. Subaru gritted his teeth. Taiga looked at Subaru with a small smile on his face and laughed despicably. Subaru opened his eyes wide. Now Subaru understood. He finally knew what he wanted. The last phase against the black group. A laugh fell from Taiga's face. Subaru clenched his teeth and sighed heavily. Taiga quickly moved towards Subaru. Subaru did the same with a serious look. Arrogant Taiga versus Arrogant Subaru. Subaru and Taiga punched each other in unison. A powerful shock wave swept across the area. Taiga and Subaru were pushed away by the shock wave and smoke rose. Subaru glanced cautiously through the fog. Subaru attacked his brother with a kick to the chest. Blood gushed from Taiga's mouth. Taiga grabbed his brother's leg. Holding his brother by the leg, Taiga raised his elbow and hit Subaru in the face. Subaru's forehead split open with a crunch and blood gushed out. Without hesitation, Subaru began to respond by showering his brother with a hail of blows in the face. Taiga let go of his brother's leg. Deftly crossing his arms, Taiga again hit his brother with his elbow. Subaru's fist responded by flying into his brother's face. Subaru hit his brother in the face. Taiga spun around from the power of the blow. Turning his head, a grin appeared on the face of the bleeding Taiga. They were both on the offensive. No one was going to retreat. Subaru with a cut forehead looked just as confidently in the direction of his brother. And another last stage. Kokugeji was hanging upside down. Kokugeji versus Vanquish. Kokugeji hung from the umbilical cord among the purple-colored materials. Kokugeji's Triumph of Death skill speeds up the time of any material that comes into contact with his black amniotic fluid, no exceptions. However, Kokugeji watches in surprise as buzzing sounds come from the void. Something appears in the void. Vanquish appeared there with an ominous smile on his face. Vanquish asked Kokugeji if he could use it now. Kokugeji continued to hang among the moving purple materials in bewilderment. Kokugeji thought, Did anything happen to him? That this is impossible. Wasn't he injured in his smoke? Tens of thousands of years of corruption must have happened in an instant. Kokugeji watched the Vanquish worrying in shock. Kokugeji asked the question, how dare he do this? Angry, Kokugeji shouted angrily with his mouth open that in this case he would use his strength to the maximum. Kokugeji declared that it was time for destruction. Kokugeji began to change matter, creating something like a black hole. Looking with burning eyes at his brainchild, Kokugeji added that this is his best skill. Let the stream of hundreds of millions of years swallow his opponent. At the same moment, everything around began to be covered with a layer of ice. Vanquish used frostbite. Kokugeji, with his mouth wide open in bewilderment, was completely covered in ice. Vanquish added, he said it was useless. Pointing to the frozen child, Vanquish said that time cannot kill him. Vanquish addressed Kokugeji, saying that he was pathetic until the very end. Vanquish, sitting surrounded by ice walls, added that Kokugeji could have come up with something better. If only I were smarter. Vanquish thoughtfully held his head with his hand. Vanquish continued, first of all, you didn't know that the more you use the door, the more marks you leave behind, right? Vanquish added that he was immediately able to narrow down his locations because he kept doors like an idiot. The frozen Kokugeji could not make a sound. Vanquish said they were very lucky that Subaru took Carrion on board. He also had a soul connection with Vanquish even before becoming Subaru's ward. The frozen Kokugeji was able to utter a few words. He said, don't tell me what. Breaking into laughter, Vanquish interrupted him, saying that he understood everything correctly. When Carrion transformed into Hirosaka, he told Subaru about the plan that Vanquish came up with, how he was going to crush him with one breath. Vanquish laughed out loud. Looking up arrogantly at the frozen Kokugeji, Vanquish added that it was to Subaru's credit that he was able to track him down so accurately and move towards him. Vanquish added that, however, he still does not understand how he managed to stay alive in this place full of amniotic fluid. The frozen Kokugeji let out a sigh. One of the points in the contract that Taiga included was that he wanted to kill Ariake Subaru with his own hands, and it is impossible to change this condition. Kokugeji barely moved his eye. He thought that this damn kid, he knew that he could not kill him on his own. Hanging upside down, Kokugeji smiled and winked, adding that the boy had come here to fight, to use Taiga's hatred. Subaru with a cut forehead stood in a stance, preparing to continue the battle. Kokugeji noted that Vanquish took advantage of his wariness. Kokugeji, barely moving an eye, thought, damn insect. Vanquish added, how poor and miserable you are, the black amniotic king. Vanquish stood directly in front of the frozen Kokugeji's eye and mocked with a smile. Vanquish asked who put him up to this. Kokugeji responded only with short sighs. Vanquish continued, did they say that if you break the celestial clock, you can have the human world? Kokugeji just groaned in response. Vanquish asked, he's right, isn't he? Kokugeji could only respond with an inarticulate sound. Vanquish said, however, don't even dare think that you can get away with messing with my owner. Vanquish raised his hand, pointing it at Kokugeji, and a bright beam appeared from his eye. Vanquish used the demon cleaver. Huge lines of energy appeared along the perimeter of Kokugeji's body, cutting him into pieces. Kokugeji just moved his eye nervously, tears visible from his eyes as purple blood flowed from his numerous wounds. Taking a timid breath and continuing to use the splitter, Vanquish added that his crying was just a delight to his ears. Vanquish chopped up Kokugeji with his magic. Kokugeji roared in pain, bleeding more and more along the way. Kokugeji screamed at the top of his lungs like a baby. Through the screams, Kokugeji shouted a mess's name, Safina. Vanquish watched in surprise. Kokugeji called Miz at the top of his lungs, Safina begging to help him. Kokugeji screamed that Vanquish was going to kill him. Vanquish continued to float in the air. Kokugeji begged, please save me. Vanquish just continued his work in silence. Bright flashes of light appeared out of nowhere. Raising his head up, Vanquish noticed an incomprehensible glowing silhouette in the sky. A woman with a bell for a head appeared with her hands clasped together. Safina looked down on Vanquish haughtily. Turning his head with a smile on his face, Vanquish said, Safina the Golden Bell, it means you were the initiator of all this. Smiling at the woman, Vanquish called her a brilliant old hag. Bleeding Kokugeji smiled from ear to ear and said that he was very happy to see Ms. Safina. He asked her to hurry up. Flying down at full speed, Safina crushed Kokugeji with two palms. Kokugeji, who managed to utter the last few words, wondered why she did this. Closing his eyes, Safina, calling Kokugeji a vile traitor, asked how he even dares to ask for her help. Kokugeji listened to her words in surprise. Safina said that she realized long ago that Kokugeji was trying to outsmart them all and monopolize the human world. Vanquish watched as Safina completely crushed Kokugeji, who only moaned. While the Safina bell rang, she added that she was sure that the lowest doors would be perfect for an imbecile like Kokugeji. While Safina was pressing Kokugeji with her palms, she opened the gate. Bleeding Kokugeji screamed and begged for mercy as Safina carried him into the gate. Kokugeji shouted at the top of his lungs that he didn't want to go to the very bottom. Vanquish silently watched what was happening with his hands folded. The gates opened, sucking everything in. The room was covered in red. Kokugeji shouted that he was the king. Safina let go of Kokugeji. He was pulled into the gate. He thought about losing his memories and speech again. While the gates were drawing in Kokugeji with great force, he held out his hands and tried to reach the girl. Kokugeji thought that he would again have to wander inside the doors, like a beast. In the last seconds before the gate, Kokugeji screamed at the top of his lungs that he didn't want this. Before the gates slammed shut, Kokugeji called for help and begged for salvation. The gates slammed shut. A timer appeared and 1 star was visible on it. Only 1 star. Smiling, Safina turned to the immortal, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Vanquish watched as Safina, folding her palms together, hovered among the ice blocks. Sticking his finger up and creating multicolored Vanquish energy, he laughed and remarked that the old witch is in good health as always. A moment later, Vanquish on the girl, the splitting of demons. Safina's face was cut in half. The grinning Vanquish put his hand forward and said that he would soon appear and fight her in person without using his skills. Closing her eyes, a laugh fell from Safina's mouth. Vanquish sat carefree on the ice blocks. Safina said that she would look forward to their battle. Sitting with his hands together, Vanquish added that it looked like they would be too busy from now on. Vanquish was wondering if he should call the other 6 kings. Continuing to sit carefree, Vanquish added that he had everything sorted out now. Subaru and Taiga continued their mortal battle. Vanquish added, "It's time to sort things out once and for all, my dear owner." Vanquish stood with his hands clasped together, his hair floating in the air. Vanquish, standing on an ice floe among other ice blocks, thought players can touch each other's souls depending on their ability to feel. Vanquish thought that he therefore hoped that Subaru and his brother could see each other's hearts in the midst of their brutal battle. Subaru and Taiga continued to fight fiercely. Vanquish continued, ending the life of one he thought could be included in the test for him. Thoughtfully, Vanquish expressed hope that Subaru would not lose. After all, after it passes this stage, Vanquish is confident that Subaru will be truly qualified. The bloodied Subaru bared its teeth aggressively. Taiga blocked his brother's attack with 4 fingers. Subaru and Taiga exchanged high-speed attacks. Subaru and Taiga struck simultaneously. Taiga continued the battle without an ounce of doubt, his hair flying at speed. Subaru did not lag behind his brother, furiously continuing the fight. Jumping away from Subaru's blow, Taiga counterattacked with an overhead kick. Subaru looked into his brother's eyes with a benevolent look. Taiga also looked his brother straight in the eyes. Taiga thought, "These eyes." The brothers continued to throw punches at each other. Taiga thought that he didn't want Subaru to look at him with those eyes. Taiga remembers this look. Taiga remembered his look in his youth. The blonde in the purple jacket was throwing a punch. 10 years ago. In anger, the woman beat little Taiga. Taiga fell to the floor, writhing in pain, covering his head. Little Taiga was bleeding and crying. The woman called him by name and said that the pudding she had put in the refrigerator was missing. In a rage, continuing to beat the boy, she shouted that he should not dare to eat it without her permission. The woman said he was just like his father, a damn insect. The woman kicked the boy, who was twisted on the floor. There was a huge amount of garbage in the apartment. The boy plaintively asked for forgiveness. Taiga recalled that that day his mother came home for the first time after a 3-day absence, and when she returned, she immediately started beating him, until he passed out from the only pudding he ate. An unknown man in a tie, wiping sweat from his head, said that he was from a children's counseling center. Without opening the door, the woman explained to the man that she had already said that she does not beat her son, she is raising him. The woman asked in a threatening tone if the man understood her. Hiding among the garbage bags, little Taiga watched as his mother communicated with the unknown person, slightly opening the door. The woman, looking through the doorway, aggressively asked the man if he was an idiot. The man, unable to answer anything, continued to stand wiping sweat from his head. The woman grinned and slammed the door. The woman thought, children are such a hassle, they don't do any good. Screaming across the room, she turned to her son. All blue from bruises, Taiga tearfully watched as his mother aggressively asked him why he was even born. Taiga recalled that his mother was a piece of trash, and he, her son, was an ordinary insect. The man she introduced him to was the same. A man in a striped shirt and a gold chain hugging a woman said that he needed 50,000. The woman asked carefreely, again. The man was a piece of trash who lived off Taiga's mother's money. Little Taiga watched with disgust. There was a glass of soda on his table. The dissatisfied man arrogantly asked what he was staring at. Taiga recalled, apparently this piece of garbage also had a child, and he was supposed to be his older brother. It doesn't matter what kind of person he is. Taiga was sure that the guy was an insect just like him. The sky was clear. The boy asked, "Are you Mike Taiga?" Taiga looked at the boy in surprise. Glowing with kindness, the well-groomed boy extended his hand and told him that his name was Ariake Subaru, and he was very glad to meet him. Taiga thought, what? Smiling widely, Subaru expressed hope that they would get along. Taiga thought, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Subaru looked at his new brother with clean, kind eyes. Taiga tried to understand what this look was. Taiga, who turned pale with bewilderment and looked blankly, thought that the guy should have been the same non-entity as him. Subaru smiled from ear to ear without caring. Taiga thought, how can he smile so freely? Taiga's heart filled with pain from injustice, the guy's face expressed suffering, his whole body oozed with anxiety. Fear. Taiga knew this the moment he saw him. The fact that there are happy people in this world. Happy. Subaru smiled widely. Heartbroken and pale, Taiga thought that he was not like that. Taiga wanted the guy not to contact him. Taiga thought, isn't it because of circumstances that he became what he is now? Taiga imagined how his sinister mother kept him chained. Taiga thought, even though they should be the same, this guy has no despair, no complaints, no desire to give up. Subaru stood smiling, illuminated by the stage lights, with the gloomy silhouette of his father visible behind him. Taiga thought, if this was really the case. What do you mean? The pale Taiga thought, is he really just a rotten breed? Taiga believed that in the end the only non-entity was him. Taiga recalled the words of Hirasaka, who said that the gates open only to strong individuals. Taiga thought this was nonsense, it had nothing to do with them. Rejecting everything, he sat on the sofa leaning on his hand. He thought that his soul was weak, unclean. Shrouded in shadows of doubt, Taiga turned and asked his brother because he was telling the truth. But at that second the life disappeared from Taiga's face, a yellow glow hit the guy's face. Taiga saw the gate open in front of his brother. Taiga thought, will he be able to cope with this? Taiga recalled how he grabbed his brother by the shoulder. Taiga was afraid that Subaru would become happy, so he stayed close, watching him. Taiga in a black coat kicked his brother. Subaru in despair endured his brother's bullying. Taiga thought that's why he beat him. After all, if this guy... Taiga looked at his brother with a look full of hatred. Taiga thought if his brother would become at least a little happier than him. Subaru drank his coffee carefree and glanced sideways at his brother. Taiga is sure that in this case the gap between them will never be the same as before. Remembering how he beat his brother, Taiga thought, that's why Subaru should be with him for the rest of his life. Taiga furiously bared his teeth and continued to attack. Subaru took a blow to the head, blood gushed from the guy's mouth. Subaru, without taking his eyes off his opponent, thought that he still had so much strength. Every time they hit each other, memories of Taiga, and his heart flows through Subaru. Looking away thoughtfully, Subaru thought. Remembering his little brother, Subaru thought that's why he was so scared. Subaru wiped the blood from his face with his hand. His brother's leg whizzed past Subaru's head. Taiga looked down at his brother without a drop of doubt. Subaru jumped away, dodging the blow. Taiga hit the ground, destroying the floor. A shockwave flew around. The shockwave surged with such force that it reached the clouds, where Vanquish was already hovering among the flying debris. Vanquish glanced at what was happening. Among the heap of debris, Taiga fell down. Taiga raised his head up. A crushing attack was already rushing towards the Taiga flying in the air. Taiga looked in surprise, realizing that he could not dodge this attack. Flying into his brother at full speed, Subaru kicked his brother. Blood sprayed from Taiga's mouth. Subaru thought, Taiga, why us? Didn't you prevent this earlier? The flying Subaru swung with a whistling blow. Under the roar of falling debris, Subaru, with a face full of anger, hit his brother straight in the chest. Taiga's eyes were empty, dark burgundy blood gushed out of his mouth with great effort. Subaru watched what was happening with annoyance on his face. Taiga flew down through the debris. Tears appeared on Subaru's face. Falling to the ground with crushing power, Taiga destroyed all the buildings along the way, the shockwave from its fall extending several meters into the air. Taiga fell on the ice. Taiga looked up. He saw a bright light that was shining directly at him. Taiga thought, is this the heart of Subaru? Little Subaru asked his father why his mother left them. Subaru's father got angry and kicked him, adding that this idiot would not ask such questions anymore. Subaru was so happy when he was told that he would now have a little brother. Taiga recalled how Subaru grabbed his t-shirt and asked his mother not to touch Taiga. In bewilderment, asking what he was carrying, the mother also hit the Subaru. The woman thought, who you idiot called mother? This is disgusting. Everything is fine. Taiga recalled how he calmed his crying brother. Subaru said everything was fine. He is sure. A crying Subaru hugged his beaten brother. Subaru was confident that everything would work out, and he will take care of it. With bruises on his face, Subaru said this confidently. Taiga shed a tear, burying his face in his brother's chest. Realizing what was happening, Taiga closed his eyes. Taiga pushed his brother away, adding that this was ridiculous. Running away from his brother, who was sitting in bewilderment, Taiga told him to stop pretending that he was his older brother. Nothing will ever get better. Subaru extended a helping hand to his brother. Taiga recalled that Subaru clenched his hand into a fist and said, even so, he would never give up. Taiga recalled how Subaru, smiling, said this through tears. Taiga lowered his eyes. A light that suddenly appeared from the side made Taiga squint. Subaru said, "Look Taiga, this is Hirosaka Renji." Approaching his brother sitting on the sofa, Subaru saw Renji on TV and shouted that he was very cool. Taiga recalled how he answered his brother that he was too loud and asked him not to talk to him. Subaru and Taiga laughed happily while watching TV. Taiga thought, okay, then he stole the Subaru door. Turning his head, Taiga realized that if the shine of the soul is a state in which a door can choose you, then what was Subaru thinking at the time? Subaru was thinking while watching TV about Renji, about the players, that they have the opportunity to protect the people most important to them. Subaru thought he would become a player too. Hirosaka, wearing a black suit, stood proudly with his hand on his chest. Subaru thought it would become just like Renji. Standing behind his brother sitting on the sofa, Subaru thought that this way he could protect Taiga. Taiga was stunned to realize this. Subaru did this because he is his only little brother. Taiga realized this with a touched face. The bridge, destroyed from the battle, stood among the ice blocks. Taiga put his hand on the ice. The truth was always there. Taiga stood in a crouch on the ice, leaning on his hand. Taiga noticed this a long time ago. Subaru, all over this world. Taiga and Subaru stood opposite. Tears streamed down Subaru's face. Only Subaru has always been the only one. Taiga looked at his brother smiling. He understood that only his brother, the one who always sincerely loved him. A loud, surprised scream was heard from one of the floors of the apartment building. Ryohei, who could see disgust in his gaze, bared his teeth, clenching his teeth tightly. He shouted, asking what he was allowing himself to do. The man kicked the child, who was lying on the floor and covering something with his body. Ryohei asked how he even dares to resist him and ordered him to give up what he hid. Having closed his eyes, Subaru continued to lie on the floor, taking the blows. He shouted that he would never do this since he got this thing from a friend. Taiga, who was standing on the balcony at that time, turned around at the scream. Ryohei shouted that the child had no right to talk to him like that. Throwing his hands on the railing of the balcony, the blonde leaned his head on them. He thought that it was rare to see a person who would contradict Ryohei. Through the glass door he looked at his stepbrother, who was lying on the floor, and his father swung his leg at him again. He mentally noted that the boy was being kicked like crazy. He thought that he had no idea what Subaru was protecting there, but it looked very stupid. Turning around, the man turned to look at his son with a dissatisfied face. He said indignantly that it was simply madness to resist so hard for the sake of some trinket. Hearing the loud slam of the door, Subaru, whose body was covered with bruises, began to slowly rise. Mystery stood on the balcony with his arms crossed when his brother pulled the door aside and called out to him. The blonde gave the boy a puzzled face. Subaru said that he now had one of the 3 packages and suggested that his brother share it and eat it together. With a wide smile on his face, the boy, whose face was bruised, handed his brother a small sealed package. Subaru said that he knows that Taiga likes puddings. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise. Taiga looked at the smiling Subaru with a puzzled face and wondered what was really going on with him. He thought that for some reason he couldn't refuse. The boy pursed his lips tightly. 2 little boys stood on the balcony, putting pudding into 2 plates. Subaru was puzzled when Taiga told him that he didn't like puddings that much. The current Taiga lowered his eyes to the floor. He thought about how he could imagine how wonderful everything could be if he could live the way he wanted. 2 brothers stood opposite each other in the middle of endless ice. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, Subaru with a bloody face looked at Taiga, his body shining brightly, and called his name. At this time, Vanquish sat on the wreckage of the bridge and watched what was happening. He thought that this was the end, because Ariak Taiga's body would never be human again. The long-haired man opened his mouth slightly and crossed his arms over his chest. He thought that he would soon reach his limit, like all extraterrestrial beings, and his soul would perish. Taiga stood silently, hanging his head, and around him there were bright fragments of the soul. Vanquish noted that the blessing he had achieved with Kokyugeji would also disappear, leaving his soul to wander aimlessly through the endless void. Taiga raised his indifferent gaze to his brother. He looked at the bloody face of Subaru, who clenched his jaw and looked at the floor, tears unfolding in his eyes. Taiga mentally asked him not to make such a face. Good and bad memories from their past together began to pop up in his head. He thought Subaru was wrong. He thought that he feared him, admired him, could not neglect him, and sometimes hated him. Gradually Taiga began to dissolve into white light. He thought that every time he showed his anger, he left wounds with his own pettiness, and in the end, it was just repetition. He understood that he would really disappear. With half-closed eyelids, he watched as the light around him thickened. He understood that this would happen now. Taiga closed his eyes, mentally wondering what moments he should remember for the last time. Subaru stood with a grim face and clutched his red t-shirt tightly to his chest when the mystery called his name. Subaru stood with his eyes downcast. Taiga said that someday he would like to eat pudding. Subaru raised his eyes wide in surprise. Mystery said that this would be the pudding they would share together again. Subaru looked at his brother in awe as his eyes began to water. Taiga said that he couldn't thank him then, but tears poured down Subaru's cheeks like a stormy stream. He saw little Taiga next to his brother, who with a slight smile on his face told him that, to be honest, at that moment he was very happy. Subaru clenched his teeth, choking on his own tears when Taiga told him that the pudding was very tasty. The little boy gave him a wry smile and thanked his brother. Taking off from his seat and shouting his brother's name, Subaru extended his hand towards the disappearing boy. He spread his fingers and tried to touch it. His hand dropped down when there was nothing left to touch. Squeezing it into a fist, the guy raised his head up and loudly shouted his brother's name. Falling to his knees, the guy screamed loudly in pain. Tears fell into his palms as Subaru repeated his brother's name. Looking at the floor, he clenched his teeth tightly, saying, "At that moment when they are together of the pudding." Tears flowed down the guy's face in a stormy stream, and he, with his mouth wide open, said that he could not even think that Taiga would remember this. He shouted, asking why they call him a savior. Subaru, choking on tears, screamed that he couldn't even save his little brother. Leaning on his hands, he cried loudly in pain. Subaru leaned over and clenched his hands into fists. Vanquish approached the guy. Stopping in front of the guy, he folded his arms into his sleeves. The man asked if he finally wanted to get up. The guy was silent, and tears flowed down his face. Vanquish calmly told him that Resurrecting Taiga's greatest misfortune was that he knew what he was doing was wrong, but despite this, he did nothing to prevent it from happening. An image of a small blazing purple flame appeared in his head. He said that every time Secret did bad things, his self-loathing grew, and the more it became, the more his soul suffered from it. A picture appeared before my eyes of a little boy pushing his brother away from the golden door. Vanquish said he thought this end was inevitable from the day he stole the door. Clenching his hands tightly into fists, Subaru asked if there really was no other way out, and this was the only one. Vanquish looked at the guy crouched in front of him. He said this is something Subaru must dedicate its entire life to finding the answer to. The long-haired man crossed his arms over his chest. He said that Subaru Alyasha will continue to think about it until he dies. He squeezed his eyes shut and clenched his teeth tightly as the tracks dripped onto the ice as Vanquish said that he should never forget his brother either. He calmly told him that he could cry as much as he wanted now, but it should only be until he got back on his feet. He said he would wait for him and it didn't make any sense how long it would take. The system notified the victory over the former boss demon Resurrecting Taiga LV-59. Subaru's level increased from LV-45 to LV-48. The system also notified the achievement Demon Slayer, X item, Black Katana Ignis, X skill, Golden Hand. The system notified that Galia the battering ram was awaiting confirmation. The setting sun illuminated the city sky, which was covered with red cracks. About 3 hours have passed since the crack appeared on the celestial clock. The task for all players is to clear the gate. The total number of all gates is 195. The beaten Ruo sat with the phone in his hands, and Ryusei and Sakura stood next to him. The red sky clock was marked day 417, 18 hours, 34 minutes and 11 seconds. Closing one eye, Ruo exhaled, picking up his phone. He said that every second counts. A notification came that the remaining time on the celestial clock exceeded 10,000 hours, and the system was working normally. The system notified that the emergency mode was turned off. The red color of the clock began to change to blue. The blue clock glowed with a bright light, and the cracks healed. Sakura and Ryusei bumped their fists in victory. Raising the phone to his mouth, Ruo loudly notified the Kusaka Masego team, Kuruki Teichai, Julieta and others that everything was almost over, and the only thing left was to defeat Taiga. The people who heard the information began to rejoice loudly when Ruo said that this victory would be theirs. Ruo, Ryusei and Sakura looked at Seiya and Killam who were standing near the dark door. The man and the girl looked into the pitch darkness with disgruntled faces. Sai, with a sad face, locked her hands and said that Mr. Subaru had been there for a very long time. Carrion, who was also looking down, crossed his arms and said that everything would be fine with him. He noted that as long as they, his kindred, are still here, Subaru is alive. He glanced at the girl when she, with her head down, said that she felt Mr. Subaru's heart was suffering. She added that as soon as possible, she wants to check his condition as soon as possible. Carrion sighed and said that this was correct. They perked up when a loud man's scream suddenly came from the door, saying that he simply couldn't believe it. The team of gold players immediately jumped up in place with puzzled faces. Vanquish shouted loudly that he remembered that he told Subaru that he would wait for him as long as he wanted, but he didn't expect that he would get so tired of his tears and fall asleep. He asked if he was really a small child. Recognizing the voice, Carrion smiled and laughed quietly. With his mouth wide open, Vanquish, kicking the Subaru out of the door, shouted indignantly that even despite this, he had come all this way just to help him. A hole appeared in space, from which a large sushi emerged, with Subaru lying on its back. Lying on his familiar's back, the guy was fast asleep. Sitting on the ground, the cat meowed loudly, and the golden players and Kindred Subaru began running towards her, loudly calling the guy's name. Carrion, who flew up to him, crossed his arms and grinned, noting that he was sleeping soundly. Vanquish at this time was very annoyed. Sai, who flew up to the sleeping guy from the other side, folded her arms over her chest and smiled widely, noting that she was very glad to see Mr. Subaru. Tears began to appear on her joyful face, and she congratulated the Lord on returning home. The guy was curled up and fast asleep on sushi. His appearance at that moment evoked peace, and after a moment, a slight smile appeared on his sleeping face. He had a dream about how, one sunny day, they, as children, were having pudding with Taiga on the balcony. Notification system about the completion of program restoration, preparation for punishment. Then the program update began. A notification appeared about the addition of a new item door version number 2, and that the 6-star gates were closed, and the likelihood of Kokugeji returning is very low. Further messages could not be heard due to interference. In the center of the blue emerald door was a familiar pattern. 2 people were sitting on the roof of a tall building. One of them asked if the child was dead, and the second answered in the affirmative. Hagimori sat on the edge of the roof with his legs dangling. He said that the connection with him was lost, and all the skills that he once gave him were also gone. The blonde guy with freckles smiled widely. He asked if it could be because of the owner of the rainbow, and Mori replied that he had no idea. He looked ahead of himself without turning to the blonde. Mori said that the baby is still the king, so most likely. The blonde smiled and ruffled his hair, asking if he was talking about the truth teller, referring to Vanquish. The guy said that in this case, the 3 kings will begin to act immediately. He looked at Mori when he told him not to worry. The guy in the hat looked up at his clutch and said that the celestial clock had recently received an update. They both looked up at the sky and the clock showed 2/100% load. Mori said that for now they will just have to wait and see how things go. Ruo apologized to Ryuji for having to travel such a long way to treat him. The man replied that he could not do otherwise, since if Ruo died, then it would be the end for them all. The golden player sat on a chair with his hands folded in his lap, and behind him stood a tall man, engulfed in a bright blue aura and moving his hands above his head. Ruo smiled contentedly as the wounds on his face began to heal. He said that Ryuji's skills are excellent as always. Sighing, Ryuji closed his eyes. He said that it would be great if he could restore Sakura's legs and arms. Ruo replied that he didn't have to worry about it since they had everything under control. He pointed his hand forward, saying that he was more worried now. Opposite him was a bed with Subaru lying on it, and around him on either side were Seiya and Carrion. Ruo asked if the guy was really okay. Carrion looked at Subaru and sighed and answered in the affirmative, saying that he was now trying to restore his soul. Seiya looked at the master with upset eyes, and Ruo asked what does it mean to save a soul. Crossing his legs, the gold player listened attentively to Carrion, who asked him to remember that when Ruo first walked through the door, he was so tired that he could not take a step. Ruo replied that he had screwed up for 5 days, and Ryuji agreed with him. An image of Renji appeared in Ruo's head, and he said that the guy could move right away, but he is sure that after such a load he slept for 3 days. Ruo rubbed his chin and Carrion smiled, crossing his arms. He said that the more powerful the contract, the longer it will take for the soul to adapt. He noted that if an ordinary person had entered into such a contract, he would obviously have spent the next few decades in a coma, or perhaps even died. Ryuji gritted his teeth in shock, asking if it was really possible to sleep for several decades. Ruo looked thoughtfully at the floor, running his finger along his chin. Carrion looked at the peacefully sleeping Subaru. He said that this guy managed to move without a break for more than a month, and yet this means that his soul is completely different. Turning to the golden player, he smiled and waved his hand. Carrion said everyone has their limits, of course, so eventually Subaru has to wake up. Squinting his eyes, he said that's why. Seiya turned her gaze towards the glass wall and looked at the sunset when Carrion said that's why you shouldn't worry so much about the guy. The girl lowered her sad eyes to the floor when she realized that he was addressing her specifically. Subaru's consciousness found itself inside a space similar to space. He floated smoothly in it, looking around and trying to understand what kind of place this was. He wondered if he was sleeping now. Subaru's eyes widened in surprise when he heard a voice behind him. A male voice said that he was in the galaxy of universal unconsciousness. Subaru turned around sharply with fear on his face. He perked up when he heard the man's voice behind him again. He said that this is the place where souls are born and where they return. Subaru turned and looked at the man with long hair who had his back to him. The man told him that he was now in a state of soul sleep. He noted that the thief was why they were lucky enough to meet, perhaps for the first and last time. Frowning, Subaru looked at the man with a puzzled face, wondering what it was, noting that it was neither a Vanquish nor a Carrion. But, as the man raised his hand up and told the guy that he should be ready for battle, Subaru thought that this place makes him nostalgic. Subaru stood and looked at the man with his hand raised. He replied that he was always ready to fight. The man replied that the situation had completely changed. Sticking his index finger up, the unknown man hung his head. He said that a king from another world, although weak, invaded the human world by making a hole in it. He said that the owner of Vanquish has long been known to everyone. Subaru tensed with a surprised face when the man said that gold, silver, copper and the rest would seriously decide to invade the human world. He added that a storm was coming. The man extended his hand towards the guy, and a white light began to glow behind the Subaru. An unknown person said that this storm would declare a battle against the black faction. He told the guy to feel like the breeze. The man, whose long hair covered his face, stood with his arm outstretched, and energy flickered around in smooth waves. He said a mercilessly cold storm was coming. He added that she has no regret for people's lives or feelings. Clenching his hands into fists, Subaru stood with a surprised face, hearing that everything would be lost, and nicotine would be able to resist this, not gold rank, not even Vanquish. The man looked at the guy with his multicolored eyes and said that only one person can resist this, and that is Subaru. Subaru's iris began to flicker iris as he looked at the man. He mentally wondered what this storm was that even Vanquish couldn't stop. Clenching his hand into a fist, he placed it on the arch of his chest. Subaru asked what he needed to do now to prepare if this was really going to happen. The hair of the unknown man developed in space and, standing opposite the guy, he began to list Red Table, Twilight Half, Apostle of the Northern Lights. Looking closely at Subaru, he said that what matters most is the fact that the guy can become a king. A drop of sweat rolled down Subaru's surprised face and he asked if this was really about him. The unknown man, looking at the guy's puzzled face, said that he didn't succeed, so he exists only for the sake of returning to the sea of the unconscious. But the man smiled softly, saying that he was glad that he was lucky enough to meet Subaru. The surprise did not leave the guy's face and he asked who the unknown person was then if he didn't succeed. The man, looking at Subaru with a smile on his face, said that he was Subaru, the king of Aurora. With his mouth slightly open, the guy froze, listening to the words of himself that he was the strongest man in the world, who could not save him, which is why he was defeated in the future. Two versions of Subaru stood opposite each other in zero gravity. Subaru from you said that he has no right to tell him what will happen, however, he can be a little frank with him. He extended his hand to the guy, asking him for peace and his friends. The long-haired guy, smiling and holding out his hand, began to dissolve. He said that there are many people in the world who are dear to him. Tears began to well up in his eyes as he asked Subaru not to lose them. He closed his eyes and tears began to roll down his cheeks. Subaru looked at his hand in surprise when he saw something start to glow around his wrist. A sparkling bracelet appeared on his hand. The system notified the receipt of X item, Glow of the Midday Sun. Glow of the Midday Sun, a unique item, a bracelet that allows you to look into the memories of the King of Aurora and react to the disaster. Subaru from the future said it was time for the guy to wake up. White light began to sparkle around the guy, who listened in surprise to the information that the first disaster would soon come. The Subaru from the future began to crumble into pieces in the air, and at the last moment he said goodbye and wished him good luck. The guy was lying on the bed with a gloomy face. When he stood up to sit down, everyone around him was surprised. Saya, with a glass of coffee in her hands, looked to the side in fear and asked what was happening now. Subaru's eyebrows dropped to the bridge of his nose, and his gaze frowned. Opposite his bed there were 3 doors, bronze, silver and gold, and behind them stood Saya and Carrion. In the center of each door was a large star that burned with a bright flame. A drop of sweat rolled down Saya's surprised face, and her mouth was slightly open. She wondered how 3 doors appeared here at the same time. Seeing the glow under the blanket, Subaru lowered his gloomy gaze. On his hand he saw a bracelet that Subaru from the future gave him. Raising his hand, he gently ran his fingers over the bracelet, remembering the instructions that he needed not to lose the people he loved. He thought that disaster would soon come. As he looked at the golden door, a voice came from it. The voice said that they were all happy to welcome Subaru, the owner of Vanquish. Subaru sat on the bed with a frown on his face, one arm resting on his knee. On the other side of the golden door was a woman in golden armor who introduced herself as Sapphire, Queen of Gold. The keeper of the silver doors was a blonde guy named Ruin, the King of Silver. On the other side of the bronze doors was an older man with a long gray beard and bushy eyebrows. He introduced himself as Vorden, King of Copper. The guy looked at the 3 doors in front of him when their guardians said that they all welcome him, the king of the next generation, savior of divine blood. Subaru frowned, remembering the words of his future self that there would be only 8 disasters, the first of which. The guy looked at the doors blazing with energy, the star on which was shining brightly. He knew that the first disaster was 3 doors. The bracelet on Subaru's hand lit up, foreshadowing disaster. The image of the King of Aurora appeared before his eyes. He realized that this was not a dream and he was actually talking to his future self. In soft waves, energy was absorbed into the guy's bracelet. He thought about what he noticed as soon as he woke up, and the memories of the future became many times more numerous. Subaru looked at the 3 doors in front of him, thinking that he now knew what kind of people they were and for what purpose they came to him. He thought that if the new memory was true to him, then it turns out. Images of everyone with whom he fought hand in hand arose in his head. He thought that then he would lose all his friends. Now it was as if he stood in emptiness and watched them leave, remembering that this should happen within 3 months. Ruo's voice appeared in his head. The gold player called him on the phone and said that he was leaving Renji to him. He remembered Seiya and her words that it was a great honor for her to serve him. Subaru also remembered a moment from the future when Carrion stood alone in front of many golden giants, telling him to act while he himself delayed them. Ryusei, Sakura, Sayaka sisters, Teichai, Ryuji, Masego, they all supported Subaru with smiles on their faces. In his head he heard the voice of the departing Vanquish, apologizing for having to leave everything to the guy. Subaru knew that they all had to die trusting him with their future. The bloody hand reached forward. The voice called the king of Aurora a fool and asked if he really thought he could defeat him without the power of Vanquish. Subaru's eyes widened in surprise and blood poured from his mouth. The man took his hand out of the guy's stomach and blood gushed out in different directions. The king of Aurora began to fall, thinking that he had lost. The guy was lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. He aimed his at him. His eyes reflected bloody comets. Dying, he looked at how many bloody comets were flying towards the city and realized that this was the end. He watched their flickering light, realizing that he could not save anyone and had lost everything he could. Long hair covered one of the guy's eyes. Closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, he began to cry loudly, asking for forgiveness from his dead friends and saying that he was greatly to blame for them. With one hand he began to wipe the tears from his eyes, saying that he could not protect the world that they had burned out for him. Subaru stretched his hand forward towards the comets, thinking that if only he had not made that mistake then, and if only he could go back to that day. Stretching his hand up, he began to quietly forgive. The bloody light approached him, and a moment later he completely pulled me into its abyss. Pictures of meeting with himself from the future flew through Subaru's head from the present. He knew that the king of Aurora used his last strength to find him, being unconscious in the galaxy. The guy who was sitting on the bed looked at his bracelet. Closing his eyes, he placed it to his forehead and mentally thanked the king of Aurora. He thought that even though his world had long since disappeared, the guy opened his eyes and looked forward with a confident look. He thought that he would not allow this sacrifice to be in vain. Looking at the 3 doors in front of him and seeing their guardians, he thought that he would definitely protect everyone from the 8 disasters that they would face. Pressing his lips into a thin stripe, the guy frowned. At the same time, the Golden Queen, a guy with silver hair and a man with a long beard, said that they were kings who owned the largest territory, which was called the Underworld. The guy sat with a gloomy face, resting his hand on his knee and looking at the guardians, thinking that they were 3 kings, possessing enormous power in the Underworld. A girl in a light robe sat on her throne, and golden knights stood next to her. Subaru knew that she was the most powerful of them and was the leader of the invincible golden knights, named Twilight Queen Sapphina. A guy with silver hair and a kimono sat on the nose of a large emerald dragon. Subaru knew that it was the divine beast that controls all animals, called the Nine-Tailed Ruin. A gigantic man in copper armor with a long gray beard, whose head reached as high as a bird's eye view, was sitting on a stone. This was the leader of the nature spirits and half-human race named No Man's ruler Vorden. Looking at them, Carrion frowned and clenched his teeth tightly. He thought that he didn't believe that the great rulers came straight from the underworld to greet Subaru. He thought that there was clearly some kind of catch in this. Looking at the doors, Subaru listened to Sapphina's voice, who said that, as mentioned earlier, they recognized him as the man capable of becoming the next king. She added that he would also be excellent at preventing the Black faction from invading. With a smile on her face, she extended her hand to him and said that she would like to invite him to her golden country and asked if he agreed. Hearing her words, Subaru pursed his lips and frowned. Opening her mouth, Seiya screamed in fear, asking if Mr. Subaru was going to the underworld. Carrion, whose guess was correct, shouted, telling Sapphina to stop. Ruin turned to the golden girl and said that Carrion was right. He recalled that Sapphina promised not to rush. The queen lowered her head and frowned when the guy said that they also wanted to talk to Subaru. Ruin, holding the plate between his legs, waved his hand. He said that to some extent, everything that is happening can be called a hunt. Smirking, he pointed at himself and asked why not cancel his contract with Vanquish and sign a new one with one of them. Subaru remained silent, frowning. Ruin rose to his feet and extended his hand. He said that, to be honest, Subaru's soul vessel is unique, and if it unites with the right guardian, it can become more powerful. He noted that by correct he meant the strongest. The guy smiled slyly and pointed a finger at himself. He said that the 3 of them fit this bill perfectly, meaning that each of them would be much stronger than Vanquish. The words the guy said shocked Carrion. While in the same position, Subaru listened intently. Ruin said that protecting the world from the gate is not only the guy's goal, but also the goal of the rest of the players. He noted that they, the representatives of the doors, have exactly the same intentions. Ruin smiled cheerfully, pointing his thumb at himself. He said Subaru just needs to choose a worthy owner in order to save more people. Blades of large scissors appeared in the hands of the furious carrion, and the guy loudly shouted at Ruin, telling him to stop talking nonsense. He shouted that he would finish him off now. In a low voice, Ruin ordered him to be silent. A moment later, the guy with green hair was struck by lightning. Gritting his teeth, Carrion swore, mentally noting the fact that the Guardian could influence his soul. Sayer ran up to the guy who was sitting on the floor. Ruin laughed, saying that now that he is in a human body, he has no way to resist, so he should shut up and listen. Subaru raised his head and looked at the flickering image of Ruin that was above his door. The Guardian said that they came to him not only to ask for a change of ownership, but, on the contrary, they wanted to offer new opportunities in return. Sapphire grimaced with displeasure when Ruin asked her if that was true. She suggested that he just continue further. The Golden Queen, who had many knights with a short back, said that if Subaru joined her, she would share with him the all-piercing spear and the right to command an army of golden knights. Ruin, who had many mythical dragons behind him, grinned and said that if Subaru decided to join him, he would grant him the bow of infinite light and 100 top-ranked dragons. Behind Vorden, who clasped his hands together, stood the spirits. He says that by joining him, Subaru will receive the axe of endless destruction and 20 forests with spirits. Ruin noted that all the offers are quite tempting. Sapphire said that Subaru, a great soul, just needs to choose. Vorden added that having chosen one of the doors opposite, the guy just needs to enter it. Subaru, looking at them with a gloomy face, thought that it all started from that moment. Carrion, with his mouth wide open, shouted loudly at Subaru, asking him not to answer. Subaru was puzzled when the guy shouted at the keepers that they just wanted to steal it. Carrion stood in front of the door. He indignantly asked if Subaru should join them just because they are stronger. He shouted that it was just funny because they were scared that Subaru might just become the strongest. He said that they should let him regain his former power. Subaru called Carrion with a puzzled face while thinking that his devotion to Vanquish was amazing. The guy perked up and his eyes widened in surprise. Looking at Ruin, he saw a negative aura in the air around the Guardian and felt his desire to kill. Ruin said in a low voice that Carrion was too annoying. Taking off from the spot, Subaru ordered the guy to shut up, which he was very surprised by. Turning to Subaru, Carrion with a furious face began to shout that later he could change nothing. Scrunching his face in irritation, Subaru listened to his indignant cries of whether he really agreed to betray the Lord and team up with someone else. Subaru thought that he certainly disagreed, mentally noting that Carrion, like his kindred, could read his mind. The guy thought that he was not going to team up with someone else. Memories of how the forces of the three kings took up arms against the world appeared in his head. Subaru thought that's why the king of Aurora shunned this temptation, making them retaliate. Gritting his teeth tightly, Subaru knew that this choice alone would not be enough. The guy perked up when Ruin said that Carrion said that as if they were trying to deceive him. Subaru looked at the keeper with a puzzled face, who said that it was a fair deal and the guy had the right to choose. Subaru thought that since the Silver King had calmed down, he needed to think carefully about his decision. Veins bulged on Carrion's face and he screamed that he wasn't going to believe Ruin's words were honest. Subaru thought that if his kindred continued, he would die. At that moment, Ruin turned to Carrion, closing his eyes, and with a smile on his face said that he would kill him. A bead of sweat ran down Subaru's cheek as he tried to figure out what to do, and then said that he thought he understood. Ruin gave him a surprised look. Subaru, sitting on the bed, looked at the keeper and said that he agreed to change the owner if the deal was fair and the conditions were good. Carrion shouted furiously that Subaru was just a fool, and Seiya gave him a puzzled look and asked what he was doing. Subaru smiled slyly and said that if the three kings were so confident in themselves, then they should make him believe them. Sapphire gave him a questioning look. Vorden asked how they should do this. Ruin spread his fingers and lightning flashed behind him. He said that if Subaru so wanted them to prove their strength, then he. The three guardians froze and looked at the guy sitting on the bed with a puzzled look when he said that it was not their strength that he wanted to see, but the terms of the contract. He noted that since his soul is unique, it means there are other kings who want to get it. The guy sat in the lotus position with his hands forward. He said that if this was the case, then he would like to meet other kings. He noted that perhaps the conditions of one of them would seem to him the most favorable. Gritting his teeth, Ruin indignantly asked if he really wants to see everyone. Vorden and Sapphire were also puzzled by the guy's words. Subaru extended his hand forward, pointing with his thumb. He said that a meeting with all the kings of the underworld would soon take place. Hearing these words, the trio of guardians were shocked. Subaru smiled smugly with a sly face. He said that he wanted to participate in this meeting. He understood that this was his first step to change his fate. Ruin glanced at Carrion, trying to understand how Subaru could find out about their meeting, assuming that Carrion told him, but when he saw the shocked look of the guy with green hair, he realized that it was not him. He wondered if Vanquish could have told him to tell him. Subaru knew he needed to use his future memories as a weapon. Sapphire rested her face on her hand, wondering how much more this man could know. Vorden frowned, mentally noting that the guy was very cunning. Subaru's eyebrows knitted to the bridge of his nose, and confidence was visible in his gaze. He was determined to change his fate. Subaru sits in front of a hologram of the three kings. At the same time, Subaru was visited by the three kings. Large red banquet table located on white sand. Underworld. Vanquish territory. Abodes of souls. Sea shine. Vanquish sat on the throne, leaning on his left arm, and looked at the blue screen. Vanquish thought to himself that the three kings had come together to welcome Subaru. Vanquish remembered Subaru sitting in front of the three kings hologram. Vanquish thought that they began to act earlier than he expected. But a rainbow flicker appeared in front of Vanquish's face. There are some things that bother Vanquish about Subaru's behavior. Vanquish remembered Subaru telling him that there would soon be a meeting with all the kings of the underworld. Subaru asked Vanquish to let him take part in it. Vanquish understood that this information had to be completely classified. This means that Subaru could not have known about this meeting. Vanquish, using his left hand, opened the second screen. Vanquish didn't understand how Subaru could find out. Something caught Vanquish's attention. On the blue screen it was written, "The reflection of the midnight sun." Vanquish closed his mouth in surprise. He knew that it was Aurora. Behind Vanquish, someone shouted that it was a Subaru. Vanquish's face showed that he did not expect to hear such an answer. Someone asked, "Subaru, has he finally woken up?" Vanquish realized who it was. On either side of Vanquish's arms stood Renji along with Seaka. Vanquish was bothered by the fact that they were standing too close. Vanquish asked, "What about their training?" Renji replied that they were on a break right now. Seaka asked, "But what kind of situation is this? There are 3 doors. Vanquish remembered Subaru sitting in front of the 3 kings. Vanquish responded to Seaka and said that the gold, silver, and bronze kings came to Subaru and told him to terminate the contract with him and move to them. Seaka couldn't believe these words. Seaka said that this is amazing. Renji replied that is expected from Subaru. Vanquish shouted that there was nothing to be happy about. Vanquish gritted his teeth and said that if Subaru really went to them, then his connection with him would be severed, and he will also lose his relatives, and they will also die. Panic appeared on Renji and Seaka's faces. Seaka didn't want to die again. Renji and Seaka stood behind Vanquish. Seaka screamed for Subaru not to give up, and Renji asked Subaru to try. Vanquish said if Subaru refuses, the kings will likely take action. Renji and Seaka couldn't believe it. Vanquish sat with a serious face, and in the background he had Safina. Vanquish said that the 3 kings will not tolerate anyone who disagrees with them. Vanquish said that he heard that the old golden witch grabbed some dangerous things from the treasury. Seaka, peeking out from behind the throne, asked Vanquish how dangerous. Vanquish replied that this item is called sacrifice. When used on the ground, it can destroy everything within a radius of 70 kilometers from the epicenter. The map shows the explosion radius. Vanquish said the explosion could potentially kill at least 10 million people. Seaka, opening her mouth, began to furiously ask, "What's wrong with them? Weren't the door owners supposed to be allies?" Renji touched his chin and said that if Subaru chooses Vanquish without even knowing the responsibility. Seaka shouted that everything is definitely not okay. Seaka turned to Vanquish and addressed him as Mr. Van. Vanquish opened his mouth at this address. Seaka asked if Subaru would be okay. Renji stood next to Vanquish. Smiling, Vanquish replied that he did not know. Recalling the hand, Vanquish said it looked like Subaru had reached out. So Vanquish thinks he'll be fine. Renji stood with Seaka. Seaka asked that this is true. Sitting with his back to Renji and Seaka, Vanquish replied that it was possible. At these words, Renji and Seaka shuddered. A card appeared with writing on it. First calamity, 3 doors, difficulty, a contents. 3 kings are interested in you. They demand that you break the contract with Vanquish and enter into a new one, but only with one of them. If you refuse, cruel retribution will follow. But if you agree, you will have no future. You must protect your contract with Vanquish and avoid the wrath of the kings. It was written on the back. Success, you can cope with the second disaster and maintain your status. Failure, accept the offer and terminate the contract with Vanquish. Skills inherited from Vanquish will disappear. Loss of relatives. Death of Seaka and Renji. Becoming enemies with Vanquish. Failure B, decline the offer and face the retribution of the 3 kings. 50% of the Kanto region will disappear. More than 10 million people will die. Numerous deaths of strong players. Becoming enemies with the 3 kings. Vorden's large yellow eyes sparkled. The building began to shake. People standing on the street could not understand what was happening. Vorden appeared before Subaru. Vorden asked that at a meeting of high-ranking kings, does an ordinary person want to stand in the same row with them? Subaru opened his mouth and said that yes, they can talk to those who want to get their hands on him there. Subaru asked, "Isn't that fair?" Vorden's eye lit up. Subaru looked at Vorden. Subaru understood that in the hunt for the heads of the 3 kings, his strategy would be to delay. This means that Subaru will not respond to them immediately. Instead, he will take his time until he meets with the kings. Subaru's main rivals will be the three most powerful creatures of the underworld: Vorden, Safina, Ruin, those who can neither be defeated nor neutralized. Red energy emanates from the gate. Subaru said that in addition, the second disaster will begin immediately after he makes his choice. Therefore, this is the only way to avoid the first disaster and face the second disaster unharmed. Subaru sat opposite the doors. Ruin said it was so unpleasant. Ruin, with a double appearance, smiled ominously. Ruin said that he would never have thought that someone with such an unusual soul could be so arrogant. Subaru knew that even if he chose to delay, he would still incur the wrath of the three kings. Ruin looked at Safina. Ruin said forget it. Ruin approached her and told her to just use it. You could see from Subaru's gaze that he was tense. Ruin looked at Subaru and said that he would witness the tragedy, and Subaru will regret it until the day he dies. Safina, sitting on the throne, became thoughtful. It was clear from Subaru's face that he realized that this was a victim. Safina was holding a golden diamond in her hands. Victim, treasure bomb. One of the rarest items in the treasury of the Golden Country, capable of causing an explosion equal in strength to the amount of soul that the owner pours into it. Rainbow energy emanated from the fist. The memory of the King of Aurora gives alarm signals. If the victim, filled with the powers of the three kings, explodes, the explosion radius was visible on the map. Subaru is parked in a completely destroyed city. Subaru sees the child's ashen body holding his mother's hand. Subaru stood there, gritting his teeth in fear. Subaru continued and said that this future will happen again. Subaru was sitting cross-legged and someone called out to him. Safina said that first of all, he would like to praise him. From these words, Subaru drew attention to her. Safina was holding a golden diamond in her hand. Safina said that this item is a kind of nuclear bomb in his world. If he foolishly rejects their offer, they will use it without hesitation. Subaru, sitting in shock, replied that he knew. Safina said that her praise refers to the fact that he was not afraid, and began to negotiate with them. Safina, in golden form, said that therefore, given the fact that he will be present at the meeting, she may consider his third option. Ruin stood with a blank look. Vorden looked down. He didn't understand what Safina was doing. Raising a finger to her lips, Safina said that, nevertheless, he was still confident in his decision. Subaru sat with his eyes wide open. Safina said that without the strength, without the weapons, or even without the army that they offer him, will he be able to survive the coming test? Subaru began to look through the window at the screen. The screen said that the loading was 99 out of 100%. Subaru got out of bed. He realized that it was already close. The celestial clock showed 100. Celestial clock, the update is almost complete. Suddenly, bright red lightning struck the city. Everyone in the room was shocked. Carrion stood next to Seaka and did not understand what had happened. Subaru gritted his teeth. A notification appeared saying that the celestial clock update had been completed. Please view the help window for more details. Subaru looked down. A red notification has appeared. Important. If there are less than 100 hours left until the update, a penalty will be applied. Seaka, standing with her eyes open, could not believe that there would be a fine. The red gate began to be built. Safina asked what Subaru is going to do now. Subaru gritted his teeth. The gate is almost completed. Treasure. Safina smiled and said that it was still too early for all of them. The red gate was almost up to construction. A girl with pink hair was in the hospital. She thought it was some kind of prank. Ryu, who was at the headquarters, couldn't believe it either. Ryu gritted his teeth and didn't understand what the fine was. Subaru began to approach the window. Subaru understood that, by the way, this was the same memory that the bracelet showed him. Subaru looked out the window with a serious face. Subaru thought to himself that he never thought that this would happen at the same time as the appearance of the three kings. Second disaster. A large red gate appeared in the city center. 6-star gate, Butcher's Palace. The gate emitted an eerie red energy. Notification. Butcher's Palace. Difficulty 6 stars. The remaining time is approximately 7 days. The maximum number of intrusions is 3. The maximum number of participants is 10. Special rules cannot be blocked. A green notice appeared, in which it was written that the early appearance of the 6-star gate was the penalty. Subaru stood with clenched teeth and remembered all the enemies he had defeated. Subaru understood that this gate would be 100 times more difficult than a 5-star one. Safina told Subaru to let her give him some advice. Subaru looked at the golden hologram. Safina said that at the moment it is simply impossible for all of them to clear these gates. The deadline is 1 week, but the meeting with the kings is only in 2 weeks. Safina said that they are ready to give him the power to clear the 6-star gate right now. Subaru looked at him with a serious look. Smiling slyly, Safina said that she would ask again. Is he sure he's willing to delay his response further by not signing with one of them? Ruin raised his hand to his face and said that's it. Ruin said it turns out Safina has a bad side. Ruin said come on, dear Subaru, just give up and tell me, help me. He himself knows there is no point in being stubborn. Subaru sucked in his lips. A bead of sweat dripped down Sayaka's face. Carrion clenched his teeth. Ruin smiled. Smiling, Subaru replied that no, he won't need their help. All three kings were shocked by this answer. The gate emitted red energy. Subaru said that they would clear this gate on their own without a single casualty. Stretching his hand forward, Subaru said that they could just watch them and then they would discuss everything honestly in a meeting. Gritting his teeth, Ruin thought to himself what kind of world he was in. Holding the golden diamond between her fingers, Safina began to laugh loudly. Ruin stood with a blank face. Safina said she understood. Subaru looked at the yellow hologram. Safina said that now she was even wondering how he could cope with this, given how impossible everything seemed, no matter how you looked at it. Smiling, Safina told Subaru that he seemed much more interesting than they could have imagined. Subaru stood with excitement on his face. Safina said it was very good. She will allow him to attend the meeting, so he will call it a day. Subaru and Ruin were surprised. In surprise, Subaru opened his mouth slightly. Subaru knew he did it, was able to successfully overcome the first disaster. Subaru stood with a smile on his face. Safina said that, however, if she could not fulfill what she just said, she would use it, a sacrifice. Subaru found itself in an awkward position. Safina smiled and said don't forget. Ruin and Varden looked at each other. Ruin said it doesn't seem all that bad. The holograms began to disappear. The king said goodbye to Subaru. Subaru extended his hand, hoping for them to stop. Night has come. Subaru was lying on his bed. Sayaka was standing with a drink in front of a lying Subaru. Subaru said it was scary. Sayaka thanked him for his hard work. Sayaka handed the glass to Subaru. Subaru said he was glad he was able to resolve the matter in a safe manner. Kneeling down on one knee, Sayaka asked Subaru for forgiveness. Sayaka said that doesn't that mean they have to clear this gate without a single casualty? What happened was 5-star, she doesn't think it's even possible. Subaru said that if that's what she's talking about, then everything should be fine. Sayaka looked questioningly. As he began drinking his drink, Subaru said that he knew a player who could clear this gate. Sayaka and Carrion were shocked. Red energy emanated from the large red gate. Urgent news. Today after 6 p.m., the largest gate in history appeared at the Udabashi intersection in Tokyo. A large crowd of people stood behind the fencing tape. Now and beyond the gate, a commotion has formed at the scene. Izaki holds a fan in his hands. The director of the Japanese Players Federation, Izaki, stated that this is the first gate to appear in Japan with a 6th difficulty level. Izaki opened his mouth. He also announced that he was going to gather a party from the top high-rated players and clear the gates as quickly as possible. The deadline for clearing is a week. Subaru stood between Sayaka and Carrion. Subaru said that first, he wants the two of them to read his mind. Carrion asked Subaru if he was sure about this. Relatives and their master can communicate with each other using a soul connection, with the permission of the master. Sayaka apologized to Subaru. Carrion and Sayaka closed their eyes. Carrion and Sayaka immediately felt sick when they saw a fragment of Subaru's life. Carrion opened his eyes. Sayaka also opened her eyes. Carrion opened his mouth wide and started shouting at Subaru not to dare mess with him. Sayaka's face began to glow green. Subaru's face also turned green. Carrion stood wrapped in green energy. Carrion said in anger that even just thinking about that person, Lord Vanquish, Carrion said that he would never accept this. Subaru, who was being illuminated by Carrion's energy, turned to Carrion. Carrion gritted his teeth and said that Subaru is stupid, even if these are just memories from another future. Carrion, with an angry face, through pain, said that he could not bear to look at this scene. Subaru stood in front of Carrion and apologized to him. Carrion started scratching his head. Carrion said that now he understood how Subaru found out about the three kings and their meeting. Subaru, standing in front of Kalia, asked him if he had a guess about where he met his future self. Carrion replied that a sea of universal unconsciousness. Carrion extended his hand forward and imagined space above him. Carrion said that the sea is where the ego disintegrates, and where the soul returns. We are talking not only about their world, but about the final stage of each soul in any of the various worlds. Carrion stood in front of the Subaru, a bead of sweat dripping from his face. Carrion said that thinking about it, does that mean Subaru Delvin when his soul was on the verge of falling apart and then came back? Subaru thought to himself that this sounds so amazing that he can't even wrap his head around it. Subaru asked what about the Aurora king. Carrion replied that he, the king of a very small country, and the Lord Vanquish has to. Carrion said that unfortunately, he could not explain to him because of protection. Carrion crossed his arms and said that in any case, if in the future he is able to obtain that power, then. Subaru raised his head sharply and said that he thought it would not be wrong to say that the king of Aurora is on our side. Subaru showed 2 fingers and said that there are 2 reasons why he wants to participate in the meeting of kings. The first is to avoid using the sacrifice of the 3 kings, and the second, before I could finish, Carrion showed his thumb and Saya smiled. They both said that the second plan was to meet the king of Aurora and make him their ally. Subaru asked to be allowed to finish the sentence himself. Subaru smiled. Then he became sad and said that he was sorry that he had to show them such an unpleasant future. Seiya opened her eyes wide at these words, and Carrion continued to stand with his arms crossed. Subaru looked at his hands and said that he couldn't save Taiga. Seiya and Carrion stood quietly. Subaru looked at the floor, remembering how Taiga stole the door from him. Subaru thought that this end was inevitable from the very day Taiga stole the door from him. Subaru remembered the Vanquish's face, and then he fell to his knees in front of him. Subaru didn't understand why he couldn't prevent it. The only way was really like this. Subaru continued to look at his hands and said that he was still not sure whether his choice at that time was correct or not. Subaru remembered how he sat on his knees in front of the Vanquish. Subaru said Vanquish told him to dedicate your life to finding the answer. Subaru believed Vanquish's words were correct. Subaru, without looking away from his hands, said that was why he didn't want to make a mistake again. Subaru said that he couldn't let anyone else die. Subaru with a proud look asked his comrades to lend him their strength. Carrion opened his mouth wide and said, "They are finished." But suddenly, Seiya turned to Sasha. With an outrageous look, Carrion looked at Seiya. Seiya said her answer would always be the same. Seiya got down on one knee in front of Subaru and said that as long as her soul still existed, she would accompany and help him wherever he went. Seiya asked Subaru to let them save the world from the disaster that was about to befall them. Seiya continued with a sincere face and said that it was for everyone to be happy. Carrion pointed the finger at himself and said that he was going to say that too. Subaru smiled and thanked them. Seiya smiled sweetly in response. It was clear from Subaru's face that he was sad. Subaru remembered the moment when he runs to the little Taiga. Raising his fist, Subaru said the time has come. Subaru understood that first of all, the second disaster. They will clear the 6 star gates without a single casualty. Seiya and Carrion strongly agreed with Subaru. Subaru started looking at the phone and said that he should quickly outline the situation for Mr. Shikishima. Looking at the phone, Subaru realized that he had too many missed calls. Carrion took the phone away from Subaru. Holding the phone in his hand, Carrion told Subaru not to communicate with him. Showing the screen of a Subaru phone, Carrion said that in this competition, the gold ranks are not on their side. Excitement was visible on Subaru's face. Ryu held the phone in his hand and couldn't understand why Subaru was still sleeping. The team flew over the night forest. Subaru sat and looked into the distance. Subaru thought Carrion described it something like this. Door owners are able to catch every word and action of their owners. Golden Armor asked Ryu if he felt like he lost too much money today. The Golden Knights, who have a contract with Ryu and the others, are the subordinates of the Golden King Safina. Subaru imagined how he ran to report to Ryu, and the Golden Knight overheard everything. Then, the Golden Knight reported everything to Safina. Subaru understood that this meant that if they told others anything about what they were planning, the Golden King and her subordinates would definitely find out about it. Subaru imagined the city exploding. Subaru understood that the same thing happens with silver, bronze, etc. Subaru understood that they could not tell the players about the situation and ask for their help. Flying over the forest, Subaru put his hand on his chin and closed his eyes. Subaru understood that memories from the future should remain a secret only between the 3 of them. Carrion said that between Lord Vanquish. Seiya said that between Seaka and that clumsy man. Subaru remembered that they could see them from there. Subaru put his hand on his chin and said okay. Smiling, Carrion said that then we will join forces with the underworld. Suddenly, Subaru loudly began to call Vanquish, and he said that when his next gate appears, let him talk to him. Subaru shouted that he would level up and prevent disaster. Subaru began to look at the top and shout that if there is something he can do to help, then let him help. Subaru released air with a cute face. Suddenly, Subaru looked up as Carrion called him. With a scary expression on his face, Carrion asked, doesn't he know? Even if he doesn't scream, Vanquish can still hear him. Carrion said that because of the Subaru, Seiya and Ryu's eardrums were hurting. Subaru immediately apologized. Carrion looked at Seiya, who was smiling. Seiya said with a cheerful expression that right now they are heading towards the player who can clear the gate, right? Subaru responded positively. Seiya said that there are only mountains all around here. Carrion agreed with Lena and asked, does anyone really live here? Smiling sweetly, Subaru replied that it was true. The sun began to rise from behind the horizon. The sky over the city of Hitachi in Ibaraki Prefecture. Underworld. Seaka began charging a powerful punch with her fist. Sea of Radiance. Seaka hit the guard in the face. Seaka's blow went through the body of the guard. Seaka hit the guard with her knee. Smoke was coming from Seaka's fist. Seaka stood over the defeated guard. Killam and Delta looked on. Delta and Killam stood behind Seaka. Killam said that no matter how many of his subordinates there are, they are still no match for her. Delta laughed and said that they seemed to be much better teachers than Carrion. Does he think so? Seaka raised her fist and looked at them and said that she would definitely win today. Delta, laughing, said that Seaka passed. Delta said that she could take a break for a while and then they would fight each other again. Killam said that he thinks it is impossible. Sayaka asked where Mr. Van. Killam replied that if she is looking for him, then he must be with Renji, where that criminal is imprisoned. Renji and Vanquish stood in front of the criminal. Ludwig started screaming towards Renji and asked him to just kill him. Renji looked down and said that he would not kill him. Renji said that he wants Ludwig to become his teacher and teach him how to fight with swords. Ludwig opened his mouth and loudly asked Renji to shut up. Renji looked down. Kneeling down on one knee in front of Ludwig, Renji said that he wanted to be useful to his friends in the coming battle. Renji asked Ludwig with a sincere look to start training him. Ludwig, in golden armor and with long red-blue hair, agreed without opening his mouth. Notification: the commander of the Knights of the Golden Country Ludwig, captured. The system showed 6-star gates, Palatinum Carnifices. The system showed a summary of successful and failed actions. The dawn was reflected in the endless sea. It was Hitachi City, Ibaki Prefecture. The dawn illuminated a guy standing with a square bag on his head. It was Tsunemori Jinga. He loved the dawn. Every time the sun rises, a new day begins. Jinga stood with his hands folded in the middle of the sea, an aura emanating from his feet, water splashing under his feet. Jinga thought that the proof of skill use was complete for today. Blue eyes were visible from under the guy's package, and someone greeted him from the side. It was Subaru. He also stood on the water and asked, "Today is a beautiful day, isn't it?" Jinga jumped in fright. Turning around, he asked who was addressing him. Ariake Subaru introduced himself in a friendly manner and added that he was pleased to meet you. Jingo asked Subaru in surprise, "Is he also a player?" Subaru smiled broadly and replied that yes. Subaru asked what Jingo was doing here. Jinga replied that he was going about his daily routine. Hanging his head sadly, Jinga added that he was checking to see if his powers were still working. Subaru, surprised, clarified what he was talking about. Jinga replied that such a mysterious power could misfire at the most important moment. Puzzled, Subaru replied that he understood. Jinga explained that he means that all these abilities and gates look like a fairy tale from reality, even though he has been a player for 5 years, but he still thinks this is a dream. After remaining silent, Subaru thought about his words. The wounded Shikishima, without an arm, makes a phone call. Carrion takes out both swords and fights the monsters. Yudu stands with his back turned. Bloodied Amamiya sisters, all wounded comrades. Remembering them, Subaru said that it would be nice if it was actually a dream. Jinga looked at Subaru confidently. Jinga asked if he needed something from him. Subaru said that Jinga is already aware of the appearance of the 6-star gates, right? Putting his hand forward, Subaru explained that he would like to borrow his strength from the box head. Jinga asked in surprise why he needed strength to protect the rear or for reconnaissance. Subaru said no. With a straight face, Subaru said that he wanted Jinga to be the main attacker, and he defeated one of the 3 bosses of these gates. Turning pale with fear, Jinga shouted that under no circumstances did he know what Subaru was up to there, but it was impossible. Subaru and Jinga continued their conversation vigorously, wings visible in the air. Seiya and Carrion, hovering in the sky, discussed the square-headed one. Carrion wondered if this was really the type, the attacker who could clear the gate. Folding his hands, Carrion looked at the guy incredulously and added that he didn't look at all capable. Seiya watched silently. Jinga asked excitedly, the main attacker during the cleanup, "Is this a job for gold-rank players?" Subaru looked at the square one in surprise. Jinga said that he was an ordinary silver rank who had never even fought a 5-star boss, not to mention 6. Sighing wearily from information overload, Subaru asked the guy to calm down. Jinga fell silent. Confidently putting 2 thumbs forward, Subaru encouraged the guy, telling him not to worry. He will succeed, Jinga thought excitedly, and for this reason he asked me to calm down. Jinga listened carefully as Subaru added that this was truly impossible in this situation, but there was one thing. Subaru revealed that once Squarehead reaches level 70, his door will appear right in front of him. Jinga stood in front of the fiery wall with his hands raised. Subaru continued with a serious look, "The skills you will get there are just right for a 5-star gate." Jinga was silent in bewilderment. Jinga shouted that he didn't believe a word. Subaru screamed in surprise. Jinga asked why Subaru is so surprised. How did he even know about this? Besides, Jinga asked in disbelief if Subaru was really a player. He was becoming more and more suspicious. Subaru jokingly replied that Jinga himself could see that Subaru was somehow standing here using a skill. Smirking, Jinga added that even so, he found it hard to believe that Subaru had information about other people's skills that they had not yet acquired. Smiling broadly, Subaru clasped both hands together and said that he understood everything. Subaru offered to do it in that case. Subaru, eyes glowing with enthusiasm, raised his finger up and invited Jinga to join them in clearing the 5-star gate that would appear nearby within a minute. The pale Jinga excitedly noted that Subaru's demands were becoming higher and higher. Pointing his finger upward, Subaru said that once the square reaches level 70, he will immediately be able to understand whether his words were true. Jinga said that as he thought, Subaru is too suspicious. The gloomy Subaru, pointing his fingers upward, asked what was so suspicious about it. Subaru added that the only one who looks suspicious here is the man wearing a paper bag. Jinga excitedly noted that he is a masked player. He cannot show his face. Jinga said, not to mention the gate, how does Subaru know where and when the gate will appear? Jingo said that he doesn't believe the guy. Aggressively pointing his finger at Subaru, Jingo added that, moreover, the number of 5-star gates depends on population density, which means that their number outside cities is extremely small. While Jinga spoke, he received a message. An alert announced the arrival of a gate in Hitachi City, Ibaki Prefecture. Jinga turned away looking at the phone. Subaru nervously repeated about the reservation. Smiling, Subaru asked, does the square one believe him now? And he added that they needed to go. Stunned, Jinga looked at the phone and thought that this guy was too suspicious. Looking at the cheerful Subaru, Jinga thought, is this something like a prediction skill? Jinga wondered. Moreover, he can recognize the difficulty, time of appearance, and location of the gate even considering that he is 100 kilometers away from it. Jinga hunched over backwards and shouted that all this was suspicious, and at the same time starting to moan loudly. Subaru, thinking that he felt bad, asked what was happening to him. Just as Subaru wanted to continue the conversation, Jinga called out to him, saying that that was enough. In a furious scream, Jinga demanded Subaru show him his player registration card and ID. Jinga also added that he would check whether he is a member of the Federation or not. Subaru, very surprised, asked if he was seriously ready to go that far. Subaru lowered his head in frustration and said that he didn't believe him. Jinga silently looked at the upset Subaru. Subaru looked down. Jinga said that he should check everything. Confidently placing his hand to his face, Jinga said that after he checked everything, he would go to clear these gates. Subaru was very happy, a smile shone on his face, and he thanked the guy. Looking at the overly emotionally rejoicing Subaru, Jinga thought what a strange guy he was. Jinga himself didn't understand why he suddenly decided to go with him. Jinga thought, however, that he was behaving quite naturally. Subaru held his chest, exhaling in relief. Jinga felt an unaccountable despair emanating from Subaru, and no matter what his goal is, this despair may just be the reason for such behavior. Jinga still didn't believe that he could somehow help with the 5-star gate. Jinga stood thoughtfully on the water in the orange sky. Jinga thought that if he went with him, he would be able to understand. Subaru watched in surprise as Jinga asked to add one more thing. Looking suspiciously through the hole in the bag, Jinga said that he is a very skeptical person and does not trust anyone. Therefore, during the sweep, he will perform an inspection for the Subaru. Subaru calmly agreed. Smiling broadly again, Subaru asked, this is necessary for Jinga to be convinced of him, right? Subaru happily shouted that he understood. Jinga was at a loss. Smiling broadly, Subaru said that even if Jinga is skeptical, if only once he believes in someone, then they can even go through hell together. Jinga, who had turned pale from misunderstanding, began to feel backwards. Jinga thought excitedly that he knew that this guy was suspicious. Jinga was very worried. Pointing his finger at Subaru, Jinga stammered with excitement and asked if this was not their first meeting. Why, then, does Subaru behave so familiarly? Turning away, Subaru thought that it was dangerous, he was acting too openly. Subaru said it was all because an aura flickered from the gloved hand. Subaru turned around. Subaru said that in the future, Jinga was his last comrade. Subaru and Jinga stood back to back in the future. Tsunemori Jinga 19 years ago, the most active player in Ibaki Prefecture. In the future, King of Aurora was famous as man who came too late. Once he reaches level 70, he will shine like the strongest with the freezing skill. Seiya and Carrion hovered over Subaru. The guy with a smile on his face asked Jinga to come with him. Hitachi City, Ibaki Prefecture, the weather was clear and beautiful red flowers decorated the area. Seiya looked around excitedly, tears almost welling up in her eyes. Seiya noted how beautiful it is here. The entire park was dotted with a clearing of flowers, they even entwined the nearby tower. Jinga raised his finger and noted that this is one of the most beautiful flower parks in the prefecture, and precisely at the moment of autumn blooming of roses. At night, the park is additionally illuminated, which makes it even more beautiful. Jinga enthusiastically talked about his city. Carrion looked away. Seiya listened attentively to his words. Subaru thought, Jinga really loves his hometown very much. While Jinga and Seiya were talking, the team had already arrived at the gate. Subaru said that he made the reservation first, so they could go in right away. Standing in front of the gate, Subaru turned around and asked if everything was okay. Jinga confidently answered yes. Jinga thought that he would not allow the creatures from the underworld to trample this beauty. The sky shone bright red. Among the hills there was a huge tower, large spikes could be seen around it. The system showed the name of the Tower of Thorns level. Entering the Jinga gate with a grin, did you notice that it was full of roses inside? Subaru turned his head and watched as Jinga drew attention to one of them. A huge rose monster grew from the ground. Jinga noted that this is what looks the most grotesque. Ice began to appear with a crash from under Jenga's feet. Having created an ice spear in his hands, Jenga added that any flower would look just as good if frozen. The flower monster opened its mouth wide trying to devour Jenga. The guy stood confidently without moving. Jenga used freezing right down to the core. Everything around him began to become covered in ice. The monster screamed, becoming covered in a layer of ice. Jenga stood motionless using his second skill, Frost. A huge wall of ice separated the guy and the monster. The monster was completely frozen in ice. Jenga stood confidently when popping noises were heard from under his bag. A moment later, Jenga threw the bag off his head, sending it flying into the sky. The now handsome blue-haired Jenga man with a warlike look shouted that he would destroy the monster. Without a single doubt, a blue glow appeared from Jenga's eyes. He used the third skill, his legs covered with ice turned into skates. Jenga rushed along on his ice skates. Covering the distance at speed, Jenga prepared to launch his next attack. All the monsters in the area turned into ice. Jenga rode, making his way out of the ice. The system notified that Jenga's LVL has increased to 68. Jenga clarified that their goal is to reach level 70, correct. Holding the sword in his hand and looking at Jenga standing on the mountain of ice, Subaru gave a positive answer. Subaru thought that his next door would also appear when he reached LVL 50. Taking a fighting stance with a weapon in each hand, Subaru added that in this case he would give it his all. The system reported the use of Subaru Divine Chisel and Black Katana Ignis. Jenga stood on an icy mountain in the middle of the red sky. Carrion asked Seiya if she agreed that Jenga moved well. Seiya replied that she doesn't know much about it, but it's good. The team watched as Jenga stood on the ice floe. Subaru thought, he uses his skills without extra costs, unlike the instant kill style of gold rank players. Jenga stood with a satisfied face. It was a silver rank style with 5 years of experience. Subaru praised the guy. Carrion grinned. Seiya confidently prepared for battle. Subaru, holding a weapon in both hands, confidently said, let's do it. The color monsters began to attack. The monster tried to grab the Subaru. Subaru looked up confidently. The huge plant sprouted its roots in all directions. While the plant was raging, Subaru jumped towards him. With a turn, Subaru launched an attack with swords. With a crash, the Subaru cut through the plant. Subaru was unfazed. The cut plant made a death rattle. The system announced victory over Flower Beast LVL 53. Seiya watched Subaru standing from the mountain. He noted that it was short, warp, and withering. Subaru stood with his back to the plant he had just cut. Seiya thought in surprise that this was a sword reflecting the soul of Ariaka Subaru. Black Katana Ignis. Subaru holding a black katana in his hand. The system showed the characteristics of the unique item Black Katana Ignis. Seiya thought that she should also be useful to Mr. Subaru. The plants attacked Seiya and she became covered in a red aura. During the battle against the Dark Faction, thanks to the soul exchange of Amamiya Seaka, she reached even greater heights as Kindred. Seiya said confidently, Bloody Beast. A huge creature with many large mouths appeared under Seiya. The system showed the characteristics of a bloody beast. Seiya gave the beast the command to consume everything without exception. In the blink of an eye, the beast began to tear off everything it saw in its path. The beast's long mouths attacked the plants. Smiling, Carrion added that Ms. Seiya's skills weren't that bad either. Carrion looked away. Looking at the plants surrounding him, Carrion, covered in blue chakra, noted that they were out of luck, calling them little potatoes. Carrion glowed with bright lights, and a huge amount of lightning raged around it. Carrion, with a terrifying face, sticking out his tongue, said that he was in such a bad mood that he was ready to kill everyone right now. Carrion used a dispel kick to throw a kick. With his legs spread wide, Carrion struck the plants with his absolute void ability. Jenga noted that Subaru and his comrades are quite competent. Turning his head, Jenga thought, isn't the one with the eye patch too strong? Jenga realized that the more he observes, the less he understands. If he has such strong comrades, then why bother him? Jenga thought about everything with confusion. At that same second, a monster in armor appeared in front of Jenga, who had turned away and was already raising a sword above his head. The knight struck, sending out a shock wave. Subaru looked up in surprise and shouted the name Jenga. The monster in the armor heard a crunch. Turning his head lower, he noticed Jenga, who was flying, making his way through the ice. Jenga nervously said that he was finally here. An enemy superior to Jenga in strength. A monster in armor and with a shield on which could be seen the silhouette of a rose. The system showed that this is Black Rose Knight. Jenga created an ice spear in his hand and flew towards the knight at full speed. Jenga raised his spear above his head, preparing to pierce his opponent. The knight repelled the attack with his shield. After the spear stuck into the shield, it began to turn it into ice. The knight was surprised. Slowly the ice began to cover the knight himself. Flying over the knight, Jenga struck his leg with an ice blade. The ice blade broke on the knight's head. Angry, Jenga said that he was strong enough. Jenga thought, because of this shield, even the cold does not penetrate inside. While Jenga was thinking, the knight's shield was already flying at him. The knight hit Jenga with his shield. He flew down with a roar. Jinga fell to the ground, a layer of dust rising around him. The knight, holding out his sword, flew straight at Jinga. The guy was breathing heavily while trying to get up. Turning his head, the bloody Jinga noticed the knight. The guy suddenly jumped up and flew away on the icy path, creating it at the same time. The knight looked at the guy. The bloody guy sighed with relief and looked at the knight and thought that it was close. At that same second, the knight used the black wind skill, and swirling gusts of black wind flew at the guy. Barely having time to react, the guy used frost, repelling the enemy's attack with an ice shield. Black wind flew and hit the ground. The knight looked in surprise. The battered Jinga said that everyone except the boss begins to use their skills as if it was completely natural for them. The knight did not answer. The knight standing among the huge bushes with roses put his sword forward, hinting at a fair fight. Grinning, Jinga asked in surprise, "Is it a fair one-on-one fight like the knight's?" The knight remained silent. Smiling, blood flowed from Jinga's mouth. He stated that this means the knight decided that he was a good opponent. Jinga thought, "Is this possible?" Jinga used the frost to freeze everything around him, and another knight tried to attack him from behind. Jinga asked the knight if he was just going to distract him and then attack him from behind. Clear. The knight froze. The system indicated that this was Black Rose Knight's subordinate. Looking arrogantly at the knight, Jinga apologized and added that he is a very skeptical person, and he doesn't believe in things called chivalry. The knight put his shield forward. Ice spear tips began to appear. Jinga, who had just pierced subordinate with ice spears, said with a gloomy face that their fight was a battle of survival. So, that's all you need to know about him. The system reported a victory over Black Rose Knight's subordinate 50 LVL. The knight ran towards the guy in a dash. Looking with an arrogant look, Jinga told the knight to come up, now everything will be fair. Shouting loudly, the knight rushed towards the guy. Subaru approached the boss from the side. Having stopped, the knight looked at the guys in bewilderment. Subaru and Jinga attacked the knight together. Jinga noticed that he was just joking. The knight remained silent. The knight began to lower his shield. Jinga thought they had managed to react to the surprise attack. Jinga shouted at the top of his lungs for Subaru to be careful. This guy's shield is not that simple. At that same second, the knight used black wind. A black ominous aura flew from the shield towards the guys. Subaru passed the wind with an impartial face, was already flying, attacking the knight with katana using Nigel Ignis. Subaru used super speed deterioration on the knight's shield. Subaru jumped back. The knight's shield was covered in a black aura. In the end, the shield completely evaporated, tearing off the knight's hand in the process. The knight swung, twisting his aura. The knight used black wind again. Black gusts flew towards the guys. In disbelief, Jinga shouted, "It can't be." Even though he lost not only his shield, but also his arm, he can still deflect the blow. Jinga thought that this enemy was incredibly strong. The knight stood ready to attack. Subaru said divine chisel. The knight raised his sword and stood in a stance. Subaru, standing opposite, began a series of blows. The knight looked at the guy. Subaru looked at the knight with a confident look. Cuts appeared on the guy's face. Jinga watched what was happening and was very surprised that the knight was capable of an instant counterattack. Subaru and the knight continued to shower each other with quick cutting blows. Jinga thought, "Are they monsters?" Smiling broadly at the knight, Subaru noted that his strength was impressive. Subaru asked the knight to come up. He offered to arrange a fair fight. Jinga froze the knight. Standing opposite Subaru said that he was just joking. The knight's face was covered with ice. Subaru apologized and said that at their school, he should have taken this more seriously. The knight saw through the ice how Subaru was approaching. His eye was burning with multicolored chakra. His hand was flickering with blood. Innocently folding his two hands, Subaru explained that the concept of fair and square is prohibited and he asks for forgiveness. Jinga called out to Subaru asking what was this, just kidding. Subaru turned his head. Jinga, holding an ice spear on his shoulder and creating ice around him, told Subaru not to dare to copy it. Subaru praised Jinga with a happy wink. The pale Jinga told Subaru not to call him by name. Jinga asked Subaru to give him a helping hand to crush this guy. Subaru and Jinga stood next to each other. Subaru smiled and raised his sword to his shoulder and gave a positive answer. The frozen knight looked at the guys in surprise. Jinga said they weren't the first to use this tactic, so don't blame them. Subaru's eyes filled with a multicolored aura. Everything around him turned red. He used full power. Jinga's eyes glowed blue as he used his fourth skill. Subaru jumped towards the knight, cutting everything in his path with a divine cutter. Jinga created a frosty ballista in his hands. The guys simultaneously hit the knight with their most powerful attacks. All that was left of the knight was a piece of ice. Jinga and Subaru stood together looking at him. Subaru turned his head to Jinga. Jinga told Subaru not to call him by name. Turning his head, Subaru smiled from ear to ear and pointed a finger at himself and asked, "Now Jinga has at least begun to trust him a little." Jinga put his hand on the back of his head. Subaru and Jinga were covered in a blue level up aura. Jinga replied that he would probably trust Subaru for now. The system announced a level increase. The system showed that Subaru's level had increased to 51, and Jinga's level had increased to 70. At the same second, a multicolored and white door appeared in front of them. The system asked them to strip a trial version of the door. Approaching the silver door, Jinga turned to Subaru. He told him that this is the second time the guy has confirmed his abilities. Subaru frowned and lowered his eyes when he asked him how much he knew. He thought that he knew absolutely everything, and even when Jinga's life would come off, however, he raised his eyes and looked at the guy. Subaru thought that the guardian of the Jinga door was from the Silver Country, so he could convey all the information to the king, and then told the guy that now he could not explain everything yet. Jinga asked how he then wanted him to trust him, to which Subaru remained silent. He started when a loud explosion sounded behind him. Jinga and Subaru turned in that direction with surprised faces. Seiya and Carrion flew out from there. Landing opposite the Subaru, the girl said that the two of them had successfully cleared the area. Subaru turned to the guy with the green ones, who stood with an irritated face, arms crossed, and asked what was wrong. When Carrion noted that he was too bored to fight, Subaru realized that the guy was not in the mood. Seiya, standing opposite Jinga and Subaru, looked at the door that was behind them. She thought that everything was happening exactly as in Subaru's memories. Narrowing her eyes, she realized that. Seiya looked at Jinga, who was standing with a gloomy face, and thought that the fate of the world would be determined by the skill that this man was about to master. Subaru turned to Jinga and said that he was counting on him. The guy with blue hair, looking at his new comrade, said that he knew it. His eyebrows twitched and Jinga looked down. He said that, at least, the words that Subaru said about the doors. With his mouth open, Subaru was surprised when Jinga said that they were worth listening to. He realized that the guy simply didn't want to say that he believed him. Smiling, he laughed quietly, and Jinga asked what he found funny in his words. He said he wanted to make one thing clear, noting that he was not going to help Subaru until he had a skill that was capable of clearing the 6-star gate. Looking at his tense face, Subaru told him not to worry. The guy smiled softly, and there was confidence in his eyes. Subaru said that Jinga will definitely get this skill. The guy with blue hair pursed his lips into a thin line and narrowed his eyes, thinking that Subaru looked too confident. Approaching his silver door, Jinga glanced back and said that he would be back in just a second. A moment later, the guy disappeared behind his door. Standing near his rainbow door, Subaru turned to his comrades and said that in that case it was time for him too. Seiya looked at the gentleman in surprise and turned to him. Looking at the tense face of the guy, who pursed his lips, and a drop of sweat was running down his cheek, she asked if it seemed to her or if he was nervous. Subaru responded with a short yes. Carrion said that since Subaru knows that his test of memories of the future will be in depths, it will not be entirely fair, and then he asked if it was difficult. Subaru lowered his eyes. At that moment, Seiya understood everything and, putting her hand to her chest, looked at the guy with a surprised face and asked, "Really?" Hiding in the door, he smiled and said that he already had to go. The door was closed. Opening his eyes, Subaru, standing on the bone sand, raised his head up, amazed at the blue sky in this place. His eyes widened in surprise when he heard a familiar voice behind him saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Turning, the guy looked at the one who was in front of him. The girl's foot in black boots stepped towards the Subaru, saying that she was waiting for him. Standing opposite the guy, Seaka waved her hand at him. Closing her eyes, the girl smiled widely. The guy's face immediately turned red, and tears began to form in his eyes. He joyfully exclaimed the girl's name. Standing with a surprised face in front of a girl with her hand raised, that it was his friend Amamiya Seaka. In his memories, he clearly remembered the day when Carrion fatally wounded her. He thought that the girl died during his test. He recalled how, with smiles on their faces, they had a great time together, mentally noting that Seaka was his first comrade. He thought that all this time he wanted to meet her in order to apologize and thank her for being there. Subaru watched as the girl jumped up with a happy face, raising her arms in the air. Pursing his lips, he looked at her as if he was about to cry. The guy thought that now that she was standing right in front of him, he couldn't say a single word to her. Seaka looked at him, puzzled, and asked why Subaru went quiet. Smiling nervously, the guy tried to think of something to say. Having found a way out of the situation, he decided to ask what was going on with Vanquish. When the girl responded that Mr. Vanquish should leave, saying that it would be better if they spent some time alone, Subaru panicked, mentally outraged that the man left him and did not stay. A look of surprise appeared on his face when Seaka added that Vanquish also said that he would return once Subaru passed the test. The guy grinned, understanding what she was getting at. He looked at Seaka, who had her hands tightly clenched into fists and a smile on her gloomy face. He noted that it turns out that it is true that the girl will be the one who will test him. Yellow lightning sparkled in the air as she answered in the affirmative and asked Subaru to fight him. She recalled the guy's fight with Carrion during the door test and said that she wanted him to come out like that time, with the intent to kill. Seaka asked him about it. The girl's eyes lit up, and her hair rose up due to the burst of bloody energy and lightning. Subaru's eyes widened in surprise. He realized that she was trying to prove something to him, and then closed his eyes. Agreeing with her, he thought that the two of them were alike. The guy with a confident face opened his eyes, and a rainbow lit up around him. He said that he understood everything. The corners of Seaka's lips turned upward. Kicking off the ground, Seaka rushed forward, thanking Subaru. With the speed of lightning, the girl approached her opponent, who stood with two swords in his hands. Subaru's eyes widened in surprise when Seaka came close to him and raised her fist to strike. He was surprised at how fast she was. He lowered his eyes, looking at the shining lightning. A moment later, there was a loud explosion and a huge pile of sand flew up. Standing surrounded by falling sand, Seaka looked around, clenching her hand into a fist and thinking that Subaru had disappeared. She glanced behind her when a Subaru appeared nearby. The guy who used the skill looked at her with complete confidence. Seaka waved her hand that was covered in bloody armor, and lightning began to appear from her palm. She thought, Igni's short distance warp. The girl sharply put her hand forward, and a large sparkling lightning flew towards Subaru. Having pressed his feet into the sand, the guy raised his hand, and a bloody clot appeared in his palm. Subaru jumped up and hit the lightning with it. Clenching her hands into fists, the girl began to writhe, realizing that this technique was effective against the soul. She cursed loudly, noting that this was unfair. A moment later, Subaru appeared next to her, swinging his sword. When he hit, Seaka managed to react and deflected the blow with her lightning. Blood and lightning merged in a passionate duel. Subaru and Seaka looked at each other with confident faces full of determination. The guy and the girl rushed across the sandy field, continuing to deal crushing blows to each other. Seaka froze as she looked at her hand and saw that the armor on her fist and forearm was beginning to crack. Subaru swung the sword he received from Taiga and at the same time struck with the sky chisel, sending out many cutting attacks. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Seaka. The girl, lowering her eyes, was unusually calm. She raised her hand, which in the blink of an eye turned into a huge fist made of lightning. The guy, standing with two swords in his hands, looked at his girlfriend. He remembered the moment when she, leaning on the table and approaching him closely, invited him to become stronger together. Subaru, with small lightning bolts floating around him, smiled softly, thinking that Seaka had indeed become stronger. The girl with a smile on her face rushed into the attack again. Thunderkillum and Vanquish watched the battle from atop a large bloody crystal. Vanquish noted that she is still barely too young. Cupping his cheek in his palm, he smiled, glancing at his companion. Vanquish said that despite this, he did not think that he would teach her so diligently. Thunderkillum, standing with his arms crossed, grinned displeasedly. He recalled the moment of his battle with Subaru, and then the guy's fiery speech. Thunderkillum said that this is not entirely true. He noted that when he pierced that guy's heart, he began to cry, saying that he wanted to become stronger with her. Thunderkillum said he was just wondering what the man was like. Vanquish asked irritably, and how did it all go? Thunderkillum smiled widely and his eyes sparkled. He happily stated that everything was very good and Seaka was simply great. He began to enthusiastically tell that they trained a lot, and the girl had simply amazing motivation. Vanquish smiled nervously, noting that he was now relieved that Thunderkillum was so enthusiastic. Thunderkillum looked ahead to the white desert, wishing Seaka good luck and telling her that all her dreams could come true. He smiled widely, noting that no matter what happens, he and Subaru can definitely become stronger together. Leaning on his hand, Vanquish sighed with a soft smile on his face, saying that everything was clear to him now. Subaru and Seaka were lying on the white sand, arms and legs spread out in different directions. The girl annoyedly noted that she lost too quickly. Subaru said that he actually doubted his victory. The girl turned around when Subaru called her name. She extended her hand and gave a thumbs up when the guy asked her to stay with him. She happily replied that of course she would stay, understanding that he was talking about preventing disasters. Placing her hand on the sand, she smiled and said that they had already made a promise. She said that she would never betray Subaru or give it up. The guy looked at Seaka with sad eyes and his pursed lips trembled when she said that it would be just like him not giving up on her life. She said that she would always be his comrade until her soul burned. Subaru remembered how she told him in the cafe that she would sometimes like to clear the gates with him to his comrades. She then smiled wryly, looking away and touching her cheek. Seaka said that if anything is needed, she will help, although she does not know if she can be of any help. She measured her eyes and smiled widely, inviting him to just never betray each other. Subaru, lying on the sand, closed his eyes, from which tears flowed, and agreed with her. Looking at the blue sky, he thanked Seaka for everything. At that moment, Jinga, holding an ice staff in his hands, stood in the ice opposite the keeper of his silver door. He looked at a large bird-like creature. The bird with a golden beak and two long crests was a guardian named Arcane of Ice Wings. Jinga, with blood and sweat running down his face, asked if this was. Lowering his eyes, he looked at his open palm. He asked if this was his new skill that would help him against the 6-star boss. He narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows and looked down. In his palm was a small glowing sphere that was the X skill Ice 9. The girl and the guy lay on the white sand, and Subaru thanked Seaka. There was a soft smile on his face and tears in the corners of his eyes. Seaka closed her eyes and smiled widely. Resting his face on his palm, Vanquish called out to them with a slight smile. The guy jumped in fright when he saw a pleased man squatting next to him when he asked if they had finished yet. Seaka was happy to see Vanquish back. She worriedly asked where Master Thunder Killam was, and the man told her that he said he would leave first. Vanquish smiled, saying that what was more important now. He looked at Subaru, sitting on the sand, with rainbow flames blazing around him, and said that he had become much stronger. The man raised his clawed hand and began fiddling with his fingers. He said that the guy's strength was synchronizing with his strength, adding that the day when he would get his full strength back would soon come. He clenched his hand into a fist, noting that then, rising to his feet with his hand clenched, he looked forward. Vanquish said he died in the future that Subaru saw. Seaka's face frowned with displeasure. Vanquish looked down at the guy and asked him to tell him everything because they needed a strategy. Knitting his eyebrows, Subaru gave the guardian a serious look. The rainbow door opened and a guy came out. He opened his mouth slightly and his eyes widened in surprise after he said he was back. Everything around him was covered in ice. Subaru asked what happened here. He noted that the entire Tower of Thorns was sealed. Asking questions, the guy began to look around. He perked up and turned his head when a familiar voice called from behind him. A couple of moments later, Seiya and Carrion flew up to him. Seeing them, Subaru was happy, noting that they were fine. Carrion pointed to the side with an irritated face, hinting for Subaru to turn around. Behind Subaru stood Jinga on the ice block, and the guy's eyes widened in surprise when he said that Subaru was late. Subaru turned around and called Jinga's name. The guy with blue hair said that even though time flows much slower inside the doors, Jinga looked at the guy with an irritated face and narrowed his eyes and said that he had been there too long. The system notified that the gate boss had been defeated. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when he saw this. Jinga, looking down at Subaru, raised his hand. He said that he believed that the guy was right that his new skill Ice 9. He stood in front of the tower, steam coming from the top window for a short time, and looked at his palm. Jinga said that the skill can be effective against guest stargates. Subaru looked at the tower window. Inside, a frozen girl sat on an ice throne. Jinga said that this skill is simply terrifying. Boss Black Rose Mayland LV88 dead. The system notified about the clearing of Tower of Thorns, difficulty 5 run, clearing time, hours, 19 minutes and 4 seconds, remaining time, 81,113, 407. Tsunemori Jinga's level increased from level 70 to level 74. Tokyo, Edabashi intersection, 6-star gate. Ryuo and the rest of the players stood in front of the large black and red gate. Behind him stood silver player LV61 Hishizaki Ryuji. Also there were members of the Happy Yamada Club, the leader of which was a man with a blue streak on his face named Yamada Rokuru. Next to him was a dark-skinned girl with pink and blue ombre hair, and her name was Yamada Kanan. Also with them was a guy with long dark hair named Carlos Jose Yamada. Also standing with them with a gloomy face was Ryusei. Ryuo looked at his comrades with a calm gaze, noting that they had all arrived. Standing in front of the others, he crossed his arms and thanked those present. He looked at the smiling girl with short white hair and at the guy who was sitting on the ground, yawning, wiping his locket with a handkerchief. A dark-haired guy with black eyes named Naru Sakira, who was a gold player, carefully wiped the amulet. He said that, as he thought, the air in the city was simply disgusting, and he did not need to come. The white-haired girl, who was also a gold player, was named Fuchigami Mei. She suggested Narus to stop with a smile on her face. The guy extended his hand with the medallion forward and asked the girl to shut up. The gold medallion contained a photograph of Renji. He asked, "What's the point of protecting areas of Tokyo that don't have Mr. Renji?" He turned to Ruo and said that they needed to clear the gate quickly and call it a day. The guy with pink hair grimaced and scratched his head, thinking that even here Renji was annoying him. Sighing, he asked everyone present to listen to him. He looked at the large red and black gate. Ruo said that this gate is not closed due to a special rule, and they can neither enter nor exit it freely. He noted that, unlike ordinary gates, the enemies were already operating inside with all their might, although they had not even entered yet. Narus pointed his hand towards Ruo, who, baring his teeth, said that this all means that they cannot send the intelligence department there, and in other words. Narus finished by saying that they will go in there without knowing anything, and then asked, "Is it such a big deal?" Ruo's face frowned and his eyes glowed red. He said that this gate is 10 times harder than a normal 5-star gate, so it must be more. Narus's eyes widened and his gaze looked blank. He said that's right, they are 10 times more important, and also the gate has a time limit of a week. He also noted that the more they talk here, the more time they waste. Narus began to give Ruo a long lecture about how they couldn't wait until time ran out, because if the gate was a former dungeon, then the boss could come out and then everything would be over. Unable to bear such tediousness, the girl sharply hit Narus with her fist on the head. The guy rubbed his bruised head and Sakura shook his hand, noting that it hurt. She said she should have hit him right after she got her limbs back. Narus loudly exclaimed that she had just recovered and was already beating him. The girl rubbed her hand in a white glove and, looking to the side, thanked her for the help. She said that thanks to the restoration skill that May brought from America, her limbs were completely restored to their original state. Pointing her finger towards Narus and laughing loudly, the girl with blonde hair said that she shouldn't be thanked. While the guy was rubbing the bruised area, May laughed loudly at him and Sakura flexed her fists. She said the guy needs to talk less. They looked at the girl, who was sitting on a chair under a portable canopy. May asked what will they do with Miss Mia. Sakura said that for now she kept her on reserve, just in case someone on the attacking team got injured. A girl with pink hair and a cap named Mia Hart, who was a gold player from America, sat on a chair with her arms crossed. At this moment, she was thinking that she really wanted to buy a ton of figurines from Akihabara. She thought about how lucky she was to come to Japan at the worst possible time. She looked towards the players unknown to her, who were walking towards the others. Mia was thinking about how it seems that Japan finally has a 6-star gate. She thought that she was very interested in how many people would survive, because in her homeland there were players with gold rank, including him, but half of them died in the end. She looked at a dark-haired guy wearing a black and red cape, 2 people behind him, and a guy with a paper bag on his head. Mia mentally noted that several more victims had arrived. Ryusei turned and Sakura waved at them, and Ruo called out to Subaru very loudly. Running up to him with an angry face, he poked the guy in the chest. Ruo indignantly asked if he knew how many times he called him. Subaru closed his eyes, asking for forgiveness and said that he had urgent business. Narus waved his head towards May, who, with a smile on her face, asked who is this Subaru. The guy replied that if his memory serves him right, this is the player with the rainbow door. An enraged Ruo exhaled and asked if Subaru would help with the strategy. Hearing the question, the guy mumbled quietly, looking at the golden player with a nervous smile on his face, but in his heart he was literally screaming. The guy's eyebrows dropped and there was disappointment in his eyes, and he thought that he didn't want to say anything because Ruo would get angry. He thought that despite this he must do everything for humanity. The gold player looked at the guy with an interested face and asked what happened. Subaru said he was sorry. He opened his mouth slightly, asking if Ruo could. Standing with his comrades in front of the team of gold players, he asked to leave, clearing the gate to them. Hearing this, Ruo, Sakura, and Ryusei were shocked. Subaru looked at them with a confident face. He said that he was asking this because victory was impossible for them now. Ryuji bared his teeth in displeasure while the Yamada team looked on with irritated faces. Unlike the others, Mei's face looked interested at this moment. Closing his eyes, Carrion began to laugh very loudly. Jinga, who was standing behind Seiya, began to shake in fear. He was trying to understand how a guy could allow himself to talk about Japan's top players like that. Ruo grabbed Subaru and started shaking him in different directions. While the guy was mentally apologizing, the gold player indignantly asked what he was even talking about. He said that he didn't at all. His words were interrupted by Narus, noting in a low voice that this was very interesting. The golden player walked towards him with a gloomy face. Narus, with bruises under his crazy eyes, smiled wryly and asked what is the guy saying that he is stronger than them, players with gold ranks, and he will be better off without them. Ruo, continuing to shake Subaru, bared his teeth and turned towards Narus. Subaru said that this is not so, and in general Carrion appeared behind him, who grabbed the guy by the hair and with a wide smile on his face exclaimed that this is exactly so, and such non-entities need to listen. Subaru with a scared face asked the guy with green hair what is he doing. Sticking out his tongue, Carrion smiled a crazy smile. In a laughing voice, he loudly said that Narus would be just a nuisance, so he should get out before he dies. Shocked by this, Subaru loudly screamed Carrion's name as Narus's eyes widened. He held Renji's photo medallion tightly in his hand. Starting to blaze with golden fire from rage, Narus, who had anger on his face, shouted loudly, asking why Carrion is the face of Mr. Renji. He screamed that he would kill him. Sticking his tongue out at the gold player, Carrion hid behind Subaru, who looked at him in shock and fear. Carrion asked in a perky voice why Narus was so angry, and then told Subaru that he was counting on him. The embittered Narus, blazing with golden fire, clenched his hands into fists, activating his skill. He shouted that he had to finish off the fake Renji. Ruo turned to the guy with a gloomy face and exclaimed that they were still at all the gates. Ignoring the gold player, Narus, whose eyes were burning with anger, shouted death wishes. A moment later he was punched in the face. The Subaru, which glowed with rainbow flames, hit the golden player and pressed him into the asphalt. Blood gushed from Narus's mouth. His body took leave of the asphalt and flew up. Seeing this, Ruo was shocked, Sakura looked disgusted, Ryusei covered his face, Carrion smiled joyfully, and Saya calmly lowered her eyes. While Narus went down, Subaru stood with a saddened face. He knew that this golden player would be one of the very first members to die on this mission. He said he was sorry he hit Narus so hard. He remembered that this death would put them in an even more difficult situation. Subaru said it would not allow them to go any further. He stood engulfed in rainbow flames. Subaru said that he didn't think that they would all bother him. He just didn't want to lose anyone, so it would be better if they went alone. Narus, with blood running down his face, lay unconscious on the asphalt. Turning to him, Subaru, whose eyes glowed in different colors, clenched his hand into a fist. He asked the gold player to rest for a while. Looking at all this, Jinga began to shake with fear. Sweat was running down his frightened face under the paper bag. Was he trying to figure out what Subaru was doing? Several streams of energy rushed towards the puzzled Subaru. Ruo stuck his index finger forward, activating the cannon. Ryuji and Yamada's team surrounded the guy, raising their weapons, and Ruo aimed in his direction. He asked in a rude voice if Subaru understood what he was doing. The guy, who had several weapon blades and a monster's hand around him, stood with a calm face. Saya, baring her teeth in anger, rushed forward and swore loudly. Carrion put his hand in front of her and asked her to calm down. The girl looked up at him with a worried look and asked why. The guy with green hair glanced to the side and asked her to wait just a second. He looked at Ryo, who was holding Subaru at gunpoint. The guy stood calmly while the others pointed at his weapon. He said that Narus was going to use the skill in the middle of the city, so he stopped him. Subaru added that he was very strong, and since he was also in an excited state, he would not listen to anyone and cause damage to the city. He knocked him out with one blow. The guy looked at Narus lying on the asphalt. Tapping her cheek with her finger, Mei smiled, thinking that she was going to do the same after waiting 0.5 seconds. She looked at Subaru, thinking that however, Ruo bared his teeth slightly, revealing sharp teeth. He noted that Subaru knows the Narus too well for someone who saw it for the first time. He asked if the guy had prepared his answer in advance. Subaru perked up and his eyes widened in surprise. Ruo grimaced angrily, his brows furrowed as his eyes glowed red. He asked Subaru to answer one of his questions. Jinga, who was standing behind everyone, flinched when Ruo called his full name and asked if this guy was a silver player who specialized in the ice skill. The guy with a paper bag on his head thought that even about him they have information. Ruo bared his teeth, continuing to hold Subaru at gunpoint. He said the fact that Subaru brought him here means he has built a team based on synergy. The gold player's gaze darkened as he asked Subaru in a deep voice if he knew anything about the gate. A drop of sweat ran down Subaru's calm face and he thought that, as expected, it would not be possible to deceive, and answered the question in the affirmative. Ruo remained silent, narrowing his eyes and thinking. He knew Subaru couldn't betray them. Still standing with his finger extended forward, he asked if this meant something Subaru couldn't tell them. Subaru was very surprised and looked at the golden player with hopeful eyes and pursed lips. He thought that he couldn't believe that Ruo was able to figure this out from their short dialogue. Opening his mouth, the guy confirmed the gold player's guesses. He thought that this meant that Ruo had a lot of faith in him. Removing his sights from the Subaru, the golden player lowered his head, rubbing his chin with his hand. He thought that it was because of this that the guy did not answer his calls. I thought that it was now clear to him that Subaru knew something and was trying to take action. He turned his head to the side, thinking that they, too, of course, would not betray Subaru, since perhaps the reason why he doesn't want to tell them. He looked at Carrion, who stood with his arms crossed and nodded his head. Ruo grimaced and bared his teeth in irritation, realizing that they had contacted the underworld. Carrion, seeing Ruo's dissatisfied look, thought that it was not his fault. Lowering his head, the golden player ruffled his hair. He said he wanted to ask Subaru something. The guy, already with a calm face, but a little concern in his red eyes, asked if they could all help him with anything. At this moment, Sakura and Ryusei also had calm and confidence on their faces. With his mouth slightly open, Subaru said that there was nothing they could do now. He noted that they only have 3 attempts to pass the gate. The guy's corners lifted slightly, and looking straight at Ruo, he said that he and his comrades would only spend one, during which they would go in without them. Lowering his eyes to the floor, the golden player thought. He mentally reasoned that there were 3 bosses in the gate that needed to be defeated in just 3 attempts. He thought Subaru understood most of it. Ruo told Ryuji and Team Yamada that they could put down their weapons. After executing the order, they all looked at the gold player as he said that he was leaving everything to Subaru. Glancing at his fellow gold players, he asked if there were any objections. Ryusei spread his arms with a smile on his face, and Sakura crossed them over her chest. She noted that Ruo should behave less pretentiously, and then said that if he was happy with everything, then so was she. The team leader, covering one eye, Yamada scratched the back of his head and said that since the boss said so, then they also have nothing against it. The other 2 members of his team nodded at his words. Ryuji pointed a finger at his temple, referring to his brain. He said that he didn't fully understand the essence of the conversations, but so far the elders are happy with it all. Mei smiled widely, putting her hand to her cheek and joyfully said that if Miss Sakura doesn't mind, then so does she. Sakura winked at Subaru with a smile on her face and gave a thumbs up. She said she was counting on him. The guy happily thanked her and then congratulated her on her restoration. There was a rude voice that loudly asked not to joke with him. Everyone turned to see Narus rise from the asphalt, and Subaru addressed him. Baring his teeth, the golden player, who had dried blood on his face, looked at Subaru with an angry gaze. At this moment, Ruo intervened and addressed his comrade. Infuriated, Narus began to scream in anger. He asked if they had all gone crazy. He asked how they could believe the words of someone who talks about everything so simply. In Ruo's head, the moments he failed with Subaru and how much he managed to do began to open up. He said he believed him because this guy always risked his life and fought to protect his friends and always won. Looking at the golden player with glowing red eyes, Ruo frowned. He said that the punishment for activating the skill in the middle of the city would be revoked because Narus was stopped before he could use it, so he should calm down. The gold player cowered, his eyebrows lowered and his eyes filled with sadness and pain as he turned to Ruo. At this moment, Ruo called out to Subaru. The guy walked past him with a smile on his face towards Seiya, Carrion and Jingo when the gold player told him that he could act. He touched the gate with his hand. Large doors began to open with a loud sound. A moment later, the guy stood in front of the entrance to the red space, a huge heat emanating from the cool one. Team leader Yamada stood with an indifferent face, arms crossed, while his other two comrades covered themselves from the heat. Kanan asked, slightly frightened, why the wind is so hot. Subaru, his hair blown by the hot wind, turned around when his name was called. Behind him stood Narus. Clenching his teeth tightly, the guy with bruises on his face looked at him with resentment in his eyes. He shouted loudly that he did not recognize him. Entering the gate with his comrades, Subaru turned around and invited the gold player to discuss everything as soon as he returned back. Narus stood in front of the slammed gate and heard Subaru finally say that he was sorry that he had to hit him. He turned around when he heard a loud, indignant scream. The girl screamed loudly, asking if they were all crazy for sending only 4 people there. Putting her hands forward, Mei with a wry smile on her face stood in front of Mia, who was actively moving her hands to the sides. The gold player asked her to calm down, and the girl shouted that they were just making fun of her. Approaching Mei closely, Mia with an angry face and her mouth wide open did not stop screaming. She was indignant that in Los Angeles, 30 gold-ranked players entered the gate, but only 15 returned alive, and they so calmly allowed their comrades to die in vain. She screamed that that place was just hell in the literal sense of the word. Difficulty 6 stars, Palladium Carnificus is divided into 3 zones, the farthest of which is located inside the palace, the audience chamber. The second zone in the open space is Obelisk of the Fallen Hero, and the first zone in the garden is Flame Gloriette. In the first zone, the garden was blazing with flames everywhere. The Flame Gloriette consisted of a wide path leading to the palace, around which stood a tall fire. Right up to the palace itself, fire was absolutely everywhere, and the minimum temperature there is 290 degrees Celsius. Near the starting point in the sky, a large bright spot of light collided with the flame. This was the border between the first and second zones, open space's entrance. A humanoid monster with horns on its forehead grinned, showing its sharp fangs. It was the boss of the first zone, Fiery Lambda, which was the source of heat, turning everything around into hell, covered in fire. In the bright part of the sky, a snow-white long dragon was flying, which was the boss of the second zone, Radiant Dragon Carcinus, the hero devourer, using light waves. Fiery Lambda actively released flames from his hands, directing them towards Radiant Dragon Carcinus, which glowed with a bright white light, roaring loudly. Other creatures from the underworld cannot live in these 2 zones because, as soon as the bosses appeared, they occupied them. And thanks to fire and light waves, everything that steps into their territory dies. Subaru raised his hand and brought it to his face. The bracelet on his hand shone brightly. Subaru thought that he possessed the memories of the future given to him by the Northern Lights King, and the memory of the tragedy in the first part of the 6-star gate should never have happened. Subaru recalled what was supposed to happen in the future and added that it was the first assault team led by Shikishima, the Platinum Carnifex. The Shikishima group stood at the beginning of the gate and covered their mouths from the intense heat of the fire. Subaru recalled that the first thing they would encounter was a baptism of heat of 290 degrees Celsius, a room filled with air above the ignition temperature of wood that melted the eyes and scorched the lungs in less than a minute. Ryuji, Rokuru, Kanan, Carlos, Akira and Fuchigami were tormented by the intense heat of the flames. Subaru added that this is a hot hell in which the weak cannot survive. Yudu covered his mouth with his hand and furrowed his eyebrows. Yudu told Shikishima that he was the commander and should already decide something. Sakura looked tired and drooping. She closed her eyes. Shikishima widened his eyes and bared his teeth. Shikishima said that he knew everything perfectly and called out to Subaru. Subaru could hardly breathe in such hell. He closed his eyes and frowned. Subaru raised his palm up and blood began to appear from his fingers. The guys were covered with a dome of blood. Subaru used the blood manipulation skill. The guys exhaled with ease and were able to breathe normally under the dome. Subaru looked slightly exhausted and put his hand to his throat. Ryuji stood behind Subaru and opened his mouth wide. Subaru said that his skill converts mana into blood and this allows him to withstand external heat for a while. Ryuji told Subaru that this is already something, because at least this way they can breathe. Subaru looked at the blood dome. Subaru said that, however, the blood began to evaporate as soon as he released it and the dome could last about an hour, provided it did not beat, and added that he hoped that part was small. Rokuru said that he could not think that everyone there would want to kill them and turned to Shikishima. Shikishima opened his mouth wide, Ryuji furrowed his brows and raised his hands up. Shikishima shouted to all the guys that first they need to get some treatment. Ryuji told the guys to come to him and he would heal the burns. Subaru opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth slightly. He was slightly surprised by what was happening. Subaru didn't understand why his skill's blood temperature was rising rapidly. Someone flew over the dome at lightning speed towards the palace. Shikishima was stunned. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. The dome above the guys began to boil. Heat emanated from it. Subaru was very shocked. He did not expect such a turn of events. Akira raised his okay and looked at her. His gaze clouded. Akira didn't understand why it was so hot there. Akira was drooping. He looked intently at his hand. He was shaking all over, and he did not understand why this was happening to him. Akira sharply looked up and widened his eyes. Someone was standing above the dome. Fire was coming from him. One of the guys shouted that someone was upstairs. Subaru recalled that then a minute had passed since they entered the gate. The fire boss bared his fang and looked at the guys with dissatisfaction. The guys looked up where the fire boss stood. Subaru noticed that this was the boss area, an invasion of the fiery lambda. Shikishima bared his teeth and furrowed his brows as he glared at the fiery boss. Shikishima said that the temperature soared as soon as the fire boss approached and added that this heat did not belong to the environment of that hall. The fire boss looked at the guys with indifference, his body covered in fiery flames. Shikishima said that the source of such incredible temperature is his body heat. Ryuji bared his teeth and looked at the fire boss with displeasure. Ryuji said that the fire boss was so powerful that it turned that place into hell. The entire space was filled with fire. Carlos frowned slightly and opened his mouth slightly. He was perplexed that the heat was from the body of the fire boss. The fire boss watched the guys closely. Shikishima stood with an indifferent expression on his face. Shikishima thought that compared to the 5-star, this is a completely different level. Without Subaru's skill, even their survival was in question, and that then they were greatly sagging in both defense and attack skills. Shikishima opened his mouth slightly and raised his hand, spreading his fingers. Subaru recalled that Shikishima made the optimal decision as quickly as possible. A blue light shone above the fire boss's head and he raised his head. Shikishima used the Sulfur Rain skill. Sulfur Rain fell on the fiery boss. The guys were surprised and turned their heads towards Shikishima. Fuchigami turned her head towards the fire boss and shouted that she needed to attack. The guys turned their heads towards Shikishima and looked at him in surprise. Shikishima said they were retreating. Subaru looked at Shikishima with a slight frown. He didn't understand why they had to retreat. Akira looked at Shikishima with an indifferent gaze. Shikishima noted that they only had 3 attempts to clear this gate. Shikishima bared his teeth and furrowed his brows. Shikishima said that it was a valuable try, but Subaru couldn't get out of the dome and they had no choice but to retreat and try again. In Akira's palm lay a medallion with a picture of her Asaka. Akira clenched his medallion and agreed with Shikishima. Yudu turned to Shikishima with a serious look and asked who would go last. Subaru looked tired, his eyes slightly blurred. Subaru said he would go last and maintain the canopy until everyone left. Yudu looked at the gate. Shikishima opened his mouth wide. Shikishima shouted to the guys that it was time for everyone to retreat. Carlos raced towards the gate, running past the Subaru. Carlos apologized to Subaru and said they were counting on him. Suddenly, a fiery flame pierced Carlos in front of Subaru's eyes. Subaru did not expect such an outcome. He widened his eyes. The guys saw what happened and got angry about it. The fire boss held Carlos's head in his hand, which was engulfed in fire and became half charred. The fiery boss called the guys weaklings. The fire boss broke through the dome to the guys, making a hole in it. Subaru turned around and looked at the fire boss. The fire boss said that's what it's like, not being able to breathe there. The fire boss bared his teeth and burned Carlos' head to ashes. Fuchigami opened her eyes and looked at the fire boss. Kanan rolled her eyes maliciously and looked at the fiery boss. The fire boss dropped Carlos's white skull from his hands. Shikishima widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. Shikishima shouted at Fuchigami and Kanan not to do anything. Fuchigami and Kanan moved towards the fire boss, attacking him. The fire boss deprived Kanan of his arms with one attack. The fire boss shot fire at Fuchigami and made a huge hole in her. The fire boss stood indifferently and looked at the guys with his hand raised. The fire boss said their levels were too low. Yudu clenched his fist and raised it upward, a golden aura emanating from his hand. Yudu released a golden aura. He hit the fire boss with a golden wall. The fire boss smiled and looked at Yudu. The fire boss told Yudu that it was a great skill, but he was a physical type and they were useless against him. Yudu bared his teeth and furrowed his brows, his eyes glowing with a golden light. Yudu opened his mouth wide and shouted at Sakura to act. Sakura floated in the air and crossed her arms as a golden seal appeared in front of her. Sakura pointed her finger at the fire boss and glared at him. Sakura told the fire boss how dare he kill Fuchigami. Sakura hit the fire boss using the 68-pound carronade skill, 6 salvos. The fire boss smiled widely as his body was covered in fire. Shikishima was in a panic. He spread his arms to the sides. Shikishima shouted at Sakura and Yudu to stop. Sakura raised her hand up and a golden chain began to form above her head. Sakura used the skill golden chain, derivation. A lump of gold chain gathered above Sakura's head. Sakura was about to use the submission skill. Shikishima was already beside himself with anger, his eyes glowing red. He bared his teeth. Shikishima asked Yudu and Sakura if they had forgotten what retreat meant and added that if they died, he would be left alone. Yudu and Sakura were unhappy with this and furrowed their eyebrows. Yudu said that since the fire boss is after them, then someone must stay behind. Golden hands grabbed Sakura and Yudu by the collar. They didn't expect this. Akira opened his mouth slightly. Akira used his skill, summoning golden hands and throwing Yudu and Sakura towards the gate. Akira told them to move and get out of there. Shikishima, Yudu and Sakura opened their mouths wide. They were surprised by Akira's actions. Subaru turned to Akira and was slightly surprised. Subaru turned to Akira. Akira said that Shikishima, Yudu and Sakura are good seniors and that they won't be able to fight the next battles without them. Golden hands grabbed Subaru by the hood. Subaru's eyes widened. Akira told Subaru that they couldn't do it without him either. Akira purposefully walked towards the fiery boss. Golden hands carried Subaru to the gate. Subaru never expected what Akira would do. He was very shocked. Akira raised his hand and pointed. Akira told Subaru not to dare go back there. Akira was holding a medallion with a picture of Hirasaka in his hand. Akira said that he thought about what Hirasaka would do in that situation. The gold medallion with Hirasaka began to melt from the intense heat. Akira said that Hirasaka would have done the same. Akira used skill 5 and golden hands appeared around him. Akira said that that's why he will be the one who stays there. Akira used the 100 arms skill. A notification has appeared. 100-handed level 1. For every 10% of total mana, summons 1 master hand. Mana costs and strength depend on skill level. At level 10, the cost to summon 1 hand is 1%. The maximum number of hands is 100. A golden aura emanated from Akira as he looked at the fiery boss. Akira said that if he combined the 100 arms skill with the arsenal skill, he could only summon 8 arms. Akira used 1 skill, Golden Arsenal. Fire raged under the feet of the fiery boss. Golden arms surrounded Akira. The fire boss told Akira that he admired his spirit. The fire boss smiled widely, baring his teeth. The fire boss told Akira that his name was Flame Lambda. Akira looked at the fire boss indifferently. Akira told the fire boss that his name was Naru Sakira. The fire boss spread his arms to the side and smiled happily, fire raging around him. The fire boss told Akira to fight and he would show him respect by giving it his all. Subaru looked through the closing gate at Akira in a panic and called out to him. Akira widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. Akira yelled at Subaru to leave and said. Subaru told Akira that he must defeat him. Subaru looked through the closing gate at Akira, where a heavy fire was raging. Subaru shouted to Akira that he was counting on him. The red gate slammed shut, and the fire was faintly visible. Subaru recalled that this was the first attack by the Platinum Carnifex. 3 were dead, 1 was badly wounded, and that the defeat of the Flame Lambda was achieved with 2 more casualties on the second attempt. There was a blue sky and a raging fire at the gate. Now, it's time to return to the world of Subaru as we know it. Subaru stood in a black cloak and protected his head with a blood dome. Subaru said that a minute had passed since they entered, the same time as in his memories. Subaru stood with his team, something shone brightly in the sky. Subaru said the fire boss is coming. The fire boss smiled widely and did not understand why there were only 4 guests standing at the gate. Subaru opened his mouth slightly and addressed the fiery Lambda. Subaru looked at the fire boss with a serious expression on his face. Subaru told the fire boss that now he will defeat him on the first try and will not sacrifice any of his comrades. The fire boss smiled widely and raised his leg and arm up, surrounded by flames. Flaming Lambda, race of spirits, level unknown. In the 6-star gate, its very existence gives the same effect as a fire attack, and it also has a number of permanent resists: immunity to fire, frost and explosion, resistance to physical and divine force. Flame Lambda was about to attack the dragon. Fire came out from Flame Lambda, and the dragon was shining brightly with white light. Lambda is bored in the Gates of Flame, so his usual entertainment is playing with the Dragon of Light. The fire boss floated in the air and rushed to attack the dragon with its fire. The fire boss smiled slyly and narrowed his eyes. The fire boss told the dragon that he would incinerate him. The dragon bared his teeth in displeasure. The dragon asked the fire boss how long he would have to please him with this carnage. The fire boss hovered in the air and looked behind him. The dragon told Flame Lambda that they had guests. The fire boss bared his teeth and looked towards his zone. Fiery was amazed that the guests were able to stay in his zone for more than 10 seconds. The fire boss turned to his zone and spread his arms to the side. The fire boss told the dragon to interrupt their match and added that it had been a while since he had any loot from the outside world. The dragon looked at the fiery boss, baring his teeth. The dragon told the fire boss that he also wanted to play with the invaders and hoped that he would be defeated. The fire boss said that this would not happen. The fire boss rushed to his area to meet the guests. The fire boss told the dragon why not fight him inside. Behind the dragon stood a huge white estate. The dragon called the fiery boss a maniac brawler and added that there is no point in fighting when you know in advance who will lose. White large door with gold accents. The third zone is the audience hall. A large hall in which a huge beautiful chandelier hung in the center of the hall. Large red curtains hung on the windows, and in the center sat a knight in golden armor. A knight in golden armor held his sword in his hands, and on his shoulders was a cape with white fur. Boss of the third zone. Former commander of the Golden Knights. Slayer of demonic creatures elect. There was a building in the center of the zone, paths leading to it, and fire raging around it. One of the guys said that this is 290 degrees Celsius of hell and added by asking if this is really a 6-star world. Jinga looked at his palm with an indifferent look and said that he did not feel any discomfort at all. Blood armor, heat-resistant characteristics. The fully heat-resistant gear created by Subaru originated from his memories of defeat. It provides constant circulation of fresh blood, cooling the armor and dissipating heat. A diagram appeared of how blood circulates in the armor, shown by arrows. Thus, it maintains a stable temperature and also cools the breathing air. The Jinga armor was designed by Seiya. Subaru said that he used a space suit as an example, but regardless of execution, the mana consumption is simply terrible. Jinga looked questioningly at Subaru, his mouth slightly open. Subaru smiled awkwardly and looked at Jinga worriedly. Subaru said that if they don't defeat the boss in 10 minutes, the suits will self-destruct and they will die. Jinga was shocked that they had to defeat the boss in 10 minutes and thought that Subaru was making fun of him. Carrion folded his arms across his chest and calmly looked straight ahead. Carrion said that they wouldn't need 10 minutes because if they don't figure it out in 3, consider it a failure. Subaru, with a serious face, turned his gaze to the side. Subaru said that their opponent is stronger than them and they have one chance for the fight to end instantly. Jinga frowned slightly and looked straight ahead. Jinga clenched his hand into a fist. Jinga thought it was instant, depending on his skill. Subaru raised his hand and stuck his fingers out. Carrion looked at Subaru with his mouth slightly open. Subaru told the guys that the temperature inside the suits was rising and they needed to increase blood flow to cool them down. Carrion noticed that a minute had passed since their arrival, the same time as in the memories. The guys watched as the fiery boss approached them. Subaru noticed that the fire boss was coming. Subaru looked up at the fire boss. Jinga stood behind Subaru and opened his mouth slightly. Subaru told Jinga not to waste any mana until he gave the signal. The fire boss appeared in front of them, emitting fiery flames from itself. The fire boss looked at the guys with displeasure, exposing one of his fangs. The pressure of the fiery boss fell on the guys. Jinga bent over a little and grabbed his chest with his hand. Jinga bared his teeth and frowned, thinking about the pressure coming from the fire boss. The fire boss looked at the guys with a serious expression on his face. His body was enveloped in fire. Jinga thought that he had already heard about it from Subaru, but the reality doesn't compare. Carrion smiled sarcastically and knitted his eyebrows, thinking that, as expected, he had no chance in the borrowed body. Carrion pursed his lips and bared his teeth. Carrion thought that, however, that was why he had come up with the plan. Carrion clasped his hands together and glared at the fiery boss. Carrion told Subaru to go ahead with the plan. Subaru raised the OK in front of his face and closely watched the fiery boss. The fire boss frowned and thought that the guys were up to something. The fire boss smiled sarcastically and bared his teeth, raising his palms up, from which flames appeared. The fire boss thought it was very good and wanted the guys to show him their strength. Carrion clasped his palms together and looked pitifully at the fiery boss, shedding a tear. Carrion turned to the fiery Lambda. The fire boss stopped and opened his mouth in surprise. Subaru closed his eyes and let out tears, opening his mouth wide. Subaru asked the fire boss to wait a minute. The fiery boss looked at Carrion and Subaru in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. Carrion and Subaru fell to their knees with a pitiful look, shedding tears and begging him not to hit them. The fire boss stood in confusion and slightly knitted his eyebrows. Carrion got down on one knee and extended his hand, mouth wide open. Subaru clasped his palms together and closed his eyes. Carrion asked the fiery boss if he really was a fiery lambda. Subaru told the fire boss that they welcome him, a great warrior from the lands of red copper. The fire boss asked the guys what was wrong with them. Carrion put his hand on Subaru's shoulder and pulled him towards him. Subaru made a gesture with both hands. They smiled widely. Carrion told the fiery boss that even though they are in the human world, but in fact they themselves are from another world. The fire boss bared his teeth and was a little confused. Carrion asked the fire boss to listen to them because they brought valuable information. Carrion smiled sarcastically and looked at the fiery boss with excitement. Carrion said this information concerns his brothers. The fire boss was surprised and opened his mouth slightly, his eyes widening slightly. Carrion told the fire boss that they found out the locations of Killim and Delta. The fire boss did not expect to hear this and was very surprised. Carrion looked sarcastically at the fiery boss. Subaru put on a serious expression and looked at the fiery boss. Carrion and Subaru thought it was great and he fell for their trick. 12 hours ago. 9. Subaru stood with Seiya and Carrion. Subaru told the guys that these were all the Northern Lights King's memories of the 6-star battle. Pictures appeared with memories of the fire boss killing gold rank guys. Seiya brought it to her mouth and looked thoughtfully at Subaru. Seiya noticed that this was an enemy capable of instantly killing gold and did not understand how to fight him. Subaru looked at Seiya with a serious face. Subaru said that's why he came up with the plan. Subaru looked at Carrion in surprise. Carrion told Subaru to wait. Carrion got angry. He furrowed his eyebrows and bared his teeth. Carrion asked Subaru what he meant by that. Carrion grabbed Subaru by the collar. Subaru looked at Carrion in bewilderment. Carrion told Subaru to answer. Carrion widened his eyes and approached the Subaru. Carrion asked Subaru why he and Seiya weren't present in the first battle he talked about. Seiya was a little scared by what was happening. Subaru opened his mouth and furrowed his eyebrows. Carrion stared at the Subaru and stuck his tongue out of his mouth, smiling maliciously. Carrion told Subaru he would guess. Carrion held Subaru by the collar and looked at him with an angry look. Subaru stood in bewilderment. Carrion said that Subaru did not take them with him because he was afraid that they would damage the bodies of Seiya and Hirasaka. Subaru narrowed his eyes slightly with sadness. Carrion got even angrier. A green aura emanated from him. He clenched his fist, swung and was about to hit Subaru. Seiya stood behind and extended her hand, scared. Seiya called out to Carrion. Seiya looked sadly towards Carrion and Subaru. Carrion lowered his eyebrows slightly and looked at Subaru sadly. Carrion continued to hold Subaru by the collar of his t-shirt. Subaru looked at Carrion seriously. Carrion told Subaru that the Kindred are not there to be babysat and added that the same goes for Seiya and Hirasaka. Carrion opened his mouth wide, showing his teeth. Carrion told Subaru that he had to have more faith in them or they were not his comrades. Seiya sadly lowered her eyes and looked somewhere at the floor. Subaru looked at Carrion with a serious expression. Subaru apologized to Carrion and said it won't happen again. Carrion's gaze became softer. He relaxed his eyebrows. Carrion removed his hands from the collar of his Subaru t-shirt. Carrion told Subaru that he could use it since he had already fought Flame Lambda in the underworld. Carrion bared his teeth and furrowed his brows, a green aura emanating from him. Carrion said he would kill the fiery lambda no matter what method he had to use. The fire boss rushed sharply towards the guys, a pillar of fire emanating from him. The fire boss approached Carrion's face. Carrion widened his eyes and looked at him. The fire boss asked Carrion if it was true that his brothers were alive. Subaru indifferently glanced at the fiery boss. Subaru thought that this was expected because they always behave when it comes to brothers. Carrion smiled widely and closed his eyes, putting his palms forward. Carrion thought that one way or another, it was convenient that the fire boss was coming to them himself. Carrion told the fire boss that with his immense power, their bodies would melt. Subaru grabbed his throat with one hand and raised his other hand, letting out tears. The fire boss turned to Subaru and was very surprised. Subaru said that he would die from such a hot flame. The fire boss told Subaru that he would cool things down now and asked him not to die. The flame lambda calmed the fire and the area began to look normal. Subaru told the fiery boss how merciful he is. Carrion thought Subaru had gotten serious. The fire boss opened his mouth wide and knitted his eyebrows. Carrion thought that in any case, this would reduce the distance between them and the stifling heat. The fire boss asked the guys where his brothers were and if they were okay. Carrion closed his eyes and smiled cordially. Carrion said they are both alive and well. Carrion pointed his hand to the side. The fire boss looked there. Carrion pointed at Jinga. Jinga knitted his eyebrows and looked at the fiery boss, raising one hand and pressing it to his chest. Carrion told the fire boss that Jinga brought him a message from both of them. Jinga frowned on his face and looked at the fire boss. Jinga walked along the ground towards the fire boss. Carrion noted that Jinga cannot fly, although this was not true. Carrion added that Jinga has a skill that can show someone's memories to anyone it touches. Carrion looked contemptuously towards the fiery boss. Jinga walked up to the fire boss, who looked at him annoyed. Carrion told the fire boss to let Jinga touch him to convey a message. The fire boss looked at Jinga in disbelief. Carrion noticed that Jinga received a message from them directly. Jinga looked at the fire boss with an indifferent gaze. A small light flashed in the eyes of the fiery boss. The fire boss asked that he should be touched using a skill. Jinga clenched his fist, an icy aura emanating from it. Ice 9, a skill granted by Tsunemori Jinga, contains strict conditions. For example, range 5 centimeters, mana consumption 100%. Jinga extended his palm towards the fiery boss. This is a forbidden technique that guarantees death on contact. Jinga told the fire boss that everything was fine and he shouldn't worry. The fire boss looked displeased at Jinga's palm, from which an icy aura emanated. Jinga recalled approaching Arcane in the otherworldly realm beyond the gate, where everything was surrounded by ice and permafrost. When Jinga passed the silver test, Jinga asked Arcane about his new skill, which he wanted to use to defeat the 6-star boss. Jinga, with blood on his face, extended his hand towards Arcane. Jinga inquired about his skill and its potential power. Arcane hovered in the air opposite Jinga among the ice. Arcane frowned. Arcane was the owner of the door, the ice wing. Arcane began to respond to Jinga, suggesting that this was a good opportunity to speak. Arcane added that, without being defensive, he presented this as an explanation for Jinga's skill. Jinga stood in disbelief. Jinga looked ahead indifferently. Arcane began to tell the story, saying that thousands of years ago, according to human chronology, a certain problem arose in the underworld. Jinga understood that now would be a time for fairy tales and uninteresting stories. The red monster with green hair was injured and screaming in pain. Arcane said that the king of the once great land of steel was killed by a single revolutionary. Jinga furrowed his eyebrows and pretended that he was interested in this story. Jinga asked about the revolutionary, realizing that the story promises to be long. Vanquish sat on his rainbow throne, which was surrounded by his subordinate heads of state. Arcane said that this revolutionary united the remnants of many small countries broken by large states and became king, which posed a serious threat to large states. Vanquish looked forward with a malicious grin, sitting on his rainbow throne, and rested his hand on his face. This revolutionary was called Vanquish, who was as capable of overcoming life and death as he was of caring for the country. Vanquish was the king of the rainbow, the harbinger of a new era. A bunch of Vanquish king's subordinates fought monsters in their time with great success. Arcane said that the power of Vanquish, as well as the other 6 kings accompanying him, amazed everyone, because even the rulers of large states shuddered from it. Jinga continued to listen to Arcane's stories with a smirk and furrowed brow. Jinga stopped Arcane's story by saying exactly what Arcane was going to say all along. Arcane immediately became surrounded by his blue magical aura. Arcane spoke about the skill Ice 9, which was an unrivaled skill created by himself to destroy Vanquish under the orders of the Silver King. Jinga's hand was surrounded by the same magical aura. Arcane said that this was his ultimate masterpiece, designed to destroy a competitor that surpassed even death. Jinga humbly lowered his head down. Arcane told Jinga to be careful and never use the skill outside the gate. Arcane added that otherwise his real world would perish. Subaru stood behind Jinga, who continued to try to negotiate with the fire boss. Jinga lowered his head in the suit and thought that he should still use the arcane skill against this incredible 6-star boss. Jinga raised his head and saw that the boss was starting to flare up a little with a bright flame. Jinga raised his hand towards the boss, which was surrounded by a blue aura. Jinga wanted to see if this perfect skill would hold up against the boss. Jinga's hand, who was about to use his skill, almost touched the flame boss's body. The rest of the guys, including Subaru, Carrion, and Seiya, waited in trepidation for Jinga's action. The fire boss burst into flames and looked down with contempt. The boss stopped Jinga and asked him where his brothers were and why Jinga needed to use his skill. Jinga, frowning, began to come up with another story. Standing next to Jinga, Carrion spread his arms to the sides. Carrion said that there was a map in Jinga's memories, so he suggested that the boss see this map himself rather than someone telling him about it. Steaming steam emanated from Carrion's face. The fire boss extended his red-hot finger directly to Carrion's eyes. The rest of the guys watched what was happening with caution. The fiery boss opened his mouth slightly and said that the lack of doubt in Carrion's speeches was starting to bother him. The fire boss continued to hold his red-hot finger to Carrion's face. The boss said that Carrion was very similar to the one who killed bosses like him in the underground world. Jinga raised his hand towards the boss to calm him down as the boss continued to hold his red-hot hand to Carrion's face with anger and anticipation. The fire boss said that at first these players were weaker than the bosses, but with the acquired techniques, the players became stronger and were able to compete even with those who were superior to these bosses. The fire boss remembered how maliciously Carrion smiled, baring his teeth. The fire boss grabbed his head with his hand and opened his mouth wide, his eyes blazing with fire. The fire boss said that now he remembered and that he had underestimated them, and added that they had hatched a treacherous conspiracy against him and killed him. Carrion stuck his tongue out and jumped onto the fiery lambda, swinging his weapon. The fire boss said that it was the vile Vanquish and his relatives. The fire boss bared his teeth and fire burst out of his mouth. The fire boss held his finger to Carrion's face, and hot flames began to burn around him again. Carrion was saddened to think that he was still able to remember, despite his anger over his own death. Carrion grinned maliciously and looked at the fiery boss with excitement in his eyes. Carrion thought that they would not get further. Jinga stood next to Carrion and watched this whole picture. Carrion addressed Jinga, calling him a paper bag. Carrion looked at Jinga, his eye widening. Fire was raging around Carrion. Carrion told Jinga that they would only bluff once. Jinga knitted his eyebrows and looked intensely at Carrion. Carrion warned Jinga not to screw up. Subaru held a sword in his left hand, which gave off an ominous aura, and flames erupted from Subaru's side. The guys watched the fiery boss with caution. Subaru suddenly disappeared from the fiery boss's field of vision. Subaru found himself behind the fiery boss at the speed of light. Subaru used the Fulgur skill. The fire boss did not expect such actions and looked behind himself. The fire boss thought that the Subaru was very fast. The fire boss thought that Subaru was using teleportation. The fire boss didn't understand why they were approaching instead of retreating. The fire boss thought that they were going to engage him in close combat with a ton of fiery heat. The fire boss's finger glowed brightly. The fire boss thought that the guys were stupid. The fire boss hit Carrion in the face with fire. Carrion opened his mouth slightly and did not expect such an outcome. A warrior's instinct is to kill the enemy as quickly as possible. Carrion's head was on fire. The fire boss turned around and was about to hit Subaru. Subaru dodged the fire boss's blow. Behind the fire boss, Jinga was about to strike him. Force the fiery lambda to make a mistake. Skip the attack from behind and try to finish off Carrion with one blow. The fire boss looked somewhere in surprise. He realized that in an effort to kill Carrion and Subaru at once, he unconsciously remained 2 steps behind. And from this very moment, regardless of his actions, Subaru glared at the fire boss and hit him with his fist. Subaru's attack would be 10 milliseconds faster than his. Carrion leaned back slightly and his head continued to burn. And on top of everything, another miscalculation. Carrion stayed on his feet and leaned forward, his head on fire. Carrion swung and was about to strike the fire boss. The unexpected presence of someone who should never have been here. The existence of a formidable opponent who killed him in the underworld. The fire boss was looking towards Subaru when Carrion was suddenly about to hit him from the side. Carrion smiled maliciously and stuck out his tongue. A skilled fighter, Carrion. Carrion used the blood manipulation skill. Subaru's eyes turned rainbow-colored. Subaru used the Curse Blood skill. Carrion's eye glowed green. Carrion used the Corpse Fist skill. Carrion and Subaru hit the fire boss from both sides. The fire boss winced in pain. Subaru used the Desecration skill. Carrion used the skill Grave Void. The fire boss bared his teeth and frowned. The fire boss noticed that they were using Curse and Influence and added that this was a skill of excellent assassins. The fire boss told Carrion and Subaru that he knew they were from the Rainbow Country. Subaru swung his hand away from his boss as it burst into flames upon contact. The fire boss thought that they struck in exchange for their own bodies. For him, it seemed like an incredible feat to stop him for a moment. However, the boss understood that this would not be enough from the guys. Carrion bared his teeth, blazing all over and squinting in pain. The boss understood that with this level of attack, no matter how hard the guys tried, he still wouldn't fall. The enraged fire boss bared his teeth and looked at the guys. The boss said that now it was his turn to act. Jinga rested his hand on the fiery boss, who continued in his furious form to incinerate everything without leaving a trace. At the same moment, the boss's face changed dramatically, and he cooled down slightly. The fire boss stopped in the moment and widened his eyes in surprise. Jinga knew that his boys had risked their lives to give him a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and so he couldn't let it go to waste. Jinga furrowed his brows as he prepared to use his skill. Jinga spread his fingers in front of the fire boss and they began to burn from his fingertips. Subaru and Carrion looked at what was happening angrily, their brows furrowed slightly. They thought the boss had been caught. At the same moment, Saya, her eyes wide, flew from the air to help the guys. The fire boss with a puzzled face began to freeze from his chest, near which there were 2 ice rays. The boss noticed that the guys had a powerful freezing skill, and he thought that this was their trump card. The boss frowned and ironically noted that this was a deplorable annoyance for the guys. The boss knew that he was absolutely immune to freezing effects. Card. List of acquired resistances. Immunity to fire. Immunity to freezing. Immunity to explosions. Resistance to physical damage. Divine resistance. Immunity to poisons. The boss said that it was impossible to defeat him with a freezing skill. The fire boss cast his frowning glance at his shoulder, which was covered with an icy crust, and thought that their skill looked very pathetic. However, at that same moment, the Ice 9 spell began to cover his face with ice, causing the boss to immediately look confused. The boss understood that overconfidence would only lead to ruin. Jinga, who was in the blazing fire, said with desolation in his eyes that the Ice 9 skill is not a freezing skill. Carrion, Seiya, Jinga, and Subaru tried to surround the angry fiery boss, who was already half frozen, from all sides. The enraged fire boss, in rage and anger, did not understand why he was freezing and their spell was affecting him. The angry fire boss of the gate bared his teeth and told the guys that their skill could not affect him. Still, at that very moment he was completely covered in ice and froze. While still conscious, the boss's face was also covered with ice and he could no longer blink an eye. The boss didn't understand how this happened. Seiya was holding an exhausted Jinga in her arms, who was looking at the boss with a cold gaze. Jinga was sure that the fire boss did not fully understand the power of the Ice 9 skill. Jinga's burned face was directed at the boss with a look of contempt. Jinga understood that the Ice 9 skill did not freeze. This skill simply turns into ice. The stone statue of another boss was depicted in hysterics and panic. The guys knew that there was another skill, petrification. The monster's predatory gaze, like a snake's, looked through the thick and dark clouds. There were different ways to activate the skill: eye contact, touch, and others. This petrification skill literally turned the target into stone. The enraged fire boss tried to move and wave his limbs to get rid of the ice when his shin had already split. The Ice 9 skill is just a kind of variation of petrification. This is a transformation skill that can turn a target into ice. With hatred and fury, the fiery 6-star boss lowered his head down, angrily looking at how his hand was already completely covered in ice. If this ice is set on fire, it will immediately turn into water along with the body. The boss's foot was also completely covered in ice, despite the fact that everything around the boss was blazing and burning with fire. The fire boss is very annoyed that a skill that was difficult for him to resist was used against him. The boss did not understand the principle of the Ice 9 skill, which did not stop working. All the fire around the boss and his body itself were completely frozen, and he could no longer move. The boss understood that even the flame he released was useless. The remaining part of the boss that was not frozen could still see what was happening and how his enemies were floating in the air above him. The wounded and exhausted Jinga, who was supported in the air by Seiya, looked disdainfully at the helpless boss, who was covered in ice and was freezing even more. Jinga told the boss that this skill would haunt him in every part of him until it destroyed all his flesh and soul. The boss's face and furious gaze were almost completely covered with a thick layer of ice. Jinga, burned and wounded, looked at the boss with bitterness. Jinga knew that the Ice 9 would not let the fire boss leave. The fiery boss's evil gaze with bared teeth was completely covered in ice and froze. The boss understood that things were bad for him. The fire boss, with his hand outstretched to the sky and his frowning eyes, was completely frozen in ice. The guys floating in the air humbly watched the frozen body of the fiery boss. All the guys looked at each other, slightly surprised and confused. Jinga looked at what was happening with a contemptuous look and was silent. Arcane said that he was sealed in the door for creating this skill. Arcane, with furrowed brows, turned to the owner of his Jinga skill and asked him to show the absolute power of the Ice 9 on his behalf. Arcane was in the Ice Kingdom beyond the red gate into which he was placed. Jinga thought that Arcane would be happy with such success. The fiery boss was completely frozen and the guys said goodbye to him with irony. Jinga looked contemptuously at the frozen boss and called him Fiery Lambda, holding out his hand. Suddenly, Seiya's gaze changed dramatically and she widened her eyes. At the same moment, Jinga also widened his eyes and choked on his blood. Subaru furrowed his eyebrows and shouted Jinga's name very loudly. The fiery boss from his ice cocoon began to gradually thaw and be surrounded by bright fire. At that very second, the fiery boss's entire body burst into flames like a match and he came to life with a furious attitude, clenching his fists. All the ice from the fire boss's leg flowed down in the form of water with pieces of ice. He called the guys fools, adding that now he was able to understand the essence of the skill. Being in his fiery form and enraged form, the fire monster looked at the guys with disgust. He wanted to know if the guys would turn him into ice. He also added that if at least some part of him remains, then all this will not matter. The guys looked around each other in horror and did not understand what to do next. With a wave of his leg, the boss named Flame Lambda sent a stream of fire towards the guys and said that they should not underestimate Flame Lambda. The ferocious and enraged monster charged, completely surrounding itself with fire, and even its eyes were burning with fire. The monster wanted the guys to burn to the ground. Suddenly, behind the monster, instead of a fiery stream, a huge stretching veil of ice appeared. The enraged monster waved its arms in panic, becoming covered from head to toe in a crust of ice. Baring his eyes and teeth, it was clear from the fiery boss that he was at a loss. With a powerful icy stream, the fire boss's body flew to the side and he waved his arms. Seiya, who was in the air, and Jinga watched the fiery boss, who was below and looking at them. The guys noticed with irony for the boss that they would tell him the same thing, and they shouldn't underestimate the Ice Nine. The wounded Jinga continued to maintain his grip, and the determination and will to win was visible in his eyes as he remembered Arcane. Jinga noted that this skill was called a perfect masterpiece, and someone as stubborn and distrustful as he was on the same wavelength. Jinga bared his teeth bloodthirstily and with vengeance in his eyes told the fiery boss that he could not escape from this skill. Seiya held Jinga's weakened body and told him not to talk too much because he already had no strength left. Seiya cast her fierce glance towards the guys and turned to them. Carrion and Subaru, along with their magical energies, green and rainbow respectively, surrounded the fire boss. Seiya told the guys that the boss was left to them. Subaru furrowed his eyebrows and looked forward predatorily at the fiery boss. He understood that the fiery Lambda had weakened, because he was exhausted by constant destruction and restoration. Carrion tilted his head forward slightly and charged with his green aura. Subaru understood that before Jinga died, he must destroy the fire boss. Subaru looked at the fiery boss with rage and hatred, realizing that he must make every effort to win. Half covered in ice and fire, Lambda was very angry and dissatisfied with being attacked from all sides. The fiery boss called Subaru a worthless person. Subaru was fighting head to head with the fire boss when Carrion flew up from behind him and fought with the boss's fire dragon skill. Carrion surrounded himself with a green aura and used the corpse fist skill through the fire that surrounded him. From the air, Carrion flew into the ground with a green stream of energy through the fire, using the skill of falling from heaven and the divine chisel. Carrion watched what was happening with irony and a grin. Subaru went toe-to-toe with the fire boss, who brought out his flaming fist, flying at him from the sky along with his rainbow energy. Subaru sent a stream of red blood towards the fiery boss using the cursed blood skill. The fire boss's flesh evaporated in whole pieces, leaving only a torn body. Subaru used his skill with blood and was already behind the fiery boss, from whom only the torn flesh of his body was left. The fire boss was examining his torn body when Carrion flew up to him from behind with his energy. Enraged by his hopelessness, the fire boss looked forward as part of his body became covered in ice again. The boss didn't understand how these commoners dared to stand up to him. Part of the fire boss's face was also covered in ice, along with his enraged grin. The guys used their skills together, blood manipulation and corpse fist. Green and red energy intertwined together from Subaru and Carrion, who stood with their backs to each other and attacked the fire boss together. Carrion's malicious grin and Subaru's furious gaze pierced the body of the fiery boss. The fire boss was completely covered in ice and thought it was the end for him. The fire boss was disappointed because he was deceived and his brothers were used against him. The fiery boss's frozen gaze was frozen in the moment. Subaru apologized to the boss, telling him that he used Kill Him and Delta against him. Subaru walked up to the fire boss's flying ice head and said that he really didn't know where they were. Subaru also added for the fire boss to go to the Sea of Radiance when freed from the gate. The ice head of the fire boss that flew off changed its look. Subaru said that Kill Him and Delta were near the Sea of Radiance. The soul of the fire boss was wondering whether it should now trust Subaru. The evaporating remnants of the boss's ice head said that they were not sure of Subaru's words. A notification came out. The boss is defeated. Subaru stood on the icy road against a clear crystal sky with his hand raised. Carrion watched from the side as Subaru caught snowflakes from the sky with his raised hand after an icy boss battle. Carrion noted that Subaru should not relax, because these monsters can be reborn. Notification: Second Coming of the Storm Level 5. A skill unique to weather deities. Upon death, 5% of the maximum health level is restored. Reuse is possible after 240 days. Subaru's exhausted and burned face watched with peace the snowflakes falling from the sky. Subaru reassured his friend, telling him not to worry. Carrion kept one eye on the blue notice. Suddenly Carrion was horrified. The notice said that the revival skill Second Coming of the Storm was cancelled by the additional effect of Ice 9. Seiya fluttered in the air with her wings, holding Jinga's weakened body, and was surprised at this additional effect. Seiya noted that this skill could also prevent revival, so this skill seemed very valuable. This is a deadly skill that, once activated, does not give a chance of revival. Exhausted, Jinga closed his eyes, realizing that the Ice 9 skill would not allow anyone to escape. In front of him was a notification that the boss had been defeated. In the otherworldly boss area, Everything was covered in ice where the red gate was located. Flying past the second zone, where the steel of the fallen hero was located in the form of a stone tower, a glowing dragon with multicolored mosaics on its wings was surprised that the guys were able to defeat the fiery boss. This dragon was the boss of Zone 2 and his name was the Shining Dragon Carcinus. All the guys went through the red gate and raised their heads up to Dragon Carcinus. The dragon thought about how they were able to defeat the flame boss, remembering that they used the Ice 9 spells, which the flame boss had no chance against. Dragon Carcinus thought that he should not underestimate these weak-looking guys, otherwise he might suffer the same fate as the Flame one. Subaru furrowed his brow and watched the dragon with contempt. The dragon's mouth, covered with thick scales, bared its teeth slightly. The dragon joked ironically that the guys should not cross this zone. Dragon Carcinus really hoped for their speedy return. Dragon Carcinus flapped its huge wings as it soared in the air. He warned the boys, telling them that if they took one step into his territory, he would destroy them all with the most powerful wave of light they had ever seen. The dragon's coated armor reflected a bright stream of purple light from itself. The red magic gate radiated its dark energy from itself. With a displeased grin, Shikishima called out to his guys. His loyal team sat on the ground with their arms crossed and raised their gazes to Shikishima. Shikishima asked the guys what they were doing. Sakura looked at Shikishima with a relaxed face and replied that she was waiting for Subaru with the rest of the guys, which should have been obvious. Yudu grinned displeasedly and added that they were very worried. Fuchigami, spreading a wide smile, closed her eyes and said that the tent was cramped. Heart furrowed her eyebrows in irritation and said that she was preparing to receive the wounded. Shikishima convulsively closed his eyes and bared his teeth as if he felt some kind of sadness. Shikishima crossed his arms and tossed his smirk to the side. Shikishima said that the rest of the guys, along with Subaru, entered the gate just 5 minutes ago. Fuchigami said that Shikishima was trying to calm them down, but he himself had not even taken a step from there yet to go help. Shikishima angrily told Fuchigami to shut his mouth. Shikishima stood in front of the gate, which was about to open and blue light leaked out. Shikishima said that in any case, they don't know how long it will take the guys to clean up. Shikishima closed his eyes and raised his finger up, talking about the guys who had already appeared at the entrance to the gate and were standing behind him. Shikishima told the guys that rest is their essential task in order to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. The guys waiting at the gate tried to call out to Shikishima, saying that guys had appeared behind him. A joyful Subaru and his team shouted with excitement that they were back. They were tested at the 6-star gate, the Butcher's Palace. The first zone is the Fiery Gloriette. Clearing time, 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Subaru looked forward at the guys with peace on his face, not understanding what the guys were doing together in full force. Subaru, level 51-63. Jinga covered his face with his hands. Jinga, level 74-79. Shikishima asked the guys with fear why they returned so quickly, thinking that some terrible situation had happened. In response, Subaru only remained silent. Jinga, covering his face, walked up to Heart, who handed him the cap. Jinga asked Heart, apologizing in advance, if she would have a paper bag. Heart said she could only borrow the cap. Heart handed Jinga's cap and he thanked her. Heart, without a cap, looked at Jinga with confusion. Heart noted that Jinga might not have to hide his face. Jinga looked casual as he rocked a black Heart cap. Jinga turned his back to Heart, who stood there in disbelief, and adjusted his cap. Jinga noted that only in Tokyo no one would care about him if he showed his face. Shikishima was worried about his arriving guys and wanted to find out if everyone was alive or if someone was injured. Carrion furrowed his eyebrows and grinned, showing with one hand that he had no other hand. Carrion asked Shikishima if he was blind for not noticing such a loss. Kindred cannot level up until they switch bodies with the body's owner. Subaru suddenly turned back from his conversation with Shikishima as his name was called. Akira walked towards them with a confident gait. Akira lowered his eyebrows slightly as if he looked unhappy. Akira, with envy in his eyes, told Subaru that he entered the gate with a flying gait and effortlessly dealt with the boss in 5 minutes. Akira pointed his finger at Subaru with rage and contempt in his eyes. Akira said that Subaru only wanted to show off, but because of him, their team lost a valuable attempt. Subaru grabbed Akira's outstretched hand with his fingers. Akira turned into his furious state, surrounding himself in a shroud of fire and ordered Subaru to deal with the boss because he was counting on him. Subaru continued to hold Akira's hand with enthusiasm, eyebrows knitted together slightly. Subaru approached Akira, telling him that he had already defeated the boss. Akira raised one eyebrow and looked at Subaru with confusion. Subaru closed his eyes, clear tears flowing from them. Subaru remembered its promise for the Akira. Akira widened his eyes and looked at Subaru in amazement, not understanding why he burst into tears. Subaru continued to hold Akira's hand and bowed before him with tears in his eyes. Subaru said it did not let Mr. Akira's sacrifice go in vain. Akira didn't understand at all what they were talking about because he was alive. Carrion standing behind hit Subaru on the head with his palm. Carrion noted that Subaru should not talk like that to those who did not have memories. Subaru came to his senses at the same moment. Carrion said with irony that Subaru scared poor Akira with such words. Jinga stood next to Akira with his arms crossed and his capped head down as Akira raised his hand and tried to whisper in his ear. Jinga agreed with Carrion's words, saying that he considers Subaru a disgusting person. Akira asked Jinga, who was standing next to him, if this all seemed suspicious to him. Akira realized that Subaru had a completely different message in mind. Akira opened his eyes and looked at Subaru with animation, asking him to repeat his last words. Subaru held his eye with his hand as Seiya and Carrion stood behind him, who asked Heart for help. Subaru said he beat the 6-star boss. Akira stood in the company of Jinga and the other silver players, whose faces all looked dumbfounded. Subaru said that they killed one boss, to which Jinga added his words, saying that they barely survived. Akira opened his mouth and was about to answer Subaru. Akira shouted in anger and rage that Subaru was blatantly lying. Subaru responded by opening his mouth in surprise. Akira raised his hands up and a green notification appeared in front of him. Akira knew that a 6-star boss was 10 times stronger than a 5-star boss, so Subaru's words about defeating the boss sounded impossible even in theory. Notification: one of the bosses of the Butcher's Palace was defeated. There were 2 bosses left. Silver rank players, seeing the pop-up notification in front of them, were extremely surprised as they realized that the guys were really able to do it. Heart aimed its fire at the naked Carrion and looked into his eyes. She asked Carrion what kind of people they were. Carrion cast his confident glance at Heart. He added that they are a team of future kings. Rokuryu furrowed his eyebrows and scratched his protruding chin. As expected, he couldn't believe it. Rokuryu said that everyone knew very well how strong the 5-star bosses were, but no matter how you looked, he couldn't believe that the Subaru team finished off the 6-star boss in 5 minutes. Rokuryu guessed that even if there were 6 more gold players with them, it still seemed impossible. Subaru, with a slight smile on his face, replied that they had every chance to do this, because in order to defeat the boss, they as a team relied on the skill of Mr. Jinga. Rokuryu looked questioningly at Jinga and pointed his finger at him. Rokuryu asked if Jinga really had such a powerful skill. Jinga raised his hand and said that such a touch guaranteed instant death. Rokuryu was in shock, not understanding where Jinga got such a skill. Rokuryu, breaking into a smile, looked at Jinga with delight. Rokuryu realized that this was good news, because if they assembled a team and put Jinga in the center, they would be able to defeat the remaining bosses. Jinga was not amused, but he said with irony that he did not know what he could do with this 6-star boss. He also added that Rokuryu's theory sounded difficult to implement. Rokuryu asked why his theory could not come true. Jinga recalled the moment he was able to touch in the first fire boss battle by using his Ice 9 spell. Jinga repeated himself, saying that his skill is activated by touch. He also remembered a dragon named Dragon Carcinus with its glowing wings. Jinga said that the second boss was a dragon that could shoot light waves in all directions, and so it was suspected that he would be crushed into powder before he could get close to the dragon. Kanan was shocked and joked that everything that was happening seemed like a cheap game to her. Rokuryu added his words by saying that this game was incredibly difficult. Jinga stood in front of the silver rank guys who listened to him attentively. Jinga said that in the next run they are forced to fit into a long-range fight with a boss that is 10 times stronger than a 5-star. Yudu closed his eyes from the burden of what was happening and resigned himself to it. Yudu and Seiya were standing near Shikishima and approached him with an interesting proposal. Seiya said that they were counting on Shikishima's strength in such a fight. Yudu added that he was confident in Shikishima's strength. Yudu was indignant at such a proposal and said that he could not stand it, so they should not count on him. Shikishima continued to protest at the suggestion with his hand raised in the air as Subaru stood behind him with Seiya. Subaru looked tense, his eyebrows furrowed. Subaru knew it wasn't about Dragon Carcinus, but rather who was behind it, so they had to come up with a way to deal with the elec. The 3 gold rank guys approached the Subaru, which was standing at the red gate. Sakura and Yudu looked at Subaru with tension as Shikishima asked his leader if they had a chance of winning with an irritated expression on his face. Subaru looked at the guys with confidence and said that they had a chance, but it was extremely small. Shikishima looked at Subaru with a cold gaze and accepted his fate. Subaru looked at the guys with confidence when Shikishima said that they were transferring command into his hands. Shikishima raised his hand in the air and continued to support Subaru's command. Shikishima told Subaru to choose the participants for the next battle and give his orders and generally talk about everything he needed. Shikishima looked forward hopefully through his red lenses. He said they all report to Subaru. Rokuryu was unhappy with this statement and asked if Shikishima was joking. Kanan also looked unhappy, her eyes wide. She understood that they would be commanded by a newcomer who had been playing for almost a week. Rokuryu tossed his grin aside. He thought that the once overly cautious Shikishima was able to trust someone so much. Subaru looked at the guys with enthusiasm and responsibility. Subaru understood everything and said that he was taking over command from Shikishima. Sakura stood timidly aside and was extremely surprised by the events taking place. Sakura plunged into her memories when she first met Subaru. She felt that even when they first met, she sensed his extraordinary aura, but she did not expect that Shikishima would hand over his command to Subaru so soon. Shikishima stood close to Seiya and Subaru, who had already taken command. Sakura approached Shikishima from behind, who turned back with a satisfied look. Sakura noticed that Shikishima looked peaceful, to which Shikishima responded with a smirk. Yudu and Sakura looked at their new commander with insight and realized that they had been fighting for 8 years without stopping. Shikishima looked ahead happily through his cool glasses. They knew that they were waiting for the one who would shine next as their leader. Karien, Jinga and Seiya stood surrounding the newly baked commander. Subaru, accompanied by Jinga and Seiya, turned to his players with enthusiasm and told them to listen to their first order. A company of 5 silver players stood together and listened to Subaru's order. Subaru said the 6-star gate appeared last day at 6:15 p.m. On the other side stood the gold players and listened that it was now 9:13, which meant 15 hours difference. The red 6-star gate emitted powerful dark energy. Subaru said they have 6 days to clear the gate. Karien, standing behind Jinga in a cap, shouted that there were still 9 hours plus 6 days. Subaru raised his hand to his chest with confidence in his actions. He said they had until 6 p.m. next Tuesday to split up. All the players' faces looked puzzled. All the guys, divided into 3 teams, stood near the 6-star red gate. A black music record played its tune amid laughter. Subaru, in the company of Jinga, Karien and Seiya sat in the cozy interior of the car and recalled a moment from the past. Subaru told Karien not to choke from laughing. Karien, laughing hard, said that it was all because he could have seen the players' faces when Subaru said that everyone needed to leave. Subaru, realizing that he had expressed himself incorrectly, suddenly tensed and waved his arms to the sides. Subaru said that this did not mean that their team was breaking up, because he meant that everyone needed to refresh and recover before Tuesday. Shikishima was taken aback by his new commander to express himself correctly. Subaru, with sadness on his face, lowered his eyes down, asking the guys if he really explained everything so poorly. The guys noticed that it really sounded like that. Seiya sat opposite Subaru with a scared look. At the same moment, she grinned and supported her new commander, saying that everyone has their pros and cons. Subaru was thinking that things were so bad that even Seiya couldn't support him, so he should study about it. Subaru was called from the side. A frowning Jinga, crossing his arms, looked out from under his cap and clarified that Subaru had told everyone to eat before Tuesday. Their white car was heading along the road among green fields to the prison. Jinga asked why they should go to prison in this case. A huge black building that looks like a tower. It was a prison for panopticon players, an object built by multiple players using skills. The prison contains traps and other devices and serves as an anti-skill detention center and penal colony. A huge building with several floors and rooms with bars. This prison accommodates approximately 300 prisoners. A guard in a white suit walked through the air towards the cell and ordered the prisoner to get out. The warden put his hands behind his back, hovering in the air, and approached one of the cells. The warden told the prisoner that he had visitors. The warden hovered near the cell behind which sat a prisoner in orange prison clothes. The warden said that the visitor was a rainbow player. It was prison warden Q, with white hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes. Q told the prisoner that the rainbow player wanted to talk to him. The guy with dark hair cast his disdainful gaze towards Q. It was Kiryu Aize, the former deputy leader of the Black Faction. Player exclusive prison, panopticon main entrance. Before entering the said institution, 4 guests are greeted by a young man in a white robe. "You're Ariake Subaru, correct?" he asks. "I've heard about you from Mr. Shikishima." We see this young man up close and he introduces himself. "I'm Q, the warden here," he says. "I know it might sound like a strange name, but due to the nature of my profession, it's prudent to keep my identity concealed because I often attract resentment." The hero looks at him in surprise. "I understand," he thinks. Q leads the hero and his companion into the prison territory. The guests look around in surprise. The term panopticon is a coined word that means to see everything. It was devised and out into practical use by utilitarian thinkers in the 18th century to enable a small number of personnel to monitor a large number of prisoners. We see that Q has white eyelashes and eyebrows. He continues his story, standing with the guests at the entrance to the huge prison. Due to the lack of personnel capable of capturing the players, this method was adopted and has continued till this day. A golden seal appears in his hand. "I'm also using my skill to seal Kiryu Aize's power, whom you are about to meet." An alert appears. Fiddle stamp, able to bestow various effects by applying sealing wax to the target. The effects are distinguishable by color. We see an unshaven man with a red seal on his neck. so you can rest assured, as I can easily subdue them if they go on a rampage, says Q. Another alert, derivation Crimson Seal. Seals the target's skill and reduces their abilities to that of an average person. Isn't that a very strong seal? Asks Subaru. Q replies with his eyes closed. I think so too. Unfortunately, my stats aren't increasing, because the owner of my door is quite an old man. We see Q behind a crying toothless old man with the original staff. It is reported that this is the owner of the door, the great alchemist Zola. We see the die. Trial content, massage the shoulders of the owner 10,000 times. Dinner is not ready yet, the old man asks. Grandfather, don't you remember what you ate just recently? The boy asks. Owners are different, aren't they? The hero asks, smiling. In clearing gates I might be a hindrance, but here I can be of use, says Q sadly. We see his white high-heeled boots. Well, he says. Q is standing next to the door of room number 603. This is the visiting room, he says. The visit lasts 30 minutes. It is prohibited to give anything to the prisoner. Do you mind? He asks the hero. He looks into his eyes. There are no objections, Subaru replies. Please proceed. Q opens the door. A man sits behind glass in a visiting area with his head down. He placed his clasped hands on the table. He looks up and calls Resurrecting Subaru by name. The hero enters the room. You are Resurrecting Taiga's brother, says the prisoner. The hero looks at his interlocutor in surprise. The players are supposed to be fully focused on dealing with the 6-star, but his interlocutor says. We see that a whole group of people is standing in front of the glass for negotiations. Did you come here to hear about your brother? Asks the prisoner. The hero looks at him. Kuryu Aize, the hero thinks. The black faction sub-leader defeated by Mr. Hirasaka. We see some vague pictures. It looks like he was treated using a recovery skill. Warp Edge. Kuryu Aize is unshaven and looks exhausted. There is some kind of device glowing on the hero's left wrist. I met Mr. Kuryu during the 6th calamity, he thinks. This is a cataclysm that swept across the entire Japanese islands after the great earthquake occurred. We see how this meeting took place. Behind the hero's back, the ruins of a destroyed city are smoking. Subaru, standing under a heavy downpour, looks at Kuryu Aize with an expression of great grief on his face. In front of him stands a completely exhausted man holding small shoes in his hands. I couldn't bear watching Mr. Kuryu at that moment, he thinks. The man sobs bitterly, not letting go of his shoes. Those who have nothing. Gate difficulty 5-star. The ghost ship of madness. We see a medieval ship on which a powerful explosion is heard. Damn it, someone on board screams. Shikishima Ryu fights with a lot of different monsters. Damn Subaru, he screams loudly. The guy who lines the air with energy coming from his finger is really incredibly angry. Please, get yourself up to level 90 and come back, he said, he shouts. The yellow rays hit the monsters rushing at him without missing a beat. It is explained that this is Golden Bullet, 1-cent skill. One of the opponents is a skeleton in a pirate costume. This is Captain Nemo, and he is level 78. Shikishima screams indignation, mouth wide open. He even understands how difficult it is to raise your level here, he yells. The guy's foot ends up in front of the skeleton's teeth. We see a powerful blue explosion above his head. Especially after level 80, he shouts. Shikishima uses ephemeral flare, 3rd skill. The guy wearily raises his leg bent at the knee. These guys aren't gonna add any value to me at all, he says sadly. Yudu Ryusei is also sad. It's hard to level up even among the 5-star unless you aim for the strong ones. A golden colored structure grows in front of Shikishima. It is reported that the golden wall, 2nd skill, has been used. And even if you did, it's still difficult in a different sense, says the guy. Cause there's a chance you'll probably die. We see an information sign. Difficulty within the same star tier. X, there are only bosses, but the difficulty is 10-15 times higher than the upper tier of 4-star, with a very low chance of occurrence. Upper tier, 10 times the difficulty of the upper tier of 4-star. Middle tier, 5 times the difficulty of the upper tier of 4-star. Lower tier, 2-3 times the difficulty of the upper tier of 4-star. The finger points up. What should we do now? Asks its owner. Before us are many golden tips. This is reportedly the result of using the night fence, 3rd skill. Okay, enough chatting, someone's voice sounds. Above the Kinakawa Sakura, which stands on the bow of the ship, a golden boat appears, in which sits a strange-looking spearman. It is reported that Killer Vessel, 3rd skill, was used. Besides, you are the one who gave him the authority to command, right? This character hears. It's true, but, says Shikishima, some containers fall out of the holes in the lower part of the rook. It is reported to be derivation. The barrels fall into the water and fall down towards the sea monsters. They explode. Detonation occurs under the keel of the ghost ship. It is reported to be depth charge. Yudu Ryusei stands next to the mast and looks at the red window that appeared in front of him. Hey, the boss is here, he tells his friend. A huge muscular monster with a tail and a naked torso appears in front of the ship. This is reported to be the level 90 boss of Giganto Mermaid. The monster looks at the enemy with red eyes and appears to be trembling. Shikishima flies high above the deck of the ship and finds himself in the face of the monster. The monster looks at him in bewilderment. Shikishima looks at the monster with a predatory smile. "Got you," he says. Kinakawa Sakura grinds his teeth in anger. "I won't let you," he yells. Shikishima stands on a golden gun turret aimed at the monster. It is reported that the skill Penetrator level 4 will be used. A golden chain flies up above Kinakawa's head with a strangely shaped anchor attached to the end. Notified that he is using one cent skill derivation Dominate Anchor, an anchor flies into Giganto Mermaid from below, and a shell from a gun controlled by Shikishima comes from above. Screaming loudly, the monster flies away from the ship. He is hiding somewhere in the distance, but his scream can be heard from there too. A message appears indicating that the boss has been defeated. Kinakawa, who is standing at the bow of the ship, raises her hands and joyfully shouts that the victory belongs to her. Shikishima angrily asks her comrade not to be stupid. "I did more damage," he says. The heroes argue furiously with each other as to which of them contributed the most to defeating the monster. A notification appears about the level increase. We see that Kinakawa Sakura has increased its level to 82 and Shikishima Ryu to 83. The guy and girl start laughing merrily. "Okay, the level has increased and it's just wonderful," they are happy. "Alright, let's do the next one," says Kinakawa. Yudo Ryusei is unhappy. "This isn't good," he says. "If those two team up, there won't be anything left for us." Two young men, one of whom is holding a large cleaver, stop displeased. "Is it all over?" one of them asks. "Don't tell me it was an all-out victory," says the second. Yudo Ryusei, who is standing behind them, sighs heavily. We see the notification. They were fighting off-screen the whole time. Happy Yamada Club. A guy with white hair appears behind Yudo Ryusei and smiles. "How about we act separately?" he asks. "Or rather, let's separate those two. They're having too much fun in sync." We see this guy's eyes. "Besides, there's also a stubborn one who's been going solo since the beginning," he says. "Get difficulty 5-star. Cabbage field. Before us is a young man in a long white dress. He stands in the middle of a cabbage field, and above his head storks die, their heads flying off. The young man raises his level to 73. He sighs sadly, looking ahead. A tear runs down his cheek. We see a notification about the appearance of the boss. The guy looks askance at the figure that has grown up behind him. This is a bird in a formal suit and with a low hat on his head, Halfa Stork, level 90. The guy opens his mouth, his eyes glow golden. This presence, he thinks, at least 5-star on the E tier or higher. Ungrateful. It is reported to be used by 5th skill Hecatonchair. Arms and shields appear behind the guy's back. "Let's do this," he thinks. We see the guy flying up, blood gushing out of his mouth. "I will never lose to Ariake Subaru," the guy thinks. An image of a hero appears in the palm, whose name is Renji. "Please, lend me your power," says the guy. A hand grabs his nose. "Mr. Hirasaka," he shouts. A blonde man in a uniform coughs next to a dark-haired girl. "Mr. Hirasaka, do you have a cold?" she asks. The guy wipes his nose with his finger. "You gotta be in top shape, or Mr. Van will get mad at you," says Seiya. Opposite them are armed men, one of whom is noticeably towering over the other two. "After all, the next strategy is all-out war," the girl continues. "I hope Subaru also managed to persuade him," she says. "Do you mean Mr. Kuryu?" the young man clarifies. He opens his mouth in surprise. We see another mouth, and its owner is incredibly angry. "What are you protecting the world for, Hirasaka?" he asks. The guy looks at his opponent with concern. "It may not be so easy to deal with," he says. We return to the prison, where the hero and his companions went on a date with Kuryu Aize. "I refuse," says the prisoner. "I won't help you clear the portal." He gets up, ready to leave. The visit is over, Kuryu declares. The hero screams, trying to stop him. Here is a photo of Kuryu with his wife and son. "When my wife and son were killed, the world stopped knowing anything for me," he says. There is unbearable pain on the prisoner's face. "There is nothing else in the world that is dear to me," he says, "and I have no desire to do anything. So just leave me alone." The hero looks at the man with sympathy. "This is so wrong," he says. Kuryu closes his eyes. "You don't mean then," says Subaru. "In truth, you still have hope towards this world." Kuryu looks ahead sadly. "You can still make it in time," he hears. Subaru tries to look into his eyes. "Mr. Kuryu," he says. The young people continue talking with Kuryu Aize in the visiting room. "Hey, did you know?" someone asks. Before us is a former member of the black faction Yatsurugi-kei, who is sitting in the same prison. "I heard that they came to Mr. Kuryu," he says. His interlocutor is Haimno Yumino, who is sitting on the bed with a book in her hands. "So," she asks, expecting Kei to continue the story. "Maybe they're inviting him to clear the 6-star gate," says the guy. "So you think they will take him away from here?" the girl asks. Former accomplices communicate while on opposite sides of the same wall. "I would like to join them too," Kei declares. You are too weak, Hymno replies. What did you say? The guy asks indignantly. He glances sideways in the direction where the interlocutor's voice comes from. Don't you also want to be free? He asks. The girl looks at her book and says nothing. Before us is a vague picture in which we recognize Hymno, who raises her left hand. The girl, looking ahead, hums thoughtfully. I'm not interested, she says. Reward of life. A limousine is driving along the road. Jinga sits in it with her cap, not with the most cheerful expression on her face. It's been around 4 hours since we left Panopticon, he thinks. The squad members sit in the car silently, heads down. The atmosphere felt so heavy. Jinga grits her teeth in disgust. Damn it, he thinks. I should have just fallen asleep. I didn't think no one would talk at all for 4 hours straight. Subaru, Kiryu finally says. Where are you taking me? Has he really spoken? Jinga thinks in surprise. Don't tell me, the former prisoner guesses. Is it to the place of the murderer who killed my wife and child? The hero looks at him. No, he says. Before us is the eye of Subaru. Do you want revenge? He asks. Kiryu looks down sadly. This thought occurred to me, he says. But I realized that having done this, I would not be able to return my wife and son. Kiryu, who is sitting next to Jinga, looks at the hero. Do you really think I can help you clear the portal? He asks. Subaru looks out the car window. Yes, he says. Yes. Jinga is very surprised. Kiryu Aize. The guy looks at this man with sadness. He remembers his wife and child. Even though his wife and child were brutally murdered, proper justice wasn't given because the culprit was a minor, thinks Jinga. Towards the company, humanity, and the world, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Just what kind of negotiation do you intend to have with such a man? Subaru. Jinga and Kiryu sit next to each other in the car, heads down. The hero looks at the former prisoner and says that he also has no family. True, Jinga thinks, looking at the Subaru. Kiryu looks up, looking exhausted. So what? He asks. It didn't work on him, Jinga thinks. The hero looks at Kiryu. But I have a lot of people I love, so I'm going to protect them no matter the cost, he says. Kiryu silently glances sideways at his interlocutor. Then he turns his gaze and looks ahead. Jinga looks at her neighbor from under the visor of her cap. As I thought, none of this bothers him, he thinks. Jinga looks ahead sadly. A man who doesn't even have any hint of revenge in his heart. How are you going to make him move? Subaru, he thinks. The limousine continues to go somewhere. We see that the route is quite long. From Niigata Prefecture, Echigo Plain to Tokyo. The squad members get out of the limousine and approach the football field where children are playing. Kiryu looks at the young athletes with bitterness. There is great pain in his eyes. Jinga approaches the hero. Subaru is the place, he says. Akasaka FC, says Kiryu. He walks down a small embankment towards the football field. This is the football team my son played on, he says. Jinga opens her mouth wide and screams indignantly. Subaru, on the contrary, is calm and sad. The ex-prisoner's foot lands on the grass. The same leg had stood here before. Kiryu looks at the kids playing football. He remembers how his son called him from this very field. He smiled radiantly, thanked him for the lunch he brought, and promised that he would definitely score a goal if his father did not leave and watch him play. Kiryu then also smiled, shouted that he would stay, and asked to take care of himself from injury. The current Kiryu remembers and repeats those words, "Don't get hurt." The boy, smiling, waves his hand. Saikai, the father, says quietly. He looks in surprise at the glass that someone hands him. It's a flashback again, and the vessel is held out by Kiryu's wife, now dead. Would you like some iced tea? She asks. Kiryu takes the cup and thanks his wife, smiling. Now he stands in the same place, with his arms stretched out at his sides. Thank you, Emi, for always being with me, he says. Jinga grinds her teeth in anger. Subaru, how cruel you are, he says with disgust. Jinga looks at his comrade with hatred. Why did you bring him here? He asks. Kiryu cries bitterly. The hero looks at the unfortunate man with compassion. Not yet, he says. Jinga looks at him and cannot believe her ears. What? He shouts in amazement. The children notice the man. Uncle, they call him. Young football players shout joyfully. This is Saikai's father. Kiryu looks at the children in surprise. Jinga, who is standing next to Subaru, is also amazed. The children run up to their friend's father. They greet him and ask him various questions. Kiryu smiles. Hello, children, he says. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Children's faces look at Kiryu with delight. He looks at them, smiling. Since Saikai's funeral, he says. He is interrupted by one of the young football players, who, with his mouth wide open, calls out for Kiryu Saikai's father. The man and other children look at this child. Aize is shocked to the core, because the young football player holds a portrait of his son in front of him. There is sadness in the man's eyes. He says his son's name. The boy clutches the portrait to his chest. Saikai has always been with us, he shouts. And he is with us now. We are always on this field together. A smile appears on Jinga's face. Children look at Aize with delight. That's right, they shout, he is always with us. The man is touched, this can be seen in his gaze. The boy with the portrait turns to him again. We'll have a match next month. A man covers his face with his hand, sobbing. Come cheer for us, the young football player asks. Children surround the crying Ise. We will win together with Seika, they shout. Ise is crying bitterly. He remembers his past and what he told his son. Seika, I heard you got accepted as one of the regulars. Do you like playing football? The boy polishing his boots turns his face to his father. Yes, it's incredibly fun, he says. Seika smiles. Well, it's not like I'm super strong, but it's nice to have a bunch of friends, he says. Be sure to come and support us in the upcoming match. Ise stands with his arms stretched out at his sides. Dad, he remembers his son's voice and begins to sob again. Subaru and Jinga look down at the children gathered around the kneeling and crying Yusei. The hero is touched. The future has changed a little again, he says. The sixth calamity, immediately after the great earthquake. Before us again is a picture of a meeting between Subaru and Yusei against the backdrop of a destroyed and smoking city. I met Mr. Kuryu, who had returned to Tokyo after the prison collapsed, the hero thinks. Subaru, streams of rainwater running down his face, looks at Ise. What kind of boots are these? He asks. He's crying. I went to the football field where my son was playing, he says. Before us are the corpses of young athletes. They all died crying, says Ise. We see a framed photo of his son with the glass broken. Photo of my son, says Ise. She was in the locker room. All this time they did not forget about my son. A man holds his son's small boots in his hands. And yet, he says, his mouth is twisted in a grimace of pain. Ariake Subaru, he says. What? Just what on earth was I doing? He asks. Streams of tears flow from his eyes. Subaru is crying too. He clutches his uniform tightly with his fingers. Tears roll down from Ise's eyes. The tears today aren't the same ones as that times. He's crying again. The hero looks at Ise, touched. I'm very happy, he says. Jinga smiles. He understood Subaru's plan. You're right, he says. Ise's son turns to his father and yells for him to come watch his team practice. The hero stands next to the former prisoner. He turns to him. We see the back of the Subaru's head. Please, lend us your power, he asks. Now we have the back of Ise's head in front of us. Please, protect this world together with us, this person hears. The hero looks at the man. For those kids, he says. We see children enthusiastically playing football. I want to leave behind a world where they can still play soccer, says Ise. Subaru looks at him. Ariake, you're quite the con man, the hero hears. You know how to grasp the depth of people's hearts. How unfair. We see Ise's chin. I will help you, but I have one condition, declares Ise. I'm listening, Subaru answers. Smiling, he looks at Ise. I'll make sure you can attend next month's match and support them, he says. Ise is no longer crying. He looks in front of him, moved. Thank you, says the man. The sun is shining over the foggy area. Now we see the moon. With Mr. Kuryu joining us, the final team for clearing the 6-star gate is now complete, says the hero. We see the lower part of his face. We're going to level up right before we enter the gate, says Subaru. Karien and Seiya's X points will also be passed on to Mr. Hirasaka and Seaka, therefore they won't go to waste. Karien smiles. Seiya hugs the blue cat to her chest. Jinga has already put a bag with slits for the eyes on his head. Mr. Jinga and Mr. Kuryu, please, open at least one more door, because that skill will determine the outcome of our battle. Ise, who has already changed into a formal suit, adjusts his glasses on his nose. We see several squad members standing one after another with the next boss in front of them. Let's put all of our strength in line to beat the 6-star boss, says the hero. 6 days later, Tuesday, October 31st, the day of the final battle. October 31st, Tuesday, Shikishima looks at the red portal from a small elevation. 12:07, 6 hours until the breakthrough, he thinks. Shikishima looks at this structure through his round glasses. I did everything I could, he thinks. Now all that remains is to believe in Subaru. There is a barely audible vibration from the phone. Shikishima looks at the device's screen. This is an incoming call from director Hizaki. That old hag, says the guy. He looks at the avatar with a fan. I have a very bad feeling, he thinks. Overture. Jinga is eating something, and Kuryu is drinking tea. What? Television? They hear someone's loud exclamation. This is Karien talking to someone on the phone. Why me? He asks indignantly. His interlocutor is Shikishima. It can't be helped, he shouts. News about Hirasaka's death hasn't been announced to the public yet. I'm going to pick you up right now, so go change in the car. A car suddenly stops behind the guy with the eye patch. Hey you, Karien shouts. Someone's hand grabs him by the collar and begins to pull him away. This is Shikishima, and he is already pulling his comrade along the asphalt. Get in the car, he shouts. Wait a minute. Are you serious? Karien yells. Seiya, with a blue cat sitting on the table next to her, watches as Shikishima drags away the guy who was just sitting next to her. No, save me, I'm being kidnapped. The criminal in scary glasses continues to shout carrion loudly. The girl turns her head and looks straight. I demand human rights for kindreds too, carrion continues to shout. Jinga drinks some kind of drink through a straw. What about Ariake? He asks. Still in the gate, Seiya answers. We will handle the meeting with the gold ranks ourselves. The cup falls onto the saucer. Ariake, someone says. Seiya looks in surprise in the direction where the voice came from. It belongs to Kiryu, who looks ahead thoughtfully. Having spent these few days together, I've come to realize that guy is abnormal, he says. Do you mean his behavior? Asks Jinga. You want to die? Paper bag, Seiya stops him. Kiryu's gaze is still sad. No, I mean his mental strength, he says. Gate, difficulty 5-star, forbidden zone of divine beasts. The hero, who holds a sword in his hands, stands opposite a strange horned horse covered with roses. This is reported to be the level 92 boss Mugen Ikuhava. Kiryu continues to express his thoughts to his comrades sitting at the same table. We, players, recover from all injuries by leveling up, he says. In front of us is the horse's front leg. However, Mugen Ikuhava attacks the hero, and he flies away. This applies only to the physical body. Kiryu develops his thought. A powerful white flash appears in front of the horse, meaning that there's no way to avoid mental exhaustion, says Kiryu. Subaru appears to be lying unconscious on the ground. No matter the player, as the battle continues, their energy and discernment will eventually dry up, says Kiryu. Before us is the head of a strange horse, the roses on it begin to glow, therefore making them unable to escape death, continues Kiryu. Subaru's hand is covered in blue roses. There are more and more roses. Now they cover the entire body of the hero lying on the ground. The horn of Mugen Ikuhava glows brightly next to the defeated and blossoming hero. From the place where the hero, covered with roses, had just been lying, bloody splashes fly up. The hero is back on his feet, and he looks at his enemy strangely. But this guy is different, says Kiryu. During past 6 days, when we were taking turns leveling up, that guy participated in clearing every single gate without taking a break, and still continues to do so. The hero's eye glows brightly. Mugen Ikuhava stands in front of him with a rose on his forehead. I've figured out why that guy, who's only been a player for a short time, is able to compete against the top players, says Kiryu. He's already wearing sunglasses. Ariake Subaru. The flower horse's head flies off and the boss falls to the ground. This guy is a monster. Kiryu finishes his sentence. A message appears stating that the hero has defeated the boss. He stands, calmly looking ahead. It is also reported that he has increased his level. Ariake Subaru, level 90. Okay, I made it, the hero thinks. We see his eye. Strange rectangles appear above Subaru's head, glowing with all the colors of the rainbow. All that remains, the hero thinks. He looks ahead. You're late, he hears someone's voice. This is Vanquish with long hair and a flowing cape. I was waiting for you, he says. Vanquish is smiling as usual. Now it's time to finish you off, he says. City buildings are in front of us. Kiryu, Seiya, and Ganga go to the roof. Hirasaka. No, Carrion, says the first of them. The named character sits on the roof, legs crossed under him, and smiles. If you mock me, I will kill you, he says. Kiryu notices a purple-haired girl sitting on top of a guy tied up in chains. Who is this? He asks. Naru Sakura, says Shikishima. He tried to kill Carrion at first sight, so we tied him up and laid him down. The named character is lying on the ground and swearing dirty, crushed by a girl. Maybe he should be silenced, asks Kinakawa. Kiryu talks to Shikishima, who is standing next to a huge monitor on which we see one of the heroes present on the roof. A helicopter hangs in the sky above them. On the day of the operation, they're recording this for TV and even capturing in from a helicopter, says Kiryu. We can't do anything about it, Shikishima replies. There's something called accountability for explanation after all. A 6-star gate suddenly appeared right after the incident with the Black Faction, so the world's feeling uneasy right now, says Shikishima. Kiryu hums thoughtfully. We see a smiling girl. Mr. Hirasaka, Mr. Shikishima, thank you so much, she says. After the commercial break we will delve into the secrets of the new leader of the Japan player community, Savior Ariake Subaru. Jinga is very surprised, as is Shikishima standing next to him. Ariake is the new leader of the Japan player community, he asks. After beating the 6-star boss, Subaru's popularity and recognition skyrocketed. Shikishima explains to him. Well, that's actually correct, says Ganga. Without his strategy we couldn't have defeated Fiery Lambda. Naru Sakura calls out to someone with an angry look. The squad members look at Kinakawa, who continues to sit on the chain villain as if nothing had happened. It's already 6 o'clock in the evening, the girl says. This is the time for which Ariake has scheduled the meeting. And where the hell is he? We see Seiya and Fushigami. They turn their heads in the direction where a very loud scream is coming from. Now before us is the head of a terrible monster that resembles a dragon. It's an underworld creature, someone shouts. The player failed to clear the stage. What? Shikishima shouts in bewilderment. Right now, the connected Narus is perplexed. We see someone's boot. "Let's go," says its owner. Hirosaka screams, making strange movements with his hand. "Hey guys, it's okay, you don't have to do anything." The squad members stop and turn to him. "Are you sure?" asks Rusei. Seiya is completely calm, she smiles. "Naturally," says Hirosaka. Someone's hand is holding the railing. "Mr. Subaru," someone says. We see a monster and someone's silhouette against its background. "He's already on his way," the end of the phrase sounds. Kiryu looks at what is happening sadly. "Damn it, I'm late," he thinks. Moreover, why is there an underworld creature here? What is this timing? The monster's tail stretched over several city buildings at once. The monster, with a powerful beam of light emanating from its eyes, is chasing a crowd of townspeople who are screaming loudly in horror. A hero appears next to the monster and calls out to the brightly glowing enemy. Subaru stands on the railing and emits streams of multicolored energy. "Enough is enough," he tells the monster. People notice the hero and look up at him. The great thing is that they recognize him. There is joy on people's faces. "This is Ariake Subaru," says the woman crying with happiness. She is echoed by a young guy who holds his head high. "We are saved," someone shouts. Subaru, standing on the railing, crouches a little. "A 4-star ex-boss. Perfect for a test drive," he says. A very elegant sword appears in the hero's hand. Subaru is reported to use divine chisel. The hero lines the air with many blows, leaving noticeable red marks. Subaru walks down a city street with a menacing look. People look at him, their mouths open in surprise. We hear their surprised remarks. "Against that big underworld creature, an instant kill." People wave their hands, welcoming the hero. "Amazing." As expected of the savior Ariake Subaru, the hero sighs with relief and looks ahead. A red beam shoots out of the hand. The hero runs up to his sister, who dropped to one knee. The girl lowers her eyes. "It was a great job, Mr. Subaru," she says. The rest of the squad lined up behind the girl. "Looks like Mr. Savior is very popular now," says Shikishima. "Please, stop that," Kiryu asks, but Shikishima just laughs. He immediately steps on the hero's foot. "How dare you come late?" he asks. "That hurts?" Subaru screams. "I'm sorry." Shikishima smiles. "You're all set, right?" he asks. The hero responds with a smile. "Of course," he says. The squad approaches a portal glowing red. "Now let's all come back alive this time as well," he says. The squad floats in the air between city buildings. "Please, take a look," hear people watching the television report. The assault team, led by player Ariake, is about to enter the 6-star gate. We see a helicopter with a reporter sitting in it. The girl comments while looking out the window of the aircraft. "What kind of difficulties are awaiting them inside?" she says. We see the red portal through her eyes, that is, from a bird's eye view. "Everyone, let us all pray for their safe return," the reporter urges. We see a portal, someone sighs. A squad of heroes stands in the middle of an ice field with hummocks. Somewhere in the distance a bright purple light shines. "So this is the 6-star, says the hero. Shikishima smiles wryly. "And that's the radiant dragon?" he asks. We see who he means. The dragon looks extremely strange. The hero turns to face his comrades. The monster is behind him. "This part of the area is still safe," explains Subaru. "Area bosses fundamentally cannot cross beyond their own area, including their attacks. So let's continue advancing forward until we reach the boundary between the first and second area." He is interrupted by a dragon whose nose we see. "People, you came to me," he says. We see the back of the hero's head. "And now the eyes, you can see fear in them." Subaru looks closely at his opponent. "He's faster than in my memory," the hero thinks. The floating monster calls him a bastard. We see a man in a luxurious long cloak who stands with his back to us. "How are you in my area?" he asks. Before us is a knight whose face and body are completely covered with shiny armor. In his hand he holds a huge sword. The knight stands in the middle of a wide field completely covered in crystals. Energy streaks appear next to it, which after a while hide the whole picture behind them. We see the head of a dragon, over which blue-white energy is raging. Now we have a strange device emitting a huge amount of light, and an explanation, Albion. Subaru is keeping an eye on what's happening. There is more and more energy. From under it appears the knight's leg and the edge of his cloak. The dragon's head appears above the knight. We again see the warrior's shining helmet. The dragon circles over the knight standing in the middle of many gray cubes. "You, bastard," says the winged monster. "You weren't actually an existence on par with us from the very beginning, but one that governs the entire stage." The knight moves forward, and this greatly worries the dragon. "Where are you going?" he asks. "Using that strike against the intruders will leave no trace of them." The monster, with bursts of white energy running through its body, is stunned. "This presence," it says. "Impossible. Are you still alive?" "But how?" The knight continues to walk forward with a confident step. Third area boss. The 6-star gate, Palladium Carnificus. Stage boss. Demon Beast Slayer Alek. The portal rises above a whole field of strange cubes. The hero says thank you. We see that the gratitude is addressed to Kiryu, who is holding a very unusual weapon in his hands, reminiscent of a sledgehammer with a too thin handle. In front of us is again a knight who continues to go somewhere. No worries, Kiryu says. If the opponent is a swordsman, they are easy prey for me. We see next to him many bluish circles with geometrically regular patterns. We are shown one of them up close. An explanation appears. Cross of Interruption, a setup type skill, able to stop anything that touches the crest for 1 second without fail. The crest is invisible to anyone other than the caster until it's physically touched. Before us again is a bluish circle with a geometrically regular pattern. Crest of Interruption, one of the heroes thinks, can stop anything that touches its pattern for 1 second without fail. Just a single second. However, due to a lax slashing attack being fast enough to vanish within 1 second, Kiryu Aise's deployment is the optimal defense strategy in this battle. Versus Demon Beast Slayer. Here we have Shikishima with his strange hairstyle. I had my own expectations, but he is really a freaking monster, he says. So this is the 6-star boss. We see a red portal, behind which is an ice field, and behind it is a stone one. With one skill he turned the ground into pieces of dice, says Shikishima. If you weren't here, Kiryu, we might have been totally wiped out. Kiryu Aise stands in a striking pose, resting his unusual weapon on his shoulder. He is reported to be level 83. Shikishima, he turns to the guy standing behind him. Did Ariake know right away that we would be fighting the knight? Why do you think that? Asks Shikishima. The Crest of Interruption can't defend against light or gaseous attacks, says Aise. If the opponent was the Radiant Dragon, then there should be no point in bringing me along. It feels more like a foresight rather than a prediction. This is a Subaru, and it's quite serious. Aise looks at him carefully. Just what on earth does he know, and what is he thinking? He says. Shikishima is silent, but also looks at the hero. He opens his mouth in surprise when the hero addresses him. Mr. Shikishima, we will move forward as planned. Alright, leave the support to us, answers the guy with round glasses. Final Assault, Close Range Attack Team. Ariake Subaru, level 90. Carrion, level 85. Seiya, level 40. Tsunemori Jinga, level 86. Fuchigami Mei, level 88. We see members of the squad, albeit in somewhat strange poses. Before us is a blue cat. It is reported that this is Sushi, Subaru's familiar. I'm counting on you, Sushi, the hero shouts. The animal meows friendly. It rushes forward, speeding away from the red portal. The entire squad is inside the cat. The knight looks at this spectacle in bewilderment. He reaches for the sword that is behind his back. Sushi seems to disappear into thin air. The anti-vision skill is reported to be used. The knight is perplexed. Shikishima, who is standing next to Aise, raises his hand. Okay, let's save the conversation about Subaru's true intentions for later, he suggests. Now we can only believe in him. Shikishima, with unusual wings appearing around him, is ready for battle. Final Assault, Long Range Attack Team. We see a golden bow and arrows that someone's hands are preparing to use. Before us is Kinakawa Sakura, level 91, surrounded by gold chains. Now we see Naru Sakura, level 90. Long Range Team, Attack, the order sounds. Shikishima Ryu screams with his mouth wide open. Emitting a golden glow, he flies upward on his strange wings. Reported use of 7th skill, Imperial Control. Simultaneous activation of 1st, 5th, and 6th skills. A bright source of light resembling the sun appears above the knight's head. Its rays hit the helmet. A powerful stream of energy flies down, from which golden butterflies fly out. What we see is very reminiscent of golden showers. Narus and Kinakawa look in amazement at Shikishima, who is hanging above them surrounded by his butterflies. Hey, wait a second, says Narus. What on earth is that skill? Are Subaru and the others going to be okay? The girl asks. We have an information window in front of us. Imperial Control, level 1. In exchange for continuously consuming MP, all skills effects, power, and accuracy increase by 10%, making it possible to use multiple skills simultaneously. In front of us is the lower part of a knight's helmet. Golden streams fall on the knight's cloak. This technique is, says Alak. We see a group of very unusual warriors in incredibly strange armor. One of theirs, Alak, finishes his sentence. He hoots loudly, his eyes flashing from under his visor. A stream of energy rolls over the knight. Wide white jets swirl around it. Narus, who is standing nearby with Kinakawa, looks on in shock. The golden energy continues to work against the knight. Reportedly applied Raging Slash. The area where the portal is located begins to collapse under the influence of this energy flow. Shikishima looks at something in confusion. Is this some kind of joke? He asks. Below him are several stacked platforms, each with his allies standing on them. Our stage is something you can cut through? Asks Shikishima. Is everyone okay? Asks Yudu, standing above the others. Thank you, Yudu, Kinakawa answers him. I thought I would die here, says Narus. Now we have Kiryu. It would be bad if we lost sight of him, he says. We wouldn't know which direction the slash will come from. Shikishima excitedly shouts that everything is fine and he sees the enemy. The clairvoyant skill is reportedly to thank for this. A powerful wave of white energy swirls above the night. But this is bad, says one of the heroes. He's coming towards us. A powerful stream of white energy is carried along the field of cubes. It's the slash that fills the entire space. Someone shouts from the area of the portal located on the island of ice. Reported use of Albion skill. Yudu Ryusei, level 90, looks to his side with concern. We'll stop it together, Kuryu, he says. I see, he replies, covering his face with his hand. He generates a lot of blue circles by using his Crest of Interruption skill. On top of the platform, which has a golden color, we are informed about the use of the 4th Golden Rampart skill. We see dozens of white rays. They merge into a powerful stream of white energy. The stage became vertical, asks Fuchigami-mei in surprise. Ariake, what the hell is going on here? Ganga exclaims in amazement. An almost invisible cat, meowing, sneaks along the stone cubes covering the area in front of the portal. Sushi, please try, Seiya begs. Subaru, with anger on his face, curses. The lax movements and actions are much faster than in my memory, he thinks. White energy arrows fly towards Shikishima, who is still hanging in the air. There are more of them than the first time, the guy screams with despair in his voice. Careful, he shouts, mouth wide open, noticing something. White arrow rays are already flying towards Kuryu. Incoming slashes, Shikishima warns him. The charges fly near Kuryu's head. A powerful explosion is heard. Almost nothing remains of the island on which the portal is located. The knight, clinking his armor, walks between the stone cubes. Shikishima, whose face is heavily stained, looks at his enemy with anger. The stage returned to normal, but damn it, he says. Nut's making a whole mess. The guy is sitting on an ice island. In front of him are blue circles that Kuryu generates. Kinakawa peeks out from behind the golden platform with a puzzled expression on his face. Idiots, she says, shedding a tear. Narusakira looks at what is happening with her huge eyes in surprise. There are blue circles next to it. We see his face up close. This can't be, says the guy. Shikishima screams loudly. He is terribly worried. Yudu, Kuryu, are you okay? We see that both named heroes, next to whom blue circles are visible, were quite seriously injured. Exhausted, Kuryu looks up at his comrade. Shikishima, what are you doing? He asks. Keep providing support for Ariake and the others. Shikishima looks at him in surprise. We have to make sure they safely reach the boss without fail, says Kuryu. We see the mouth of this hero. I believe in Ariake, he says, and I'm very interested in who he really is. In front of us is a soccer ball. He gave me the perfect reason to move on, says Kuryu. The owner of an unusual weapon looks wearily at his comrade. Come on, Shikishima, work, he says. Don't worry, the guy answers him. We see his red eye. My eyes have already captured that Subaru and the others have reached the boss, says Shikishima. We see that the hero and his comrades are already standing in front of the knight. Shikishima looks at his comrade with gratitude. Kuryu, you've done your job, he says. The man is silent. It is clear that he gave everything he had. He closes his eyes tiredly. 5 heroes, behind whom is a huge blue cat, stand opposite the knight in the middle of a field covered with huge cubes. This is just the beginning, says Kuryu. The hero clenches his fist. Thank you, Mr. Kuryu, he says. His face is surprisingly calm now. Let's go, Seiya and Carrion, says Subaru. Yes, the girl answers. Okay, says the guy with the eye patch. He sticks out his tongue. Then I'll leave the rest to you, says Carrion. Hirasaka closes his eyes. Seiya does the same. Hirasaka now looks at the enemy and uses her Pranavarpa's skill. Seiya opens her eyes too. Jinga and Fuchigami open their mouths in amazement. What? Mr. Hirasaka, the first one asks in surprise. Who's with him? The knight swings his sword. Hirasaka flies towards him with his elbow out. A very powerful flash of golden color occurs next to the knight. This is reported to be the result of Flying Dragon Slash. Black looks at his opponent in surprise. Hirasaka smiles. Nice to meet you, Senior, he says. We see this yellow-eyed guy up close. The guy greets Senior and introduces himself as Hirasaka Renji. The knight we see also communicates who he is. The possessor of the Golden Knight Commander Ludwig. Then the warrior seems to be blocked, and he cannot even pronounce his simple name in its entirety. We see blue energy sparkling under the armor. The knight screams loudly in pain. Seiya extends her hand and, with her fingers spread, uses the Thunderbolt skill. A powerful explosion is heard. Amamiya Sayaka and Hirasaka Renji have inherited the X points of Seiya and Carrion thanks to Pranavarpas. An avalanche of flames rushes in front of Hirasaka and he coughs. Seiya, who is standing behind him, calls out to this hero and asks if he is hurt. Hirasaka smiles. It seemed to me that I was going to die, he says. Seiya is ready to cry. I'm so sorry, she screams. I forgot that these earrings will enhance my lightning skill. But literally immediately she calms down and looks at her friend. But based on the information we have, she says, before us is a knight who defends himself with his huge sword. Ranged attacks can only slow him down, Seiya concludes. We see a knight's helmet and a hand holding a sword. A system message appears. Belcherek, able to block 95% of damage from shooting skills. Yellow energy discharges flash around the girl's sweet face. Okay, Mr. Hirasaka, she says. Then this time I will limit myself to a support role. We are told that Amamiya Sayaka is level 86. Hirasaka Renji, level 97, glows with yellow energy. Yes, of course, he answers the girl. I count on you. Versus Demon Beast Slayer. The air is lined with multicolored energy traces. Mr. Fushigami, Mr. Jinga turns to Subaru to his comrades, whose faces we see. Let us join them too. Jinga squints. Ariake, are you serious about joining them? He asks. Behind the energetic flourishes one can see a battle in which the knight, Hirasaka and Seiya are participating. Hirasaka and the knight fight each other with swords, generating bright yellow flashes. At the same time, it seems that the first of them is having a very difficult time. He holds his weapon above his head and glares at his opponent. As expected of former knight commander, he thinks. The young man's eyes glow yellow. A majestic sword that swims powerfully like a whale, he thinks. Even with using both Edoil and Imperial Radiance, it still isn't enough. If I were here alone, that is. Hirasaka and Seiya continue to fight the knight, the air filled with many types of energy. Hirasaka looks calmly at his opponent. This is not a contest, Demon Beast Slayer alack, he says. Now we see the knight's golden helmet. I will defeat you, Hirasaka promises. He looks menacingly at his armored enemy. 6 days ago. Underworld, Seats of the Souls, the Sea of Brilliance. We see the hero's leg as he stands in front of his comrades. Long story short, he says. Subaru places the fingers of one hand on the wrist of the other. In the world of the Aurora King we failed in clearing the 6-star gate. In front of us is a young man with blue hair and a green horn on his forehead. As expected, it wasn't possible, he says. The hero continues his speech, recalling the events that happened. The loss we suffered in the battle against Lambda was too great, so we spent too much time recovering and leveling up ourselves, he says. A knight in his luxurious cloak stands next to the red portal. As a result, Alak, who killed Carsenes, was released due to time expiration. Subaru continues his story. The sky is filled with white lines. His sword flashed across Tokyo, resulting in a vast number of casualties, says the hero. We see Yuda's ear, and smiling Kinakawa. Within my memory, in order to protect the city Yudu and Kinakawa, Subaru begins the phrase. He looks at his comrades standing in front of him. The green-eyed guy looks carefully at the Subaru. Seiya too. One of the characters grinds his teeth. A purple character with red horns and huge earlobes asks where Mr. Hirasaka is going. I will request guidance from Ludwig once again, he replies. He has a very determined look. No matter what, I have to make her train me, he says. Hirasaka is looking somewhere. Seiya and some knight approach him. We understand that there is a girl in front of us. She has a pigtail and two-tone hair. Hirasaka looks at the female knight and calls her Ludwig. I will help you, she says. The girl smiles. If your next opponent is the Demon Beast Slayer, then I will train you to destroy that person, even if it means I have to defy my own country, she says. Ludwig's eyes glow strangely. I will not hold back. Even if you break, I will not care. So prepare yourself, she says. Hirasaka answers her with a sincere look. This is exactly what I need, he says. Please, take care of me. Hirasaka, holding a sword shining with gold, looks at the knight who opposes him. Still, with my strength alone I cannot match Alak, he thinks. We again see the yellow eyes of this hero. So I'll have my comrades, he thinks, make up for what I'm lacking. A smile appears on Hirasaka's face, glowing with golden energy. Reported use of third skill. We see a giant heel slam into the knight. The skill has a slightly derogatory name, Lick My Heel. A powerful energy charge, similar to a meteor, flies at the knight. It seems to hit the target right in front of Hirasaka. Stones fly apart as a result of using the Stonebreaker skill. Alak is visibly shaken, but still holds his sword in his hand. Before us is Jinga. Apparently, it is he who attacks the stunned knight next. He is reported to use the 5th skill Iceberg Squeeze. 2 blue stripes. This is a harbinger of the use of another skill Alboin, which generates a powerful white energy wave. Hirasaka raises his sword to strike his opponent. He does this, and a powerful stream of golden energy hits the knight. This is nothing more than a double-headed slash. Those places where the blows fell hiss as if the knight's armor was melting. Something flies to the warrior again. The skill Corpse Fist has been reported to be used. The hero strikes with his fist, flying up to the knight. Divine Chisel skill used. Subaru hangs in the air near the enemy with a sword in his hand. Fulgur, he thinks. Stones fall on the knight from above. Hovering high above the enemy, Subaru calls out to Hirasaka. He is standing not far from the knight. Now, the hero shouts to him. Alak doesn't seem to know what to do. A wave of golden energy appears in front of Hirasaka and he looks at the knight menacingly. We see the helmet of a warrior undergoing a powerful attack. The skills Fall of the Phoenix, Dragon's Impale, and Demonbane are used against him. Hirasaka doesn't stop, he swings again. Galak is stunned. Hirasaka strikes. He looks at the enemy with his yellow eyes. Hirasaka throws a thrust that seems to connect. This is the Killen Beaker skill. Some blue liquid is gushing out from under the knight's helmet. Hirasaka fires a powerful beam of golden light. The young man's face is sad. Two fighters stand in front of a smoking stone desert. Amazing, so that's how the battle of the strongest player looks, says Jinga. Fuchigami stands next to him. Or rather, the knight shows no signs of life. Perhaps we've already won, Jinga completes his sentence. Seiya approaches the two guys from behind. No, not yet, she says. He'll come to his senses soon. It's probably trying to lure us to do a follow-up attack. Jinga, who did not expect to hear a voice behind him, screams in fear. Seiya rubs her chin thoughtfully. But I think it's a good opportunity, she says. Subaru, I'm going to the front, the girl warns. Got it, I'll support you, says the hero. Seiya smiles happily. Everyone, it's time to shine, she says. The 8 thunder gods summoning. Jinga and Fuchigami look at what is happening in surprise. In front of them is Seiya, who is covered in small horned, but very funny creatures. It is reported that this is none other than the 8-colored thunder god. The knight lies on the ground, legs spread wide and arms outstretched. Under the visor of his helmet, his eyes glow angrily. Narusakira looks at something with her huge eyes in surprise. He looks at the yellow smoke rising in the distance. The guy is trembling from an excess of feelings. What is this light? He asks. The 5 members of the squad look closely at what is happening in front of them. Akira, what are you doing? Let's go, says Shikishima. There is genuine joy on his face. It's time to meet our leader, he says. Narusa's eyes fill with tears. Versus Demon Beast Slayer. Before us is a girl knight named Ludwig. In order to defeat the Golden Knight Commander, you must first destroy the armor, she says. Our armor not only can reduce attack by half, but also gradually restores HP simply by wearing it. It is a valuable item and a treasure. Seiya and Hirasaka, sitting on the ground, listen attentively to the knight. What? This is so unfair, says Seiya. Don't say that, Ludwig demands. The guy and girl look at her in fascination. Moreover, the Demon Beast Slayer has the highest HP among all the past commanders, making him inevitably strong in long-term battles, says the knight, which will naturally lead to an intense short-term primarily focused on fierce attacks. Ludwig gives an instructive thumbs up. And so, we must first completely destroy the armor, she says. Ludwig looks at the guy. After that, Renji, you have to use the strongest techniques I've bestowed upon you, she says. Combine Warp Edge with Imperial Radiance and deliver a powerful strike, she says. Hirasaka looks at the knight carefully. Make sure to be careful with your remaining MP, says Ludwig. Note, 80% of maximum MP is required to use Warp Edge. Seiya gets up from the ground and stretches. So right after the fierce attacks, we have to either deliver a one-hit blow or engage in an intense short-term battle, she asks. I'm planning on providing basic support. But if I can, I'll take care of breaking the armor. The girl smiles. I'm skilled at launching fierce attacks. After all, she says. Ludwig looks at her sternly. You're the disciple of the Thunder God, says the knight. Indeed, no one can surpass you in terms of speed. Ludwig smiles, wisps of yellow energy visible around her. Alak listens in surprise as energy discharges crackle at a short distance from him. Seiya screams loudly, raising her knee in the air, surrounded by her little devils. We are reminded that the 8 gods summoning skill is used. Okay, she says, let's go. Hooray, her charges shout. Seiya is determined. Come on, she orders her horned friends. Behind the knight named Alak stands Hirasaka Renji with a sword in his hands. He looks at the girl in surprise. So, that's MS, Sakaya's skill, he says. Seiya closes her eyes, yellow energy sparkling around her. A system message appears. Mode, 8-colored Thunder God, level 2. While in a state of half Thunder God transformation, Amamiya Seaka is able to command the 8 Thunder Gods. Adds thunder damage to all attacks, speed increases by 1000%, physical and heat damage reduced by 60%. Disadvantage. During the state, an enormous amount of MP will continuously be consumed and cannot be deactivated until all MP is depleted. The girl changes, her hair turns yellow. 8-colored Thunder God. The current duration of Amamiya Seaka's state is approximately 10 seconds. The girl opens her eyes. Let's go, Demon Beast Slayer, she says. The counter shows solid zeros. The knight looks at the energy discharges shooting out from under the stones. 0467. Suddenly, Seaka jumps out from this very place, raising her fist to strike. The fist flies straight into the knight's helmet. 0688. Seaka, arms spread, flies above the knight. 1195. A yellow sparkling sphere sticks to the knight's helmet and it seems that the brains of the person in it are now in great danger. Hours, 18 minutes and 33 seconds. Energy discharges consume the knight entirely. 06671. A hail of stones falls on the knight from above. 102:89. Seaka, raising her fist to strike again, looks at her opponent with anger. 1 hours, 13 minutes and 22 seconds. 1 second has passed. The knight's armor sparkles and crackles. Incredible, says one of the squad members, looking at what is happening. An information window appears. Sub-skill Hawkeye, able to zoom in vision up to 100 times. A basic skill shared among the Golden Knights. To think she could go head-to-head with the 6-star boss. She is incredibly powerful. The hero and his 2 comrades watch the battle unfold in the distance. Mr. Ariake, who on earth is she, is the question. Amamiya Seaka, the hero answers. We see a yellow-haired girl who flows with energy of various colors. She is my very first friend, says Subaru. 2 fingers approach each other, an energy discharge appears between them. We see that it is Seiya and a tall young man with blue hair. Seiya looks in surprise at the discharge of energy generated by her finger. We seem to have good compatibility, she says. Opposite her stands a young man wearing a strange headdress and 2 horns on his forehead and crown. Apparently, a triune creature appears in front of this character, who unanimously declares that the owner of the horns is simply an idiot. I will zap you with electricity, scoundrels, he shouts indignantly. Master Carrion, who is this person, asks Seiya in surprise. I am Thunder Kill him, answers the owner of the horns. He looks at the girl, showing sharp teeth. In accordance with my pact with Vanquish, I will train you as well, he says. Another horned character looks at what is happening with displeasure. Currently, the underworld, the Sea of Brilliance. He towers over Killam, who is sitting on the ground and looking at something on the purple window that hangs in front of him. The purple bearer of horns gloats. Oh, what is this? He asks. Killam smiles, stroking his chin with his finger. You seem very pleased, he says. In reality, Amamiya Seaka's growth is truly impressive, enough to astonish even Killam. However, her enemy is from the Golden Country, who have borne the title of the strongest, meaning that he won't be easily dealt with. Seaka, clenching her teeth from terrible tension, generates a lot of energy. 6:91:19. Alak strikes with his sword and Seaka blocks it with great difficulty. 7 hours, 45 minutes and 29 seconds. The girl's face shows a mixture of horror and relief. If I hadn't used this skill, he would have killed me, she thinks. Even with a 60% damage reduction, his attack is still so powerful. This guy is really strong. The girl, judging by the eye we see, is thinking. She remembers Vanquish and the hero, but Subaru's trump card is to be used sparingly for the next calamity as per Mr. Van's instructions, Seaka thinks, so I can't rely on Subaru. A system window appears. Imperial Radiance, currently active. All abilities plus 145%. MP 578,196 696,513. Hirasaka Renji, surrounded by a yellow aura, looks at the battle unfolding in front of him. There is tension and anxiety on the face of this hero. This Seaka, I'm counting on you, he says. There is a terrible grimace of pain and tension on the girl's face. To ensure victory in the next battle, the air around the night crackles with powerful energy discharges. The warrior has a presentiment of something bad. 8:57:63. There is terrible tension on the girl's face. She emits a huge amount of powerful energy. We have to defeat this enemy by ourselves, she thinks. 8:94:45. The figure of the knight is crossed out by many white stripes. A white explosion occurs above his head, from which a powerful stream of energy rushes down. 9:69:81. Stones are flying next to the knight. His armor is cracking under the influence of multicolored energy flows. Discharges and flashes almost completely consume the knight. 9:89:47. Seaka rushes past the warrior, and some pieces fly off of him. Amamiya Seaka. The girl falls to her knees, exhausted, and leans her hands on the ground. Her body continues to emit multicolored energy discharges. 10 hours, 4 minutes and 44 seconds. MP0. A piece of the knight's helmet has fallen off. We see the eye of the character hiding under the armor. Blue liquid pours from the eye. Seaka opens her mouth wide and screams loudly. Mr. Hirasaka, I leave the rest to you. We made it in time. Hirasaka stands in the middle of a stone field with a trail of yellow energy behind him. He looks at the girl with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Seaka, he says. Now he himself brings down yellow energy and a hail of stones on the knight. It is reported to be Warp Edge. We see an information window describing this skill. Warp Edge, level 10. Able to warp the slash along with the blade to any location within a 10 km radius, launching an attack determined by attack power X. The attack range varies based on the target's size. Consumes 80% of maximum MP. The knight, with blue liquid pouring from his eyes, coughs heavily. The blue liquid is pouring out in a real stream. The knight, who no longer has a helmet on his head, is bleeding blue liquid and coughing heavily. Armor destruction from Amamiya Seaka. We are reminded of how the knight's helmet was destroyed. and also what kind of blow hit him from Hirasaka Renji, and Hirasaka Renji's strongest blow. We see the hero, Jinga and Fuchigami, those present in that moment. Now we have a pair of horned creatures in front of us, as well as those observing from the underworld. Before us is a girl knight named Ludwig. We're all certain of the victory. However, we again see a stream of blue liquid pouring from the knight's eyes. Versus Demon Beast Slayer, a bright plasma ball similar to the sun shines in the sky. Perhaps this is exactly what it is. How dare you, bastards, someone shouts loudly. Before us again is a group of warriors dressed in very strange armor. What does all this mean? Someone continues to be indignant. I was just doing my duty. It looks like this is the same knight whose helmet was recently broken. He glares at those around him. This is reported to be Alak, Golden Light Commander. Ludwig, Vice Commander, tells the enemy that this is a royal order. Behind the knight with the purple cloak are many dead monsters. Your aggression is abnormal, says the girl. If this goes on, you will eventually destroy the Silver Country. What king desires is peace. Alak opens his mouth wide and screams indignantly. What does peace mean? Be it civilians or soldiers, we must destroy every single one of them. Ludwig adjusts the helmet on his head. It seems useless to talk to you, she declares. I begin to carry out the punishment. Alak looks at the girl in amazement. Wait, he says. He is surrounded by golden chains and warriors in armor. Don't tell me that my execution was entrusted to you. There is sadness in the girl's eyes. You've taken too many lives, she says. Not only among enemies, but also among allies who oppose the massacre. Alak opens his mouth wide and screams angrily. The destruction of all disobedient people is natural. I won't allow myself to be executed for this. A discharge of yellow energy appears in the hand protected by the gauntlet. Among those you killed was a close friend of mine, says Ludwig. And you dare call it a natural thing? The girl sadly lowers her eyes. I can no longer consider you my dear brother, she says. She raises a huge shining sword over the enemy's head. Die, Demon Beast Slayer, says the girl. Alak looks at her angrily and shouts her name loudly. An incomprehensible object flies into the sky, from which something seems to be pouring. Before us is an eye from which blue liquid flows. Alak is on one knee with his head down. Seaka is standing behind him. It works, she screams loudly, pressing her hand to her chest. Mr. Hirasaka, finish him off. Hirasaka, sword in hand, rushes to attack. He is reported to be using the 5th skill Imperial Radiance. The air around the fighting fighters is filled with bright red energy. The squad members are amazed. And the hero, and Kinakawa, and Kuryu, and Fuchigami, and Jinga. Their amazement is understandable. They see a giant column of red energy that completely covers the sky. What kind of power is this? Asks one of the spectators. An information window appears. Imperial Radiance, level 10. All abilities and skill effects plus 160%. Alak stands in the midst of the red glow, rubbing his chin with his right hand. I see, he says. He looks at his opponents with contempt. This means that I was betrayed by my own country, he says, and sent into the portal. Hirasaka looks at the knight in surprise. His consciousness, he thinks. Alak points his finger at him. You, bastard, you said that you are Ludwig's possessor, correct? Asks the knight. He looks away and curls his finger. That means the plan of the door that Master spoke of has been carried out, says Alak. Still, even if that's the case, I never expected you to send your own possessor. The knight laughs with a completely insane expression on his face. How pathetic of you, little sister. Your plans have come to naught, he shouts. Ludwig glares at him. The knight continues to laugh, showing fairly straight teeth. The laughter stops. Alak visibly towers over his opponents. By the way, you bastards, he says. Do you know how those sealed in the gate are able to return to the underworld? Hirasaka looks at him silently. Saya too, a bead of sweat running down her cheek. The knight punches and hits the girl in the stomach. Firstly is to be killed by the possessors, says Alak. With his eyes angrily flashing, he starts screaming. This is actually not a good thing. As our soul is damaged and our rank decreases, we will be forced to return to the underworld. Now the knight is calm again. Hirasaka, who is behind the knight, loudly calls Seaka. The girl is in front of the enemy and, apparently, she is feeling very bad right now. Hirasaka takes a closer look and sees that Seaka is indeed in big trouble. Hirasaka looks over the knight's shoulder with concern. Secondly, he says, continuing his story. Alak mercilessly advances on Hirasaka, pinning him to the ground. Kill a possessor that possesses a certain level of strength, the knight completes his sentence. This, on the contrary, allows one to return to the underworld after absorbing the soul of a possessor. Hirasaka, gritting his teeth, looks at the ground to which the knight's boot is pressing him. Your level up and principles are the same, continues Alak. So if I had to choose, I would undoubtedly choose you. Hirasaka, still lying on the ground, looks up at his opponent. Alak sends his helpless opponent flying with a powerful kick. Isn't that right? He asks. Red energy creeps onto the knight's hood. Very soon the aura of this color completely covers the warrior. We have an information window in front of us. Crimson Cloak, a clock that increases one's attack power by 100% at the cost of having one's defense power. With Imperial Radiance and Crimson Cloak combined, Alak's attack power is currently 360%. Exhausted Seaka, around whom we also see a red aura, crouched down on one knee. Hirosaka comes to his senses and stands on his feet, sword in his hands. The knight holds the hilt of a sword in his hand, streams of red and black energy flow around him. Additionally, Alak raises his sword in a spectacular gesture. He'll be able to reach 18% of base attack power on the next strike. We have an information window in front of us. Slayer of all beasts, level 8. A skill exclusive only to Alak, the title holder of Demon Beast Slayer. During the activation of Imperial Radiance and only once, the power of the next strike will be increased by 5-fold. The hero looks at the knight with alarm. Hirosaka does exactly the same thing. Behind the hero are Jinga and Fuchigami. The first of them calls the hero in a trembling voice. Jinga is desperately trying to shout to the hero. Judging by the look, Subaru is not paying attention to him. "Please run away," he says. The hero stands in front of giant red and black clouds that cover the entire sky in front of him. "If we get hit by that technique, we'll probably be blown away alongside the stage," he says. The hero looks with alarm at what is happening in front of him. "I didn't expect him to regain his consciousness," he says. "The operation has failed. We have to retreat." Jinga stands behind the hero with a devastated expression. "What are you going to do?" he asks. Alak takes the floor. "I am grateful to you," he says. We see that he is still holding his sword above his head in a striking pose. "Thanks to all of you," he continues, "I have become even stronger, and now I can return to the underworld, where I can tear apart my sister who killed me. Now there are 2 hands on the handle. As a token of gratitude," says Alak. His gaze reveals implacable cruelty. "Prepare to die by my ultimate technique. 18th skill True Dragon Slayer Sword." At the same moment Alak's technique was being used, a soul conversation was being held between Subaru, Seaka, and Hirosaka. The 3 named heroes stand next to each other. "Abort the operation," says the hero. "We have no choice but to change out strategy. Both of you, please, step back." Subaru looks at his comrades. "I'll be the one to defeat him," he says. Seiya and Hirosaka look at him with concern. They call him by name, trying to stop him from doing something reckless. The hero suggests using a hidden trump card. A slyly grinning character appears behind him. "Are you sure we'll be able to defeat the Silver King in the 3rd calamity?" sounds like a reasonable question. "I don't know," Subaru says hesitantly. We see doubt in his eyes. "But even so, it's still better than losing my friends here," he says. Seiya and Hirosaka look at the hero with understanding and even gratitude. The girl experiences complex feelings. "Subaru, he's only prioritizing our lives right now," she thinks. "What should I do?" There is a bright flash. The girl looks at her in amazement. Seiya stands behind the hero. "Wait, Subaru," she shouts. He listens. The girl puts her hand to her chest. "Can you feel it?" she shouts. "There's one. Something we can use besides the trump card." The hero looks at her in surprise. The knight, surrounded by thick streams of red and black energy, strikes with his sword. The weapon at its lower part becomes white and blue. Hirosaka looks at what is happening in surprise. Alak is also amazed. "What is this?" he asks. Seaka clenches her fist happily. "My arms are paralyzed." The knight does not believe his feelings. He looks around in confusion. Something very unpleasant is clearly happening to him. Alak seems speechless. Kuryu sits on his haunches, looking at the 3 fighters located noticeably below. "Just in the nick of time, I guess," he thinks. His face is dirty, and inhuman fatigue is noticeable in his eyes. "Long time no see, Hirosaka," he says. He reportedly used his Crest of Interruption skill. The blue cat with Kuryu on his back meows loudly. Hirosaka notices them and greets them happily. Kuryu looks at him exhaustedly. "Oh, don't come here, idiot," he says. The already familiar blue circle with a regular geometric pattern appears in front of Hirosaka. Kuryu wearily comments on his comrade's behavior. "What's the use if you're the one getting paralyzed?" He looks at the knight, throwing his strange weapon over his shoulder. "Nice to meet you, Demon Beast Slayer," he says. "You may not be able to see it, but you're currently surrounded by my skill." Alak looks at him sadly. "I'm sorry, but I'm going to shut you out completely," says Kuryu. The knight looks at his interlocutor with hatred. "So it was you who stopped Albion," he says. Kuryu looks at him sternly. "My MP is almost depleted," he thinks, "and this bluff won't be able to last long." Shikishima, "Subaru, if you're going to do something, do it quickly." From the gun turret that hangs in the air above the hero, Jinga and Fuchigami, someone calls out to Subaru. He looks up and calls Shikishima. He screams loudly. Kuryu stopped the knight. "Tell us what we can do." Judging by the portraits, he means Yudu, Kinakawa, and Narus. "There's something we can do besides using that. Something we can do." The hero looks at his comrade. Subaru's mind starts to run wild, thinking of the only possibility of defeating Alak while keeping the trump card for the battle against the Silver King. Subaru closes his eyes. We see his mouth. Mr. Shikishima, Mr. Narus, I have a favor to ask both of you, he says. The hero clenches his fist, which glows with energy of different colors. He looks at the named comrades with pleading eyes. Please, become my kindreds, he says. Subaru brings his hand to his face. Right here, right now, Subaru adds. Shikishima looks at the hero a little scared, but quite decisively. Okay, do it now, he says. Narus looks at Subaru. An information window appears. Passive skill Blood Usurper. Compound type skill. All skills have been unlocked. Level 20, Parivara, level 35, Pranavarpas, level 50, Raktasanana. 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 We see the information window again. Passive skill Blood Usurper. Compound type skill. All skills have been unlocked. Level 20, Parivara, level 35, Pranavarpas, level 50, Raktasanana. After level reaching 50, Subaru obtained the skill Raktasanana, which can transform a living being into one's kindred. Raktasanana, unlike Parivara, which requires a bond, the ability to transform an individual into a kindred is possible only with the individual's consent. However, the hero looks at his comrade. Mr. Narus, are you truly okay with this? He asks. We see the back of Narus, who is standing in front of Subaru. Now we see his face with big eyes. By okay, you mean about me being your kindred Aka subordinate? Asks Narus. Well, in terms of form, the hero answers. Narus remembers what happened to him before. I will never recognize you, he shouted angrily. Judging by his sparkling eyes, he was very determined. I will never lose to Ariake Subaru, no matter what happens, he promised himself then. But now Narus is calm. I don't care, he says, just do it quickly. We see Narus lying on a bed with tubes in his nose. Mom, please turn on the TV, he asks. Narus rises up on her bed and sits down. I heard that Mr. will be shown on TV today. Hirasaka, he says. We see the reflection of the screen in this character's eye. Now we have a framed photo of Narus sitting in a wheelchair and Hirasaka kneeling next to him. You might be the savior, but to me Hirasaka will always be my only hero, says Narus. We see 2 pages of a letter that Hirasaka wrote. First, Mr. Narus Akira, it has been a while. How have you been? I'm doing well. I heard you have moved to a place with a better environment. I'll come visit you soon. Now, regarding the question in your letter, I checked with Shikishima and he said that even if you're from the reconnaissance team, no one other than players is allowed to enter the gate. Second, however, when I asked him is there any job at the Federation that you think Akira could do, I was told being an operator could work. Therefore, please use this as a reference in the future. I look forward to our next meeting. So until then, please take care. Respectfully, Hirasaka Renji. Narus looks ahead thoughtfully. To save Mr. Hirasaka, I will give everything I have, he says. Versus Demon Beast Slayer. Against the background of the pink sky, in front of us is a stone island on which the battle with the knight is taking place. Kuryu extends his hand forward, using his skill. We see the blue circle that is already familiar to us. Alak looks ahead thoughtfully. About 1 second, he thinks. He raises his left hand to his face and looks at her. I see, he says, an invisible immobilization skill. So it's currently wrapped around me. Alak faces 2 opponents, Hirasaka and Seiya. And the fact that there was no attack during that opening means that these people have run out of options. A blue cat appears behind the knight, with Kuryu standing on his back. Sushi meows. Perhaps they are waiting for something, but Alak thinks. The knight stands, immobilized by the naked circles that Kuryu generates, and thinks that this all looks like some kind of absurdity. Kuryu doesn't understand what's happening. Hirasaka looks at his opponent in bewilderment. He activates them with stones, he says. Alak thoughtfully analyzes what he senses. Just as I thought, it doesn't selectively immobilize specific targets, he thinks. Instead, it just stops anything it touches indiscriminately. Kuryu grinds his teeth in anger. To think he could understand my skills characteristics in such a short time, he thinks. A bright white energy streak appears next to the knight. It is reported to be the 15th skill, Slide Edge. As a result, the blue cat is cut into 2 unequal parts. Kuryu appears to be losing his leg. This is indeed so. Blood is gushing from the stump. The knight attacks again, a stream of white energy swirling around him. He is reported to use skill 16, Scrape Edge. Despite losing his leg, Kuryu puts up a wall of blue circles in front of him. This is the Crest of Interruption skill we already know. Kuryu, who is standing behind his circles, realizes that something wrong is happening. The knight mockingly explains what the matter is. The duration of that skill is at most 1 second, he says. Instead, Scrape Edge resides in the current location and is continuously activated. Kuryu grinds his teeth in anger as a wall of white energy appears in front of him. For 20 seconds, adds Alak. The cat, which has just been cut down, screams heart-rendingly. A powerful flash appears in front of the knight, in the place where Sushi had just stood. Knight calmly look at what is happening. -1, he says. Hirasaka strikes with his sword, which flies very close to the knight. Hirasaka looks at the enemy with hatred. "How dare you?" he shouts angrily. Alak calmly looks at this opponent of his. "Don't push yourself," he says. "I'm fully aware that all of you are running out of MP, so go ahead and die." He's going to use skill 15. A red-black line runs through the air. This is Slide Edge. Wariness appears in the knight's gaze. The hand in which he holds the sword trembles. He stands in the middle of an endless stone field and tries to understand what had just happened. We see Shikishima sitting on the ground with the barrel of a huge cannon smoking behind her. The guy, one side of whose glasses has become rectangular, orders the cannon to fire. The crosshair is already on the knight. Shikishima looks thoughtfully into his unusual eyepiece. Just as Subaru said, shooting skills seem to work just fine, he says. We see the weapon up close. It is surrounded by a red and black aura. Related information appears. Second skill, golden rifle. Mount, curse blood. White circles appear near the eyepiece. Fire, says Shikishima. A richly decorated projectile flies towards the enemy. The hit is in the forehead. Alak continues to tremble, confusion on his face. Is this a curse? He thinks. It's not piercing through me, but eroding my soul. Hirasaka looks at what is happening in surprise. Shikishima, he asks. Hirasaka puts his hand to his ear and listens. Mr. Hirasaka comes to him. Another ally appears above the young man's head. Naruse asks Hirasaka in disbelief. Naruse clenches her fists, grinding her teeth from tension. I'm sorry for intruding on your mind without permission, he says. You don't have any MP anymore, right? Naruse screams with her mouth wide open. Please use my weapon. Reported use of first golden armory skill. Naruse gets into a fighting stance. It uses mount, curse attribute. The characteristics of an individual who has become a kindred is to be able to add curse blood into their skills. Hirasaka raises his sword above his head, uses curse blood bombing. In other words, the weapons that are stored in Naruse Akira's golden armory have acquired the ability to directly erode the opponent's soul. Now we have Seiya in front of us, next to whom stands either an axe that looks like a flag or a flag that looks like an axe. The skill curse blood curves has been reported to be used. The girl looks ahead thoughtfully. Subaru, you really turned them into kindreds, she thinks. The hero stands against the background of the pink sky, with his arms and head down. Squinting, he looks ahead. The transformation of the living into kindreds was a bitter decision for Subaru. Once turned into kindreds, Shikishima and Naruse cannot be resurrected through Aurora, even if they were to die in the future. Subaru closes his eyes, and then it suddenly opens. Don't worry about it, Subaru, he hears. Shikishima addresses him. You've weighed the risks, he says, and he made the right decision. Shikishima has his back to us. You were able to share your memories of the future with us too, he says. Shikishima smiles. Sorry for burdening you alone until now, he asks. The hero looks at him in amazement. Shikishima sits next to his amazing weapon, and he looks into the rectangular eyepiece of the glasses, taking aim. Leave the rest to us, he says. Before us is Hirasaka, Seiya, and Naruse. This whole army is preparing to attack the knight. Shikishima fires his cannon. The projectile hits the knight again, who does not have time to defend himself with his sword. Alak is scared. It seems he understands what a serious danger threatens him. Hirasaka strikes with his sword, but Alak blocks the blow with his weapon. But the very next moment, the axe that Seiya is armed with crashes into the knight's side. Blue liquid comes out of the knight's mouth. Those bastards, he thinks. How could they pull off an attack so coordinated without any discussions or signals? It's as if they are one living thing. The benefits that come with becoming a kindred are diverse for both the master and the follower. However, in this situation, what matters the most is a complete coordination through soul conversation. We see that the knight receives blows from all sides at once. The knight, who is gritting his teeth in anger, is hit by another projectile from the cannon used by Shikishima. Don't underestimate me, shouts Alak to his enemies. But his gaze quickly becomes dull. This sniper, he thinks. He's stopping me from using my attack. Before us is Shikishima, which we are talking about. He sits calmly on the rocks and calmly looks at the enemy through his eyepiece. Our way of thinking is similar, you know, he says. It's better to crush the enemy's attack than to defend. So don't expect to unleash a finishing move just yet, right? A huge blue circle appears behind the knight. Kuryu, Alak understands. The named hero approaches the enemy from behind. We see his leg. The knight does not believe his eyes. Impossible, he thinks. There's no way he could survive a direct hit from scrape edge. The one-legged Kuryu leans on the shaft of his strange weapon. Walking next to him is a meowing blue cat, which has greatly shrunk in size. Right before the enemy's skill made contact, Ariak's familiar kept expanding its volume and managed to completely block it. Exhausted and wounded, Kuryu looks at his enemy. Sorry, but I just can't afford to die here, he says. He remembers the young football players who gathered around him. We will win together with Saikai, the children promised him then. I still have plans that I can't afford to miss, says Knight Kuryu. Seiya and Hirasaka each swing their weapons at the enemy. Alak looks at them with anger and despair. He seems to understand that this is the end. We see blue splashes around him. A synchronized blow follows, and streams of blue liquid gushing from the knight's body and mouth pour onto everything around him. Finally, Alak manages to open his mouth wide, scream, call his enemies bastards, and ask them who they even are. We see the faces of the 4 participants in this battle. Were Ariake Subaru's kindred, they say in one voice. A notification appears when you defeat the boss. Alak receives 2 powerful simultaneous attacks. The knight has a blue liquid gushing out of his mouth, but he manages to say a few phrases. I need to retrain my soul again. In the underworld. No, he hears someone's unceremonious objection. This is Hirasaka, who is holding a small dagger in his hand. You can no longer come back to the underworld, he says. The weapon begins to enter the knight's body. Hirasaka sticks it to the hilt, and a stream of yellow energy begins to flow from the knight's body. Alak looks at his offender in bewilderment. The dagger sticks out in the area of the knight's heart, and his eyes begin to roll back. Blue liquid oozes from the corners of his mouth. Those who extend their hands. A girl knight named Ludwig gives something to Renji. After you finish delivering the final blow, use this dagger, she asks. Hirasaka looks at the dagger in his hand in bewilderment. What is this? He asks. This dagger is called amnesia, says Ludwig. She looks ahead with sadness in her eyes. A soul that's destroyed in the gate is able to return to the underworld, says the girl. But this dagger can break that cycle and bury someone in the universal unconsciousness. Universal unconsciousness, the final destination of one's soul and the place where Subaru met the king of Aurora. Hirasaka stares at the girl. Ludwig, that's, he says. She remembers her happy past. Someone is standing next to her. Please, for the ease and dignity of my friends, comrades, and the several 100,000 souls that were slaughtered by him, says Ludwig. There is great sadness on the girl's face. She gets down on one knee in front of the young man and bows her head. My elder brother, please annihilate the demon beast slayer for me, the girl asks. The dying Alak is trying to understand what is happening to him. This, the sensation of not being connected to anything. We see a dagger sticking into his chest. An information card appears. Amnesia, one of the rare items stored in the treasury of the Golden Country, able to return the soul to the universal unconsciousness. Its effect only triggers when the target's HP reaches 0. Alak panics and opens his mouth wide. My soul is crumbling, he thinks. Cold, 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 cold. I can't feel anything. This can't be. Hirasaka calmly looks at the dying man. There is animal horror in the knight's eyes. Am I really going to die? He thinks. His figure begins to collapse, losing piece after piece. A terrible scream is heard, and a stream of blue energy bursts out of the knight's head. Hirasaka and Seiya watch as Alak disappears completely, leaving behind a bright flash. Hirasaka looks up at the starry sky. Ludwig is turning its attention there too. There is sadness in the girl's eyes. With this, regrets of everyone you're killed will finally be lifted, she says. Ludwig closes his eyes. She remembers her childhood. Brother, little Ludwig shouts. Is it true that you defeated the Iron Dragon of the Silver Country? Alak stands in a proud pose, throwing his sword over his shoulder. He hugs his sister and pulls her pigtail. This is amazing, the girl screams. I really hope that one day I can be like you. Tears flow down Ludwig's cheeks. Farewell, dear brother, she says. A blue haze in the sky covers the starry sky. One day I'll go there too, says Ludwig. Seiya screams with joy. It's finally over. She raises her hands. Hirasaka and Naru stand next to her. I used all my strength, the girl declares. Naru covers his eyes with his hands. It seems that he is still afraid. Mr. Hirasaka, he says in a trembling voice, is it really over? His interlocutor laughs cheerfully. Yes, and all this is thanks to you, Narus, he says. Hirasaka smiles, narrowing his eyes. You have become a very reliable person, he says. Narus looks at him in fear, without removing her hands from her face. Before us is a starry one with many stars and galaxies. I see, someone says. So you want to help Hirasaka Renji in successfully using Ed Oil, right, boy? That is a commendable mindset. Before us is the author of these words, a knight in golden armor. It is reported that this is Naru Sakura's owner of the door, Golden Knight Magic Sword Delcane. However, if you wish to become a star in human form, do not tread the path of righteousness. The knight raises his index finger. I too trained myself to become the strongest swordsman, but unable to achieve it, I switched to becoming a magic swordsman, he says. There were times when I felt ashamed of myself, however. The knight brings his hand to his helmet. By not hesitating to use any means, I managed to become one of the 7 strongest knights. Reach for the star, boy. Narus looks at the knight with her huge eyes. No matter the method, believe that you will eventually reach it and never give up, says the knight. Both he and Narus stretch their arms up towards the starry sky. That is what aspiration is all about, says Delcane. Hirasaka looks at Narus, smiling. Delcane, Narus cries with her eyes closed. Today I feel like I've come a little closer to the star again, he thinks. Shikishima appears next to the two guys. Are you okay? He asks worriedly. Shikishima, Hirasaka calls out to him. Hello, Shikishima says, smiling wryly. Hello, Hirasaka answers. He smiles too. Narus turns her head in confusion, trying to follow this exchange of greetings. Comrades also greet each other by touching their fists. Shikishima looks at Hirasaka, and that one on him. The guys, laughing merrily, turn away from Narus. Okay, let's go home, says Shikishima. Okay, Hirasaka answers him. And that's all? Narus can't believe his eyes. Even though they finally had a reunion after such a fierce battle. His amazement knows no bounds, he opens his mouth wide. The seniors are so cool, he thinks. Narus, let's go, Shikishima tells him. Before us is the hero, Jinga and Fuchigami. Oh, everyone is coming back, says Fuchigami, who is looking into the distance, covering his eyes with his palm. Subaru looks thoughtfully at his approaching comrades. We somehow managed to deal with the second one, he thinks. We see his eye. A fragmentary recording appears. Now it is clear that this is a system notification from the administration. This message is visible only to you. Sharing with others is not allowed. One more thing, intervention by your kindreds into the system has been acknowledged. Third, the soul of the stage boss has disappeared. Therefore, it will not be converted into X points. Fourth, intervening in this manner is not recommended. Every occurrence of such incidents deeply troubles us. Fifth, players, please make sure to play in the correct manner. The answer options are yes and no. Sixth, yes. Seventh, do you really understand it? There is tension in the hero's gaze. There's already a warning from the admin, he thinks. Just as I thought, the future is happening faster. 3 system alerts appear. Quest completed. 30 minutes until the underworld disappears. Please evacuate through the gate. Before us is a red portal located in the middle of the city. We hear the report live. Breaking news. It is currently 6:15 p.m. The team, led by Ariake Subaru, has successfully cleared the 6-star gate. We see a huge crowd. The report continues. At the scene, Itabashi intersection, a large crowd has gathered to witness the collapse of the gate, causing significant congestion. People in the crowd point their fingers somewhere, talk to each other and shout joyfully. A press conference is taking place in front of the huge gates. This time I focused on commanding only, someone's voice is heard. We see that it is a Subaru, and his face is simply glowing with happiness. So victory, this was all thanks to the team members, he says. We see Yudo, Fuchigami and Kinakawa are also present here. The girl expresses regret that her contribution this time was not as great as she would like. Seiya and Narus are here too. From now on we, players, will continue to protect everyone from the underworld creatures, even at the cost of our lives, says Subaru. The hero looks ahead. Reporters try to get his attention by shouting his first and last name. Shikishima stands between the hero and Hirasaka. Hirasaka didn't feel nervous, and it seems like this guy didn't either, he thinks. Well, I guess that's not the only thing similar between them. Hirasaka stands next to a guy wearing round glasses. Shikishima, I'll be going back to the Sea of Brilliance now, he tells him. Judging by the look, Hirasaka is determined. I still need to get even more strong in order to protect everyone's lives, he says. Shikishima looks ahead sadly. Well, until next time then, he says. A greenish glow appears next to him, and Shikishima screams loudly in surprise. We see Hirasaka's face change. That bastard, he says, why the heck would he go back now? Shikishima becomes furious. Aw, carrion, he shouts. So by now he meant right now. That freaking idiot. Someone calls out to both him and Mr. Hirasaka. All 3 heroes smile for the cameras. I'm gonna punch him the next time I see him, Shikishima thinks. Seiya stretches with some pleasure. I think I'll head back after paying visit to my parents' house, she says. I could smell an imposter, thinks Narus standing next to her. Seiya looks at someone with her multicolored eyes. Is that okay? She asks. Before us are 3 white spots. It seems we are missing someone, the girl says. Jinga again put a bag on his head, this time with a picture of some bespectacled man. Kinakawa, who is returning his lost leg to Kiryu, who is sitting on a chair with the blue cat, asks Jinga where he is going. Are you going home? Yes, the guy answers. He looks through the slit in his bag. Ariake's request in clearing the 6-star is done, so my role is over now, he says. Jinga closes her eyes. I didn't contribute much in the end, but I guess I did my best as a silver rank, he says. Kiryu, who has a blue cat sitting on his shoulder, smiles. Ha, I guess we're the same then, he says. Jinga bows low to his comrades. He thanks Kiryu for his hard work and sacrifice. Jinga lifts the bag, which hides his face. I am confident that Ariake will fulfill its promise to you, he says. Kiryu looks at his interlocutor. It seems you also believe in Ariake Subaru, he says. Jinga pulls the bag over her face again. No, not at all, he says. We see an electric train moving on the rails. Now in front of us is a 2-story house, on the ground floor of which the light is on. It is reported that it is located in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. Here are 2 framed photographs. Jinga gets out of the shower, drying her head with a towel. In his hand is the TV remote control. On the screen of this Subaru device, it is reported that under his leadership a portal of difficulty 6 stars was successfully cleared. What a difficult week, thinks Jinga. He looks ahead. Well, it was kind of interesting, he thinks. A Subaru appears before his eyes. Savior, Ariake Subaru, he thinks. A source of bright light appears behind Jinga's head. The guy turns around and sees a door with 5 stars. This is the door, he asks himself. There is bewilderment on his face. Why now, he thinks. In front of us is a golden door handle. Jinga, someone is addressing the guy. Jinga looks into the doorway. Arcane, he asks. Now he looks at what he sees in bewilderment. Someone greets him. This is a smiling guy with his hands folded at chest level. I've been waiting for you, dear Jinga, he says. There is amazement in Jinga's gaze. I can't move, he thinks. Now we see his interlocutor in full. Maybe we'll talk for a little while, he asks, smiling. This is reported to be Silver King Silvery Ninetails Ruin. This character somehow looks predatorily at the guy. I want you to help me with something, he says. The next day, Novembit Onesent. In front of us is a building with an octagonal star on the roof. It is reported that this is Player Federation headquarters. There is a wide selection of different foods on the table. The 6-star gate appreciation party is taking place. Alright, then, once again, says Shikishima. Members of the squad who have recently won a victory over a very formidable enemy, having formed a circle, raise their glasses. Good work in clearing the 6-star gate, one of them shouts. Tsunemori Jinga refused to participate in the party. Sorry, I'm going home. It is far away, so, he told his comrades. Kuryu Aize has been sent back to prison. See you later, Ariake, he said to the hero. Members of the squad, smiling, drink alcohol. Before us is a hero, Seaka and Shikishima. Mr. Shikishima, are you drinking juice? Yes, Subaru asks. I didn't expect this, the girl says. Even if we drink alcohol, the drink will decompose quickly anyway, so there's no point, explains Shikishima. Everyone who's drinking is just in the mood right now. Seaka, you visited your parents' house yesterday, right? Asks Subaru. Yes, I even stayed there, the girl answers. Everyone cried, so it was kind of overwhelming. We see a heartbreaking scene of meeting with relatives. But they were happy I got to participate in clearing the 6-star gate, says Seaka. The hero, next to whom Shikishima stands, looks at the screen of his mobile phone. Subaru, you still have time? Asks the guy with round glasses. Yes, a meeting with Mr. Jinga is scheduled for 6 p.m., the hero answers. Here is correspondence with Tsunemori Jinga. Sorry for disturbing you late at night. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Do you have time tomorrow? Alright, where and when? I'll come to your place. How about we meet at Hitachi Station at 6 p.m.? Understood. Don't be late, Subaru. I see, says Shikishima, smiling. He hits the hero on the shoulder, he smiles. Well, okay, Subaru, says Shikishima. He looks into the hero's eyes, showing off his sharp teeth. Buy yourself a house, he advises. The hero laughs. Home, he asks ironically. Third calamity. We have half a wheel in front of us. You've become too famous now, someone says. A man and a girl in business suits are sitting at a table. The lobby at the business hotel you're currently staying at is extremely crowded, they hear. The speaker is revealed to be Shikishima and he shows a phone screen showing prices in yen. The accommodation fees have also skyrocketed. And it turned into a platinum ticket now, he says. A limousine is driving next to the high wall of the driveway next to a multi-story building. Whether it's an apartment or a house, just buy it and move in right away, says Shikishima. Living in a nice place just because you're famous isn't just for a show or extravagance, it's necessary. Cause if you stay in a normal place, you'll disrupt your surroundings. Our house is something you can quickly buy just like that, asks the hero. We see the elevator buttons. And now there is a semi-open corridor along which the entrances to the apartments are located. I'll lend you a hand, says Shikishima. Someone pulls the door handle. In the meantime, says Shikishima, use Hirosaka's house in the meantime. Shikishima and the hero enter an apartment where someone is already there. Subaru looks at the room in surprise. He's simply delighted. It's so spacious here, he notes. Subaru, you're so surprised that you're being too honest right now, says Shikishima. How many prefabs are there in this place, asks the hero. We see the floor plan of the apartment, and there are really a lot of different rooms there. I don't know for sure, but I think it's around 70 square meters, says Shikishima. 20 prefabs, the hero answers him in amazement. How much is your school credit? Asks Shikishima. You know so much, says Seaka. You count so quickly, notes Carrion. So, me here, the hero asks in surprise. Until you find another house, Shikishima answers. I asked him through my soul, he said it's okay to use it, says Carrion. I see, Subaru replies. He stands with his eyes downcast. I didn't think that everything would be like this, he thinks. Will we be able to get used to this place? Mr. Narus was also really mad. We see how furious the named character was. Why the hell are you living in Mr. Hirosaka's house? He shouts. Sorry, maybe you'll join us, his hero timidly asks. An animal showing its teeth angrily appears behind Narus. There's no way I would enter my favorite's house, you freaking idiot, Narus yells. Yes, I understand. Excuse me, Subaru answers him. Take a photo, Narus angrily demands. Yes, okay, the hero answers, smiling. I don't know where to draw the line, says Subaru. He looks at his phone screen. Narus keeps telling him to take pictures of everything he sees. Shikishima hands the hero the keys. Hey Subaru, I'll give you the key, so go outside, he says. The hero and Shikishima are standing at the door, and Karien and Seaka are inside the apartment. I still have time, though, says Subaru. Are all of these home appliances dead? Asks Karien. I heard that Mr. Hirosaka will die if he touches them with bare hands. That's why he wears gloves, says Seaka. Go ahead and take a good look around, advises Shikishima. At the city you are protected. We see a closed disposable cup of tea. A hero in uniform stands in the middle of the ruins. Now he is walking along a completely intact street and sipping tea from a cup. Sekiro looks forward over her cup. In front of him is a guy in a suit who is looking at the screen of his phone. Now the hero sees two teenagers, a guy and a girl. Old men and a married couple pass by him. The child holds his father's hand tightly. The same picture, only in the bloody past. The hands are torn off and fly past the shocked hero, dressed in a uniform. Behind him is a large, entire high-rise building. In front of him is a mother leading a cheerfully laughing child by the hand. This is the world we protected, Subaru thinks. We see the expression of happiness on his face. The sun is shining in the cloudy sky. The tragedy that occurred in the future of Aurora King. We managed to prevent it, Subaru thinks. He passes the turnstiles. A train is going somewhere. The hero, resting his head on his hand, looks out the window. He sees a sign with the names of stations. Subaru gets out and looks at the station where he finds himself. This train station is really pretty, he thinks. Unexpectedly, he sees someone. You came at the right time, says this man. The hero looks at him. Thank you for your hard work, he says. Mr. Jinga. We see the guy the hero met at the station. Young people stand next to each other on the seashore. A bridge rises not far from them. I thought I was finally free after we finished clearing the 6-star gate, but I got called in again the next day, says Jinga. I didn't want to meet the person I spent a lot of intense time with for a while. Is that so? Subaru asks him. Because I'll get tired eventually, says Jinga. He turns to Subaru. So, what did you want to discuss? He asks. A joyful smile appears on the hero's face. Mr. Jinga, next week, do you want to go with me until we reach the underworld? Jinga looks at the hero thoughtfully. He clearly did not expect to hear this. Young people stand opposite each other. Underworld? Asks Jinga. By underworld you mean that enemy of humanity. Enemy? Well, yes, I guess you could say that, says Subaru. A lot of things happened, and I need to participate in the king's meeting. King's meeting. Participate. You. Jinga bombards the interlocutor with questions. First things first, what are the kings? Do they even exist? Subaru clenches his fist. They do, and there's also a meeting, he says. Do you even realize that you're making a statement that will shock the whole world right now? Asks Jinga. He's incredibly angry. The guy spreads his arms and squats a little. Nobody has any detailed information about the underworld, you know, he shouts. But, of course, nobody has been there. And now you're. Jinga lowers her head and appears to begin to sob. Yes, that's why I thought maybe we could go together, says Subaru, smiling. It's like you're trying to invite me on a domestic trip, he shouts. I can't keep up with this conversation at all. And besides, how are you planning on getting to the underworld? I just need to wait for the other side to contact me, explains Subaru. Jinga makes a sound indicating that he is angry. Well, I got used to you saying absurd things out of the blue by now, but here's the hero, who continues to smile. We see that Jinga is indeed very angry. Why would you invite me, who's merely a silver rank? He asks. Don't you have many comrades who are much stronger than me? The hero looks at his interlocutor. Naturally, they will eventually connect too, but, he says, you can see the sincerity in his eyes. I can tell there will inevitably come a time when Mr. Jinga's power will be needed again in the future. He completes his sentence. The anger seems to disappear from his interlocutor's face. That's why. Would you officially become my comrade? Subaru asks him. We see the face of the speaking hero. After I go back from the underworld, I plan to make a team, says Subaru, and I want you to become one of the members. Jinga listens to him carefully. Even though the team doesn't have applications nor a name yet, he hears. Subaru smiles. As for the motto, he says, I will never betray or abandon my friends. That will be our motto. How does that sound? Jinga looks at his interlocutor, and then he silently lowers his eyes. The hero looks at him, and Jinga finally begins to speak. ever since I first met you. We see this meeting in the vaguest colors. I couldn't bring myself to trust you, who chose me to clear the 6-star gate, says Jinga. Memories continue to flash through the guy's head. However, your decision was correct, he says. And with your strategy, we were able to clear the gate. Jinga smiles, looking at the hero. I am sure that you must possess a mysterious power, he says. Jinga clenches her fist. I still can't even believe in my own power, but, he says. The hero looks at the guy with hope in his eyes. He extends his hand to him. Subaru, I will believe in you, who believed in me, says Jinga. The hero looks at him. He shakes his hand and sincerely thanks him. Jinga looks at the hero and holds his hand. Mr. Jinga, says Subaru. He smiles. From the hands that tightly grip each other, rays of white light shoot out. It is reported that this is none other than Ice 9. The hero looks at his friend a little surprised. In front of us is a bridge with water splashing under it. In the distance, on the surface of the water, a character appears. We see that this is Delcan. Smiling slyly, he pours some liquid from the kettle into a saucer. Goodbye, dear Subaru, he says. Delcan sits in the middle of the water with a saucer in his hands. Dear Subaru, you've become significantly more dangerous in just a few days, he says, defeating that fiery lambda in just a few minutes. And you even managed to defeat the demon beast slayer with only your kindreds. We take a bird's eye view of this character. That gold and red copper may be cautious, but I'm different, he says. If left alone, there's a possibility Vanquish will return completely. We see a bridge stretching over the water surface. The threat must be nipped in the bud, says Delcan. Before us is a bright ray of light that originated far below, on the shore. This is the result of the hero and Jinga's handshake. Ice 9, your formidable soul is precious, but I'll have you die nonetheless, says Delcan. The hero looks at his interlocutor with hope. Delcan, pouring liquid from a saucer, smiles. Goodbye, dear Subaru, he says. Silver King ruins skill. Soul-tainting hex spirit. The drops fall on Jinga, and strange but very spectacular energy processes begin to occur inside the young man, concealing the subdivided soul, called Bunray of Ruin, within the target's body, with a 100% chance of manipulating the target if there is no mental resistance. The hero raises his glowing hand and looks at Jinga. The fact that this is being cast upon Jinga means that, Subaru thinks. Just as I expected, he says. In this timeline, Jinga is the one being targeted. Ruin aims to exploit the silver rank, who is closest to me right now, Subaru thinks. The hero with a thoughtful expression on his face stands on the shore. Silver King, you're there, aren't you? He asks. Concern appears in the villain's red eyes. He noticed my presence, he thinks. Before us is the hero's mouth. You have made 3 mistakes, he says. Firstly, when Jinga goes out, he always wears a paper bag. Secondly, he calls me Ariake, not Subaru. Third, Mr. Jinga. We see that Jinga has red eyes. Ariake, I will not believe in you. The hero recalls the spoken words. He remembers the stormy tears he shed in the past, inside the destroyed city. Because once I say I believe in you, you will fight until the very end. We remember the end of that phrase. The hero sits over the guy lying on the ground and cries bitterly. It's okay if you can't save the world. It's okay if you run away, he thinks. The wounded young man smiles. You have to live. Black and white frame. The hero angrily tells his opponent that Jinga would never, until his very end, say I believe in you. He clenches his fist in his red glove. Gritting his teeth, Subaru rips off his right arm. The enemy's red eye looks at what is happening in bewilderment. Delcan, still sitting on top of the water, imagines a mannequin. A dummy arm, he thinks. He cut off his own arm, generating a fake arm and manipulating it. So he's been on guard against Ice 9 since the beginning? The villain thinks. Such thorough measures can't be taken without conviction and determination. We see that the hero with his bare torso actually looks very determined. He points his finger somewhere. It becomes clear that the target is Jinga's chest, on which the outline of what appears to be a fox appears. The curse blood skill is reported to have been used. Poor Ganga loses his balance and falls backwards. Delcan gets to his feet. The expression on his face can no longer be called cheerful. He even eliminated Bunray, he thinks. It's as if he's perfectly dealing with a familiar situation. Jinga closes his eyes. Someone's hand lies on his back. Subaru looks at his friend with concern. He supports the guy with the only hand he has left. Jinga, please wait a minute, he says. Jinga lies on the ground unconscious. When I return, we will continue our conversation, the hero promises him. Delcan looks at Subaru with anger. You see the future, as if he is accusing the hero. In front of us is an object that looks like a lumbar bag. On the ground lies a bloody hand, which the hero tore off from himself. Now the roar looks alive. It turns out that she is back in her place. It seems that the hero simply placed it there, and it grew to where it had always been. Delcan takes a gloomy look at what is happening and analyzes the situation. Not only is he a possessor of Vanquish, he also possesses a foresight. He's too dangerous. I don't care if the other kings have noticed me. The villain looks at the bridge, behind which some kind of haze rises up. I have to kill him here and now, Delcane thinks. Subaru, who already has 2 normal arms, enters the sea. The present we've achieved now is already a world far different from the future I saw that day, he says. His steps are leisurely but decisive. In such an uncertain world, there's only one thing that is certain, the hero continues. He looks menacingly towards his enemy. It's your defeat, Subaru concludes. An information card appears, stylized as a playing card. The third calamity, Silver King contents. The Silver King is plotting to kill you. Stop his schemes and defeat him in direct combat. Ruin. Second card, success. Acquire new kindred, get closer to the truth of the world, expand the red table. Fail A, die without knowing the scheme. Fail B, defeated by ruin. Death of Ariake Subaru, death of Tsunemori Jinga, loss of kindreds, weakening of Vanquish, the destruction of the underworld hastens. Versus Silver King. In front of us is a city high-rise building. Shikishima, Seaka and Karien are watching over Subaru through the soul connection. The trio is sitting on a spacious sofa. Shikishima, whose eyes are closed, says that everything is beginning. Seaka is eating something. The trump card that Subaru saved during the Alak battle, she says. Karien smiles. Damn fox, he says. He sticks out his tongue. Prepare to be blown away. Delcane smiles contemptuously. My defeat, you said. Don't spout nonsense, he says. The hero sees a white light rising into the sky in the distance beyond the bridge. Delcane takes things a step further. Do you think you can compete with a king? He asks. Just because you won against the Knight Commander. The flow of energy behind the bridge is acquiring alarming proportions. Delcane looks at the hero menacingly. A powerful white light spreads around him. The hero stands bare-chested, with low buildings visible behind him. We see a red eye. A fist approaches the owner's face. There is a very decent distance between the opponents, but it is all filled with the energy of opposition. Delcane grinds his teeth from tension. His face is upside down for some reason. What? This guy, right now, he thinks. What the hell did he just do? A powerful pink glow appears around Subaru, and on his shoulders is a cloak that was not there just recently. He extends his hand forward with his fingers spread. Fear appears in the villain's eyes. Around him, many red hands with curled fingers rise into the sky. The scale blood mold is reported to be used. Delcane grits his teeth. This guy, he thinks. A powerful wave of white energy rises up from the villain. The red hands that were previously in the sky scatter, leaving behind large splashes. His level of strength is on a whole different level than just a moment ago, Delcane thinks. The skill Nine-Tailed Silver Star is reported to be used. A red fist flies straight into the villain's face. The blow apparently lands right on target, because Delcane goes down. He looks ahead helplessly. The hero stands with his arm outstretched, surrounded by a red aura. A dense red cloud stretched from his fingers to the enemy, which almost completely absorbed the villain. My soul is being eroded just by being touched, thinks Delcane. He grins inside the red bubbles, but all he can do is call the hero bad names. The hero, whose hair has turned white, calmly looks at his opponent. What on earth are you? Asks Delcane. Subaru calmly explains to him what's what. This is the last of the 3 skills I received from Vanquish for the first time. Those who walk under the sun is able to block sunlight, the weakness of vampires. But as compensation, it drastically lowers all stats to their limits. And I've released. Absorbed by the red cloud, the villain repeats the last word from the hero's explanation with a questioning intonation. That's right, Subaru tells him. The hero, whose eyes have become red and whose pupils are narrow like those of a snake, looks at his enemy. It is the true form of the vampire Ariake Subaru. Delcane clenches his teeth, unable to bear the pressure of the cloud squeezing him. This guy, he repeats again. Ever since he became possessor, he's been fighting with his true power restrained all this time, he thinks. Finally, Delcane unclenches his sharp teeth. But even if everything is so, don't think you can defeat the king, he shouts. He seems to be able to escape from the red cloud. Don't you dare underestimate the Silver King, he shouts angrily. The hero, who has suddenly become blonde, looks up in bewilderment. Authority of the Silver King. Something very similar to the sun appears above the villain, who has taken a strange pose. The glow is incredibly bright. It is reported that these are divine threads of silver petals. Delcane expels a ton of energy with his mouth wide open and the fingers of both hands curled. I will blow away this entire area. Subaru looks up worriedly. Delcane hangs there with thick gray energy streams curling around him. I don't plan on letting anyone die in our fight, says the hero. He extends his arm forward and uses the lift cleaver skill. The villain floats high above the hero. This is a duel between Silver King and Ariake Subaru. Delcane generates a giant gray sphere that hangs above the water. He grinds his teeth as he looks at his opponent. Subaru, meanwhile, looks at him completely calmly. The spectators. In the human world, we see the 3 already presented to us earlier. This is Shikishima, Seaka, and Karien. The first one has his eyes closed. The second one is eating something. The third one seems to be sleeping with his head on the back of the sofa. As for the underworld, in the seats of the souls, the Sea of Brilliance, before us are 5 figures. These are Thunder Killam, Storm Delta, Fiery Lambda, Ludwig, and Hirasaka Renji. The owner of 2 green horns is looking up somewhere. That skill, it has more power than Alak's last skill, he says. The one with red horns and very long earlobes is very serious. So that youngster is the current Silver King, he says. He has come with his strongest skill right from the start. Fiery Lambda says thoughtfully that the brothers are well informed. Ludwig also looks up. If he can't defend himself, everything here will be destroyed, she says. Hirasaka looks at someone. Will he be okay? Yes, he asks. It turns out that he is addressing Vanquish. He sits here on the red throne. This character smiles, showing sharp teeth. Shut up and watch yourself, you clumsy man, he replies very rudely. Hirasaka notices someone nearby. He seems very surprised. This is a girl in a long dress. There is a crown on her head and her face is covered with a veil. She has red eyes with narrow pupils. Ariake will surely meet our expectations, she says. This is Queen of Martyrdom Seiya. Subaru extends his arm and uses his lift cleaver skill. The air is streaked with multicolored rays. They seem to cut through the very space next to the enemy hanging in the air. He looks with alarm at what is happening around him. Subaru stands with his arm extended forward and increases the number of rays. It seems that it is impossible to escape from them. They are literally everywhere. Rays fill the sky above the hero. Before us is a real riot of energy. The figure of the hero seems tiny in comparison with the end of the world that he created. The extravaganza continues. Delcane looks at what is happening and for some reason smiles. Subaru also silently watches the show they put on together with the enemy. A very powerful explosion is heard in the air. The light spheres that were torn to pieces collided with one another mid-air, causing them to explode over and over again. We see that this is a truly impressive sight. Something crashes into the sea, raising a huge column of water. We are seeing powerful bursts of energy again. That night, powerful streams of rain pour out. Seawater rained down continuously in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. Those who walk under the sun. Delcane hangs in the air and gets wet in the pouring rain. The Silver King had completely stopped thinking for a few seconds and resumed only before the rain stopped. The villain grinds his teeth in anger. Divine threads of silver petals was torn to pieces. He thinks. It snapped apart dimensionally. He has even inherited that special skill from Vanquish. What a bastard. Delcane is indignant. You have been hiding your vampire power until now, haven't you? The hero's eye glows red. He speaks to his opponent with a slightly sad expression on his face. The one hiding it was Vanquish, he says. He instructed me not to tell anyone about this. Delcane is incredibly angry. He grinds his teeth loudly. You left the Battle of Alak to your kindreds in order to keep this trump card hidden from me? He is indignant. We see the hero's eye. He also said this, he says. If you were to know of my true power, a coward like you wouldn't come to the human world. Subaru glares at his opponent. He still grinds his teeth. That undeb, he hisses. A geometrically correct pattern appears around his figure, with flowers visible inside. I'll destroy his body and make him regret it, says Delcane. Powerful pink rays shoot out from the magic circle. The skill 9 stars of the sacred flame is reported to have been used. Subaru looks anxiously at what his opponent is doing. He flies over the water and flies upward along one of the pink rays. Delcane hangs in the air, and underneath there is a collision of powerful energies. Subaru, while in the air, assesses the situation. The light ray immediately evaporated the seawater. He thinks, I'll definitely die if it hits me. The hero turns his gaze to another point, but continues to think. To continuously fire that powerful skill which consumes a lot, it must be difficult. It should be quite a burden on him. In any case, the current ruin does not have more than 1/9 of his soul. The inhabitants of the underworld, watching what is happening on the big screen, all realize that they are seeing nothing more than split soul. Vanquish sitting on the throne confirms their joint hypothesis. Yes, he says. The sky clock strictly prohibits the main body of the soul of the underworld creatures from entering the human world. Delcane clenches his teeth from incredible tension and spreads his arms. The outlines of some animal, most likely a wolf, appear above him. But Ruin has the skill to split his soul into 9, explains Vanquish. With split soul he is able to deceive the system, using an excuse like I'm treated as a skill, so please let me pass. 2 demons communicate with each other. I absolutely have no idea what this vampire is saying, says Fiery Lambda. Worry not, Lambda, me too, Thunder Killam answers him. Is that so? I'm relieved, Lambda replies. Both interlocutors begin to laugh loudly. Hirasaka, rubbing the back of his head, asks the female knight to share his opinion. She, smiling, replies that she also has no idea. Hirasaka opens his mouth in surprise at first, and then he breaks into a satisfied smile. Vanquish screams loudly in outrage. Damn it, how stupid they all are. Carrion, help me. There are 3 demons in front of us. Basically, he slithered into the human world illegally, says the purple owner of red horns. Is he a genius? His 2 neighbors shout. Yes, that's right, Vanquish screams. He seems a little annoyed. How tired I am, he thinks. Even if it's just one part, one is able to wield great power when the main body is brought into the human world, he explains. That's because there's no limit from the gate. Under his smiling mouth we see the concentrated face of the hero, who at this very moment is fighting the enemy. But, about that, says Vanquish, if we were to think of it in another way, the energy extravaganza continues in the air. If this soul were to be destroyed, the main soul would lose 1/9 of it, Vanquish concludes his thought. Delcane extends his hand in front of him with his fingers spread. Behind his back we see a huge purple magic circle. That will weaken the main body of Ruin in the underworld, says Vanquish. The hero looks intently at the enemy. That's why he needs to be completely overpowered here, states Vanquish, for the sake of negotiations after this. Delcane, behind whom we still see the magic circle, is very angry. You're going to run away from me for a long time, he shouts. You are going to defeat me. He opens his mouth wide, showing sharp teeth. Damn coward, he accuses the hero. Someone's foot is in front of us. It looks like the Subaru is walking on water. Something falls next to it, raising bloody splashes. Don't be in such a hurry, he tells the villain. The hero raises his hand to face level. I was just preparing to defeat you, he declares. Delcane looks at him in surprise. Everything turns red and pink, and the villain drowns in this sea of energy. The skill Pregetin is reported to be used. Delcane cowers in fear as he hangs in the sky in front of his pretty magic circle. A blood barrier, he thinks, so he was moving around for this. An information window appears. Pregetin traps the enemy in a tornado of cursed blood. Minus 10% to all abilities. Continuous debuff of cursed damage is inflicted. Delcane is incredibly angry. He calls the hero a bastard again. He flies next to another red beam, which, in theory, was supposed to hit him. Subaru flies upward with a threatening expression on his face. It appears that the target is Delcane, who has fear in his eyes. The villain covers his face with his fist, but he misses a blow that lands right on the nose, and it appears to be very powerful. Blue blood is gushing from the villain's mouth. He gets hit again. The next one lands on the left side of the face. We see how calmly Subaru deals with its enemy. Until he is completely destroyed, he thinks. The hero continues to strike blow after blow. I'll trash him till I win. Delcane is gushing blood from his mouth as he tries to cough it up. Subaru throws another powerful punch. The villain, losing his balance, flies back. Delcane gasps heavily as he continues to spew blood from his mouth. I can't believe he's so much stronger than me, he thinks. This soul can't fight any longer. I should retreat through the gate. The hero looks at his opponent. You still can't seem to get it together, he says. If it were Lambda and Alak, they would have died 5 times already. The hero extends the index finger of his right hand towards the enemy. As expected, you are strong, he says, and uses his blood curse skill. A bright red spot appears on the chest of the villain, experiencing terrible torment. The energy literally deforms his body. He sighs heavily again. We see the hero's outstretched hand in a receding red whirlwind, from which comes a terrible cry of pain. The Subaru is hovering high in the sky and is visible next to the moon. Delcane, meanwhile, flies down somewhere, splashing blue blood around him. The hero looks thoughtfully at his opponent. The inhabitants of the underworld watch what is happening on a screen hanging in the air in front of them. We see their orderly row from the side, and we understand that all these characters are quite surprised. The first to speak is a girl knight named Ludwig. He has really been trashed, she asks, even though he's just a split soul. That Silver King has. Brother, is this really the same person we know? Asks Fiery Lambda. The owner of red horns hums uncertainly. The one with green horns is generally silent. Before us is Hirasaka Renji, and now Seiya. Vanquish sits on his throne, resting his head on his hand. You did well, he says. Now it's time, Subaru. Vanquish extends his index finger forward. Use negotiations and make the Silver King one of us, he orders. Delcane seems to be about to die, and all the observers of the underworld can see it. In this state, they all shout together. Conversation with the Silver King. On November 1st Sint, 1 hour before Alak's battle, the hero asks in surprise if he really should make Ruin become their ally. We see that his interlocutor is Vanquish. That's right, he answers. More than just appearing in the meeting with the kings, you need to lay the groundwork to your advantage. Vanquish clenches his fist, smiling. Offer him a negotiation, he says. Get him on our side. The hero hums doubtfully. Vanquish, bending his elbow, explains what needs to be done. First, you have to give him a good beating, he says. Subaru loudly protests against the use of violence. His interlocutor clenches his teeth and lowers his head a little. You have to show him your strength, he explains. This is the only way to make someone who is very strong himself listen to your words. It's clear, the hero answers him. Eyes wide, Subaru listens to the further explanation. What's more, says Vanquish, Ruin is one of those people who are easier to deal with when they fully admit defeat. Vanquish smiles. That brother is cautious, sly, and a coward after all, he says. We see a young pretty blonde with blue eyelashes. Oi, old fox, she says. It is reported to be Silver King title bore nine-tailed fox Fade. A little boy stands next to the girl, and Vanquish in a long cloak is walking towards her. Do you really want to make him the next king? He asks, referring to the baby. This will destroy the whole country. What did you say? Fade asks indignantly. Do you want to start a fight, you undead bastard? Don't talk to me before the meeting. The red-eyed boy looks at Vanquish with resentment. The King of Rainbow. The Rainbow King. The vampire, Vanquish, he says. It is reported to be successor of the Silver King Ruin. Vanquish, smiling predatorily, leans towards the boy. Child, I saw you run away during the battle, he says. His eyes glow with anger. Do you want to know why you ran away? Asks Vanquish. A tear rolls down the boy's cheek. Oi, you undead bastard, his mother shouts angrily. Ruin clenches his fists and presses them to his hips. Please tell me, he asks, ignoring his mother's furious cries. Ruin sees the sharp teeth of his offender. For you, the happiness of victory is much less than the fear of sorrow from defeat, he hears. The boy grinds his teeth with anger. The mother also listens to the words spoken. If you are just a person, that's fine, says Vanquish. However, the duty of a king is not entirely about mourning. Mend your ways, coward. The boy, who is offended, lowers his head, continuing to clench his fists. He is silent, but Vanquish suddenly pats him on the head. Well, if you can do that, you will become a good king, Vanquish tells him. Ruin, with his mouth open, rubs the back of his head thoughtfully. Vanquish stands before a group of very interesting characters. We see the boy's red eyes. His mother smokes a pipe. After he has gone up the ranks, he's gotten full of himself, she says with contempt. But, well, Ruin, you need to become a king like that, Fate advises her son standing next to her. Before us is a group of people, many of whom seem familiar to us. The boy looks ahead with sadness on his face. Yes, he says, the king's duty. Before us is a grown-up Ruin again. He hums weakly. It turns out that he is sitting in a chair on a tiny island in the middle of the ocean, and opposite him in the same chair is a Subaru. Have you woken up yet? His hero asks. Subaru's look is very serious. Realizing who is in front of him, Ruin becomes furious. You bastard, he screams. Ruin tries to continue the battle. He is all glowing with red energy. Surrender, he hears the enemy's calm voice. The hero looks at him completely calmly. Since you're part of a soul, you're struggling to get back in shape, he declares. The battle is already over. Ruin is furious. He grinds his teeth with rage. Why didn't you destroy me? He asks. I just want to negotiate with you, the hero answers. Surprise appears on the guy's face. Negotiation? He asks again, not believing his ears. Be our ally, Subaru offers him. Cooperate with us and convey our request to the meeting of the kings. Ruin looks away. What are you? He tries to answer, but the hero does not allow him to finish his sentence. Subaru calmly looks at his interlocutor. For this to happen, he says, become my kindred. Ruin looks at him in surprise, and then he screams in rage. What? Observers from the underworld open their mouths at the unexpected turn of events. What is he saying? The owner of the red horns is trying to understand. To make the Silver King a kindred, Seiya screams in bewilderment. Subaru, I think it will be very difficult, says Hirasaka. Ludwig sadly lowers his hands and slouches strangely. Oi, vampire, you bastard, she says. What did you tell him? Vanquish, meanwhile, laughs happily as he sits on his throne. It wasn't me who suggested he should make Ruin his kindred. It was his idea, he says. Smiling, he rests his chin on his fist. Well, just watch. There's something more shocking coming soon, he says. The audience of the underworld opens their mouths, trying to understand what the intrigue is. We see an island where Subaru and Ruin communicate. I have a total limit of 6 kindreds of which there is a vacancy, says the hero. Before us is Jinga, who is still lying unconscious. Ruin is reflected in the hero's iris. Fill the vacancy, says Subaru. Be part of my kindreds, Ruin. He screams at the hero in rage, trying to rise in his chair. Are you an idiot? He yells. Bastard, I will never accept this offer. Okay, I'll let you live and let you go, Subaru tells him. Ruin looks at him in amazement. A huge figure in a magnificent robe appears above the head of the hero sitting in a chair. Although you're a split soul, you're still part of the main body, says Subaru. If you were to be destroyed, the power and status of the main body would drop greatly. The balance between gold and copper will crumble. Wouldn't that be very troubling for you? Ruin clenches his teeth as a tear rolls down his cheek. As if that's enough to make me your kindred, he says. we see a smiling Vanquish appear above the angry guy. The event that we, kings, are most worried of is Vanquish getting back his power during his prosperous period, says Ruin. Any action that gives him an advantage is out of the question. Subaru looks at him calmly. I didn't really think that would be enough to convince you, he says. If you become my kindred, I'll give you information about the future. Ruin opens his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. You can only talk, he shouts. There is no guarantee that you will show me the real future. Suddenly the guy goes silent. He looks at the hero in shock. Finally, you understand, he says. We see 5 other characters that Ruin can join. If you become my kindred, I can just show you the memories of the future with our soul connection, says the hero. One cannot lie using words from the soul, right? Ruin is lost in thought. He looks at the hero, covering his mouth with his fingers. It's a pity, but the future has already been changed. He hears the hero's words. Subaru closes his eyes. Thanks to my comrades, the response from you today was as expected. A soul's conversation takes place. Mainly thanks to me, Shikishima thinks. I don't know complicated stuff, Sayaka shares her thoughts. It's the fastest to leave it to you, Carrion thinks. Sorry, wait. Please, keep quiet for now, Subaru mentally asks them all. Why did you say that, asks Ruin, whose head we see. What? His hero asks, a joyful smile appearing on his face. Ruin extends a bent finger in his direction. Just now you said that the future that you know is already unreliable, he says. So, in other words, does that mean there's no purpose in becoming your kindred? Subaru looks at his interlocutor friendly. He holds out his hand. The memories I have in my hands are of the 8 calamities that will fall on the human world, he says to Subaru. We see cards with the names of each of these cataclysms. The 3 doors, Palladium Carnificus, Silver King, Imperator Fictus, Level 99 Achiever, The Great Earthquake, Damnatio Memorii, Gaze. The hero looks at his interlocutor with his mouth slightly open. And the one who caused the 8th calamity is the administrator from the Sky Clock, he says. Ruin looks at Subaru in surprise. Administrator, you say, he asks. We see a strange bubble, a clock in Ruin, who is gritting his teeth in anger. Your enemy is that superior? Here's Ruin. There is surprise in his gaze. The hero, who is sitting in a chair on the island, looks up. Looks like the administrator has appeared, he says. His gaze becomes extremely serious. It appears that real negotiations are only now starting, he says. Before us is someone's closed eye. Jinga, sighing heavily, opens her eyes. He rises from the ground and sits down, holding his head. Oh, that's right, the Silver King, he says. Jinga opens her eyes wide in surprise. What the hell? He screams. In the sky above him hang very strange objects that resemble either bubbles or eyes. Between them is a blue octagon emitting white rays. Subaru, who is sitting on a chair in the middle of a tiny island, also looks up. And here comes the administrator, he says. Ruin also looks up, but he is incredibly angry, unlike his interlocutor. Administrator, he shouts furiously. In other words, he is the superior being that created the Sky Clock in this world. We only know about his existence, but no one has been able to grab hold of his real identity. The guy grinds his teeth with anger. The mystery of the world itself, he says. Ariake Subaru, this is. Why are you here? Ruin asks without finishing the previous sentence. The same huge bubble hangs above the head of the character whose back of the head we see. We haven't breached anything yet, continues Ruin. We just said your name. The hero looks at him with his red eyes. Stand down, he says. Ruin looks at him blankly. The bubble hanging in the sky begins to shrink. Cuckoo, coming from there. Transformations continue. Now the bubble has turned into 2 pairs of cracks connected to each other. Ruin looks at the one hanging in the sky. Octagon, he's gone, he says. Subaru, who has his hands on the armrests of his chair, looks at his interlocutor. In this world, no, they are monitoring everything in all worlds, he explains. Ruin is furious. He opens his mouth wide. Ariake, you fought with them in the future, didn't you? He asks. Subaru remembers his past. Behind him we see destroyed buildings. And I lost, he says. His gaze is full of determination. Next time I will win, says the hero. But for all this to happen, I need your help. Ruin grits his teeth and looks down somewhere. He was serious about making me his kindred, he thinks. He knows everything that will happen, and the only way to join forces with him is by using soul conversation. A circle is visible behind him, and a black shadow is on his face. I would probably make an enemy out of administrator, thinks Ruin. You can see from the corners of his mouth what strong feelings he is experiencing. There's a huge risk, he thinks, but Ruin clenches his fists. If I let this change go, I will never get hands on their information in all eternity, he thinks. The inscription "You are a coward" is visible between the sharp teeth. Ruin looks down anxiously. He closes his eyes. I know, he thinks. I won't be a king if I don't make a decision now. I shouldn't be afraid of losing something. For my people to live well in the many years to come. Ruin looks at his interlocutor, Ariake Subaru. He addresses the hero. You showed your power. You targeted the vulnerable part of the Silver Country. You showed me how beneficial it will be if I become your ally. It was a great way to negotiate. I guess it was thanks to Vanquish's guidance, Subaru asks him. Perhaps, Ruin answers. But are you okay with that? The hero is surprised. What? He asks. Ruin stands with his arms extended along his body. I used your friend to kill you, he says. Will you accept this calmly? Subaru looks into the eyes of the interlocutor. But you did it to protect your country, didn't you? He asks. Ruin looks ahead thoughtfully. Above his head we see a pastoral picture with sheep and a dog guarding them. You manifested your split souls and wouldn't appear until you were about to lose, says Subaru. You did it for your country so that the people living there wouldn't mourn. Vanquish was also praising that. The mentioned character is visible above the hero's head. Do you know what he said about you? Ruin has become a very good king, says Subaru. Ruin looks at the hero. So you don't have to worry about this. Smiling, the hero points at himself with his thumb. Both I and my comrades will protect you with all our might, he promises. In front of us is a guy's half-open mouth. So this is the weapon Vanquish chose, Ruin thinks. I understand, Ariake Khan, he says. Ruin smiles. I'll become your kindred, he says. Young people shake hands. We see them on a tiny island in the middle of a sea illuminated by a bright moon. Tsunemori Jinga, Subaru and Ruin approach land from the sea. The hero raises his hand to greet Jinga. Ariake, why are you walking alongside and on friendly terms with the Silver King? Asks Jinga. The two new allies laugh cheerfully. The hand of the former enemy lies on the hero's shoulder. We have become friends, Ruin exclaims joyfully. Jinga grabs his head with his hand. I see, he says. You aren't as surprised as I thought, says Subaru. If I were to be surprised by everything you do, I wouldn't be able to stay healthy. Jinga, sorry about that. Let's get along from here on, suggests Ruin. Well, I don't really mind. Arcane is safe, right? Says Jinga. Of course. Want to confirm it yourself? Asks Ruin. Later. I have something to ask you right now, says Jinga. He stands in front of the hero, behind whom a bridge is visible. What was that in the sky? Asks Jinga. He looks at the hero a little scared. What were those giant eyes next to the celestial clock? He asks. Subaru looks at him. We see his eye up close. It seems like I have to explain everything, he says. We again see that strange picture that was recently observed in the sky. This is a crisis of all worlds, says Subaru. Jinga looks at the hero carefully. The world's crisis, he thinks. So that means, the reason why Ariake is always holding on to secrets is because. When will this be? He asks. The hero looks at him. In 2.5 months, he says. On a pink background it is written, do you really understand? Subaru closes his eyes. This could happen sooner, he says. Jinga is deep in thought. That's right, he thinks. It's something critical. He closes his eyes. How things always happen earlier than expected, he thinks. An angry girl screams loudly into the phone. Jinga, why aren't you here yet? It is reported that this is Tsunemori Hajiro, Tsunemori Jinga's older sister. The electric train is going somewhere. The uncle with the copper star is already here and it's troubling, Hajiro states. Jinga is the top star of Tsunemori, but at least show your face during a family gathering, that same uncle shouts angrily. The girl stands in the vestibule and continues to communicate with her brother. Uncle missed you, you heard him, she says. God, you're always late, Hajiro complains. Even uncle has been mourning thrice. Jinga is talking on the phone. I was subjugating with my 4-star team. They believe in me, so I can't betray them, he explains. We are told that he is 16 years old and the case took place 3 years ago. Apparently he is wearing a school uniform. I might also be able to move Tai Tokyo around next year, he says. Help me convince Dad and Mom, Nissan, he asks. Yes, okay, the sister answers. The family gathered at a rich table. In any case, hurry back home, requires Hajiro. We're going to finish Mom's deep-fried horse mackerel. I'll never accept that, Jinga interrupts her. I'll get there in about 30 minutes. Jinga will get here in about 30 minutes, the joyful girl informs her relatives. He's coming to get Mom's deep-fried horse mackerel. Hajiro smiles. Okay, I'll save some for him, she says. We see that she actually fulfilled this promise. Jinga, with her eyes closed, sits in the chair of the electric train. We see the bridge. A red portal appears below him. There is a beautifully designed clock on the gate. The time is hours, minutes, and seconds. Something clicks. Gate that was quietly on the sea. One that not even the Players' Federation could detect. When it broke, the alarm didn't even ring. Jinga drives with her eyes closed, probably thinking about something. We see a huge sea monster. The family is still sitting at the table. The monster approaches the house where the feast is taking place. It has suddenly become dark outside. Someone notices. It will probably start raining soon. I hope Jinga took an umbrella with him. Jinga stands next to a destroyed house. He bends down, noticing something on the ground. The guy is shocked. How is this even possible? He thinks. Why did this happen to me? His knees are shaking. Why are you always late? He remembers his sister saying. He kneels down and starts calling his sister. Jinga looks ahead in shock. I apologized, he says. We see his lips. I didn't think this could happen, he says. I'm sorry, Nisan. A sea monster appears behind Jinga, who is sitting in front of the ruins. He moves forward and does not seem to notice a living person. Jinga, with an expression of great grief on his face, looks up. He lifts his head and asks the monster why he did all this. Tears flow from the guy's eyes and streams. What exactly is wrong with you? He shouts desperately. In front of us are the ruins of a house. Would you like the house to be reconstructed? Someone asks. Jinga, wearing a white jacket, stands next to the contractor. If possible, leave the original parts, he asks. This is his family's home before it was destroyed by the monster. Please, make it as close to the original structure as possible, asks Jinga. It stands inside an already rebuilt house in front of a cabinet with sliding doors. We see 2 framed photographs. The guy looks at them. Photos of his relatives are hung above the door. We see a boy, a girl, a pretty woman, a smiling man, an elderly man. I didn't make it in time, Jinga thinks. His eyes are very sad. I didn't make it in time. The image of his sister appears before his eyes. I have become a player, Jinga thinks. I have become stronger. He stands with a spear in his hand next to his family members. Even though it was to protect them more than anyone else, I wasn't there during the catastrophe, he thinks. Jinga weeps bitterly and asks for forgiveness from her dead relatives. He falls to his knees and continually asks them to forgive him. 2 passers-by are discussing it. It's him, he will be the first to know. This guy is a player. Jinga walks down the street and hears people discussing him. The one from the Tsunemori family. They were completely destroyed. Jinga listens to the conversation of 3 passers-by standing behind him. Even though the family had a player, he wasn't there during such an important time. Jinga takes a paper grocery bag, and he puts it on his head. The phone receives a call from Hisaki Juliet. Tsunemori-kun, are you sure you aren't coming to Tokyo? The caller asks. I believed in you. What a drink. Jinga answers the call, standing in the middle of the sea at a considerable distance from the shore. I am sorry about this, he says. Even though you're the one who reached out to me, I won't go somewhere far from my hometown anymore. Goodbye. Jinga looks through the hole in the bag. Skill activation confirmed, he says. Nothing today either. There is a blue sea in front of us. There isn't a gate above the sea, says Jinga. Now he stands in the middle of the sea on a tiny blue raft under a heavy downpour. For me, I don't believe in anything, including myself, he thinks. It still stands in the middle of the sea, but in clear weather. The underworld creatures. I will never let them trample on this land ever again, thinks Jinga. Now snow is falling on him. The regret of not coming back in time. I'll never feel that again. I'll never feel that again. Jinga calls Ariake. He approaches the hero standing on the seashore. Make me your kindred too, he asks. Subaru looks at him in confusion. The guy puts his hand on his chest and screams loudly. I will fight too. Even if you refuse, I will do it. The hero looks at him in shock. Behind the hero is the sea and the bridge. This time I will show you that I am ready to defend what is needed until the very end, says Jinga. We see that the guy is very determined. January 2024, a memory from the future. The 7th calamity, Damnatio Memoriae. In the sea, whose waters are colored red, lies a destroyed statue. There's a Subaru sitting on the shore. With a mental destruction skill that targeted the entire human realm, all of humanity, aside from the players, was exterminated. The hero's face is sad. Someone approaches him and asks what he is doing here. Subaru turns to the stranger. Who are you? He asks. We see a familiar face. Tsunemori Jinga, silver rank, introduces himself as a guy. He stands next to the hero sitting on the sand. I'm Ariake Subari, says the hero. Jinga is surprised. So you are, he says. The hero looks sadly into the distance. I fought the enemy here, he explains, interrupting his interlocutor, and he defeated him. We see a huge head of a broken statue, but I couldn't prevent the skill from activating, he says. I am late. Jinga, judging by the corners of his mouth, is also sad. So you failed? He asks. The hero is silent, sadly looking into the distance. Now they look together at the Red Sea with the destroyed statue. So you are just like me, says Jinga. Demand. The present, November 2023. Subaru surrounded by red behind Jinga. Next to them on the shore of the already blue sea is Ruin. I'll start now, says the hero. Jinga looks ahead indifferently. Ruin's face doesn't show much emotion either. Subaru extends his hand forward with his fingers spread and performs Raktasnana. A blue aura appears around Jinga, and the guy seems to begin to levitate. His eyes glow blue. We see a blue energy flash over one part of his body. Jinga brings her hands to her face and looks at her fingers. I can feel a power surging within me, he thinks. It is as though my senses have been expanded. This is the sensation of becoming a kindred. An information window appears. Kindred's favor. 45% boost to all stats. For undead Kindred acquires the blood mold skill. For living Kindred applies cursed blood to all skills, allows soul conversation, can forge contracts with underworld beings to convert souls. Another window, Master's favor. Able to name up to 6 Kindred, receives 10% of all Kindred stats, possesses absolute authority over Kindred, allows soul conversation and interruption. Able to consume a Kindred's soul to revive upon death, receives treasure from Kindreds upon fulfilling certain conditions. Jinga looks at someone in surprise. A hero stands in front of him. "Now I'm yours," he says. He doesn't have time to finish his sentence when he hears other people's voices in his head. "Hey, hey, hey," Seaka shouts. "Brazilians, can you hear me?" Carrion yells. Jinga, gritting her teeth from the unbearable sensations, grabs her head with her hand. "How loud it is," he shouts. Shikishima angrily asks his comrades to stop the unnecessary noise. Tsunemori, "This is soul conversation," he thinks. "Just think of it like a voice chat for kindreds. You can only send your true thoughts here, so consider everything you hear to be 100% true." Jinga lowers her head. This is very useful, he thinks. It's clear from his look that he has strong doubts. Is it possible to drown out other people here? He thinks. "Yes," Shikishima answers him mentally. Wait, let's be friends," the upset Seaka thinks. Subaru turns his face to the second young man present on the seashore. "Are you ready, Ruin, to become my kindred?" he asks. Ruin smiles. It doesn't seem like he's suddenly obedient, he replies. "Go ahead." The hero extends his hand to him. Aura clouds appear between the two young people, mostly purple in color. Subaru looks at his new friend in bewilderment. What is it? He thinks. My power increased every time I gained a new kindred until now, but... Jinga stands among the colorful clouds. The glow is very powerful, it is visible from a great distance and rises high above the bridge. This is in a whole new league, Subaru thinks. We are again shown a multicolored glow behind the bridge. Ruin looks over his shoulder at the hero. "I see," he says. Subaru doesn't yet understand what he means. Surrounded by a purple aura, Ruin crosses his arms and begins to explain. "Subaru Kyan, after becoming your kindred just now, my real body in the underworld has gained quite a lot of power. I believe it was 45%. As the master, you gain 10% of your kindred stats, right?" Ruin looks at the hero with his pink eyes. Subaru has an epiphany. "I understand everything," he says. "This power isn't from your split soul, it's from your real body. I'm reminded again of how amazing the king is. Well, I am the apex of all beasts, after all," Ruin answers cheerfully. Vanquish sits on his throne, surrounded by many heroes. "Turning others into his kindred was Vanquish's ultimate skill," says Ruin. He stands with his eyes closed and his hands folded on his chest. "It's the one and only skill that strengthens both the kindred and their master," he continues. "It's the main reason why the Rainbow Country rose to power in the first place. It was truly untouchable in its later years." Ruin raises his right hand a little and looks at it. "But now I can probably overpower both Safina and Vorden with this newfound strength," he says. Before us is his pink eye with a narrow pupil. The hero calls out to him. "Don't worry, I won't do anything wrong," Ruin tells him. The aura clouds around him become predominantly white. "I joined you for an even greater purpose," he says. "The Silver Star. Now, hop on. We'll bring your other kindred. You want to see Vanquish, don't you?" The hero jumps onto the cloud and clings tightly to it with his hands and feet. "Hey, is this the right way to ride this thing?" asks Jinga. "Yes, that's right, let's go," the hero shouts. Seriously? Jinga simply can't believe her ears. The trio rides on a cloud and is transported to Tokyo. We see a city high-rise building. Many familiar characters gathered in Hirosaka Renji's apartment. Before us are Shikishima, Seaka, and Carrion, and also Ruin and Jinga. "This really is an impressive lineup," says the second of them. The hero looks at one of those present in surprise. "Naru-san," he says. This character's eyes are covered with some kind of purple cloth. "Don't say anything, Ariake Subaru?" he asks. "Not a word." "Okay," says Subaru. "On top of claiming to be a Hirosaka fan, I haven't forgiven you for secretly acting on your own," says Narus. "The life of a hardcore fan must be rough," says the hero. A red key appears in his hands. "Well, okay, let's go," he says. An information window appears. Blood drop key, acquired from passing Amamiya Seaka's trial. Opens a gate to the Sea of Brilliance that remains in the human realm for 5 minutes. A red door appears in front of the young people. Ruin puts his fingers to his mouth. The Sea of Brilliance, he thinks. Was there a place like that in the underworld? "Ruin, come on," the hero calls him. Someone's foot crosses the red line. Ruin looks at something in surprise. The hero's squad stands in the middle of an endless white desert. "This is the Seat of Souls," thinks Ruin. He shouts indignantly at the hero when he is surprised to name the place where the young people ended up. "You used it without knowing?" yells Ruin. "It's a skill that creates a minuscule realm within the underworld, which is a super duper high level skill, just so you know." Ruin is already smiling. It obscured our location, he says. No wonder I couldn't find Vanquish. A barefoot character appears in front of the squad. The administrators can't see us here either, he says. This is Vanquish, and it has a very powerful multicolored aura surrounding it. Before I disappeared following my defeat in battle with the administrators, I created this seat with the last of my power and fled here. A throne appears under this character. Although my power and status are gone, Vanquish begins the line. He raises a clawed hand that emits multicolored energy. I am still here, the end of the thought sounds. I've regained roughly 30% of my power, he says. Ruin addresses him by name. Vanquish smiles. Long time no see, little fox, he says. How have you been while I was gone in these past few millennia? Ruin smiles slyly. It wasn't too shabby, he replies. This guy kept saying how he was stronger than Vanquish-sama, Carrion says. What? Vanquish laughs. Could you stop being a tattletale, says, smiling, Ruin. Vanquish looks at someone. This is my second time meeting you, but my first time speaking to you, says the person standing opposite him. We see that this is Shikishima, and he is already shaking hands with his interlocutor. He introduces himself. I remember you, Vanquish tells him. You helped Subaru before. This couple looks in surprise at the other personalities present here who are actively communicating with each other. Hey, Fox, don't get cocky just because you're his kindred now, says Carrion. I'm not being cocky at all, though. Ruin, to whom these words were addressed, answers. Seiya, did your clothes change? Sayaka asks, smiling happily. Ah, I regained my memories, so, answers the girl with a crown on her head. So, this is where you were? Hirosaka-san asks Narus. Yes, I trained here, he answers. Is your lord safe? Jinga asks the hero. Yes, I found this out a little earlier, he says. Stop talking, Vanquish and Shikishima shout indignantly. Sit down, everyone. I'll prepare some cushions then. With blood, says the hero. Everyone present sits down on cushions. We see everyone present, and repeating their names probably makes no sense. The ones attending this meeting of kings are Subaru and his kindred, I presume, asks Vanquish. The hero answers in the affirmative. Vanquish smiles. Very well, he says. The Rainbow Country will participate as well. Ruin screams in outrage. Are you serious? On a separate red pillow, 3 demons already familiar to us sat comfortably. They are the new members of the Rainbow Country. Before us is a girl knight named Ludwig. Safina won't be happy with this, she says. Lucky you, brother. You're here to witness another gathering of the 6 kings, Vanquish reports, smiling. Will they be coming too? I hate dealing with those guys, says Ruin. Vanquish calls out to the hero next to him. Hey Subaru, explain the underworld operation to them. The hero gets down on one knee. Okay, he says. Subaru stands up to his full height, arms extended along his body. I'll explain the reason why we've gathered for this meeting of kings, he says. But we've already succeeded in avoiding more victims, Seiya exclaims in surprise. All that's left is to make an ally of the king of Aurora, right? Asks Carrion. Wait, we didn't hear about that, Sayaka screams. After talking with Vanquish, there's more on the agenda, says Subaru. Vanquish smiles again. We see the hero's mouth. This is the main reason for calling this assembly, I demand. It seems Subaru is completely convinced of the correctness of its position. The complete abolition of all gates leading to the underworld, he completes the phrase he began. Before us is a hero. You're demanding to abolish the gates in front of the kings at the assembly, he hears someone ask. It turns out that its author is Jinga, who jumps up from his red pillow. Ariake, Jinga shouts loudly. He jumps to his feet and stands on the pillow he was just sitting on. Jinga is very angry, you can see it in his eyes. Is this really possible? He asks. The hero looks at him. Seeing that the ones being invaded are attending this assembly, it's a reasonable demand, he says. We'll discuss the negotiation terms with Ruin and the others shortly. Jinga looks at Subaru. Ruin thoughtfully rests his head on his hand. The hero, around whom the cards are flying, continues his speech. But before that, I'll explain once more how we're going to deal with the upcoming calamity. Close by, the Subaru is still standing, surrounded by maps, but now sideways towards us. We've repelled 3 calamities so far, he explains. Of the 5 remaining, we can most likely avoid the 5th and 6th calamities. Then the 4th calamity next month, says Seiya. Although we can't avoid it, we know where it's taking place and how to defeat it, so we are okay, Subaru replies. We're already stronger than we were in the future, after all. The hero puts his hand out in front of him with his fingers spread out. First off, I'll talk about the 5th calamity happening after that, the level 99 achiever, says Subaru. We see strange yellow lines. We see that the energy is generated by someone present. Judging by the multicolored hairstyle, it is Sayaka. I must prevent this at all costs, she says in a trembling voice. One of the demons lying on the pillow calls the girl. What sort of calamity is it? Asks Narus. I didn't quite understand it when you shared it with me. Subaru looks at him and begins to explain. There is a player whose body will be possessed by an automatic skill upon reaching level 99. we are schematically presented with the transformation of a normal person into some kind of blue devil with black wings. By creating a loophole via skill manipulation, similar to ruins, the door's owner can manifest directly into the human realm, says the hero. It's a complete manifestation, unrestrained by the gate's limits. It's likely several times stronger than a 6-star boss or ruin's split soul. Narus looks at the hero. This is quite bad, he says. The hero narrows his eyes a little. Before us is a girl with purple hair. The one who will be possessed is Amamiya Heizuki, Sayaka's sister, says Subaru. Shikishima, Ruin, and Narus look at him in surprise. Sayaka grinds her teeth in anger. Before us are 2 wounded girls. After losing her little sister, despite being seriously injured, the girl fights an army of huge ladybugs, and without even waiting to recover, Heizuki-san continued her assault on the gate as if she was possessed. The hero continues his story. The girl is furious, her eyes glow with noble anger. We see several alerts about its level increasing, and all this continued until, as the next status window says, she received level 99. Heizuki, splattered with blood, looks ahead. We see the status window, automatic skill Regal Birth has been enabled. And one more thing, now consuming the player's soul and all experience points. The girl's eye becomes incredibly strange, thick purple veins appear in it. She turns into a monster with pumped up muscles. Another window to summon the Dragon King, Gel. Here we have an absolutely terrible hand from Heizuki. A huge mouth with sharp shark teeth appears above her angry face. We see a giant worm-like monster visibly towering over the city's buildings. Sayaka sobs bitterly, sitting on a red rug, discharges of yellow energy sparkle around her, and a red cloud rises into the sky behind her. Carrion repeats the girl's name over and over again and asks her to calm down. Seiya looks at the hysterical girl with concern. Carrion, his mouth wide open, addresses the hero. So, Ariake, I guess you've got a plan to stop that. The owner of Heizuki's door is the ruler of the Silver Nation, so, says Subaru. Ruin is lost in thought and puts 2 fingers to his forehead. Gel, huh, he suddenly exclaims. I'll try to convince him to stop, but I doubt he'll listen, he says. I'll give you a pork bun, so please, Sayaka desperately shouts. I appreciate the sentiment at least, says Ruin. Gel, the little demon with 2 green horns, thinks to himself. We see the hero's mouth wide open. Now to the real problem, he says. The 6th cannot happen. Subaru looks ahead thoughtfully. The 6th calamity, the great earthquake, was supposed to be caused by my brother, Resurrecting Taiga, he says. Before us are Shikishima and Hirosaki. We see the hero's brother's yellow eye peeking out from behind his long white hair. In the battle against the black faction that took place in the King of Aurora's timeline, we weren't able to defeat Taiga and Kokigeji, reports Subaru. Taiga stands over the corpse of a brunette in a red t-shirt lying in a pool of blood. Taiga smiles. I suppose insects will always be insects, he says. A huge hand with outstretched fingers appears behind him. After that, Taiga rapidly expanded its power, says Subaru. In front of us is a hand with streams of purple smoke rising around it. An accelerated time only on the continental plates underneath Japan. The hair on the villain's head rises up, along with streams of energy. Taiga rests his hand on the ground. A drill is pierced into the middle of the Japanese islands, from which powerful streams of energy spread in different directions. That caused the great earthquake, the hero reports. He closes his eyes sadly. Before us again is Carrion with his mouth wide open. So that's the 6th calamity, but your brother is dead in this timeline, so it was prevented without needing to do anything, he says. Narus puts a finger to her forehead. I know that, he says, but what exactly is the problem if it won't happen, he says. Subaru explains with a serious expression. The problem is why we were able to defeat Taiga and Kokugeji in this timeline, he says. Because we did good, says Sayaka. Shikishima, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, sat down on one knee and drew a finger on the ground. As if, he says, basically the paths connecting to the future are split into 3 timelines. 3. Carrion is very surprised. Here is a diagram drawn by Shikishima. One origin gives 3 potential timelines here. Current, King of Aurora's, and X somewhere in the middle we see events like Subaru obtains the King of Aurora's memories and Resurrecting Taiga is defeated. The timeline should have diverged after Subaru obtained the King of Aurora's memories, and yet Taiga was dead before that happened, explains Shikishima's scheme. Meaning a divergence had already occurred prior to Subaru meeting the King of Aurora. It's clear that Carrion and Narus speak with one voice. Now that you mention it, says Seiya. Sayaka raises his hand. Sorry, could you explain that in a way the stupid monkey team can understand, please, she says. Hirosaka turns away from her, smiling. Don't include Mr. Hirosaka on your stupid team. Narus gets angry. Shikishima points a finger at his head. Basically it means that, he begins to say. The finger moves to the forehead. There is an X factor that changed the future before Subaru did, the guy completes his sentence. Hirosaka opens her mouth in surprise, Sayaka is also shocked. There's no telling whether they're a friend or a foe, so we need to be on maximum alert, says Hirasaka. That's right, the hero we see now tells him. And that X is most likely already close to us. Sincerity is visible in the eyes of the hero who talks with his comrades. Well, I guess that calls it for today, says Seaka. A red door appears in the distance. Seaka smiles happily. How well I ate. Thanks for the food, she says. Seiya and Seaka stand opposite each other, touching each other with their fingers. Seiya, says Seaka. Right? She answers her. Seaka closes his eyes. The girls' palms meet and they emit a red and yellow aura respectively. Seiya also closes her eyes. It is reported that the fusion of two girls we are observing is none other than Prana Varpas. What? Your clothes have changed again? Seaka shouts in amazement. I'm much more comfortable with this, Seiya answers. Seaka waves goodbye. Well then, I'll be leaving things to you again, she says, smiling. A group of heroes enters the doors. You can count on me, says Seiya, who, apparently, is also going to enter this opening. Subaru turns around when he hears someone calling out to him. This is Vanquish, who stands with his arms crossed over his chest. You stay behind a while longer, he says. Something happened, asks the hero, who is standing directly in front of the open red gate. We haven't had much time to catch up lately, says Vanquish. How are you doing? He asks Subaru. Why are you asking? As a parent to a teenage son, the hero asks. I'm not your father, Vanquish says in a serious tone. Subaru looks at him a little surprised. This is a very restless team, he says. Vanquish smiles. When I met you, he says, I could not imagine that we would find such a large family. We weren't in the best mood then, were we? Subaru looks at his interlocutor. You're right, he says. Now that I think about it, we've come pretty far in such a short time. He remembers some kind of fight. At first I was in it to regain the money, honor and status that Taiga stole from me, he says. Then his memory of meeting Vanquish flashes back to him. But after you told me, love yourself and become truly happy, I rethought things, says Subaru. Smiling, he continues his speech. I love my friends and comrades, and I love the version of myself when I'm around them. I want us to keep threading the same path together. Vanquish looks at the hero. This strange adventure that started with the rainbow door. We see an object that Subaru is referring to. He closes his eyes. Just a bit longer, says the hero. Now he looks at his interlocutor again. I want to continue this journey just for a little bit longer, says Subaru. Vanquish puts his fists on his hips and starts laughing. Don't worry, he says. You're still got a long road ahead. Subaru looks at him in surprise. Vanquish smiles. And knowing you someday you might just be able to reach the heights I never could, he says. The hero looks at his interlocutor in surprise. Vanquish, something about you seems off, he says. Go, Vanquish answers him. He turns away from the hero and points his finger at the sky. We will meet again in the underworld, he says. We see the lower part of the girl's face. Lying in the pool, she talks to an armored warrior who stands nearby. That possessor, she says. He was actually able to clear a 6-star gate without casualties. Finally, something interesting. The underworld, golden country, the bath of clarity. Before us is something golden that is difficult to identify. I want to know more, says the girl. The knight we now see up close is, apparently, a girl. She has blue hair and eyes. Once 7 days have passed in the human realm, send him an invitation, says the girl lying in the pool. She also has blue eyes, but blonde hair. She smiles. I permit his presence at the meeting of kings, she says. Ariake Subaru shall be our guest. It is reported that before us is ruler of the Golden Country, the Queen of the Twilight Saphina. November 1st, 11:35 p.m. The hero, lying on his back, sleeps in his bed. Hearing something, he opens his eyes. A strange yellow glow appears on the wall, near the ceiling. It turns out that it is an envelope with an elegant seal. It falls to the floor and the glow disappears. Subaru opens the envelope and reads the letter. It's here, he says, looking up from the letter. The message is very short, letter of invitation to all attendees of the meeting of kings. From the underworld. 3 days later, the park behind Hirasaka's apartment, in front of an impressively sized building, gathered personalities already familiar to us. The hero addresses his comrades, looking up from the phone screen. It's almost the appointed time that the Golden King was mentioned, he says. Standing in front of him are Shikishima and Narus. Ariake, it's said to dress for the cold, but is this enough? Narus asks worriedly, referring to her light coat. I don't know, says the hero. That is, how do you not know this? Narus wonders. Sorry, the King of Aurora's memories didn't include anything about the meeting. Aside from the gate and the seat, I haven't been to the real underworld before. The hero apologizes. I guess that makes sense. In a timeline where we couldn't prevent the calamities, who would have had the time for chat, says Narus. What about Carrion and Seiya? Subaru asks. We see the characters that the hero named. Sorry, I don't know either, says Seiya. The doors themselves didn't exist until after we were sealed, so as for a way to return from the underworld with your body intact, I frankly have no clue, says Carrion. Now we have Jinga. And why did we have to come out to the park? He asks. Couldn't we have done this in the room like usual? Light falls on his face from somewhere on the side. A luminous object appears in front of the gathered young people. Jinga looks at him in surprise and says that he is beginning to understand why this particular collection point was chosen. A huge arch with columns and a tribune at the top appears in front of the detachment. It definitely wouldn't fit in the room, says Jinga. In the morning of the brightly glowing arch, a human figure appears. The hero peers, trying to figure out who it is. This is the girl in armor that we saw next to Sapphire bathing. The Golden Knight, someone exclaims. Subaru stares at the girl. They are very strong, he thinks. The girl knight, smiling, looks at the hero. Ariake Subaru, I have come to pick you up, she says. I am Ixis, captain of the Golden Custodia under the direct command of Queen Sapphire. I'm very pleased to meet you. Shikishima and Narus are discussing a girl. Custodia asks Narus. It means the personal bodyguards of a king, explains Shikishima. Subaru and Carrion stand next to each other and communicate telepathically. I don't know her, says the hero. Carrion looks closely at the girl. She's probably younger than Sapphire or Ludwig, he thinks. A part of the new generation. Subaru approaches the female knight and bows low in front of her. I'm Ariake Subaru, he says. Thank you for meeting us here. The girl, smiling, looks at him from her height. Without further ado, please step inside the grand door. Unlike the limited space after entering any other door, she says. The hero looks at her thoughtfully. Just a single step, he hears. Subaru is making this move. We'll bring you straight to the underworld. The entire squad sets off. Snow falls. Above the golden arch, next to which the young people stand, you can see a bizarre jumble of mountains, islands, and stars. Subaru looks up in shock. So this is the underworld, he says thoughtfully. All the other young people are also amazed. Carrion feels nostalgic. It's amazing, but what's going on over there? Asks Narus. Ixis smiles, playfully holding out his palm to the side. Unlike in your world, here you'll find land near the core, she says. Before us is a map of this world. In the center there is a white sphere, which apparently heats the many islands surrounding it. These lands, scattered like the fragments of a broken eggshell, are all countries, says Ixis. The climate becomes warmer as you approach the core sun, and colder as you go further away. In front of us is one of the islands. When a country that lies closer to the sun overlaps the land beneath it, it blocks the sunlight, causing it to turn night there, says the girl. It can't be, Narus exclaims in shock. The sun is in the center here. In front of us is Shikishima, on whom snow is falling. Since it's so cold here, that must mean we're pretty far from the center, he says. Ixis laughs cheerfully. You're a fast learner, she exclaims. I would expect no less from Cerberaj's possessor. Something like a multicolored target appears above the girl's palm. Ixis reports that young people are now in the so-called outer ring, which is indicated in blue. The knight closes his eyes. It goes far and beyond the outermost territory, she says. Even further, asks Jinga in surprise. Before us is Narus. So this isn't the golden country, he asks. Ixis laughs cheerfully, raising his right index finger up. Of course not, she replies. The golden country is the largest continent, the one you see shimmering up above. Carrion, who crossed his arms over his chest, speaks on behalf of the squad. Are you saying the meeting is taking place here? He asks. It would be nice to know about this. Narrowing her eyes, the girl knight turns to Ariake Subaru. He looks at her carefully. We see on it the sky of this world covered with many islands. The underworld contains around 200 countries of varying scale, says Ixis. A smile appears on her face. However, with the exception of the Third King, all the other kings, unfortunately, disapprove of your presence at the meeting. Subaru looks at her in surprise. Now Ixis's face appears sad. Next to him we see a clock showing hours, minutes, and 3 seconds. To the majority of the kings, possessors are nothing more than sacrifices needed to resurrect their soul within the gates, says the knight. We see her squinting eye. Many even consider your existence to be lower than that of a slave, she says. Jinga is furious and clutches his own chest. Lower than a slave's, he asks again. If I were to take you directly to the golden country, you would be surrounded and instantly killed, says Ixis. Carrion smiles. And what the hell do you mean by this? He asks. The girl knight thoughtfully rubs her chin with her index finger. Let's think about it, she says. What I'm trying to say is, there's anger in her green eyes, but she smiles. I can't stand the thought of the likes of you pathetic possessors being at the meeting, declares Ixis. The young people look at her with anger. Ixis extends his hand with his fingers spread and uses the golden wall skill. A powerful wave of golden energy falls on young people. The hero looks at Ixis in amazement. She created land with her skill, he thinks. Ixis, who is all glowing with golden energy, extends her fist forward. She is reported to be using skill 14. Another golden wave hits the hero's squad. The skill is called Golden Repulsor. Ixis looks almost indifferently at his opponents. As you the honored guests of my master, I won't kill you, she says. However, you must prove to me that you are worthy of attending the meeting. An information window appears describing the skill she is using. Golden Repulsor Level 10. A force displacement skill. Warps the target to a random location at least 1,000 kilometers away from the caster. The young people look in surprise at the knight's girl who did such an unpleasant thing to them. The meeting will take place at the Golden Country's Grand Palace, says Ixis. Please arrive there within 72 hours of your time. The girl looks at the young people with obvious hostility. See you if you can survive, she says. We see how the heroes react to her words. Shikishima, Narus, Jinga, Seiya, Carrion. Yes, of course, the hero answers. A cheerful smile appears on his face. We will meet very soon, Ixis, he promises. The girl knight looks at him calmly. The hero, smiling, disappears into thin air. There is no one in front of Ixis anymore. The girl looks ahead thoughtfully. Struggle all you like, she says. Subaru stands on a tiny island and, looking at the extraordinary landscape of this world, understands that it will be very difficult for him. I promised her that we'd see each other soon, he thinks, but damn it, I didn't think I'd be all alone. He snaps his fingers and listens to his feelings. We're too far apart for soul conversation to work, Subaru thinks. Where exactly am I? He sees only completely identical rocks around him. Suddenly a thought comes to his mind. Wait a minute, why does everything seem so familiar? A huge blue hand with very sharp claws appears in the air. She almost landed on the hero's head, but he stopped her, exposing her to the blow with his sword. The hand presses on the weapon and the sword comes down on Subaru's head. It seems that the opponent who owns this limb is quite powerful. The hero's feet begin to sink into the local rock. It looks like the island the Subaru was sitting on is being torn apart. The hero, who falls back, tries to understand who is actually opposing him. He is very strong, but we see that Subaru has flown to a great height and is hanging over an enemy covered with blue fur. But something is wrong here, the hero thinks. The clawed horn enemy stands on an island that has shrunk to the size of a small boulder. The opponents come together and battle again, spewing out a ton of energy. Subaru looks at the monster again in surprise. This is really strange, he thinks. The hero dodges another blow. The monster looks at the hero angrily and bares his teeth. I don't feel a single drop of bloodlust or hostility in his attacks, the hero nevertheless thinks. Subaru uses some kind of attack, causing white energy to fall on the enemy below, taking the form of a pillar. Subaru looks at the enemy, trying to assess how much he was damaged by the blow. He just laughs. Not bad, Ariake Subaru, he says. The hero looks at his opponent in amazement. Does he know who I am? He thinks. Opponents stand opposite each other. Who are you? Subaru asks. Have you really forgotten me? Says the enemy. He continues to laugh cheerfully, showing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Although it was you who killed me in the most terrible way, the monster asks. Subaru can't understand what he's talking about, but he seems to be remembering something. I did it, he asks. Subaru looks with round eyes at the opponent who surprised him. The tailed enemy stands in front of him with his fists on his sides. I killed you, Subaru asks in amazement. That means you really don't remember, he says. The monster has big ears and sharp teeth. Well, I can't blame you, he says. My appearance has changed completely after all. A slightly crazed expression appears on his face. It can't be helped, says the enemy. I'll introduce myself again for you. I'm the large kobold from Caracal Canyon. The Blue Wind, Guax-sama. Subaru is deep in thought. Big kobold. Wait, he says. Pictures from the past flash in his memory. He opens his mouth wide. Don't tell me you're the boss of a 2-star portal. How could you change so much? Are you so surprised? The kobold asks, laughing. Before us is another vague memory from the past, where a blue creature is entangled with some red ropes. Subaru tries to say something, but only mumbles. Thank you for that time, he finally says. Above the gray rocks there is an orange sky in which gray clouds float. Ariake Subaru, Caracal Canyon, Copper Country. Chance meeting -1. Someone jumps very quickly from one rock to another across very wide chasms. Gates are, in other words, the prison of the soul. It's a place where those who committed a sin in the underworld are plunged into, someone says. We see what the hero sees riding on a kobold, which is quickly rushing somewhere. So, that's how it was, says the hero, who seems a little scared. The possibility to exist again is the number of stars similar to a smartphone capacity, he thinks. Subaru looks ahead thoughtfully. The memories of the future didn't give me any knowledge about this. Maybe because I'm in the underworld, there's no protective future, he thinks. By the way, where are we going? He asks the kobold. He jumps from another cliff. We're meeting the person who told me you were coming, Guax answers. Didn't you want to go to the Gold Country? The hero's gaze is thoughtful. If it's that person, I think they will tell you how to get there, he hears. Who could this person be? Subaru thinks. The rider and the creature he is riding continue to talk. Speaking of which, why would you go this far for me? Asks the hero. Do you know what's the condition to get out of the gate? Guax asks him. Alak mentioned this before, Subaru thinks. I think it was to kill or be killed by the strongest possessor. Guax turns to him. In another world I killed you, so I managed to return back to my original self, he says. Let me return the favor. Joyful surprise appears on the hero's face. By the way, what about the goblin commander, he asks. He died again, so he's plunged back into the gate. He's truly idiotic, Guax replies. Subaru rubs his chin thoughtfully. But still, it's such a weird punishment, he says. Why would they put in the effort to send souls into gates? Before us is another character, white-haired. He raised a cup of tea to his lips. In the underworld, you can exchange souls for energy and vice versa, he says. Subaru looks at him in amazement. Now we see that this is a girl with long hair who is sitting at an elegant table on a green island. If I were to say, she says, the civilization of the underworld is a civilization of skills. She takes a sip from her cup. And so, every possible skill acts as a catalyst and uses a soul, she says. Souls of higher quality won't return to the world, giving the one who uses them more benefit. The hero, who is sitting on the kobold's back, watches in surprise as she extends her hand. Isn't that so? Says the girl. Subaru extends his hand in front of him, with which something strange seems to be happening. This reaction, he thinks, surprise can be seen on Subaru's faces. The kobold, behind whom the hero stands, joyfully raises his hand. It's this person, he shouts. This person is my client. Hey, I brought Ariake Subaru here. A long-haired girl approaches the hero and the creature on which he arrived. Thanks, Guax, she says. Great job. Judging by the surprised expression on his face, the hero begins to guess who is in front of him. I can't believe she's here so early, he thinks. We see the lower part of the girl's face. This is our first time meeting in this timeline, she says. I'm the owner of the bracelet you received. We see the object she has in mind. She extends her hand, which emits streams of white energy. The one who gave power to Ariake Subaru in the ruined timeline, says the girl. We see the girl's face. The king of Aurora, Sibyl, she says. She has strange multicolored eyes. Subaru stares at her. We see an erupting volcano. I see, someone says. I think it's Saya. It looks like Ix's skill, she says. Sends us somewhere depending on a luck parameter. It appears so for Ariake and the rest too. I wonder if they were sent to a fated place. We see the girl's eye. She is standing next to a lava flow. Also, it seems like I have absurd luck on my side, she thinks. Something appears in the lava flow. In front of the girl standing on the bank of the fiery river, something begins to rise up. It is a giant worm with 2 rows of very sharp teeth. The girl seems to recognize him. Looks like it's the Dragon King, Gel, she says. The one who will cause the 5th calamity. We are reminded of the sad story of Amamiya Heizuki. She first gained the automatic regal birth skill. Then she turned into some kind of monster, and she met the Dragon King. The girl looks angrily at the monster. I will have you dispel your damned skill on your possessor, Amamiya Heizuki, she says. Gel looms over her. Who are you? He asks her. Why do you know me and my possessor? We see the lower part of the girl's face. My name is, she says, but doesn't finish the sentence. The girl smiles. That's right, maybe I should go with this name now, she says. Her shoes turn red and emit streams of energy. A familiar face appears before us. It really is Saya. The giant worm looks at the girl in bewilderment. I'm the one of the Rainbow Six Kings, says the girl. Her red eyes are very expressive. Queen of Martyrdom, Judith, says the girl. Saya, Silver Kingdom, the nest of Dragon King Gel. God, says Shikishima, who is looking up somewhere, with disgust. It feels like he is at the bottom of a huge dry well, the exit from which is high above. I found myself in some very strange place again, he complains. Where exactly is this and in which country? We see the trunk of a tall tree that stands in the middle of purple bushes against the backdrop of the mountains. Shikishima looks at something over his shoulder. What a greeting to say this place is weird, he hears. What's your problem? He sees in front of him a little girl with a strange hairstyle and some thug behind her, the lower part of his face covered with a scarf. This is Tobit's in my house, the little girl screams indignantly. If you don't like something, get out of here. Shikishima bows guiltily. This is my first time seeing an underworld creature who looks like a person in real life, he thinks. I apologize for the intrusion, he says out loud. He looks intently at the girl. I'm Shikishima Ryu, the guy introduces himself. I am here due to certain circumstances. Shikishima notices one of the features of the girl's face and it shocks him. People with the same eyebrows, he thinks. It seems he has exactly the same ones. The girl turns her face to her companion. What should we do, Tobit? She asks. Maybe he isn't such a bad person. So, who are you, guys? Asks Shikishima. The girl becomes furious. She opens her mouth wide. What? You don't know me? She shouts indignantly. From what wilderness did you come here? Shikishima looks at her in shame. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl introduces herself. Listen and behold. I'm one of the Rainbow Six Kings, Esther, the Ghost King. The rainbow sign confirms her words. The brute with multicolored eyes and a darned forehead also provides basic information about his personality. I'm the Revenant King Tobit. And again, this information is confirmed by a characteristic die. Tobit, Esther shouts angrily, "You need to say this clearly and in a louder voice." Shikishima is shocked. "Six kings?" he asks. "Could it be that you're the same as Carrion?" Esther frowns sadly. "Geez, even though this is the long-awaited reunion." Shikishima grins strangely. "Hey, did you say I've made you wait?" he asks. Two more appear on stage. A girl in an unusual blue headdress and a very short dress, and an absolutely enchanting-looking young man in a helmet. "Hey, is the alcohol still not here?" the girl asks. "Why the hell?" Shikishima looks at the new arrivals in bewilderment. The girl notices him and asks a new batch of questions, standing with her companion behind the first couple. What type is this?" He has soft-looking cheeks. The guy with the golden helmet covering his eyes is reported to be Barnabas, the Wraith King. A cigarette appears in the girl's mouth, and a slightly crazy expression appears on her face. "Maybe we can eat it as a free meal?" she asks. We find out that this is Maria, Zombie King. Shikishima smiles and touches his forehead with his fingers. "Even though I just came into the underworld," he says. Shikishima either laughs or cries. They just had to appear, and so suddenly, he thinks. Shikishima Ryo, Bronze Country, the reunion place of the Six Kings. Shikishima, judging by the expression on his face, is very surprised. The kindred of Vanquish's possessor, someone present asks him. He, along with his new acquaintances, sits on the ground where a rather rich table is laid. "So that would make you," says Maria, sitting next to Shikishima. Laughing loudly, she points her finger at the guy. "So you're my kuhai," she says. The girl hits the guy sitting next to her on the back, who, it seems, is not at all happy about this neighborhood. "I'll spoil you nice and good," shouts Maria. "Come on, act polite with me." "I don't know why, but I don't want to do this," Shikishima says gloomily. "Shit, what's with this drink?" he thinks. "It's even getting a player like me drunk." His cheeks were flushed. It looked like the guy was already drunk. "It's good booze, isn't it?" "I fermented it myself," the overly cheerful girl tells him. What a good-for-nothing, Shikishima thinks about her. Now Esther turns to him. "You became the kindred as a living person, right?" she asks. "How did you understand this?" the guy asks in surprise. "I don't smell a reverse on you," the girl explains. "Reverse?" Shikishima asks, taking another sip from his glass. "People like Judith and Carrion," explains Esther. "In front of us is the girl she is referring to, squatting. Someone who fights in your place by converting souls," continues Esther. We also see the second character from her list, with an eye patch. "Oh, you mean these guys?" Shikishima says. Smiling, Esther rests his head on his hand. "Since you are here, why not choosing one of us?" she suggests. "Getting to freely choose a reverse from one of the Six Kings. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, you know." Esther turns to the thug sitting next to her. "Am I right, Tobit?" she asks. "That's probably the answer." "Probably not," the girl screams. "You should say absolutely." "He is sleeping," she screams. Shikishima is indeed already sleeping soundly. "Don't touch him, let him sleep," someone says. Maria, with a cigarette in her mouth, rises to her feet and stands next to the sleeping guy. "If he passed out from my booze, that means he's both mentally and physically exhausted," she says. "Probably anxiety, judging by his expression." Maria rests her hand in the most unceremonious way on the shoulder of the thug sitting on the ground. "Well, it's about to get noisy, so that's good timing," she says. "You can stay still, Tobit." Maria looks up into the hole above the high walls. There are still unknown creatures flying there, strongly reminiscent of dinosaurs. "Leave the customers to me," she says. Flying creatures describe circles around a tree trunk, inside of which, apparently, the characters who recently talked are located. Maria is still looking up. She smiles, holding the cigarette between her teeth. "Cuckoo," she says. The girl begins to glow with a pink aura. Her gaze becomes a little crazy. "I hate to stop drinking in the middle, but it looks like we'll have to deal with the wyverns," she says. "Guess I'll ferment half of them into booze." The girl raises her hand and bends her index finger. Streams of purple smoke begin to rise upward. "I'll turn the other half into zombies," she says. Saya, Silver Country, Dragon King Gel's Nest. In front of us is the mouth of an erupting volcano. A long neck of a worm-like creature sticks out of the lava lake. We see that the womb of this monster emits a very bright light. We are informed about the use of the Ignimbrite skill. Gel bends his torso and spews out a powerful stream of fire from his suit, which rushes towards the girl standing on the shore of the lava lake. Saya looks at the worm with concern. Gel is the king of lava dragons, she thinks. The fiery shaft almost reached her. "On top of being stronger than me, as an undead my weakness to fire makes us a bad matchup," Saya understands. But, she closes her eyes. Subaru appears in front of her. And now we have Sayaka in front of us, with tears in her eyes. The girl clenches her teeth in anger. She closes her eyes and tears roll down. Saya looks at her enemy with wild eyes, her bent fingers reaching for the white sphere that hangs at chest level. How could I back down after seeing Seaka in such a state, she thinks. Seiya uses her skill King's Authority, Skeletal Specimen. The dragon is hit with a barrage of pink energy that seems to rip everything from him down to his bones. We see that all that remains of the dragon is a skeleton and a terrifying skull. We are reportedly dealing with the dragon of ruinous poison, Basuki. An information window appears, Skeletal Specimen, level 10. The King's Authority of the Queen of Martyrdom, Judith, transforms a target whose soul has been destroyed into an undead, then commands them. The target is able to use any skills it had before its death. Gel seems very surprised. Looks like he recognizes something familiar. The skeletal dragon opens its huge mouth. Pseudo-authority, Halahala is reported to be used. A very powerful explosion occurs between the two monsters. Gel, who for some reason has hidden part of his teeth, is loudly indignant. The king of venom dragons, Basuki, bastard, even one such as he is under your command. Seiya calmly looks at her opponent. Are you an old friend of his? She asks mockingly. In that case, don't worry. Before us is her red eye. I'll turn you into one of my specimens as well, the girl declares. The worm-like dragon grits his teeth in indignation and calls her a disgusting necromancer. The skeletal dragon's head is rapidly approaching the enemy. The mouths of two similar creatures are facing each other. Both of them are wide open. Seiya watches the battle of two dragons from the shore of a lava lake. Dragons are vulnerable to provocations, perhaps due to their pride, she thinks. A smile appears on the girl's face. This seems to apply to me too, she thinks. Now that I regained my memories, I understood the reason for all my actions. The reason for my loyalty to Subaru. We see her lose her clothes and turn into Seaka. And the reason why I lost my memories, the girl thinks. When I became Seaka's reverse. Seaka lies unconscious and has no clothes on. Immediately after clearing the two-star gate, battlefield. Seiya, whose face is covered with a veil, laughs loudly. She floats in the air and shouts that she has rediscovered both her original soul and intellect. There is a crown on her head. It's me again, Seiya shouts. My intellect and personality were stripped away while I was trapped within a low-rank gate, and I kept crawling in misery for what seemed like an eternity, she thinks. Seiya has apparently turned into a skeleton. Only those who have experienced it themselves, she thinks. We see a glow in her empty eye sockets. Could understand that agony and humiliation, she thinks. Seiya is back in human form. Now I can return to the underworld, and, she says, before us is the eye of a girl who is now experiencing very complex feelings. Seiya floats high in the sky, and below, on the ground, lies a bloody girl with a deep wound on her chest. That girl, says Seiya sadly. Her wounds are very serious. We understand that the victim is Seaka. For a human nothing can save her, says Seiya. She looks around, trying to figure out where the person who was next to her went. A portal door appears, glowing with all the colors of the rainbow. The girl looks at it in amazement and seems to understand what it is. Even if I did not know what doors were, I distinctly remember the aura that emanated from it, she thinks. That's Vanquish's, she says out loud. Vanquish's possessor. In that case, he should be able to make kindreds. Seiya is looking at something. Memories seem to be flashing through her head. We see a young man encouraging someone to become a spear, and a bunch of skulls with a sword sticking out in the middle. The girl's mouth is covered with a veil. Become a kindred of that man, she asks herself. Before us is Seaka in a pink sweater and black jacket, and then a skeleton with a crown on its head. Looking back now, I understand it perfectly, thinks Seiya. I, Judith, grew a deep admiration for Seaka during that battle. We see her memories associated with Seaka's behavior during that event. Her innocence and recklessness, and how she's as honest as can be. We see Subaru and Seaka. That's exactly why Subaru called to my soul, thinks Seiya. The hero's gaze is serious. Seaka looks at him with her red eyes. Then the girl gets down on one knee in front of the guy and offers her most sincere apologies. My undying loyalty to him is an expression of deep gratitude for him breaking the spell that bound me within the gate, thinks Seiya. She sees other members of her current squad above her. And now that loyalty is no longer dedicated to Subaru alone, the girl thinks. She stands on the shore of a lava lake, emitting a red glow, and waits for an attack from a dragon that is already preparing to rush into battle. I'm glad I lost my memories from before I entered the gate, thinks Seiya, because my old, arrogant self wouldn't have been able to walk alongside everyone. I enjoyed those days where I learned so many new things. We see the girl's red eye. And now I've learned the meaning of regaining my memories, she thinks. Seiya looks at her opponent with hatred and then shouts loudly, giving an order. I want to help Subaru and all my friends. From the very bottom of my heart. Kill him, Basuki, she shouts to her dragon. He wraps himself around the enemy and grabs the scruff of the neck with his teeth, if, of course, the dragon has won. Gel clenches his sharp teeth in unbearable pain. It looks like he's managing to escape. We see glowing scales, reportedly used by King Authority. Gel emits a massive golden energy and we see skeleton parts flying apart. Apparently, the dragon, who is the girl's ally, was simply torn to pieces. The subtype of the named skill is clarified. It is Volcanian Vesuvius. A wall of fire appears in front of Seiya. She looks at the enemy, who begins to talk to her. In the past, perhaps you would have defeated me, but your soul has grown weak while you were inside the gate, Queen of Martyrdom. Gel, whose insides glow brightly, looms over the girl. You're finished, he says. The dragon's glow becomes unbearably bright. You're right, Gel hears. Since I'm borrowing Ayaka's body, the body of a possessor, this would be the end for me. A bright source of light appears above the monster's head, from which jets of yellow energy spread. However, I've bought enough time, says Seiya. These words seem to alarm the dragon. I leave the rest to you, says Seiya. A bright column of yellow energy shoots upward from the volcano. Kill him, the girl completes her sentence, and we understand who she was just addressing. In front of us is again a column of yellow energy. The skill Thunderblade is reported to be used. Apparently, the dragon was simply cut in half. We see two parts of its body, and they are not connected to each other. A figure of a man appears in front of us with a raised hand, above whose head a yellow magic circle is visible, spewing out a massive yellow energy. Damn you, shouts Gel, you're the god of thunder. Part of the dragon's body hangs over the god who appears on the battlefield. Why are you doing this? Asks the monster. Isn't it obvious? Killam answers him. You can see from this character's face that he is extremely angry. You made my precious student cry, he explains. A sign appears explaining that this is Thunder Killam. A few minutes ago in the underworld, Seat of Souls, the Sea of Brilliance, Thunder Killam approaches the throne and calls out to Vanquish. Please, open the seat of the gate, he says. Vanquish sits with his head resting on his hand. Of course, I won't allow it, he says. If I open the door that leads to the underworld, I'll be caught by the administrator. Killam twists his mouth a little. I'll come back at the speed of light, he promises. Please, we see both interlocutors. It's to save Sayaka's sister, isn't it? Asks Vanquish. That's right, says Killam. It's still early for her to face the Dragon King. The position in which Vanquish sits does not change. He still rests his head on his hand. That's why you are going to lend your help as her master, he asks. Why are you going this far? Killam is silent, his face looks thoughtful. We see the back of his head and his blue hair tied with a rope. All living things are always testing something, he finally says. They have to hold the intent to break through a new ground level. Killam raises his green-gloved hand. If anyone is going to break through, it will be me, he says. Now his hand is clenched into a fist. With that wholeheartedness, I've been enduring the eternal obscurity in the gate, declares Killam. He looks at his clenched fist. However, perhaps I've been mistaken, he says. Vanquish, whose sharp nose we see, looks at his interlocutor. Vanquish, about the expectations you have for Ariake Subaru, says Killam. He has already unclenched his fist and looks at the interlocutor sitting in front of him. No, also his request, isn't it the same as mine? He asks. Vanquish extends his hand, surrounded by a rainbow glow. Geez, you spoke a lot, even though you're just a warrior, he says. Thunder Killam looks where his interlocutor pointed and sees a red portal door. Vanquish still extends his arm forward as he sits on his red throne. Go and come back quickly, God of Thunder, he says. Killam intervenes in the battle between Seiya and Gel. As a result, the dragon is cut into pieces. You are just a mere dragon king, he says to the monster. I've come to cut you in half. Killam, smiling, looks at his handiwork. Seiya looks at him a little sadly. Killam hangs in the air, the girl stands on the shore of a lava lake, and between them the stump of a dragon's body sticks out of the lava. An information window appears, stylized as a playing card. 5th Calamity, Level 99 Achiever. Content: once the level has been reached, the original body will break and the Dragon King Gel will appear in the human world. Defeat the Dragon King, Gel, and stop the suffering in the human world. The text is crossed out with 3 red words, prevented from happening. Chance meeting 2, and then, in front of us is a white area, in the middle of which red crystals are visible. Vanquish, I'm back, shouts Killam. Where are you? Asks the horned guy, holding his ear. He notices something and turns his head. Sayaka, he says. The girl curled up on the white sand or snow. What are you doing? Killam asks her. The girl falls to her knees in front of him. Thank you, Master Killam, she says. Seiya is sobbing, streams of tears flowing from her eyes. Thank you so much, she repeats. Killam bares his teeth angrily. He raises his index finger. Get up quickly, idiot, he orders. The girl obediently jumps up. There is bewilderment on her face. Killam turns away and moves away from the girl, showing off his toned abs. If you're the disciple of this god of thunder, you need to always be dignified, he says. Sayaka smiles happily. Yes, thank you, master, she replies. We see Seiya standing sadly on the shore of a lava lake. Thank you too, Seiya, for saving my sister, Sayaka thinks. You can see from the hands of the girl standing by the volcano that she is very tense. Seiya is crying. She closes her eyes. There is no need to thank me, she says, touched. We see bubbles on the surface of a lava lake. Because there's also benefits in this for me as well, she says. In front of her stands a dragon turned into a skeleton. The girl was reported to have used the skeleton specimen skill. Let's do this, Gel, says Seiya. She looks askance at her new charge. I need you to do this immediately, she says. The girl moves away from the lava lake. A huge wing is visible next to her. Not bad, coming from somewhere above. In the sky above the girl, as it turns out, a winged lion is flying, with a man sitting on its back. You are late, Silver King, says Seiya. Ruin is in front of us. He smiles and scratches his head. It seems Gel died before I could convince him, he says. Seiya looks up worriedly. Is it really alright for me to kill a resident from the Silver Country, one of your people, she asks. But Ruin, judging by his pose and smile, is not angry at all. Gel is an overwhelming person, so he's being hated by various forces, he says. He holds up 2 fingers and winks. He had an incidental death from external factors might not sound too bad, he says slyly. You are an edible fox, the girl reproaches him. She looks sternly at her interlocutor. Now, according to Ariake's memory, that should be happening soon, she says. Ruin looks at her with concern. He stands on the back of his winged lion and appears to be moving away from the girl. Carrion, who is located next to a pompous building with columns, looks thoughtfully into the distance, resting his head on his hand. Hey, it looks like I'm the only one going straight forward, he says. It looks like he just defeated an entire squad of knights. Carrion is reported to be located in Golden Country, Castle Town, Arlesheim. I don't hate such hospitality, but aren't we supposed to be the guests? He asks rhetorically. A strange character appears in front of him. This is extremely complex knightly armor, inside of which there seems to be no person. It seems my subordinates were too rude to you, he says, and then introduces himself. I am one of the 7 knights, Flame of Death, Barrage. The owner of Shikishima's Gate, thinks Carrion. We see the one who pronounces the words that the hero hears. It is a golden ball with 2 eyes, somewhat similar to a bowling ball. I'll guide you to a place where you can rest before the meeting, he says. Suddenly, a voice is heard nearby. Someone calls a huge knight. It turns out that this is an ordinary knight. He runs up to his interlocutors and shouts that something very bad has happened. You're in front of a guest. Hold yourself back, Barrage says sternly. The knight runs up and looks at his commander. This is a very serious matter, he declares. Safina isn't in the castle. His words leave the ball with eyes in bewilderment. What did you say? He shouts in alarm. Carrion opens his mouth wide. What? The old hag isn't here, he shouts. Old hag? Barrage asks again, not believing his ears. Carrion looks down and grabs his head with his hand. Damn it. Looks like it was off, he says in upset feelings. His face is before us again. Even though that is starting soon, states Carrion. Several more balls are spinning around the ball with eyes. Starting, Barrage asks again. What is going on? We again see a strange terrain, with many round islands and chasms between them. On one of them are several characters already familiar to us. Explanatory information, Ariake Subaru, Copper Country, Carrion Valley. You knew I was placed here, so you went ahead and asked for a guide, says the hero. This is the same guide before us, this is Guax. Subaru looks at the girl present here. King of Aurora, how much of the future can you foresee? He asks. Sybil looks at the hero with her stunning multicolored eyes. That's right, I can't do it for a wide range, says the girl. Currently, for humans, it's only things related to you. Only me, Subaru asks in bewilderment. Sybil points a finger at her eye. The royal termalite that I've inherited from Mother, my previous generation, is only limited to my relatives, she says. It's a skill that only allows you to see a future about them. After all, Subaru scratches his head in surprise. Relatives, you said? He asks again. Am I related to you? I'm not related to you, but to Vanquish, says Sybil. Vanquish, the hero asks. Above the girl's head we see a character well known to us. He stands with his arms crossed over his chest. The owner of your gate, explains Sybil. Vanquish, his face still hanging behind the girl, smiles, showing off his sharp teeth. King of Rainbow, Vanquish, is my father, says the girl. Subaru is very surprised. What? He screams with his mouth wide open. Sybil continues her story, holding out her hand. The one who father placed his expectation on for the breakthrough was neither me nor my sister, but humans. That in itself is interesting, she says. The girl looks at the hero with her huge eyes. That soul machine. I wanted to confirm with these eyes of mine, she begins the phrase. Subaru looks at her in surprise. There is sadness in Sybil's eyes. The last moment of my life, she completes the sentence. The hero thinks. We see his eye. A human figure is visible on the shoulder of a huge knight. The case is reported to be in Red Copper Country, King's Courtyard. We see a very stern man in armor that covers everything except his nose. What's going on here anyway? He asks. It is reported that this is King of Red Copper No Man's ruler Warden. The hero and Sybil continue to talk on a stone island next to a small and very elegant coffee table. Ariake Subaru, you know about this event? The girl asks. Yes, the hero answers. He raises his eyes and looks up. There's only one event that will happen in the underworld just before the meeting of the kings, he says. We see his eye up close. The first invasion, he reports. A clawed hand appears in the sky with red energy flowing around it. The entire space around is filled with figures of warriors armed with spears and round shields. The massacre of a huge amount of underworld creatures by the hands of the vanguards of the administrator. Vorden looks into the sky, filled with falling stones and figures of warriors. The reason why Subaru knew about the meeting of the kings and the time when it was going to be held based on his future memories is because the meeting didn't actually happen. Two more characters are looking at what is happening in the sky. One of them is Barrage, who has a ball instead of a head. Also watching the enchanting picture are Seiya and Ruin, who stands on the back of his winged lion. Because of the third invasion of the administrator, the meeting didn't happen and the underworld is destroyed once again. It's the beginning of the end. Sybil turns away from the countless number of armed men hanging in the sky. But don't make this your last moment, Sybil, she hears. We see the hero's mouth. I'll make sure they will hold the meeting, says Subaru. Before us is Seiya, Ruin, and Carrion. That's the reason why we are here, says the hero. His hair turns white again. Those who walk under the sun, release, says Subaru. The trio of heroes, located on a stone island, looks at the sky filled with countless armed people. We are informed that this is an event forced by administrators, the first invasion. Its goal is to massacre the residents of the gold, silver, and copper countries in the underworld and decrease the number of door owners, and by extension, the number of players. In reality, after the death of her door's owner, Dragon King Gel, a player, Amamiya Heizuki, just lost her powers and returned to being a normal human. We see a brown-haired woman looking in surprise at her hands, where, as it seems to her, something is clearly missing. We are again shown spearmen with shields hanging in the air. But what if the same thing, the death of a door owner, were to happen to an overwhelming number of players? In front of us is a portal, above which gates of silver, gold, and copper colors fly apart. Humanity would lose the only way it has to fight against the gates. We see a city with destroyed buildings, where something terrible has clearly happened. And there would be nothing standing between them and extinction. Subaru, who has turned into a blonde man, looks slightly upward. A strategy for the administrators to kill two birds with one stone, he thinks. The hero looks back. They sent a vanguard of roughly 30,000 soldiers each to the gold, silver, and copper countries. He hears someone's voice. Naturally, this is Sybil, who is standing behind him. About half of this place, she continues. Well, the king of red copper, Vorden, will take care of it. His skills have excellent defensive capabilities as well. We see the menacing looking character she has in mind. The girl closes her eyes. Anyways, I wish you good luck, Subaru, she says. My combat abilities are non-existent after all. So you were just acting? Subaru asks her. He grabs the other wrist with one hand. But yes, I know. The hero covers his right eye with his palm. I will protect you, he promises. Subaru turns his head and screams loudly. Guox, you should hide with. It's impossible to finish the sentence because the hero notices something. Guox, making some strange sound, rushes to the attack. What the hell are you doing? Shouts Subaru. He has absolutely crazy eyes. I know that each of these guys can beat me, but even if that is the case, Guox thinks. He chooses one opponent and rushes towards him. I can't let these bastards invade my homeland, he shouts. He curls his clawed fingers to use the skill. Swinging, Guox strikes the enemy. The skill he used is reported to be called Morning Wind. Gritting his teeth in anger, Guox looks at the warrior he was aiming at. Confusion appears on his face. The enemy stands still as if nothing had happened, and there is not a single scratch on him. A moment later, the knight uses his spear and seems to pierce the overly hot enemy. Guox flies down, blood pouring from his mouth. Red streams, like ropes, are wrapped around his helplessly outstretched hand. The knight looks at what is happening in bewilderment. Subaru, who has used this very peculiar lasso, pulls the captured ally towards him. He turns his head and calls Sybil. Guox falls to the ground not far from the girl. I know everything, she says. Just leave it to me. Thousands of warriors are approaching the hero and his allies. Subaru looks at them with a calm gaze. Hey, soldiers, he shouts. Sorry, but I'm going to kill every single one of you. It unleashes waves of red energy at enemies. It turns into an unstoppable stream that overwhelms everything around. The Phlegethon skill is reported to be used. Knights in golden armor enter the battle with the warriors descending from heaven. It is reported that the case takes place in Golden Country, Castletown Arlesheim. Before us is Barrage, whose head size causes nothing but bewilderment. He is strong, he thinks. We understand that this means Carrion, who is standing opposite with a somewhat strange expression on his face. Where does your power come from? Asks the awkward knight. Carrion looks at his interlocutor through the fingers with which he covers his face. It is reported that he is now in Ghoul King mode. Barrage looks at what is happening in bewilderment. Carrion stands in a majestic pose, emitting powerful streams of green energy. It's not good to use this on a human for too long, but, he says. Carrion grins. Since that hag isn't here, I guess there's no helping it, he continues. How dare you call our king a hag? Barrage asks angrily. The status window appears. Mode, Ghoul King, level 6. Hirasaka Renji's enhancement skill, available while in the reverse state, brings the user's body and soul near the level of the Ghoul King Carrion, and enhances all abilities by 480%. Drawbacks: consumes a large amount of MP while in the enhanced state, and gradually corrodes the user's flesh. Carrion spins a spiral of green aura around itself. Explanation: spread and descend, shocking rain. Carrion, with green lights glowing around him, looks ahead. A giant green vortex appears in the sky filled with spearmen. Alert, corpse fist. Carrion looks down and extends his hand. Spearmen hanging in the sky are painted green. What is happening is not entirely clear, but the earth begins to break into pieces. A wave of green energy hits the majestic pillared buildings. The Realm Quaker skill is reported to be used. Wow, exclaims Barrage. A ball with two eyes hovers in front of the face of the guy who carried out the massacre. Idiot, are you trying to destroy the entire country? He shouts. I don't have time to guard buildings when I'm surrounded by so many enemies, Carrion shouts no less angrily. Just get close to them, advises Barrage. But their armor is resistant to melee attacks, Carrion counters. Finally, we see the huge body of the Golden Knight. Wait, are you saying you know something about them? He asks. I'll explain it to you later, idiot, rude response to Carrion. He smiles. You're the owner who's haunting Shikishima, aren't you? He asks. Barrage is silent. The guy's face gets a little crazy and he sticks out his long tongue. You must blow them up, tear them to pieces, Carrion shouts. What? Barrage shouts in amazement. We see how powerful the Headless Knight's arm is. I'm reluctant to do this, but if close range attacks won't work, then there's no other choice, he says. Bright lights light up at the tips of his fingers. Shining devices appear above the knight's head, representing triangles directed in different directions. A seventh skill is reported to be used, called Imperial Control. Clots of golden energy fly at the spearmen hanging in the air. A very powerful explosion is heard in the air above the city. Carrion laughs loudly, covering his only normal eye with his hand. Great, he says. Let me add one more thing to this. A powerful flash occurs above buildings with columns. This is the result of using the Realm Quaker skill. A yellow flash occurs near one of the spearmen. Below the warrior hanging in the sky is a young man in a blue cloak who seems a little familiar. He grinds his teeth in anger. Who are you? They ask him. Spearmen also appear above the erupting volcano, where quite recently Seiya fought the dragon. This is Silver Country, Dragon King Gel's nest. Seiya extends her hand and opens her mouth. Gel, she screams loudly. The dragon rises high into the air. The girl is somehow held onto his forehead or upper jaw. The spearmen appear to be consumed by the flames that erupt from the monster's mouth. This is the result of using the Ignimbrite skill. Seiya looks with alarm at the cremation taking place. I feel the power of a 5-star or above from each one, she thinks. I'm glad I have Gel under my command now. Amazement appears in her eyes. This is quite logical, since Ruin appears in front of her, behind which a magic circle glows brightly, spewing powerful rays of pink energy. Spearmen hanging in the air are destroyed in dozens and hundreds. The young man stands in a majestic pose. A death sentence for his enemies is read in his eyes. Ruin, his girlfriend, finds out. She looks at him, probably with shyness. What strength does he have, she thinks. The power of his split soul he used to manifest in the human realm doesn't even begin to compare to it. So this is the true body of the King of Silver. Ruin, with an impressive army of terrifying creatures lined up behind him, raises his left hand. Imperial Dragon Army, forward, he orders. He looks at the hordes of enemies and orders them to open fire. The creatures he leads open their mouths and take fighting stances. Multicolored explosions are heard above the volcano. Ruin stands on a winged lion. Under him we see the sharp teeth of a monster who is in the army of this character. An elite could defend against them, but I shudder at the thought of enemies this strong invading the entire realm, he thinks. Ruin thoughtfully rubs his fingers over his mouth. With my newfound power, they're hardly a threat, he thinks. I didn't expect to experience the perks of being a kindred so soon. I'll have to thank Subaru later. Ruin smiles, showing off his sharp teeth. Flying spearmen appear in yet another area. It is reported to be Red Copper Country, Royal Garden. In front of us is Vorden, behind whom a frightened guy is visible. My king, he shouts. This is. We see the face of a young man who, apparently, really loves flowers. Vorden's nose is striking in its size. They're resistant to close-range attacks, shouts the king. Don't get close to the enemy. Take care of them from a distance. One of the listeners is a dog that resembles a bear. Have your spirits take the front line, shouts Vorden. We also see 3 elemental characters. Before us is the formidable figure of a king, dressed in powerful armor. To think they'd launched this surprise attack so deep into my territory, he thinks. What about the regions that lie far away from me? The king's eyes burn with anger. I'd best prepare myself for significant losses, he thinks. Damn you, shouts Vorden. King's authority, he thinks. His menacing figure emits beige energy. Suddenly, distinct red lines appear in the sky. A huge red vortex forms above the king's head. This is reported to be the result of using the Phlegethon skill. Vorden looks in shock at what is happening above his head. The spearmen who are hanging in the sky are blown away by a powerful red wave. Somewhere in the distance a human figure becomes noticeable, which seems to be generating a monstrous flow of energy. It seems we know this man. The guy says only one word, derive. The sky is filled with destructive whirlpools of red energy. This is some kind of terrible hurricane from which nothing can escape. It is reported that this is none other than pure Phlegethon. The spearmen who filled the entire sky are burned in this terrible fire. Vorden recognizes the one who arranged this doomsday. It's you, he says. Subaru looks down at the king as he continues to emit streams of red energy. I'm glad you're okay, Vorden, says the hero. Red Copper Country, Capacal Canyon. Sybil is standing next to the coffee table, and Guax is lying unconscious on the ground next to him. Ariake Subaru, says the girl. I see now. So you've obtained 10% of the King of Silver's power. Sybil looks ahead. Terrifying, she says. Something terrible is happening in front of her. It's as if I'm seeing a scene straight from hell, says the girl. Vorden looks angrily at the hero. What are you doing here, Ariake Subaru? He asks. The hero looks at him calmly. We see his mouth. I took care of the half you couldn't get, says Subaru. The king is angry again. But the boss will be here soon, he says. The hero looks into his eyes. Let's fight together, King of Red Copper, he suggests. Behind him, a gap appears in space in which a human figure is visible. We see a young man in elegant clothes that emphasize his muscles. Smiling, he looks at the hero. What's wrong with you? He asks. You look kind of beaten up. We find out that this is the boss. This is Hayato Kotsu. Subaru looks over his shoulder at him. It's already here, he says. Hayato Kotsu stands opposite the hero. Did you say he's here? Do you know me? He asks. Subaru looks at him a little sadly. I know him, he thinks. A red hand reaching out to someone emerges in the hero's memory. And also the words, how foolish of you, King of Aurora. I wonder if you truly think you can win without Vanquish's power. The young man has blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Hayato Kotsu's face is obscured. He wasn't a formidable boss, but whatever. The destruction of this world has been completed, he says. The boss, with red fireballs flying overhead in the sky, stands over the defeated enemy, blood dripping from his hand. Hayato Kotsu, the hero thinks. We see the named character from behind. He's the man who killed me in the future of King of Aurora, Subaru thinks. The First Invasion, Part 2. Hayato Kotsu and the hero stand opposite each other. I don't know who you are, but you look pretty strong, says the enemy. Before us is the profile of Subaru, but we can deal with the others later, says Hayato Kotsu, who is also shown in profile. We see the eye of this character. First, Subaru appears to be taking off. Vorden comes to the fore with a wall of yellow energy visible in front of him. So, you're the ringleader behind this attack, he says. The king's eyes glow with rage. An object resembling a tree trunk appears in his hand. But after a moment it becomes clear that this is an onion. Vorden pulls the string. Die, he roars menacingly. He is reported to use the skill Iwas. Subaru loudly shouts for the king to stop. Hayato Kotsu is completely calm. He rubs the back of his head thoughtfully. Vorden is not going to listen to the words of his ally. He is too angry. Shut up, I don't need your help, he shouts. He was the one who brought calamity to my country. We see terrible pictures of the disasters that befell the king's domain. People mourn for their dead relatives. Strange elemental creatures do the same. Vorden holds in his hand a branch with blossoming leaves. I, the king, will carry out justice, shouts Vorden. He is preparing to shoot an arrow with a very sharp tip at the enemy. The mistletoe skill will be used. The arrow flies towards Hayato Kotsu, an indestructible arrow that will continue to pursue you until you die, says the latter, who immediately determined what he was dealing with. A rag doll appears in Hayato Kotsu's hand and plaintively calls for help. Time to take action, says the boss. He is reported to be holding a D-rank item, pitiful paper doll. The doll flies somewhere, tumbling in the air, and continues to call for help. The arrow that the king shot flies past Hayato Kotsu. The hero, who is hanging in the air, watches what is happening in amazement. Vorden is perplexed. The arrow is lost, he asks. Hayato Kotsu looks at him calmly. That was just a scapegoat, he explains. A low-rank item that takes over my misfortune. Hayato Kotsu lifts his head up. A red magic circle appears around him. Pantheon skill is reported to be used. A menacing-looking warrior in battle garb appears with a red aura spreading around him. This is the god of war, Mars. Vorden looks at him with concern. A giant sword rushes past the king, leaving behind a bright red trail. Vorden trembles in fear. Not only did he know about mistletoe, he managed to escape it, he thinks. The king glares at Hayato Kotsu, who is standing inside a cloud of red energy. Are you even human? Who exactly are you and what's your purpose? Shouts Vorden. I knew I couldn't defeat him if I face him head on, the boss thinks. He distances himself a little from the danger that threatens him. I have no idea what you're talking about, he states. Hayato Kotsu raises his index finger. We're just attacking the event, that's all, he declares. He is reportedly going to use the rank item, a quarter of psalms. We see his finger up close, it emits streams of red-yellow energy. The king's legs bend slightly. His eyes glow with anger. He stands on one knee, resting his hand on the ground and, it seems, does not understand what is happening at all. Clouds of smoke rise up around the king. Someone is trying to shout to him from a short distance. We understand that the girl with long hair, which is decorated with red flowers, is calling him. Hayato Kotsu raises his hand and points in her direction. The king of red copper, Vorden, has a staggering amount of HP, he says. On exchange, he isn't as resistant to damage. Use an item and steal his physical strength away from him at once. We see Hayato Kotsu from a different angle with the same thumbs up. I would especially recommend a quarter of psalms, which reduces one's physical strength by a quarter. He continues to quote information that he learned somewhere earlier. The girl with flowers in her hair looks at her boss with hatred. Damn you, she screams. Hayato Kotsu covers one eye with his hand and extends his hand forward. The god of fire, Vulcan, he says. The girl looks at the guy in amazement. He extends his hand, as a result of which a huge human head rushes towards the enemy, its mouth wide open. Use this skill close to plant types, like Mugen Ikuhana, he continues quoting someone. She will be burned to nothing by this flame type skill. Vorden turns his head and loudly calls the girl the guy just talked about. The king is surrounded by bright flames. Vorden will definitely protect Ikuhana, continues Hayato Kotsu. The king's burning hand tries to cover the defenseless girl. You can expect him to receive more damage, the boss says cynically. We see the eye of Hayato Kotsu. It's accurate as ever, he says. There are many red information windows around it, including some with pictures. This attack information, Hayato Kotsu finishes the previous sentence, and we understand which source he just quoted for so long. In front of us is one of these red windows. It says here, Vorden will definitely protect Ikebana. You can expect him to receive more damage. A red vortex appears in the air, looking like the leg of a tornado. The skill Blood Tide has been reported to be used. A column of spinning red energy rains down on the king from above. Blood begins to flow from his eyes. Vorden, with Hayato Kotsu standing in front of him, calls for the hero. He still hangs in the air and looks a little sadly at the king. From there, from a great height, he addresses the king standing on the ground and bleeding. I'm sure you already understood this, Vorden. This person is from another world and is carrying countermeasures that can finish you off. We should work together. Subaru looks at the king with his red eyes. The bloodied Vorden sighs heavily. Someone's hand reaches out to Subaru's face. It belongs to Hayato Kotsu, who, having already flown up to the hero, asks who he is. Reported use of the skill Pantheon, Giant Ephialtes. Hayato Kotsu looks at his opponent with curiosity. He closes one eye and tilts his head. Subaru takes out a huge sword. He will use Black Katana Ignis. The hero delivers a slash that leaves a black mark in the air. The huge red fist that was flying at the Subaru appears to have been cut open. We see the words Nigel and Ignis. A powerful explosion is heard above the king's head. Hayato Kotsu stands inside a small cloud of red energy. We see a hand with severed fingers. This is the first time I've seen Giant Ephialtes being destroyed, says Hayato Kotsu. He looks at his opponent with some bewilderment. Corroded? No. Did it crumble? He asks questions that interest him. He calmly walks forward. We see that the Subaru is behind him. Okay, I'll remember this, says Hayato Kotsu. Looks like Subaru is on the attack. His opponent flies down, protecting his head with one hand. The way he wields a sword is something I will also remember, says Hayato Kotsu. It seems that the hero manages to land a couple more blows. We see his enemy's leg awkwardly sticking out. Young people look into each other's eyes. Explosions are heard in the air. It becomes clear that they are happening between two opponents. A skill that uses blood to do a short warp, says Hayato Kotsu. He hovered in the air not far from the hero standing on the ground. You aren't inside the attack information, he says. The boss looks at the hero and asks what his name is. The hero quite calmly answers that he is Ariake Subaru. Hayato Kotsu runs his fingers through the help windows, trying to find information on the hero whose name he heard. It's clear from the boss's eye that he's found something. There you are, he says. The hero looks at him with interest. During this event, the administrator designated you as a bonus character, reports Hayato Kotsu. Subaru is very surprised. His interlocutor moves the information windows aside with a slight gesture of his hand. Savior of the divine blood, right? He asks. Although it's rare to have the enemy settings to be Japanese, I have no interest in them. Subaru calmly looks at Hayato Kotsu. We see him with clenched fists inside a red magic circle. What's important is how I can defeat you, says the boss. Theoretically, towards an enemy with no information, I can try various methods to find your weakness, says Hayato Kotsu. He looks at the hero as if he is trying to hypnotize. There are still 5 minutes until the end of the attack, he says. I'll have you accompany me. Before us is the hero's red eye with a characteristic narrow pupil. Ariek, he hears. Subaru raises his hand and bends his fingers slightly. Opponents stand opposite each other. One is surrounded by a rainbow aura, the second is inside a red magic circle. Phlegeton's skill is reported to be used. Something surprises Hayato Kotsu. It's the same, he says. The next moment a powerful blow lands on his jaw. There is blood coming from Hayato Kotsu's mouth, but for some reason his face is calm. We see a boot, the owner of which rests his toe on the ground. Subaru raises his fist. The opponent is quite far away from him. Hayato Kotsu touches the back of his hand to his split lip. My body feels a little heavy, he thinks. It looks like it gives debuffs. What a troublesome boss. Hayato Kotsu looks at the hero appraisingly. This attack will be rewarding, he thinks. Subaru returns the gaze and begins to speak. You said there were 5 minutes left. You can't handle me in such a short time. The king of Aurora's future was catastrophic. The entire Kanto region was destroyed in the first and second calamities, and the number of players was reduced to half. We see 4 illustrations that describe this nightmare. Ruin pours liquid from a teapot into a saucer. Then Seiya appears before us, and Seaka with a burning head. During the third calamity, at the hands of Ruin's split soul, Seiya and Seaka perished at the same time. We see a character dressed in armor with a jewel in his forehead. When the fourth calamity engulfed the world, Shikishima and Carrion both lost their lives. The first of the named heroes presses the phone to his ear. The second one stands in front of strange monsters that have card suits instead of heads. Now in front of us is Gel, rushing somewhere upward. When the fifth calamity was struck, no one was able to defeat Gel after his complete manifestation. Before us is a character who has raised his hand high and is spewing violet energy. In the sixth calamity, Japan was damaged beyond repair. We see a huge drill piercing the center of the country. The two heroes look at the ruins of the statue towering over the red-colored sea. The seventh calamity caused the extinction of humanity with the exception of players. Vanquish is sitting on the ground. And finally, I didn't think you would find the Seat of Souls, he says. In front of us are some red fragments against a swamp background. And I didn't expect that you, of all people, continues Vanquish. A strange cloud appears in the sky above him, somewhat reminiscent of an eye. Would come here to kill me, he completes the sentence he started. We see a rainbow glow under the starry green sky. Sorry, Ariek. The rest is up to you, says Vanquish. Subaru, wearing a white uniform with blue shoulder straps, puts his fist to his chest. Jinga sits at the table, in front of which there is a white teapot. What happened, Ariek? He asks. The hero looks at some object that he holds in his hand. The connection with my owner was severed, he says in bewilderment. Subaru looks at his hands in confusion. The powers as a player just disappeared, he says. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. What happened? Subaru asks, unable to understand what is happening. A bright light appears behind him. The hero turns around in surprise. The door, he asks, looking at the 5-star object that appears. The middle star is larger, the rest are smaller. I am Sybil, the king of Aurora. The hero hears someone's voice. The situation is dire, so I shall lay the truth out plainly. The hero looks ahead in shock. The owner of your door, Vanquish, has died, he hears. His mouth stretches into a string. You're lying, he says. Subaru screams loudly in rage. He would never let himself be killed. It's some kind of mistake. We see the blue door again. It seems that the administrators have designated our world as a target for elimination, coming from behind her. The shocked hero stands in front of the light source. Administrators, he asks. They are the ones who created the sky clock to harvest the souls of countless worlds, comes from behind the door. Blue fragments over the red sky. They are higher beings who transcend dimensions. It won't be long until they invade the underworld. The explanation continues. We have 3 stars in front of us. However, I still want to make a final stand, says Sybil. The hero is surprised. How about you, Ariek Subaru? Comes the question from behind the door. The hero clenches his teeth in anger. A yellow object appears in his hand. We see how much he has changed. His hair is not at all what it was before. And so I decided to fight to the end along with Sybil and become the king of Aurora's possessor, Subaru thinks. Strange cracks appear in the sky. Until the sky fractured, the hero recalls. And the executioners appeared. Countless hordes of warriors armed with spears appear in the split sky. It is reported that this is none other than the Gladius. Hayato Kotsu appears before the warriors and orders them to move forward. The guy extends his index finger and gives instructions to conquer this world. We see 4 young men, most of whom are wounded. The few remaining players put up a futile resistance and were gradually driven into a corner. One of the players is standing on a large boulder in the middle of a destroyed city. A guy with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth looks at someone with his yellow eyes. "This seems to be the end," he says. The entire sky above him is filled with countless spearmen. Subaru and Jinga stand back to back, preparing to give the final battle. One of the executioners throws his spear at them. The projectile flies along a curved path and seems to be about to hit the hero who is standing behind Jinga. Jinga pushes his comrade away in an attempt to save him. Subaru looks around, and he sees his friend, who was pierced by several spears at once. The guy's eyes turned into narrow slits. The hero looks at his comrade with round eyes of horror. We see destroyed high-rise buildings, in front of which spear-carrying executioners hang in the air like flies. Mr. Jinga shouts a distraught Subaru. We see a crooked cross standing in the water. Long-haired Subaru walks through the streets of the destroyed city and calls Sybil. Multicolored curls cover his face. "What should I do?" he asks. The hero falls to his knees. Confusion and despair are visible on his face. "There is no future," he says. Having lost all hope, Subaru sits on the sidewalk next to the wreckage of a massive structure. "Sorry, Ariake Subaru," he hears. "I can't resist any longer either." The hero calls Sybil with bitterness in his voice. Someone approaches him. This is Hayato Kotsu, with destroyed buildings visible behind him. "Ariake Subaru, you must be this world's boss," he says. The guy calmly looks at the hero. "You won't be able to run away anymore," he says. "You're just wasting your time." Subaru, gritting his teeth angrily, looks at the enemy. Hayato Kotsu, he calls him by name. Opponents stand opposite each other in the middle of a destroyed city. "Who are you? Who the hell are you people?" the hero asks angrily. "Where did you come from? Why are you attacking this world?" Before us is the lower part of the face of Hayato Kotsu. "Where did I come from?" he asks. The guy calmly looks at the hero. "Isn't it obvious? I came from Earth." The hero is surprised. "From Earth?" he asks. Hayato Kotsu stands in front of a red magic circle. "Sorry, but I'm not going to entertain any further conversation with you," he says. A merciless determination appears in his eyes. "It would be nice if you died without resisting," he says. Subaru glares at him. We see the hero's mouth. "No," says Subaru. "I will fight to the end." His eyes burn with noble anger. "Until the moment my soul disappears," the hero declares. Hayato Kotsu looks at him with disdain. "What a boring and cliché boss," he says. We see a huge red whirlwind. Subaru calmly looks at his opponent. "I'll have you go along with me this time, Hayato," he says. "Until I defeat you." Opponents hang in the air opposite each other, each inside their own aura. Hayato Kotsu looks at Subaru blankly. This time, he asks again. "You Isekai characters always say the most incomprehensible lines," he declares. He doesn't seem to intend to talk further. A ghostly red creature appears above his head, which seems very menacing. "I'm not interested in you," Hayato says. His ally is reported to be the god of fire, Vulcanus. Powerful jets of red energy appear in front of Subaru. The skill Blood Mold has been reported to be used. Vulcanus rushes with its entire mass towards the hero, protected by a red aura. Subaru calmly watches this threat approach. We see what the attack looks like from a different angle. Hayato Kotsu clenches his fist and another ally appears above his head, god of thieves, Mercurius. The space around the hero is outlined by countless red lines. Subaru looks around, assessing the situation. Rapid movement, he thinks. A fist appears next to the hero's ear. Subaru manages to dodge and the enemy's hand flies past. The hero looks at Hayato appraisingly. Red honeycombs appear in front of him, taking on enemy attacks. There are powerful explosions in the sky that seem to scatter the combatants. Hayato looks at the hero with concern. He can use it as a shield as well, he thinks. A very versatile skill. The hero also evaluates the enemy. A skill that buffs his speed, he thinks. I didn't see this in the future. Hayato Kotsu stands in a stately pose against the backdrop of a red magic circle. Hayato's core skill, Pantheon, allows him to materialize the concepts of gods from Greek and Roman mythology. It's easier to think of him as being able to use every conceivable type of attack. The hero looks intently at the enemy, but what's more terrifying is his sub-skill, he thinks. The main reason why my future self was utterly defeated by Hayato. We see the enemy the hero is thinking about. He cancelled out my flames with his blood. I expected as much. If I increase my speed with Mercurius, I can catch his weak spot. We see many red status windows. Another ally appears behind Kotsu. Now show me what other cards you have, the hero thinks. The information window describes the character summoned by the enemy. Oxyja, Hayato Kotsu's sub-skill. Records abilities the user has seen once before and deduces the optimal solution to deal with them within the user's capabilities. The same tricks won't work on me twice, Subaru thinks. He extends his right arm away from him. With Hayato's genius battle sense, combined with his sub-skill, He'll easily counter any half-hearted attacks and record them, the hero thinks. Kotsu, meanwhile, stands surrounded by a rainbow aura and analyzes what is happening on the battlefield. That's a different weapon from his black katana. Such tremendous energy. A sword appears in Subaru's hand, the blade of which the hero points down. The only way to defeat him is to fatally wound him with an attack he hasn't seen before. Subaru understands. He is about to use the divine chisel, second form skill. Kotsu, in turn, throws the god of war, Mars, into battle. The hero puts forward his hand, which contains the hilt of the sword. The sky is torn apart by a powerful burst of red energy and Mars appears to be shattered into many pieces. The skill Dragon Slash was reportedly used. Kotsu, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, looks at his opponent in bewilderment. He stands inside his red aura and raises his sword. The hero uses the skill Kindred's power, Hurasaka Renji. Behind him we see the face of a character well known to us. A look of fear appears on Kotsu's face. The quality of his skills has changed, he thinks. I'm surprised you're still entertaining me, he says out loud. You truly are strong. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.